The Science of Logic. The first part of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline. By G.W.F. Hegel. Page G2. Page G3. Chapter 1, Introduction. Philosophy misses an advantage enjoyed by the other sciences. It cannot, like them, rest the existence of its objects on the natural admissions of consciousness, nor can it assume that its method of cognition, either for starting or for continuing, is one already accepted. The objects of philosophy, it is true, are upon the whole the same as those of religion. In both the object is truth, in that supreme sense in which God and God only is the truth. Both in like manner go on to treat of the finite worlds of nature and the human mind, with their relation to each other and to their truth in God. Some acquaintance with its objects, therefore, philosophy may and even must presume, that and a certain interest in them to boot, were it for no other reason than this, that in point of time the mind makes general images of objects, long before it makes notions of them, and that it is only through these mental images, and by recourse to them, that the thinking mind rises to know and comprehend thinkingly. But with the rise of this thinking study of things, it soon becomes evident that thought will be satisfied with nothing short of showing the necessity of its pg4 facts, of demonstrating the existence of its objects, as well as their nature and qualities. Our original acquaintance with them is thus discovered to be inadequate. We can assume nothing and assert nothing dogmatically, nor can we accept the assertions and assumptions of others, and yet we must make a beginning, and a beginning, as primary and underived, makes an assumption, or rather is an assumption. It seems as if it were impossible to make a beginning at all. This thinking study of things may serve in a general way as a description of philosophy, but the description is too wide. If it be correct to say that thought makes the distinction between man and the lower animals, then everything human is human, for the sole and simple reason that it is due to the operation of thought. Philosophy, on the other hand, is a peculiar mode of thinking, a mode in which thinking becomes knowledge, and knowledge through notions. However great, therefore, may be the identity and essential unity of the two modes of thought, the philosophically mode gets to be different from the more general thought, which acts in all that is human, in all that gives humanity its distinctive character. And this difference connects itself with the fact that the strictly human and thought-induced phenomena of consciousness do not originally appear in the form of a thought, but as a feeling, a perception, or mental image, all of which aspects must be distinguished from the form of thought proper. According to an old preconceived idea, which has passed into a trivial proposition, it is thought which marks the man off from the animals. Yet trivial as this old belief may seem, it must, strangely enough, be recalled to mind in presence of certain preconceived ideas of the present day. These ideas would put pg5 feeling and thought so far apart as to make them opposites, and would represent them as so antagonistic that feeling, particularly religious feeling, is supposed to be contaminated, perverted, and even annihilated by thought. They also emphatically hold that religion and piety grow out of, and rest upon something else, and not on thought. But those who make this separation forget meanwhile that only man has the capacity for religion, and that animals no more have religion than they have law and morality. Those who insist on this separation of religion from thinking usually have before their minds the sort of thought that may be styled afterthought. They mean reflective thinking, which has to deal with thoughts as thoughts, and brings them into consciousness. Slackness to perceive and keep in view this distinction, which philosophy definitely draws in respect of thinking, is the source of the crudest objections and reproaches against philosophy. Man, and that just because it is his nature to think, is the only being that possesses law, religion, and morality. In these spheres of human life, therefore, thinking, under the guise of feeling, faith, or generalized image, has not been inactive. Its action and its productions are there present and therein contained. But it is one thing to have such feelings and generalized images that have been molded and permeated by thought, and another thing to have thoughts about them. The thoughts, to which afterthought upon those modes of consciousness gives rise, are what is comprised under reflection, general reasoning, and the like, as well as under philosophy itself. The neglect of this distinction between thought in general and the reflective thought of philosophy has also led to another and more frequent misunderstanding. pg6 reflection of this kind has been often maintained to be the condition, or even the only way, of attaining a consciousness and certitude of the eternal and true. The now somewhat antiquated metaphysical proofs of God's existence, for example, have been treated as if a knowledge of them and a conviction of their truth were the only and essential means of producing a belief and conviction that there is a God. Such a doctrine would find its parallel if we said that eating was impossible before we had acquired a knowledge of the chemical, botanical, and zoological characters of our food, and that we must delay digestion till we had finished the study of anatomy and physiology. Were it so, these sciences in their field, like philosophy in its, would gain greatly in point of utility. In fact, their utility would rise to the height of absolute and universal indispensableness, or rather, instead of being indispensable, they would not exist at all. The content of whatever kind it be with which our consciousness is taken up is what constitutes the qualitative character of our feelings, perceptions, fancies, and ideas, of our aims and duties, and of our thoughts and notions. From this point of view, feeling, perception 100 are the forms assumed by these contents. The contents remain one and the same, whether they are felt, seen, represented, or willed, and whether they are merely felt or felt with an admixture of thoughts, or merely and simply thought. In any one of these forms, or in the admixture of several, the contents confront consciousness or are its object. But when they are thus objects of consciousness, the modes of the several forms ally themselves with the contents, and each form of them appears in consequence to give rise to a special object. Thus what is the same at bottom may look like a different sort of fact. Pg 7. The several modes of feeling, perception, desire, and will, so far as we are aware of them, are in general called ideas, mental representations, and it may be roughly said that philosophy puts thoughts, categories, or, in more precise language, adequate notions, in the place of the generalized images we ordinarily call ideas. Mental impressions such as these may be regarded as the metaphors of thoughts and notions, but to have these figure-eight conceptions does not imply that we appreciate their intellectual significance, the thoughts and rational notions to which they correspond. Conversely, it is one thing to have thoughts and intelligent notions, and another to know what impressions, perceptions, and feelings correspond to them. This difference will, to some extent, explain what people call the unintelligibility of philosophy. Their difficulty lies partly in an incapacity which in itself is nothing but want of habit for abstract thinking, in an inability to get hold of pure thoughts and move about in them. In our ordinary state of mind, the thoughts are clothed upon and made one with the sensuous or spiritual material of the hour, and in reflection, meditation, and general reasoning, we introduce a blend of thoughts into feelings, percepts, and mental images. Thus, in propositions where the subject matter is due to the senses, g. This leaf is green, we have such categories introduced, as being an individuality, but it is a very different thing to make the thoughts pure and simple our object. But their complaint that philosophy is unintelligible is as much due to another reason, and that is an impatient wish to have before them as a mental picture that which is in the mind as a thought or notion. When people are asked to apprehend some notion, they often complain that they do not know what they have to think. Pg 8. But the fact is that in a notion there is nothing further to be thought than the notion itself. What the phrase reveals is a hankering after an image with which we are already familiar. The mind, denied the use of its familiar ideas, feels the ground where it once stood firm and at home taken away from beneath it, and when transported into the region of pure thought, cannot tell where in the world it is. One consequence of this weakness is that authors, preachers, and orators are found most intelligible when they speak of things which their readers or hearers already know by rote, things which the latter are conversant with, and which require no explanation. The philosopher then has to reckon with popular modes of thought, and with the objects of religion. In dealing with the ordinary modes of mind, he will first of all, as we saw, have to prove and almost to awaken the need for his peculiar method of knowledge. In dealing with the objects of religion, and with truth as a whole, he will have to show that philosophy is capable of apprehending them from its own resources, and should a difference from religious conceptions come to light, he will have to justify the points in which it diverges. To give the reader a preliminary explanation of the distinction thus made, and to let him see at the same moment that the real import of our consciousness is retained, and even for the first time put in its proper light, when translated into the form of thought and the notion of reason, it may be well to recall another of these old unreasoned beliefs, And that is the conviction that to get at the truth of any object or event, even of feelings, perceptions, opinions, and mental ideas, we must think it over. Now, in any case, to think things over is at least to transform feelings, ordinary ideas 100, into thoughts. pg 9th. Nature has given everyone a faculty of thought, but thought is all that philosophy claims as the form proper to her business, and thus the inadequate view which ignores the distinction stated in 3 leads to a new delusion, the reverse of the complaint previously mentioned about the unintelligibility of philosophy. In other words, this science must often submit to the sleight of hearing, even people who have never taken any trouble with it talking, as if they thoroughly understood all about it. With no preparation beyond an ordinary education, they do not hesitate, especially under the influence of religious sentiment, to philosophize and to criticize philosophy. Everybody allows that to know any other science you must have first studied it, and that you can only claim to express a judgment upon it in virtue of such knowledge. Everybody allows that to make a shoe you must have learned and practiced the craft of the shoemaker, though every man has a model in his own foot, and possesses in his hands the natural endowments for the operations required. For philosophy alone, it seems to be imagined, such study, care, and application are not in the least requisite. This comfortable view of what is required for a philosopher has recently received corroboration through the theory of immediate or intuitive knowledge. So much for the form of philosophical knowledge. It is no less desirable, on the other hand, that philosophy should understand that its content is no other than actuality, that core of truth which, originally produced and producing itself within the precincts of the mental life, has become the world, the inward and outward world of consciousness. At first we become aware of these contents in what we call experience. But even experience, as it surveys the wide range of inward and outward existence, has sense enough to pg-10 distinguish the mere appearance, which is transient and meaningless, from what in itself really deserves the name of actuality. As it is only in form that philosophy is distinguished from other modes of attaining an acquaintance with this same sum of being, it must necessarily be in harmony with actuality and experience. In fact, this harmony may be viewed as at least an extrinsic means of testing the truth of a philosophy. Similarly, it may be held the highest and final aim of philosophically science to bring about, through the ascertainment of this harmony, a reconciliation of the self-conscious reason with the reason which is in the world, in other words, with actuality. In the preface to my Philosophy of Law, p. Roman 19, are found the propositions: what is reasonable is actual, and what is actual is reasonable. These simple statements have given rise to expressions of surprise and hostility, even in quarters where it would be reckoned an insult to presume absence of philosophy, and still more of religion. Religion at least need not be brought in evidence. Its doctrines of the divine government of the world affirm these propositions too decidedly. For their philosophically sense, we must presuppose intelligence enough to know, not only that God is actual, that he is the supreme actuality, that he alone is truly actual, but also, as regards the logical bearings of the question, that existence is in part mere appearance, and only in part actuality. In common life, any freak of fancy, any error, evil, and everything of the nature of evil, as well as every degenerate and transitory existence whatever, gets in a casual way the name of actuality. But even our ordinary feelings are enough to forbid a casual fortuitous existence getting the emphatic name of pg-11 actual. For by fortuitous we mean an existence which has no greater value than that of something possible, which may as well not be as be. As for the term actuality, these critics would have done well to consider the sense in which I employ it. In a detailed logic I had treated amongst other things of actuality, and accurately distinguished it not only from the fortuitous, which after all has existence, but even from the cognate categories of existence and the other modifications of being. The actuality of the rational stands opposed by the popular fancy that ideas and ideals are nothing but chimeras, and philosophy a mere system of such phantasms. It is also opposed by the very different fancy that ideas and ideals are something far too excellent to have actuality, or something too impotent to procure it for themselves. This divorce between idea and reality is especially dear to the analytic understanding which looks upon its own abstractions, dreams though they are, as something true and real, and prides itself on the imperative ought, which it takes a special pleasure in prescribing even on the field of politics. As if the world had waited on it to learn how it ought to be, and was not. For if it were as it ought to be, what would come of the precocious wisdom of that ought? When understanding turns this ought against trivial external and transitory objects, against social regulations or conditions, which very likely possess a great relative importance for a certain time and special circles, it may often be right. In such a case, the intelligent observer may meet much that fails to satisfy the general requirements of right, for who is not acute enough to see a great deal in his own surroundings, which is really far from being as it ought to be? But such acuteness is mistaken in pg 12 the conceit that, when it examines these objects and pronounces what they ought to be, it is dealing with questions of philosophically science. The object of philosophy is the idea, and the idea is not so impotent as merely to have a right or an obligation to exist without actually existing. The object of philosophy is an actuality of which those objects, social regulations and conditions, are only the superficial outside. Thus reflection, thinking things over in a general way, involves the principle which also means the beginning of philosophy. And when the reflective spirit arose again in its independence in modern times, after the epoch of the Lutheran Reformation, it did not, as in its beginnings among the Greeks, stand merely aloof in a world of its own, but at once turned its energies also upon the apparently illimitable material of the phenomenal world. In this way, the name philosophy came to be applied to all those branches of knowledge which are engaged in ascertaining the standard and universal in the ocean of empirical individualities, as well as in ascertaining the necessary element, or laws, to be found in the apparent disorder of the endless masses of the fortuitous. It thus appears that modern philosophy derives its materials from our own personal observations and perceptions of the external and internal world, from nature as well as from the mind and heart of man, when both stand in the immediate presence of the observer. This principle of experience carries with it the unspeakably important condition that, in order to accept and believe any fact, we must be in contact with it, or, in more exact terms, that we must find the fact united and combined with the certainty of our own selves. We must be in touch with our subject matter, whether it be by means of our external senses, or else by our pg-13 profounder mind and our intimate self-consciousness. This principle is the same as that which has in the present day been termed faith, immediate knowledge, the revelation in the outward world, and above all in our own heart. Those sciences which thus got the name of philosophy we call empirical sciences, for the reason that they take their departure from experience. Still, the essential results which they aim at and provide are laws, general propositions, etherized thoughts of what is found existing. On this ground the Newtonian physics was called natural philosophy. Hugo Grotius, again, by putting together and comparing the behavior of states towards each other as recorded in history, succeeded, with the help of the ordinary methods of general reasoning, in laying down certain general principles, and establishing a theory which may be termed the philosophy of international law. In England, this is still the usual signification of the term philosophy. Newton continues to be celebrated as the greatest of philosophers, and the name goes down as far as the price lists of instrument makers. All instruments such as the thermometer and barometer, which do not come under the special head of magnetic or electric apparatus, are styled philosophical instruments, surely thought, and not a mere combination of wood iron 100. Ought to pg-14 be called the instrument of philosophy, the recent science of political economy in particular, which in Germany is known as rational economy of the state, or intelligent national economy, has in England especially appropriated the name of philosophy. In its own field this empirical knowledge may at first give satisfaction, but in two ways it is seen to come short. In the first place there is another circle of objects which it does not embrace. These are freedom, spirit, and God. They belong to a different sphere, not because it can be said that they have nothing to do with experience, for though they are certainly not experiences of the senses, it is quite an identical proposition to say that whatever is in consciousness is experienced. The real ground for assigning them to another field of cognition is that in their scope and content these objects evidently show themselves as infinite. There is an old phrase often wrongly attributed to pg-15 Aristotle, and supposed to express the general tenor of his philosophy. Nihil est in intellectu quod non furit in sensu. There is nothing in thought which has not been in sense and experience. If speculative philosophy refused to admit this maxim, it can only have done so from a misunderstanding. It will, however, on the converse side no less assert, nihil est in sensu quod non furit in intellectu. And this may be taken in two senses. In the general sense it means that or spirit, the more profound idea of in modern thought, is the cause of the world. In its special meaning, c2, it asserts that the sentiment of right, morals, and religion is a sentiment, and in that way an experience of such scope and such character that it can spring from and rest upon thought alone. But in the second place, in point of form, the subjective reason desires a further satisfaction than empirical knowledge gives, and this form is, in the widest sense of the term, necessity 1. The method of empirical science exhibits two defects. The first is that the universal or general principle contained in it, the genus or kind 100, is on its own account indeterminate and vague, and therefore not on its own account connected with the particulars or the details. Either is external and accidental to the other, and it is the same with the particular facts which are brought into union. Each is external and accidental to the others. The second defect is that the beginnings are in every case data and postulates, neither accounted for nor deduced. In both these points the form of necessity fails to get its due. Hence reflection, whenever it sets itself to remedy these defects, becomes speculative thinking, the thinking proper to philosophy. As a species of reflection, therefore, which, though it has a certain community of nature with the reflection already pg 16 mentioned, is nevertheless different from it, philosophically thought thus possesses, in addition to the common forms, some forms of its own, of which the notion may be taken as the type. The relation of speculative science to the other sciences may be stated in the following terms. It does not in the least neglect the empirical facts contained in the several sciences, but recognizes and adopts them. It appreciates and applies towards its own structure the universal element in these sciences, their laws and classifications, but besides all this, into the categories of science it introduces, and gives currency to other categories. The difference, looked at in this way, is only a change of categories. Speculative logic contains all previous logic and metaphysics. It preserves the same forms of thought, the same laws and objects, while at the same time remodeling and expanding them with wider categories. From notion in the speculative sense we should distinguish what is ordinarily called a notion. The phrase, that no notion can ever comprehend the infinite, a phrase which has been repeated over and over again till it has grown axiomatic, is based upon this narrow estimate of what is meant by notions. This thought, which is proposed as the instrument of philosophically knowledge, itself calls for further explanation. We must understand in what way it possesses necessity or cogency, and when it claims to be equal to the task of apprehending the absolute objects God, spirit, freedom, that claim must be substantiated. Such an explanation, however, is itself a lesson in philosophy, and properly falls within the scope of the science itself. A preliminary attempt to make matters plain would only be unphilosophical, and consist of a tissue of assumptions, assertions, and inferential pg 17 pros and cons. 1. Of dogmatism without cogency, as against which there would be an equal right of counter-dogmatism. A main line of argument in the critical philosophy bids us pause before proceeding to inquire into God or into the true being of things, and tells us first of all to examine the faculty of cognition and see whether it is equal to such an effort. We ought, says Kant, to become acquainted with the instrument before we undertake the work for which it is to be employed. For if the instrument be insufficient, all our trouble will be spent in vain. The plausibility of this suggestion has won for it general assent and admiration, the result of which has been to withdraw cognition from an interest in its objects and absorption in the study of them, and to direct it back upon itself, and so turn it to a question of form. Unless we wish to be deceived by words, it is easy to see what this amounts to. In the case of other instruments, we can try and criticize them in other ways than by setting about the special work for which they are destined. But the examination of knowledge can only be carried out by an act of knowledge. To examine this so-called instrument is the same thing as to know it, but to seek to know before we know is as absurd as the wise resolution of Scholasticus not to venture into the water until he had learned to swim. Reinhold saw the confusion with which this style of commencement is chargeable, and tried to get out of the difficulty by starting with a hypothetical and problematical stage of philosophizing. In this way he supposed that it would be possible, nobody can tell how, to get along, until we found ourselves, further on, arrived at the primary truth of truths. His method, when closely looked into, will be seen to be identical with a very PG-18 common practice. It starts from a substratum of experiential fact, or from a provisional assumption which has been brought into a definition, and then proceeds to analyze this starting point. We can detect in Reinhold's argument a perception of the truth, that the usual course which proceeds by assumptions and anticipations is no better than a hypothetical and problematical mode of procedure. But his perceiving this does not alter the character of this method, it only makes clear its imperfections. The special conditions which call for the existence of philosophy may be thus described. The mind or spirit, when it is sentient or perceptive, finds its object in something sensuous, when it imagines in a picture or image, when it wills in an aim or end. But in contrast to, or it may be only in distinction from, these forms of its existence and of its objects, the mind has also to gratify the cravings of its highest and most inward life. That innermost self is thought. Thus the mind renders thought its object. In the best meaning of the phrase, it comes to itself, for thought is its principle and its very unadulterated self. But while thus occupied, thought entangles itself in contradictions. 1. Loses itself in the hardened fast non-identity of its thoughts, and so, instead of reaching itself, is caught and held in its counterpart. This result, to which honest but narrow thinking leads the mere understanding, is resisted by the loftier craving of which we have spoken. That craving expresses the perseverance of thought, which continues true to itself, even in this conscious loss of its native rest and independence, that it may overcome and work out in itself the solution of its own contradictions. To see that thought in its very nature is dialectical, and that, as understanding, it must fall into contradiction, PG-19 the negative of itself, will form one of the main lessons of logic. When thought grows hopeless of ever achieving, by its own means, the solution of the contradiction which it has by its own action brought upon itself, it turns back to those solutions of the question with which the mind had learned to pacify itself in some of its other modes and forms. Unfortunately, however, the retreat of thought has led it, as Plato noticed even in his time, to a very uncalled for hatred of reason mythology, and it then takes up against its own endeavors that hostile attitude of which an example is seen in the doctrine that immediate knowledge, as it is called, is the exclusive form in which we become cognizant of truth. The rise of philosophy is due to these cravings of thought. Its point of departure is experience, including under that name both our immediate consciousness and the inductions from it. Awakened, as it were, by this stimulus, thought is vitally characterized by raising itself above the natural state of mind, above the senses and inferences from the senses into its own unadulterated element, and by assuming, accordingly, at first a stand aloof and negative attitude towards the point from which it started. Through this state of antagonism to the phenomena of sense, its first satisfaction is found in itself, in the idea of the universal essence of these phenomena, an idea the absolute, or God, which may be more or less abstract. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the sciences, based on experience, exert upon the mind a stimulus to overcome the form in which their varied contents are presented, and to elevate these contents to the rank of necessary truth. For the facts of science have the aspect of a vast conglomerate, one thing coming side by side with another, as if they were merely given and presented, as in PG-20 short, devoid of all essential or necessary connection. In consequence of this stimulus, thought is dragged out of its unrealized universality and its fancied or merely possible satisfaction, and impelled onwards to a development from itself. On one hand, this development only means that thought incorporates the contents of science, in all their speciality of detail as submitted. On the other, it makes these contents imitate the action of the original creative thought, and present the aspect of a free evolution determined by the logic of the fact alone. On the relation between immediacy and mediation in consciousness we shall speak later, expressly and with more detail. Here it may be sufficient to premise that, though the two moments or factors present themselves as distinct, still neither of them can be absent, nor can one exist apart from the other. Thus the knowledge of God, as of every supersensible reality, is in its true character an exaltation above sensations or perceptions. It consequently involves a negative attitude to the initial data of sense, and to that extent implies mediation. For to mediate is to take something as a beginning and to go onward to a second thing, so that the existence of this second thing depends on our having reached it from something else contradistinguished from it. In spite of this, the knowledge of God is no mere sequel, dependent on the empirical phase of consciousness. In fact, its independence is essentially secured through this negation and exaltation. No doubt, if we attach an unfair prominence to the fact of mediation, and represent it as implying a state of conditionedness, it may be said not that the remark would mean much that philosophy is the child of experience, and owes its rise to a posteriori fact. As a matter of fact, thinking is always the negation of what we have immediately before us. With pg-21 as much truth, however, we may be said to owe eating to the means of nourishment, so long as we can have no eating without them. If we take this view, eating is certainly represented as ungrateful. It devours that to which it owes itself. Thinking, upon this view of its action, is equally ungrateful. But there is also an a priori aspect of thought, whereby a mediation, not made by anything external but by a reflection into self, we have that immediacy which is universality, the self-complacency of thought which is so much at home with itself that it feels an innate indifference to descend to particulars, and in that way to the development of its own nature. It is thus also with religion, which, whether it be rude or elaborate, whether it be invested with scientific precision of detail, or confined to the simple faith of the heart, possesses throughout the same intensive nature of contentment and felicity. But if thought never gets further than the universality of the ideas, as was perforce the case in the first philosophies when the Eleatics never got beyond being, or Heraclitus beyond becoming, it is justly open to the charge of formalism. Even in a more advanced phase of philosophy, we may often find a doctrine which has mastered merely certain abstract propositions or formulae, such as, in the absolute all is one, subject and object are identical, and only repeating the same thing when it comes to particulars. Bearing in mind this first period of thought, the period of mere generality, we may safely say that experience is the real author of growth and advance in philosophy. For firstly, the empirical sciences do not stop short at the mere observation of the individual features of a phenomenon. By the aid of thought, they are able to meet philosophy with materials prepared for it, in the shape of general uniformities, laws, and pg-22 classifications of the phenomena. When this is done, the particular facts which they contain are ready to be received into philosophy. This, secondly, implies a certain compulsion on thought itself to proceed to these concrete specific truths. The reception into philosophy of these scientific materials, now that thought has removed their immediacy and made them cease to be mere data, forms at the same time a development of thought out of itself. Philosophy, then, owes its development to the empirical sciences. In return, it gives their contents what is so vital to them, the freedom of thought, gives them, in short, an a priori character. These contents are now warranted necessary, and no longer depend on the evidence of facts merely, that they were so found and so experienced. The fact as experienced thus becomes an illustration, and a copy of the original and completely self-supporting activity of thought. Stated in exact terms, such is the origin and development of philosophy. But the history of philosophy gives us the same process from an historical and external point of view. The stages in the evolution of the idea there seem to follow each other by accident, and to present merely a number of different and unconnected principles, which the several systems of philosophy carry out in their own way. But it is not so. For these thousands of years, the same architect has directed the work, and that architect is the one living mind whose nature is to think, to bring to self-consciousness what it is, and, with its being thus set as object before it, to be at the same time raised above it, and so to reach a higher stage of its own being. The different systems which the history of philosophy presents are therefore not irreconcilable with unity. We may either say that it is one philosophy at different pg-23 degrees of maturity, or that the particular principle which is the groundwork of each system is but a branch of one and the same universe of thought. In philosophy, the latest birth of time is the result of all the systems that have preceded it, and must include their principles, and so, if on other grounds it deserve the title of philosophy, will be the fullest, most comprehensive, and most adequate system of all. The spectacle of so many and so various systems of philosophy suggests the necessity of defining more exactly the relation of universal to particular. When the universal is made a mere form and coordinated with the particular, as if it were on the same level, it sinks into a particular itself. Even common sense in everyday matters is above the absurdity of setting a universal beside the particulars. Would anyone who wished for fruit reject cherries, pears, and grapes, on the ground that they were cherries, pears, or grapes and not fruit? But when philosophy is in question, the excuse of many is that philosophies are so different, and none of them is the philosophy, that each is only a philosophy. Such a plea is assumed to justify any amount of contempt for philosophy. And yet cherries too are fruit. Often, too, a system, of which the principle is the universal, is put on a level with another of which the principle is a particular, and with theories which deny the existence of philosophy altogether. Such systems are said to be only different views of philosophy. With equal justice, light and darkness might be styled different kinds of light. The same evolution of thought which is exhibited in the history of philosophy is presented in the system of philosophy itself. Here, instead of surveying the process, as we do in history from the outside, we see the movement of thought clearly defined in its native pg-24 medium. The thought which is genuine and self-supporting must be intrinsically concrete, it must be an idea, and when it is viewed in the whole of its universality, it is the idea or the absolute. The science of this idea must form a system. For the truth is concrete, that is, whilst it gives a bond and principle of unity, it also possesses an internal source of development. Truth, then, is only possible as a universe or totality of thought, and the freedom of the whole, as well as the necessity of the several subdivisions, which it implies, are only possible when these are discriminated and defined. Unless it is a system, a philosophy is not a scientific production. Unsystematic philosophizing can only be expected to give expression to personal peculiarities of mind, and has no principle for the regulation of its contents. Apart from their interdependence and organic union, the truths of philosophy are valueless, and must then be treated as baseless hypotheses or personal convictions. Yet many philosophical treatises confine themselves to such an exposition of the opinions and sentiments of the author. The term system is often misunderstood. It does not denote a philosophy, the principle of which is narrow and to be distinguished from others. On the contrary, a genuine philosophy makes it a principle to include every particular principle. Each of the parts of philosophy is a philosophical whole, a circle rounded and complete in itself. In each of these parts, however, the philosophical idea is found in a particular specificality or medium. The single circle, because it is a real totality, bursts through the limits imposed by its special medium, and gives rise to a wider circle. The whole of philosophy in this way resembles a circle of circles. The idea pg-25 appears in each single circle, but at the same time the whole idea is constituted by the system of these peculiar phases, and each is a necessary member of the organization. In the form of an encyclopedia, the science has no room for a detailed exposition of particulars, and must be limited to setting forth the commencement of the special sciences and the notions of cardinal importance in them. How much of the particular parts is requisite to constitute a particular branch of knowledge is so far indeterminate, that the part, if it is to be something true, must be not an isolated member merely, but itself an organic whole. The entire field of philosophy therefore really forms a single science, but it may also be viewed as a total, composed of several particular sciences. The encyclopedia of philosophy must not be confounded with ordinary encyclopedias. An ordinary encyclopedia does not pretend to be more than an aggregation of sciences, regulated by no principle, and merely as experience offers them. Sometimes it even includes what merely bear the name of sciences, while they are nothing more than a collection of bits of information. In an aggregate like this, the several branches of knowledge owe their place in the encyclopedia to extrinsic reasons, and their unity is therefore artificial. They are arranged, but we cannot say they form a system. For the same reason, especially as the materials to be combined also depend upon no one rule or principle, the arrangement is at best an experiment, and will always exhibit inequalities. An encyclopedia of philosophy excludes three kinds of partial science. 1. It excludes mere aggregates of bits of information. Philology in its prima facie aspect belongs to this class. 2. It rejects the quasi-sciences, pg-26, which are founded on an act of arbitrary will alone, such as heraldry. Sciences of this class are positive from beginning to end. 3. In another class of sciences, also styled positive, but which have a rational basis and a rational beginning, philosophy claims that constituent as its own. The positive features remain the property of the sciences themselves. The positive element in the last class of sciences is of different sorts. Their commencement, though rational at bottom, yields to the influence of fortuitousness when they have to bring their universal truth into contact with actual facts and the single phenomena of experience. In this region of chance and change, the adequate notion of science must yield its place to reasons or grounds of explanation. Thus, e.g., in the science of jurisprudence, or in the system of direct and indirect taxation, it is necessary to have certain points precisely and definitively settled, which lie beyond the competence of the absolute lines laid down by the pure notion. A certain latitude of settlement accordingly is left, and each point may be determined in one way on one principle, in another way on another, and admits of no definitive certainty. Similarly, the idea of nature, when parcelled out in detail, is dissipated into contingencies. Natural history, geography, and medicine stumble upon descriptions of existence, upon kinds and distinctions, which are not determined by reason, but by sport and adventitious incidents. Even history comes under the same category. The idea is its essence and inner nature, but as it appears, everything is under contingency and in the field of voluntary action. Roman 2. These sciences are positive also in failing to recognize the finite nature of what they predicate, and to point out how these categories and their whole sphere pass into a higher. They assume their statements pg 27 to possess an authority beyond appeal. Here the fault lies in the finitude of the form, as in the previous instance it lay in the matter. Roman 3. In close sequel to this, sciences are positive in consequence of the inadequate grounds on which their conclusions rest, based as these are on detached and casual inference, upon feeling, faith, and authority, and generally speaking, upon the deliverances of inward and outward perception. Under this head we must also class the philosophy which proposes to build upon anthropology, facts of consciousness, inward sense, or outward experience. It may happen, however, that empirical is an epithet applicable only to the form of scientific exposition, whilst intuitive sagacity has arranged what are mere phenomena, according to the essential sequence of the notion. In such a case, the contrasts between the varied and numerous phenomena brought together serve to eliminate the external and accidental circumstances of their conditions, and the universal thus comes clearly into view. Guided by such an intuition, experimental physics will present the rational science of nature, as history will present the science of human affairs and actions in an external picture, which mirrors the philosophically notion. It may seem as if philosophy, in order to start on its course, had, like the rest of the sciences, to begin with a subjective presupposition. The sciences postulate their respective objects, such as space, number, or whatever it be, and it might be supposed that philosophy had also to postulate the existence of thought, but the two cases are not exactly parallel. It is by the free act of thought that it occupies a point of view, in which it is for its own self, and thus gives itself an object of its own production. Nor is this all. The very point of view, which originally is taken on its pg 28 own evidence only, must in the course of the science be converted to a result, the ultimate result in which philosophy returns into itself and reaches the point with which it began. In this manner philosophy exhibits the appearance of a circle which closes with itself, and has no beginning in the same way as the other sciences have. To speak of a beginning of philosophy has a meaning only in relation to a person who proposes to commence the study, and not in relation to the science as science. The same thing may be thus expressed. The notion of science, notion therefore with which we start, which, for the very reason that it is initial, implies a separation between the thought which is our object, and the subject philosophizing which is, as it were, external to the former, must be grasped and comprehended by the science itself. This is in short the one single aim, action, and goal of philosophy, to arrive at the notion of its notion, and thus secure its return and its satisfaction. As the whole science, and only the whole, can exhibit what the idea or system of reason is, it is impossible to give in a preliminary way a general impression of a philosophy. Nor can a division of philosophy into its parts be intelligible, except in connection with the system. A preliminary division, like the limited conception from which it comes, can only be an anticipation. Here, however, it is premised that the idea turns out to be the thought which is completely identical with itself, and not identical simply in the abstract, but also in its action of setting itself over against itself, so as to gain a being of its own, and yet of being in full possession of itself while it is in this other. Thus philosophy is subdivided into three parts. 1. Logic, the science of the idea in and for itself. pg 29. 2. The philosophy of nature, the science of the idea in its otherness. 3. The philosophy of mind, the science of the idea come back to itself out of that otherness. As observed in 15, the differences between the several philosophical sciences are only aspects or specializations of the one idea or system of reason, which alone is alike exhibited in these different media. In nature, nothing else would have to be discerned except the idea, but the idea has here divested itself of its proper being. In mind, again, the idea has asserted a being of its own, and is on the way to become absolute. Every such form in which the idea is expressed is at the same time a passing or fleeting stage, and hence each of these subdivisions has not only to know its contents as an object which has being for the time, but also in the same act to expound how these contents pass into their higher circle. To represent the relation between them as a division, therefore, leads to misconception, for it coordinates the several parts or sciences one beside another, as if they had no innate development, but were, like so many species, really and radically distinct. pg 30. Chapter 2, Preliminary Notion. Logic is the science of the pure idea, pure, that is, because the idea is in the abstract medium of thought. This definition, and the others which occur in these introductory outlines, are derived from a survey of the whole system, to which accordingly they are subsequent. The same remark applies to all prefatory notions whatever about philosophy. Logic might have been defined as the science of thought, and of its laws and characteristic forms, but thought as thought constitutes only the general medium or qualifying circumstance which renders the idea distinctively logical. If we identify the idea with thought, thought must not be taken in the sense of a method or form, but in the sense of the self-developing totality of its laws and peculiar terms. These laws are the work of thought itself, and not a fact which it finds and must submit to. From different points of view, logic is either the hardest or the easiest of the sciences. Logic is hard, because it has to deal not with perceptions, nor, like geometry, with abstract representations of the senses, but with pure abstractions. And because it demands a force and facility of withdrawing into pure thought, of keeping firm hold on it, and of moving in such an pg 31 element. Logic is easy because its facts are nothing but our own thought and its familiar forms or terms, and these are the acme of simplicity, the ABC of everything else. They are also what we are best acquainted with, such as is and is not, quality and magnitude, being potential and being actual, one many, and so on. But such an acquaintance only adds to the difficulties of the study. For while, on the one hand, we naturally think it is not worth our trouble to occupy ourselves any longer with things so familiar, on the other hand, the problem is to become acquainted with them in a new way, quite opposite to that in which we know them already. The utility of logic is a matter which concerns its bearings upon the student, and the training it may give for other purposes. This logical training consists in the exercise in thinking which the student has to go through. This science is the thinking of thinking, and in the fact that he stores his head with thoughts, in their native unalloyed character. It is true that logic, being the absolute form of truth, and another name for the very truth itself, is something more than merely useful. Yet if what is noblest, most liberal, and most independent is also most useful, logic has some claim to the latter character. Its utility must then be estimated at another rate than exercise in thought for the sake of the exercise. But the time is past when people asked, "How shall I, a poor worm of the dust, be able to know the truth?" And in its stead we find vanity and conceit. People claim, without any trouble on their part, to breathe the very atmosphere of truth. The young have been flattered into the belief that they possess a natural birthright of moral and religious truth, and in the same strain, those of riper years are declared to be sunk, petrified, ossified in falsehood. Youth, say these teachers, sees the bright light of dawn, but the older generation lies in the slough and mire of the common day. They admit that the special sciences are something that certainly ought to be cultivated, but merely as the means to satisfy the needs of outer life. In all this it is not humility which holds back from the knowledge and study of the truth, but a conviction that we are already in full possession of it. And no doubt the young carry with them the hopes of their elder compeers. On them rests the advance of the world and science. But these hopes are set upon the young only on the condition that instead of remaining as they are, they undertake the stern labor of mind. This modesty in truth-seeking has still another phase, and that is the genteel indifference to truth, as we see it in Pilate's conversation with Christ. Pilate asked what is truth, with the air of a man who had settled accounts with everything long ago and concluded that nothing particularly matters. He meant much the same as Solomon when he says, "All is vanity." When it comes to this, nothing is left but self-conceit. The knowledge of the truth meets an additional obstacle in timidity. A slothful mind finds it natural to say, "Don't PG-33 let it be supposed that we mean to be in earnest with our philosophy. We shall be glad inter alia to study logic, but logic must be sure to leave us as we were before." People have a feeling that, if thinking passes the ordinary range of our ideas and impressions, it cannot but be on the evil road. They seem to be trusting themselves to a sea on which they will be tossed to and fro by the waves of thought, till at length they again reach the sandbank of this temporal scene, as utterly poor as when they left it. What coins of such a view we see in the world! It is possible within these limits to gain varied information and many accomplishments, to become a master of official routine, and to be trained for special purposes. But it is quite another thing to educate the spirit for the higher life, and to devote our energies to its service. In our own day, it may be hoped a longing for something better has sprung up among the young, so that they will not be contented with the mere straw of outer knowledge. As of thought, so also of the science of thought, a very high or a very low opinion may be formed. Any man, it is supposed, can think without logic, as he can digest without studying physiology. If he have studied logic, he thinks afterwards as he did before, perhaps more methodically, but with little alteration. If this were all, and if logic did no more than make men acquainted with the action of thought as the faculty of comparison and classification, it would produce nothing which had not been done quite as well before. And in point of fact, logic hitherto had no other idea of its duty than this. Yet to be well informed about thought, even as a mere activity of the subject mind, is honourable and interesting for man. It is in knowing what he is and what he does, that man is distinguished from the brutes. But we may take the higher estimate of thought as what alone can get really in touch with the supreme and true. In that case, logic as the science of thought occupies a high ground. If the science of logic then considers thought in its action and its productions, and thought being no resultless energy produces thoughts, and the particular thought required, the theme of logic is in general the supersensible world, and to deal with that theme is to dwell for a while in that world. Mathematics is concerned with the abstractions of time and space. But these are still the object of sense, although the sensible is abstract and idealized. Thought bids adieu even to this last and abstract sensible. It asserts its own native independence, renounces the field of the external and internal sense, and puts away the interests and inclinations of the individual. When logic takes this ground, it is a higher science than we are in the habit of supposing. If we take our prima facie impression of thought, we find on examination first that, in its usual subjective acceptation, thought is one out of many activities or faculties of the mind, coordinate with such others as sensation, perception, imagination, desire, volition, and the like. The product of this activity, the form or character peculiar to thought, is the universal, or in general the abstract. Thought, regarded as an PG-36 activity, may be accordingly described as the active universal, and since the deed its product is the universal once more, may be called a self-actualizing universal. Thought conceived as a subject-agent is a thinker, and the subject existing as a thinker is simply denoted by the term one. The propositions giving an account of thought in this and the following sections are not offered as assertions or opinions of mine on the matter, but in these preliminary chapters any deduction or proof would be impossible, and the statements may be taken as matters in evidence. In other words, every man, when he thinks and considers his thoughts, will discover by the experience of his consciousness that they possess the character of universality, as well as the other aspects of thought to be afterwards enumerated. We assume, of course, that his powers of attention and abstraction have undergone a previous training, enabling him to observe correctly the evidence of his consciousness and his conceptions. This introductory exposition has already alluded to the distinction between sense, conception, and thought. As the distinction is of capital importance for understanding the nature and kinds of knowledge, it will help to explain matters if we here call attention to it. For the explanation of sense, the readiest method certainly is to refer to its external source of the organs of sense, but to name the organ does not help much to explain what is apprehended by it. The real distinction between sense and thought lies in this, that the essential feature of the sensible is individuality, and as the individual which, reduced to its simplest terms, is the atom, is also a member of a group, sensible existence, presents a number of mutually exclusive units of units, to speak in more definite and abstract formulae, pg 37, which exist side by side with, and after one another. Conception or picture thinking works with materials from the same sensuous source. But these materials, when conceived, are expressly characterized as in me and therefore mine, and secondly, as universal or simple, because only referred to self. Nor is sense the only source of materialized conception. There are conceptions constituted by materials emanating from self-conscious thought, such as those of law, morality, religion, and even of thought itself, and it requires some effort to detect wherein lies the difference between such conceptions and thoughts having the same import. For it is a thought of which such conception is the vehicle, and there is no want of the form of universality, without which no content could be in me, or be a conception at all. Yet here also the peculiarity of conception is, generally speaking, to be sought in the individualism or isolation of its contents. True it is that, for example, law and legal provisions do not exist in a sensible space, mutually excluding one another. Nor as regards time, though they appear to some extent in succession, are their contents themselves conceived as affected by time, or as transient and changeable in it. The fault in conception lies deeper. These ideas, though implicitly possessing the organic unity of mind, stand isolated here and there on the broad ground of conception, with its inward and abstract generality. Thus cut adrift, each is simple, unrelated, right, duty, God. Conception in these circumstances either rests satisfied with declaring that right is right, God is God, or in a higher grade of culture it proceeds to enunciate the attributes, as for instance, God is the creator of the world, omniscient, almighty, 100. In this way several isolated, simple predicates are strung together, but in spite of the links supplied by their subject, the predicates pg 38 never get beyond mere contiguity. In this point conception coincides with understanding, the only distinction being that the latter introduces relations of universal and particular, of cause and effect, 100, and in this way supplies a necessary connection to the isolated ideas of conception, which last has left them side by side in its vague mental spaces, connected only by a bare and. The difference between conception and thought is of special importance, because philosophy may be said to do nothing but transform conceptions into thoughts, though it works the further transformation of a mere thought into a notion. Sensible existence has been characterized by the attributes of individuality and mutual exclusion of the members. It is well to remember that these very attributes of sense are thoughts and general terms. It will be shown in the logic that thought and the universal is not a mere opposite of sense. It lets nothing escape it, but, outflanking its other, is at once that other and itself. Now language is the work of thought, and hence all that is expressed in language must be universal. What I only mean or suppose is mine, it belongs to me, this particular individual, but language expresses nothing but universality, and so I cannot say what I merely mean. And the unutterable, feeling or sensation, far from being the highest truth, is the most unimportant and untrue. If I say the individual, this individual, here, now, all these are universal terms. Everything and anything is an individual of this, and if it be sensible is here and now. Similarly when I say I mean my single self to the exclusion of all others, but what I say, viz., I is just every I which in like manner excludes all others from itself. In an awkward expression which Kant used, he said that I accompany all my conceptions, sensations, to desires, pg 39 actions, 100. I is in essence an act the universal, and such partnership is a form, though an external form, of universality. All other men have it in common with me to be I, just as it is common to all my sensations and conceptions to be mine. But I in the abstract, as such, is the mere act of self-concentration or self-relation, in which we make abstraction from all conception and feeling, from every state of mind and every peculiarity of nature, talent and experience. To this extent, I is the existence of a wholly abstract universality, a principle of abstract freedom. Hence thought, viewed as a subject, is what is expressed by the word I, and since I am at the same time in all my sensations, conceptions and states of consciousness, thought is everywhere present, and is a category that runs through all these modifications. Our first impression when we use the term thought is of a subjective activity, one amongst many similar faculties, such as memory, imagination, and will. Were thought merely an activity of the subject mind, and treated under that aspect by logic, logic would resemble the other sciences in possessing a well-marked object. It might in that case seem arbitrary to devote a special science to thought, whilst will, imagination, and the rest were denied the same privilege. The selection of one faculty, however, might even in this view be very well grounded on a certain authority acknowledged to belong to thought, and on its claim to be regarded as the true nature of man, in which consists his distinction from the brutes. Nor is it unimportant to study thought even as a subjective energy. A detailed analysis of its nature would exhibit rules and laws, a knowledge of which is derived from experience. A treatment of the laws of thought from this point of view, used once to form the body of logical science. Of that science Aristotle was the founder. He succeeded in assigning to thought what properly belongs to it. Our thought is extremely concrete, but in its composite contents we must distinguish the part that properly belongs pg-40 to thought, or to the abstract mode of its action. A subtle spiritual bond, consisting in the agency of thought, is what gives unity to all these contents, and it was this bond, the form as form, that Aristotle noted and described. Up to the present day, the logic of Aristotle continues to be the received system. It has indeed been spun out to greater length, especially by the labours of the medieval schoolmen who, without making any material additions, merely refined in details. The moderns also have left their mark upon this logic, partly by omitting many points of logical doctrine due to Aristotle and the schoolmen, and partly by foisting in a quantity of psychological matter. The purport of the science is to become acquainted with the procedure of finite thought, and if it is adapted to its presupposed object, the science is entitled to be styled correct. The study of this formal logic undoubtedly has its uses. It sharpens the wits, as the phrase goes, and teaches us to collect our thoughts, and to abstract, whereas in common consciousness we have to deal with sensuous conceptions which cross and perplex one another. Abstraction, moreover, implies the concentration of the mind on a single point, and thus induces the habit of attending to our inward selves. An acquaintance with the forms of finite thought may be made a means of training the mind for the empirical sciences, since their method is regulated by these forms, and in this sense logic has been designated instrumental. It is true, we may be still more liberal and say, logic is to be studied not for its utility, but for its own sake. The super-excellent is not to be sought for the sake of mere utility. In one sense this is quite correct, but it may be replied that the super-excellent is also the most useful, because it is the all-sustaining principle which, having a subsistence of its own, may therefore serve as the vehicle of special ends which it furthers and secures. And thus special ends, though they have no right to be set first, are still fostered by the presence of the highest good. Religion, for instance, has an absolute value of its own, yet at the same time other ends flourish and succeed in its train. As Christ says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you." Particular ends can pg-41 be attained only in the attainment of what absolutely is and exists in its own right. Thought was described as active. We now, in the second place, consider this action in its bearings upon objects, or as reflection upon something. In this case, the universal or product of its operation contains the value of the thingies, the essential, inward, and true. In 5, the old belief was quoted that the reality in object, circumstance, or event, the intrinsic worth or essence, the thing on which everything depends, is not a self-evident datum of consciousness, or coincident with the first appearance and impression of the object. That, on the contrary, reflection is required in order to discover the real constitution of the object, and that by such reflection it will be ascertained. To reflect is a lesson which even the child has to learn. One of his first lessons is to join adjectives with substantives. This obliges him to attend and distinguish. He has to remember a rule and apply it to the particular case. This rule is nothing but a universal, and the child must see that the particular adapts itself to this universal. In life, again, we have ends to attain, and with regard to these we ponder which is the best way to secure them. The end here represents the universal or governing principle, and we have means and instruments whose action we regulate in conformity to the end. In the same way reflection is active in questions of conduct. To reflect here means to recollect the right, the duty, the universal which serves as a fixed rule to guide our behavior in the given case. Our particular act must imply and recognize the universal law. We find the same thing exhibited in our study of natural phenomena. For instance, we observe thunder and lightning. The phenomenon is a familiar one, and we often perceive it. But man is not content with a bare acquaintance, or with the fact as it appears to the senses. He would like to get behind the surface to know what it is, and to comprehend PG40 to it. This leads him to reflect. He seeks to find out the cause as something distinct from the mere phenomenon. He tries to know the inside in its distinction from the outside. Hence the phenomenon becomes double. It splits into inside and outside, into force and its manifestation, into cause and effect. Once more we find the inside or the force identified with the universal and permanent, not this or that flash of lightning, this or that plant but that which continues the same in them all. The sensible appearance is individual and evanescent, the permanent in it is discovered by reflection. Nature shows us a countless number of individual forms and phenomena. Into this variety we feel a need of introducing unity. We compare, consequently, and try to find the universal of each single case. Individuals are born and perish, the species abides and recurs in them all, and its existence is only visible to reflection. Under the same head fall such laws as those regulating the motion of the heavenly bodies. Today we see the stars here and tomorrow there, and our mind finds something incongruous, in this chaos something in which it can put no faith, because it believes in order and in a simple, constant, and universal law. Inspired by this belief, the mind has directed its reflection towards the phenomena and learnt their laws. In other words, it has established the movement of the heavenly bodies to be in accordance with a universal law from which every change of position may be known and predicted. The case is the same with the influences which make themselves felt in the infinite complexity of human conduct. There, too, man has the belief in the sway of a general principle. From all these examples it may be gathered how reflection is always seeking for something fixed and permanent, definite in itself, and governing the particulars. This universal which cannot be apprehended by the senses counts as the true and essential. Thus, duties and rights are all-important in the matter of conduct, and an action is true when it conforms to those universal formulae. In thus characterizing the universal, we become aware of its antithesis to something else. This something else is the PG43 merely immediate, outward and individual, as opposed to the mediate, inward and universal. The universal does not exist externally to the outward eye as a universal. The kind as kind cannot be perceived. The laws of the celestial motions are not written on the sky. The universal is neither seen nor heard, its existence is only for the mind. Religion leads us to a universal, which embraces all else within itself, to an absolute by which all else is brought into being. And this absolute is an object not of the senses, but of the mind and of thought. See, by the act of reflection, something is altered in the way in which the fact was originally presented, in sensation, perception, or conception. Thus, as it appears, an alteration of the object must be interposed before its true nature can be discovered. What reflection elicits is a product of our thought. Solon, for instance, produced out of his head the laws he gave to the Athenians. This is half of the truth, but we must not on that account forget that the universal in Solon's case, the laws, is the very reverse of merely subjective, or fail to note that it is the essential, true, and objective being of things. To discover the truth in things, mere attention is not enough. We must call in the action of our own faculties to transform what is immediately before us. Now, at first sight, this seems an inversion of the natural order, calculated to thwart the very purpose on which knowledge is bent, but the method is not so irrational as it seems. It has been the conviction of every age that the only way of reaching the permanent substratum was to transmute the given phenomenon by means of reflection. In modern times a doubt has for the first time been raised on this point in connection with the difference alleged to exist between the products of our thought and the things in their own nature. This real nature of things, it is said, is very different from what we make out of them. The divorce between thought and thing is mainly the work of the critical philosophy, and runs counter to the conviction of all previous ages that their agreement was a matter of course. The antithesis between PG40 for them is the hinge on which modern philosophy turns. Meanwhile, the natural belief of men gives the lie to it. In common life we reflect, without particularly reminding ourselves that this is the process of arriving at the truth, and we think without hesitation, and in the firm belief that thought coincides with thing. And this belief is of the greatest importance. It marks the diseased state of the age when we see it adopt the despairing creed that our knowledge is only subjective, and that beyond this subjective we cannot go. Whereas, rightly understood, truth is objective, and ought so to regulate the conviction of everyone, that the conviction of the individual is stamped as wrong when it does not agree with this rule. Modern views, on the contrary, put great value on the mere fact of conviction, and hold that to be convinced is good for its own sake, whatever be the burden of our conviction, there being no standard by which we can measure its truth. We said above that, according to the old belief, it was the characteristic right of the mind to know the truth. If this be so, it also implies that everything we know both of outward and inward nature, in one word the objective world, is in its own self the same as it is in thought, and that to think is to bring out the truth of our object, be it what it may. The business of philosophy is only to bring into explicit consciousness what the world in all ages has believed about thought. Philosophy therefore advances nothing new, and our present discussion has led us to a conclusion which agrees with the natural belief of mankind. The real nature of the object is brought to light in reflection, but it is no less true that this exertion of thought is my act. If this be so, the real nature is a product of my mind, in its character of thinking subject generated by me in my simple universality, self-collected and removed from extraneous influences, in one word, in my freedom. Think for yourself is a phrase which people often use as if it had some special significance. The fact pg 45 is, no man can think for another, any more than he can eat or drink for him, and the expression is a pleonasm. To think is in fact ipso facto to be free, for thought as the action of the universal is an abstract relating of self to self, where, being at home with ourselves, and as regards our subjectivity, utterly blank, our consciousness is in the matter of its contents only in the fact and its characteristics. If this be admitted, and if we apply the term humility or modesty to an attitude where our subjectivity is not allowed to interfere by act or quality, it is easy to appreciate the question touching the humility or modesty and pride of philosophy. For in point of contents, thought is only true in proportion as it sinks itself in the facts, and in point of form it is no private or particular state or act of the subject, but rather that attitude of consciousness where the abstract self, freed from all the special limitations to which its ordinary states or qualities are liable, restricts itself to that universal action in which it is identical with all individuals. In these circumstances philosophy may be acquitted of the charge of pride. And when Aristotle summons the mind to rise to the dignity of that attitude, the dignity he seeks is won by letting slip all our individual opinions and prejudices, and submitting to the sway of the fact. With these explanations and qualifications, thoughts may be termed objective thoughts, among which are also to be included the forms which are more especially discussed in the common logic, where they are usually treated as forms of conscious thought only. Logic therefore coincides with metaphysics, the science of things set and held in thoughts, thoughts accredited able to express the essential reality of things. An exposition of the relation in which such forms as notion, judgment and syllogism stand to others, pg 46 such as causality, is a matter for the science itself, but this much is evident beforehand. If thought tries to form a notion of things, this notion as well as its proximate phases, the judgment and syllogism cannot be composed of articles and relations which are alien and irrelevant to the things. Reflection, it was said above, conducts to the universal of things, which universal is itself one of the constituent factors of a notion. To say that reason or understanding is in the world is equivalent in its import to the phrase objective thought. The latter phrase, however, has the inconvenience that thought is usually confined to express what belongs to the mind or consciousness only, while objective is a term applied, at least primarily, only to the non-mental. From what has been said, the principles of logic are to be sought in a system of thought types or fundamental categories, in which the opposition between subjective and objective, in its usual sense, vanishes. The signification thus attached to thought and its characteristic forms may be illustrated by the ancient saying that governs the world, or by our own phrase that reason is in the world, which means that reason is the soul of the world it inhabits, its immanent principle, its most proper and inward nature, its universal. Another illustration is offered by the circumstance that in speaking of some definite pg 47 animal, we say it is an animal. Now the animal qua animal cannot be shown, Nothing can be pointed out excepting some special animal. Animal qua animal does not exist, it is merely the universal nature of the individual animals, whilst each existing animal is a more concretely defined and particularized thing. But to be an animal, the law of kind which is the universal in this case is the property of the particular animal and constitutes its definite essence. Take away from the dog its animality, and it becomes impossible to say what it is. All things have a permanent inward nature as well as an outward existence. They live and die, arise and pass away, but their essential and universal part is the kind, and this means much more than something common to them all. If thought is the constitutive substance of external things, it is also the universal substance of what is spiritual. In all human perception thought is present, so too thought is the universal in all the acts of conception and recollection, in short, in every mental activity, in willing, wishing, and the like. All these faculties are only further specializations of thought. When it is presented in this light, thought has a different part to play from what it has if we speak of a faculty of thought, one among a crowd of other faculties, such as perception, conception, and will, with which it stands on the same level. When it is seen to be the true universal of all that nature and mind contain, it extends its scope far beyond all these, and becomes the basis of everything. From this view of thought in its objective meaning as Greek, nous, we may next pass to consider the subjective sense of the term. We say first man is a being that thinks, but we also say at the same time man is a being that perceives and wills. Man is a thinker and is universal, but he is a thinker only because he feels his own universality. The animal too is by implication universal, but the universal is not consciously felt by it to be universal. It feels only the individual. The animal sees a singular object, for instance, its food or a man. For the animal all this never goes beyond an individual thing. Similarly, sensation has to do with nothing but singulars, such as this pain or this sweet taste. Nature does not bring pg-48 into consciousness. It is man who first makes himself double so as to be a universal for a universal. This first happens when man knows that he is one. By the term I mean myself, a single and altogether determinate person. And yet I really utter nothing peculiar to myself, for everyone else is an I or ego, and when I call myself I, though I indubitably mean the single person myself, I express a thorough universal. I therefore is mere being for self, in which everything peculiar or marked is renounced and buried out of sight. It is as it were the ultimate and unanalyzable point of consciousness. We may say I and thought are the same, or more definitely I is thought as a thinker. What I have in my consciousness is for me. I is the vacuum or receptacle for anything and everything, for which everything is and which stores up everything in itself. Every man is a whole world of conceptions that lie buried in the night of the ego. It follows that the ego is the universal in which we leave aside all that is particular, and in which at the same time all the particulars have a latent existence. In other words, it is not a mere universality and nothing more, but the universality which includes in it everything. Commonly we use the word I without attaching much importance to it, nor is it an object of study except to philosophical analysis. In the ego we have thought before us in its utter purity, while the brute cannot say I, man can, because it is his nature to think. Now in the ego there are a variety of contents, derived both from within and from without, and according to the nature of these contents, our state may be described as perception or conception or reminiscence. But in all of them the I is found, or in them all thought is present. Man, therefore, is always thinking, even in his perceptions. If he observes anything, he always observes it as a universal, fixes on a single point which he places in relief, thus withdrawing his attention from other points, and takes it as abstract and universal, even if the universality be only in form. In the case of our ordinary conceptions, two things may happen. Either the contents are moulded by thought but not the form, or the form belongs to thought and not the pg-49 contents. In using such terms, for instance, as anger, rose, hope, I am speaking of things which I have learnt in the way of sensation, but I express these contents in a universal mode, that is, in the form of thought. I have left out much that is particular and given the contents in their generality, but still the contents remain sense-derived. On the other hand, when I represent God, the content is undeniably a product of pure thought, but the form still retains the sensuous limitations which it has as I find it immediately present in myself. In these generalized images, the content is not merely and simply sensible, as it is in a visual inspection, but either the content is sensuous and the form appertains to thought, or vice versa. In the first case, the material is given to us, and our thought supplies the form. In the second case, the content, which has its source in thought, is by means of the form turned into a something given, which accordingly reaches the mind from without. It will now be understood that logic is the all-animating spirit of all the sciences, and its categories the spiritual hierarchy. They are the heart and center of things, and yet at the same time they are always on our lips and, apparently at least, perfectly familiar objects. But things thus familiar are usually the greatest strangers. Being, for example, is a category of pure thought, but to make is an object of investigation never occurs to us. Common fancy puts the absolute far away in a world beyond. The absolute is rather directly before us, so present that so long as we think, we must, though without express consciousness of it, always carry it with us and always use it. Language is the PG-51 main depository of these types of thought, and one use of the grammatical instruction which children receive is unconsciously to turn their attention to distinctions of thought. Logic is usually said to be concerned with forms only and to derive the material for them from elsewhere. But this only, which assumes that the logical thoughts are nothing in comparison with the rest of the contents, is not the word to use about forms which are the absolute illyrial ground of everything. Everything else rather is an only compared with these thoughts. To make such abstract forms a problem presupposes in the inquirer a higher level of culture than ordinary, and to study them in themselves, and for their own sake signifies, in addition, that these thought types must be deduced out of thought itself, and their truth or reality examined by the light of their own laws. We do not assume them as data from without, and then define them or exhibit their value and authority by comparing them with the shape they take in our minds. If we thus acted, we should proceed from observation and experience, and should, for instance, say we habitually employ the term force in such a case, and such a meaning. A definition like that would be called correct, if it agreed with the conception of its object present in our ordinary state of mind. The defect of this empirical method is that a notion is not defined as it is in and for itself, but in terms of something assumed, which is then used as a criterion and standard of correctness. No such test need be applied. We have merely to let the thought forms follow the impulse of their own organic life. To ask if a category is true or not must sound strange to the ordinary mind, for a category apparently becomes true only when it is applied to a given object, and apart from this application, it would seem meaningless to inquire into its truth. But this is the very question on which everything turns. We must, however, in the first place understand clearly what we mean by truth. In common life, truth means the agreement of an object with our conception of it. We thus presuppose an object to which our conception must conform. In the philosophical sense of the word, on the other hand, truth may be described, in general PG-52 abstract terms, as the agreement of a thought content with itself. This meaning is quite different from the one given above. At the same time, the deeper and philosophical meaning of truth can be partially traced even in the ordinary usage of language. Thus we speak of a true friend, by which we mean a friend whose manner of conduct accords with the notion of friendship. In the same way we speak of a true work of art. Untrue in this sense means the same as bad or self-discordant. In this sense, a bad state is an untrue state, and evil and untruth may be said to consist in the contradiction subsisting between the function or notion and the existence of the object. Of such a bad object we may form a correct representation, but the import of such representation is inherently false. Of these correctnesses, which are at the same time untruths, we may have many in our heads. God alone is the thorough harmony of notion and reality. All finite things involve an untruth. They have a notion and an existence, but their existence does not meet the requirements of the notion. For this reason they must perish, and then the incompatibility between their notion and their existence becomes manifest. It is in the kind that the individual animal has its notion, and the kind liberates itself from this individuality by death. The study of truth, or, as it is here explained to mean, consistency, constitutes the proper problem of logic. In our everyday mind we are never troubled with questions about the truth of the forms of thought. We may also express the problem of logic by saying that it examines the forms of thought touching their capability to hold truth. And the question comes to this: what are the forms of the infinite, and what are the forms of the finite? Usually no suspicion attaches to the finite forms of thought, they are allowed to pass unquestioned. But it is from conforming to finite categories in thought and action that all deception originates. That the form of thought is the perfect form, and that it presents the truth as it intrinsically and actually is the general dogma of all philosophy. To give a proof of the dogma there is, in the first instance, nothing to do but show that these other forms of knowledge are finite. The grand skepticism of antiquity accomplished this task when it exhibited the contradictions contained in every one of these forms. That skepticism indeed went further, but when it ventured to assail the forms of reason, it began by insinuating under them something finite upon which it might fasten. All the forms of finite thought will make their appearance in the course of logical development, the order in which they present themselves being determined by necessary laws. Here in the introduction they could only be unscientifically assumed as something given. In the theory of logic itself, these forms will be exhibited, not only on their negative, but also on their positive side. When we compare the different forms of ascertaining truth with one another, the first of them, immediate knowledge, may perhaps seem the finest, noblest, and most appropriate. It includes everything which the moralists term innocence as well as religious feeling, simple trust, love, fidelity, and natural faith. The two other forms, first reflective, and secondly philosophical cognition, must leave that unsought natural harmony behind. And so far as they have this in common, the methods which claim to apprehend pg 54, the truth by thought, may naturally be regarded as part and parcel of the pride, which leads man to trust to his own powers for a knowledge of the truth. Such a position involves a thoroughgoing disruption, and viewed in that light, might be regarded as the source of all evil and wickedness, the original transgression. Apparently, therefore, the only way of being reconciled and restored to peace is to surrender all claims to think or know. This lapse from natural unity has not escaped notice, and nations from the earliest times have asked the meaning of the wonderful division of the spirit against itself. No such inward disunion is found in nature. Natural things do nothing wicked. The Mosaic legend of the fall of man has preserved an ancient picture representing the origin and consequences of this disunion. The incidents of the legend form the basis of an essential article of the Creed, the doctrine of original sin in man and his consequent need of succor. It may be well at the commencement of logic to examine the story which treats of the origin and the bearings of the very knowledge which logic has to discuss. For though philosophy must not allow herself to be overawed by religion, or accept the position of existence on sufferance, she cannot afford to neglect these popular conceptions. The tales and allegories of religion, which have enjoyed for thousands of years the veneration of nations, are not to be set aside as antiquated even now. Upon a closer inspection of the story of the fall we find, as was already said, that it exemplifies the universal bearings of knowledge upon the spiritual life. In its instinctive and natural stage, spiritual life wears the garb of innocence and confiding simplicity, but the very essence of spirit implies the absorption of this immediate condition in something higher. The spiritual is distinguished from the natural, and more especially from the animal, life, in the circumstance that it does not continue a mere stream of tendency, but sunders itself to self-realization. But this position of severed life has in its turn to be suppressed, and the spirit has by its own act to win its way to conquered again. The pg 55 final conquered then is spiritual, that is, the principle of restoration is found in thought, and thought only. The hand that inflicts the wound is also the hand which heals it. We are told in our story that Adam and Eve, the first human beings, the types of humanity, were placed in a garden, where grew a tree of life and a tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God, it is said, had forbidden them to eat of the fruit of this latter tree. Of the tree of life for the present nothing further is said. These words evidently assume that man is not intended to seek knowledge, and ought to remain in the state of innocence. Other meditative races, it may be remarked, have held the same belief that the primitive state of mankind was one of innocence and harmony. Now all this is to a certain extent correct. The disunion that appears throughout humanity is not a condition to rest in, but it is a mistake to regard the natural and immediate harmony as the right state. The mind is not mere instinct. On the contrary, it essentially involves the tendency to reasoning and meditation. Childlike innocence no doubt has in it something fascinating and attractive, but only because it reminds us of what the spirit must win for itself. The harmoniousness of childhood is a gift from the hand of nature. The second harmony must spring from the labor and culture of the Spirit. And so the words of Christ, "Except ye become as little children," 100, are very far from telling us that we must always remain children. Again, we find in the narrative of Moses that the occasion which led man to leave his natural unity is attributed to solicitation from without. The serpent was the tempter. But the truth is that the step into opposition, the awakening of consciousness, follows from the very nature of man, and the same history repeats itself in every son of Adam. The serpent represents likeness to God as consisting in the knowledge of good and evil, and it is just this knowledge in which man participates when he breaks with the unity of his instinctive being and eats of the forbidden fruit. The first reflection of awakened consciousness in men told them that they were naked. This is a naive and profound trait. PG 56, for the sense of shame bears evidence to the separation of man from his natural and sensuous life. The beasts never get so far as this separation, and they feel no shame. And it is in the human feeling of shame that we are to seek the spiritual and moral origin of dress, compared with which the merely physical need is a secondary matter. Next comes the curse, as it is called, which God pronounced upon man. The prominent point in that curse turns chiefly on the contrast between man and nature. Man must work in the sweat of his brow, and woman bring forth in sorrow. As to work, if it is the result of the disunion, it is also the victory over it. The beasts have nothing more to do but to pick up the materials required to satisfy their wants. Man, on the contrary, can only satisfy his wants by himself producing and transforming the necessary means. Thus, even in these outside things, man is dealing with himself. The story does not close with the expulsion from paradise. We are further told, God said, "Behold, Adam is become as one of us to know good and evil." Knowledge is now spoken of as divine, and not as before as something wrong and forbidden. Such words contain a confutation of the idle talk that philosophy pertains only to the finitude of the mind. Philosophy is knowledge, and it is through knowledge that man first realizes his original vocation, to be the image of God. When the record adds that God drove men out of the Garden of Eden to prevent their eating of the tree of life, it only means that on his natural side certainly man is finite and mortal, but in knowledge infinite. We all know the theological dogma that man's nature is evil, tainted with what is called original sin. Now, while we accept the dogma, we must give up the setting of incident which represents original sin as consequent upon an accidental act of the first man. For the very notion of spirit is enough to show that man is evil by nature, and it is an error to imagine that he could ever be otherwise. To such extent as man is and acts like a creature of nature, his whole behavior is what it ought not to be. For the spirit it is a duty to be free, and to realize itself by its own act. Nature, PG 57, is for man only the starting point which he has to transform. The theological doctrine of original sin is a profound truth, but modern enlightenment prefers to believe that man is naturally good, and that he acts right so long as he continues true to nature. The hour when man leaves the path of mere natural being marks the difference between him, a self-conscious agent, and the natural world. But this schism, though it forms a necessary element in the very notion of spirit, is not the final goal of man. It is to this state of inward breach that the whole finite action of thought and will belongs. In that finite sphere man pursues ends of his own and draws from himself the material of his conduct. While he pursues these aims to the uttermost, while his knowledge and his will seek himself, his own narrow self apart from the universal, he is evil, and his evil is to be subjective. We seem at first to have a double evil here, but both are really the same. Man, in so far as he is spirit, is not the creature of nature, and when he behaves as such and follows the cravings of appetite, he wills to be so. The natural wickedness of man is therefore unlike the natural life of animals. A mere natural life may be more exactly defined by saying that the natural man as such is an individual, for nature in every part is in the bonds of individualism. Thus, when man wills to be a creature of nature, he wills in the same degree to be an individual simply. Yet against such impulsive and appetitive action, due to the individualism of nature, there also steps in the law or general principle. This law may either be an external force or have the form of divine authority. So long as he continues in his natural state, man is in bondage to the law. It is true that among the instincts and affections of man, there are social or benevolent inclinations, love, sympathy, and others, reaching beyond his selfish isolation. But so long as these tendencies are instinctive, their virtual universality of scope and purport is vitiated by the subjective form, which always allows free play to self-seeking and random action. The term objective thoughts indicates the truth, which is to be the absolute object of philosophy, pg 58, and not merely the goal at which it aims. But the very expression cannot fail to suggest an opposition, to characterize and appreciate which is the main motive of the philosophical attitude of the present time, and which forms the real problem of the question about truth and our means of ascertaining it. If the thought forms are vitiated by a fixed antithesis, 1. If they are only of a finite character, they are unsuitable for the self-centered universe of truth, and truth can find no adequate receptacle in thought. Such thought, which can produce only limited and partial categories, and I proceed by their means, is what in the stricter sense of the word is termed understanding. The finitude, further, of these categories lies in 2 points. Firstly, they are only subjective, and the antithesis of an objective permanently clings to them. Secondly, they are always of restricted content, and so persist in antithesis to one another, and still more to the absolute. In order more fully to explain the position and import here attributed to logic, the attitudes in which thought is supposed to stand to objectivity will next be examined by way of further introduction. In my Phenomenology of the Spirit, which on that account was at its publication described as the first part of the system of philosophy, the method adopted was to begin with the first and simplest phase of mind, immediate consciousness, and to show how that stage gradually of necessity worked onward to the philosophical point of view, the necessity of that view being proved by the process, but in these circumstances it was impossible to restrict the quest to the mere form of consciousness, for the stage of philosophical knowledge is the richest in material and organization, and therefore, as it came before us in the shape of a result, it presupposed the existence of the concrete formations pg 59 of consciousness, such as individual and social morality, art and religion. In the development of consciousness, which at first sight appears limited to the point of form merely, there is thus at the same time included the development of the matter or of the objects discussed in the special branches of philosophy. But the latter process must, so to speak, go on behind consciousness, since those facts are the essential nucleus which is raised into consciousness. The exposition accordingly is rendered more intricate, because so much that properly belongs to the concrete branches is prematurely dragged into the introduction. The survey which follows in the present work has even more the inconvenience of being only historical and inferential in its method, but it tries especially to show how the questions men have proposed, outside the school, on the nature of knowledge, faith, and the like, questions which they imagine to have no connection with abstract thoughts, are really reducible to the simple categories, which first get cleared up in logic. Pg 60. Chapter 3, First Attitude of Thought to Objectivity. The first of these attitudes of thought is seen in the method which has no doubts and no sense of the contradiction in thought, or of the hostility of thought against itself. It entertains an unquestioning belief that reflection is the means of ascertaining the truth, and of bringing the objects before the mind as they really are. And in this belief it advances straight upon its objects, takes the materials furnished by sense and perception, and reproduces them from itself as facts of thought. And then, believing this result to be the truth, the method is content. Philosophy in its earliest stages, all the sciences, and even the daily action and movement of consciousness, live in this faith. This method of thought has never become aware of the antithesis of subjective and objective, and to that extent there is nothing to prevent its statements from possessing a genuinely philosophical and speculative character, though it is just as possible that they may never get beyond finite categories, or the stage where the antithesis is still unresolved. In the present introduction, the main question for us is to observe this attitude of thought in its extreme form, and we shall accordingly first of all examine its second and inferior aspect as a philosophically system. One of the clearest pg 61 instances of it, and one lying nearest to ourselves, may be found in the metaphysic of the past as it subsisted among us previous to the philosophy of Kant. It is, however, only in reference to the history of philosophy that this metaphysic can be said to belong to the past. The thing is always and at all places to be found as the view which the abstract understanding takes of the objects of reason, and it is in this point that the real and immediate good lies of a closer examination of its main scope and its modus operandi. This metaphysical system took the laws and forms of thought to be the fundamental laws and forms of things. It assumed that to think a thing was the means of finding its very self and nature, and to that extent it occupied higher ground than the critical philosophy which succeeded it. But in the first instance, these terms of thought were cut off from their connection, their solidarity. Each was believed valid by itself and capable of serving as a predicate of the truth. It was the general assumption of this metaphysic that a knowledge of the absolute was gained by assigning predicates to it. It neither inquired what the terms of the understanding specially meant or what they were worth, nor did it test the method which characterizes the absolute by the assignment of predicates. As an example of such predicates may be taken, existence in the proposition God has existence, finitude or infinity as in the question is the world finite or infinite, simple and complex in the proposition the soul is simple, or again, the thing is a unity, a whole, 100. Nobody asked whether such predicates had any intrinsic and independent truth, or if the propositional form could be a form of truth. The metaphysic of the past assumed, as unsophisticated belief always does, that thought apprehends the very self of pg 62 things, and that things, to become what they truly are, require to be thought. For nature and the human soul are a very Proteus in their perpetual transformations, and it soon occurs to the observer that the first crude impression of things is not their essential being. This is a point of view, the very reverse of the result arrived at by the critical philosophy, a result of which it may be said that it bade man go and feed on mere husks and chaff. We must look more closely into the procedure of that old metaphysic. In the first place, it never went beyond the province of the analytic understanding. Without preliminary inquiry, it adopted the abstract categories of thought and let them rank as predicates of truth. But in using the term thought, we must not forget the difference between finite or discursive thinking and the thinking which is infinite and rational. The categories, as they meet us prima facie and in isolation, are finite forms, but truth is always infinite and cannot be expressed or presented to consciousness in finite terms. The phrase infinite thought may excite surprise if we adhere to the modern conception that thought is always limited. But it is, speaking rightly, the very essence of thought to be infinite. The nominal explanation of calling a thing finite is that it has an end, that it exists up to a certain point only, where it comes into contact with, and is limited by, its other. The finite therefore subsists in reference to its other, which is its negation and presents itself as its limit. Now thought is always in its own sphere, its relations are with itself, and it is its own object. In having a thought for object, I am at home with myself. The thinking power, the I, is therefore infinite, because when it thinks, it is in relation to an object which is itself. Generally speaking, an object means a something else, a negative confronting me. But in the case where thought thinks itself, it has an object which is at the same time no object. In other words, its objectivity is suppressed and transformed into an idea. Thought as thought, therefore, in its unmixed nature involves no limits. It is finite only when it keeps to limited categories, which it believes to be ultimate. Infinite or speculative thought, on the contrary, while it no less pg 63 defines, does in the very act of limiting and defining make that defect vanish. And so infinity is not, as most frequently happens, to be conceived as an abstract away and away for ever and ever, but in the simple manner previously indicated. The thinking of the old metaphysical system was finite. Its whole mode of action was regulated by categories, the limits of which it believed to be permanently fixed and not subject to any further negation. Thus, one of its questions was, has God existence? The question supposes that existence is an altogether positive term, a sort of ne plus ultra. We shall see, however, at a later point that existence is by no means a merely positive term, but one which is too low for the absolute idea and unworthy of God. A second question in these metaphysical systems was, is the world finite or infinite? The very terms of the question assume that the finite is a permanent contradictory to the infinite, and one can easily see that, when they are so opposed, the infinite, which of course ought to be the whole, only appears as a single aspect and suffers restriction from the finite. But a restricted infinity is itself only a finite. In the same way it was asked whether the soul was simple or composite. Simpleness was, in other words, taken to be an ultimate characteristic, giving expression to a whole truth. Far from being so, simpleness is the expression of a half-truth, as one-sided and abstract as existence, a term of thought, which, as we shall hereafter see, is itself untrue and hence unable to hold truth. If the soul be viewed as merely and abstractly simple, it is characterized in an inadequate and finite way. It was therefore the main question of the pre-Kantian metaphysic to discover whether predicates of the kind mentioned were to be ascribed to its objects. Now these predicates are after all only limited formulae of the understanding which, instead of expressing the truth, merely impose a limit. More than this, it should be noted that the chief feature of the method lay in assigning or attributing predicates to the object that was to be cognized, for example, to God. But attribution is no more than an external reflection about the object. The predicates by which the PG64 object is to be determined are supplied from the resources of picture thought and are applied in a mechanical way. Whereas, if we are to have genuine cognition, the object must characterize its own self and not derive its predicates from without. Even supposing we follow the method of predicating, the mind cannot help feeling that predicates of this sort fail to exhaust the object. From the same point of view, the Orientals are quite correct in calling God the many-named, or the myriad-named one. One after another of these finite categories leaves the soul unsatisfied, and the Oriental sage is compelled unceasingly to seek for more and more of such predicates. In finite things, it is no doubt the case that they have to be characterized through finite predicates, and with these things the understanding finds proper scope for its special action. Itself finite, it knows only the nature of the finite. Thus, when I call some action a theft, I have characterized the action in its essential facts, and such a knowledge is sufficient for the judge. Similarly, finite things stand to each other as cause and effect, force and exercise, and when they are apprehended in these categories, they are known in their finitude. But the objects of reason cannot be defined by these finite predicates. To try to do so was the defect of the old metaphysic. Predicates of this kind, taken individually, have but a limited range of meaning, and no one can fail to perceive how inadequate they are, and how far they fall below the fullness of detail which our imaginative thought gives in the case, for example, of God, mind, or nature. Besides, though the fact of their being all predicates of one subject supplies them with a certain connection, their several meanings keep them apart, and consequently each is brought in as a stranger in relation to the others. The first of these defects the Orientals sought to remedy, when, for example, they defined God by attributing to him many names, but still they felt that the number of names would have had to be infinite. PG 65. In the second place, the metaphysical systems adopted a wrong criterion. Their objects were no doubt totalities which in their own proper selves belong to reason, that is, to the organized and systematically developed universe of thought. But these totalities, God, the soul, the world, were taken by the metaphysician as subjects made and ready, to form the basis for an application of the categories of the understanding. They were assumed from popular conception. Accordingly, popular conception was the only canon for settling whether or not the predicates were suitable and sufficient. The common conceptions of God, the soul, the world, may be supposed to afford thought a firm and fast footing. They do not really do so. Besides having a particular and subjective character clinging to them, and thus leaving room for great variety of interpretation, they themselves first of all require a firm and fast definition by thought. This may be seen in any of these propositions where the predicate, or in philosophy the category, is needed to indicate what the subject, or the conception we start with, is. In such a sentence as God is eternal, we begin with the conception of God, not knowing as yet what he is. To tell us that is the business of the predicate. In the principles of logic, accordingly, where the terms formulating the subject matter are those of thought only, it is not merely superfluous to make these categories predicates to propositions in which God, or, still vaguer, the absolute, is the subject, but it would also have the disadvantage of suggesting another canon than the nature of thought. Besides, the propositional form and for proposition, it would be more correct to substitute judgment, is not suited to express the concretine the true, is always concretier the speculative. PG 66, every judgment is by its form one-sided, and to that extent false. This metaphysic was not free or objective thinking. Instead of letting the object freely and spontaneously expound its own characteristics, metaphysic presupposed it ready-made. If anyone wishes to know what free thought means, he must go to Greek philosophy. For scholasticism, like these metaphysical systems, accepted its facts, and accepted them as a dogma from the authority of the Church. We moderns, too, by our whole upbringing, have been initiated into ideas which it is extremely difficult to overstep, on account of their far-reaching significance. But the ancient philosophers were in a different position. They were men who lived wholly in the perceptions of the senses, and who, after their rejection of mythology and its fancies, presupposed nothing but the heaven above and the earth around. In these material, non-metaphysical surroundings, thought is free and enjoys its own privacy, cleared of everything material and thoroughly at home. This feeling that we are all our own is characteristic of free thought that voyage into the open, where nothing is below us or above us, and we stand in solitude with ourselves alone. In the third place, this system of metaphysic turned into dogmatism. When our thought never ranges beyond narrow and rigid terms, we are forced to assume that of two opposite assertions, such as were the above propositions, the one must be true and the other false. Dogmatism may be most simply described as the contrary of skepticism. The ancient skeptics gave the name of dogmatism to every philosophy whatever holding a system of definite doctrine. In this large sense, skepticism may apply the name even to philosophy which is properly speculative. But in the narrower sense, dogmatism consists in the tenacity which draws a hard and fast line between certain terms and others opposite to them. We may see this clearly in the strict ethera. For instance, the world is pg 67 either finite or infinite, but one of these two it must be. The contrary of this rigidity is the characteristic of all speculative truth. There no such inadequate formulae are allowed, nor can they possibly exhaust it. These formulae speculative truth holds in union as a totality, whereas dogmatism invests them in their isolation with a title to fixity and truth. It often happens in philosophy that the half-truth takes its place beside the whole truth, and assumes on its own account the position of something permanent. But the fact is that the half-truth, instead of being a fixed or self-subsistent principle, is a mere element absolved and included in the whole. The metaphysic of understanding is dogmatic, because it maintains half-truths in their isolation, whereas the idealism of speculative philosophy carries out the principle of totality and shows that it can reach beyond the inadequate formularies of abstract thought. Thus idealism would say, the soul is neither finite only nor infinite only. It is really the one just as much as the other, and in that way neither the one nor the other. In other words, such formularies in their isolation are inadmissible and only come into account as formative elements in a larger notion. Such idealism we see even in the ordinary phases of consciousness. Thus we say of sensible things that they are changeable. That is, they are, but it is equally true that they are not. We show more obstinacy in dealing with the categories of the understanding. These are terms which we believe to be somewhat firmer, even absolutely firm and fast. We look upon them as separated from each other by an infinite chasm, so that opposite categories can never get at each other. The battle of reason is the struggle to break up the rigidity to which the understanding has reduced everything. The first part of this metaphysic in its systematic form is ontology, or the doctrine of the abstract characteristics of being. The multitude of these characteristics, and the limits set to their applicability, are not founded upon any principle. They have in pg 68 consequence to be enumerated as experience and circumstances direct, and the import ascribed to them is founded only upon common sensualized conceptions, upon assertions that particular words are used in a particular sense, and even perhaps upon etymology. If experience pronounces the list to be complete, and if the usage of language by its agreement shows the analysis to be correct, the metaphysician is satisfied, and the intrinsic and independent truth and necessity of such characteristics is never made a matter of investigation at all. To ask if being, existence, finitude, simplicity, complexity, 100 are notions intrinsically and independently true, must surprise those who believe that a question about truth can only concern propositions as to whether a notion is or is not with truth to be attributed, as the phrase is to a subject, and that falsehood lies in the contradiction existing between the subject in our ideas and the notion to be predicated of it. Now, as the notion is concrete, it and every character of it in general is essentially a self-contained unity of distinct characteristics. If truth then were nothing more than the absence of contradiction, it would be first of all necessary in the case of every notion to examine whether it, taken individually, did not contain this sort of intrinsic contradiction. The second branch of the metaphysical system was rational psychology or pneumatology. It dealt with the metaphysical nature of the soul, that is, of the mind regarded as a thing. It expected to find immortality in a sphere dominated by the laws of composition, time, qualitative change, and quantitative increase or decrease. The name rational, given to this species of psychology, served to contrast it with empirical modes of observing pg 69 the phenomena of the soul. Rational psychology viewed the soul in its metaphysical nature, and through the categories supplied by abstract thought. The rationalists endeavored to ascertain the inner nature of the soul as it is in itself, and as it is for thought. In philosophy at present we hear little of the soul. The favorite term now is mind-spirit. The two are distinct, soul being as it were the middle term between body and spirit, or the bond between the two. The mind, as soul, is immersed in corporeity, and the soul is the animating principle of the body. The pre-Kantian metaphysic, we say, viewed the soul as a thing. Thing is a very ambiguous word. By a thing we mean firstly an immediate existence, something we represent in sensuous form, and in this meaning the term has been applied to the soul. Hence the question regarding the seat of the soul. Of course, if the soul have a seat, it is in space and sensuously envisaged. So too, if the soul be viewed as a thing, we can ask whether the soul is simple or composite. The question is important as bearing on the immortality of the soul, which is supposed to depend on the absence of composition. But the fact is that in abstract simplicity we have a category, which as little corresponds to the nature of the soul as that of compositeness. One word on the relation of rational to empirical psychology. The former, because it sets itself to apply thought to cognize mind, and even to demonstrate the result of such thinking, is the higher, whereas empirical psychology starts from perception and only recounts and describes what perception supplies. But if we propose to think the mind, we must not be quite so shy of its special phenomena. Mind is essentially active in the same sense as the schoolmen said that God is absolute actuosity, but if the mind is active, it must as it were utter itself. It is wrong, therefore, to take the mind for a processless ends, as did the old metaphysic which divided the processless inward life of the mind from its outward life. The mind, of all things, must be looked at in its concrete actuality, in its energy, and pg 70 in such a way that its manifestations are seen to be determined by its inward force. The third branch of metaphysics was cosmology. The topics it embraced were the world, its contingency, necessity, eternity, limitation in time and space, the laws only formal of its changes, the freedom of man and the origin of evil. To these topics it applied what were believed to be thoroughgoing contrasts, such as contingency and necessity, external and internal necessity, efficient and final cause or causality in general and design, essence or substance and phenomenon, form and matter, freedom and necessity, happiness and pain, good and evil. The object of cosmology comprised not merely nature, but mind too, in its external complication, in its phenomenon in fact, existence in general, or the sum of finite things. This object, however, it viewed not as a concrete whole, but only under certain abstract points of view. Thus the questions cosmology attempted to solve were such as these: is accident or necessity dominant in the world? Is the world eternal or created? It was therefore a chief concern of this study to lay down what were called general cosmological laws, for instance, that nature does not act by fits and starts. And by fits and starts soltus, they meant a qualitative difference or qualitative alteration showing itself without any antecedent determining mean, whereas, on the contrary, a gradual change of quantity is obviously not without intermediation. In regard to mind as it makes itself felt in the world, the questions which cosmology chiefly discussed turned upon the freedom of man and the origin of evil. Nobody can deny that these are questions of the highest importance. But to give them a satisfactory answer, it is above all things necessary not to claim finality for the abstract formulae of understanding, or to suppose that each of the two terms in an antithesis has an independent subsistence, or can be pg 71 treated in its isolation as a complete and self-centered truth. This, however, is the general position taken by the metaphysicians before Kant, and appears in their cosmological discussions, which for that reason were incapable of compassing their purpose, to understand the phenomena of the world. Observe how they proceed with the distinction between freedom and necessity, in their application of these categories to nature and mind. Nature they regard as subject in its workings to necessity, mind they hold to be free. No doubt there is a real foundation for this distinction in the very core of the mind itself, but freedom and necessity, when thus abstractly opposed, are terms applicable only in the finite world to which, as such, they belong. A freedom involving no necessity and mere necessity without freedom are abstract and in this way untrue formulae of thought. Freedom is no blank indeterminateness. Essentially concrete and unvaryingly self-determinate, it is so far at the same time necessary. Necessity, again, in the ordinary acceptation of the term in popular philosophy, means determination from without only, as in finite mechanics, where a body moves only when it is struck by another body, and moves in the direction communicated to it by the impact. This, however, is a merely external necessity, not the real inward necessity which is identical with freedom. The case is similar with the contrast of good and evil, the favorite contrast of the introspective modern world. If we regard evil as possessing a fixity of its own, apart and distinct from good, we are to a certain extent right. There is an opposition between them, nor do those who maintain the apparent and relative character of the opposition mean that evil and good in the absolute are one, or, in accordance with the modern phrase, that a thing first becomes evil from our way of looking at it. The error arises when we take evil as a permanent positive, instead of what it really is, a negative which, though it would fain assert itself, has no real persistence, and is, in fact, only the absolute shameexistence of negativity in itself. The fourth branch of metaphysics is natural or rational theology. The notion of God, or God as pg 72, a possible being, the proofs of his existence and his properties, formed the study of this branch. When understanding thus discusses the deity, its main purpose is to find what predicates correspond or not to the fact we have in our imagination as God. And in so doing it assumes the contrast between positive and negative to be absolute, and hence, in the long run, nothing is left for the notion as understanding takes it, but the empty abstraction of indeterminate being, of mere reality or positivity, the lifeless product of modern deism. The method of demonstration employed in finite knowledge must always lead to an inversion of the true order, for it requires the statement of some objective ground for God's being, which thus acquires the appearance of being derived from something else. This mode of proof, guided as it is by the canon of mere analytical identity, is embarrassed by the difficulty of passing from the finite to the infinite. Either the finitude of the existing world, which is left as much a fact as it was before, clings to the notion of deity, and God has to be defined as the immediate substance of that world, which is pantheism, or he remains an object set over against the subject, and in this way finite, which is dualism. See the attributes of God, which ought to be various and precise, had, properly speaking, sunk and disappeared in the abstract notion of pure reality, of indeterminate being. Yet in our material thought, the finite world continues, meanwhile, to have a real being, with God as a sort of antithesis, and thus arises the further picture of different relations of God to the world. These, formulated as properties, must on the one hand, as relations to finite circumstances, themselves possess a finite character, giving us such properties as just, pg 73, gracious, mighty, wise, 100. On the other hand, they must be infinite. Now on this level of thought the only means, and a hazy one, of reconciling these opposing requirements was quantitative exaltation of the properties, forcing them into indeterminateness, into the sensus eminentia. But it was an expedient which really destroyed the property and left a mere name. The object of the old metaphysical theology was to see how far unassisted reason could go in the knowledge of God. Certainly, a reason-derived knowledge of God is the highest problem of philosophy. The earliest teachings of religion are figure-eight conceptions of God. These conceptions, as the Creed arranges them, are imparted to us in youth. They are the doctrines of our religion, and in so far as the individual rests his faith on these doctrines and feels them to be the truth, he has all he needs as a Christian. Such is faith, and the science of this faith is theology. But until theology is something more than a bare enumeration and compilation of these doctrines ab extra, it has no right to the title of science. Even the method so much in vogue at present, purely historical mode of treatment which, for example, reports what has been said by this or the other father of the Church, does not invest theology with a scientific character. To get that, we must go on to comprehend the facts by thought, which is the business of philosophy. Genuine theology is thus at the same time a real philosophy of religion, as it was, we may add in the Middle Ages. And now let us examine this rational theology more narrowly. It was a science which approached God not by reason but by understanding, and in its mode of thought, employed the terms without any sense of their mutual limitations and connections. The notion of God formed the subject of discussion, and yet the criterion of our knowledge was derived from such an extraneous source as the materialized conception of God. Now thought must be free in its movements. It is no doubt to be remembered that the result of independent thought harmonizes with the ImpG 74 port of the Christian religion, for the Christian religion is a revelation of reason, but such a harmony surpassed the efforts of rational theology. It proposed to define the figure-eight conception of God in terms of thought, but it resulted in a notion of God which was what we may call the abstract of positivity or reality, to the exclusion of all negation. God was accordingly defined to be the most real of all beings. Anyone can see, however, that this most real of beings, in which negation forms no part, is the very opposite of what it ought to be, and of what understanding supposes it to be. Instead of being rich and full above all measure, it is so narrowly conceived that it is, on the contrary, extremely poor and altogether empty. It is with reason that the heart craves a concrete body of truth, but without definite feature, that is, without negation contained in the notion, there can only be an abstraction. When the notion of God is apprehended only as that of the abstract or most real being, God is, as it were, relegated to another world beyond, and to speak of a knowledge of him would be meaningless. Where there is no definite quality, knowledge is impossible. Mere light is mere darkness. The second problem of rational theology was to prove the existence of God. Now, in this matter, the main point to be noted is that demonstration, as the understanding employs it, means the dependence of one truth on another. In such proofs we have a presupposition something firm and fast, from which something else follows. We exhibit the dependence of some truth from an assumed starting point. Hence, if this mode of demonstration is applied to the existence of God, it can only mean that the being of God is to depend on other terms, which will then constitute the ground of his being. It is at once evident that this will lead to some mistake, for God must be simply and solely the ground of everything, and in so far not dependent upon anything else. And a perception of this danger has in modern times led some to say that God's existence is not capable of proof, but must be immediately or intuitively apprehended. Reason, however, and even sound common sense give demonstration a meaning quite different from PG 75, that of the understanding. The demonstration of reason, no doubt, starts from something which is not God. But as it advances, it does not leave the starting point a mere unexplained fact, which is what it was. On the contrary, it exhibits that point as derivative and called into being, and then God is seen to be primary, truly immediate and self-subsisting, with the means of derivation wrapped up and absorbed in himself. Those who say, consider nature and nature will lead you to God, you will find an absolute final cause, do not mean that God is something derivative, they mean that it is we who proceed to God himself from another, and in this way God, though the consequence, is also the absolute ground of the initial step. The relation of the two things is reversed, and what came as a consequence being shown to be an antecedent, the original antecedent is reduced to a consequence. This is always the way, moreover, whenever reason demonstrates. If in the light of the present discussion we cast one glance more on the metaphysical method as a whole, we find its main characteristic was to make abstract identity its principle, and to try to apprehend the objects of reason by the abstract and finite categories of the understanding. But this infinite of the understanding, this pure essence, is still finite. It has excluded all the variety of particular things, which thus limit and deny it. Instead of winning a concrete, this metaphysic stuck fast on an abstract identity. Its good point was the perception that thought alone constitutes the essence of all that is. It derived its materials from earlier philosophers, particularly the schoolmen. In speculative philosophy, the understanding undoubtedly forms a stage, but not a stage at which we should keep forever standing. Plato is no metaphysician of this imperfect type, still less Aristotle, although the contrary is generally believed. PG 76. Chapter 4, Second Attitude of Thought to Objectivity. 1. Empiricism. Under these circumstances, a double want began to be felt. Partly it was the need of a concrete subject matter, as a counterpoise to the abstract theories of the understanding, which is unable to advance unaided from its generalities to specialization and determination. Partly, too, it was the demand for something fixed and secure, so as to exclude the possibility of proving anything and everything in the sphere, and according to the method of the finite formulae of thought. Such was the genesis of empirical philosophy, which abandons the search for truth in thought itself, and goes to fetch it from experience, the outward and the inward present. The rise of empiricism is due to the need thus stated of concrete contents, and a firm footing needs which the abstract metaphysic of the understanding failed to satisfy. Now by concreteness of contents it is meant that we must know the objects of consciousness as intrinsically determinate and as the unity of distinct characteristics. But as we have already seen, this is by no means the case with the metaphysic of understanding, if it conform to its principle. With the mere understanding, thinking is limited to the form of an abstract universal, and can never advance to the particularization of this universal. Thus we find the metaphysicians engaged in an attempt to elicit by the instrumentality of pg 77 thought, what was the essence or fundamental attribute of the soul. The soul, they said, is simple. The simplicity thus ascribed to the soul meant a mere and utter simplicity, from which difference is excluded. Difference, or in other words composition, being made the fundamental attribute of body, or of matter in general. Clearly, in simplicity of this narrow type, we have a very shallow category, quite incapable of embracing the wealth of the soul or of the mind. When it thus appeared that abstract metaphysical thinking was inadequate, it was felt that resource must be had to empirical psychology. The same happened in the case of rational physics. The current phrases there were, for instance, that space is infinite, that nature makes no leap, 100. Evidently this phraseology was wholly unsatisfactory in presence of the plenitude and life of nature. To some extent this source from which empiricism draws is common to it with metaphysic. It is in our materialized conceptions, 1. In facts which emanate in the first instance from experience, that metaphysic also finds the guarantee for the correctness of its definitions, including both its initial assumptions and its more detailed body of doctrine. But on the other hand, it must be noted that the single sensation is not the same thing as experience, and that the empirical school elevates the facts included under sensation, feeling, and perception into the form of general ideas, propositions or laws. This, however, it does with the reservation that these general principles such as force are to have no further import or validity of their own beyond that taken from the sense-impression, and that no connection shall be deemed legitimate except what can be shown to exist in phenomena. And on the subjective side empirical cognition has its stable footing in the fact that in a sensation consciousness is directly present and certain of itself. In empiricism lies the great principle that whatever pg 78 is true must be in the actual world and present to sensation. This principle contradicts that ought to be on the strength of which reflection is vain enough to treat the actual present with scorn, and to point to a scene beyond a scene which is assumed to have place, and being only in the understanding of those who talk of it. No less than empiricism, philosophy 7 recognizes only what is, and has nothing to do with what merely ought to be, and what is thus confessed not to exist. On the subjective side, too, it is right to notice the valuable principle of freedom involved in empiricism. For the main lesson of empiricism is that man must see for himself, and feel that he is present in every fact of knowledge which he has to accept. When it is carried out to its legitimate consequences, empiricism being in its facts limited to the finite, spheridenize the supersensible in general, or at least any knowledge of it which would define its nature. It leaves thought no powers except abstraction and formal universality and identity. But there is a fundamental delusion in all scientific empiricism. It employs the metaphysical categories of matter, force, those of one, many, generality, infinity, 100. Following the clue given by these categories, it proceeds to draw conclusions, and in so doing presupposes and applies the syllogistic form. And all the while it is unaware that it contains metaphysics in wielding which, it makes use of those categories and their combinations in a style utterly thoughtless and uncritical. From empiricism came the cry, stop roaming in empty abstractions, keep your eyes open, lay hold on man and nature as they are here before you, enjoy the present moment. Nobody can deny that there is a good deal of truth in these words. The everyday world, what is here and now, was a good exchange for the futile otherworld pg 79, for the mirages and the chimeras of the abstract understanding, and thus was acquired an infinite principle, that solid footing so much missed in the old metaphysic. Finite principles are the most that the understanding can pick out, and these being essentially unstable and tottering, the structure they supported must collapse with a crash. Always the instinct of reason was to find an infinite principle. As yet, the time had not come for finding it in thought. Hence this instinct seized upon the present, the here, the this, where doubtless there is implicit infinite form, but not in the genuine existence of that form. The external world is the truth, if it could but know it, for the truth is actual and must exist. The infinite principle, the self-centered truth, therefore, is in the world for reason to discover, though it exists in an individual and sensible shape, and not in its truth. Besides, this school makes sense of perception the form in which fact is to be apprehended, and in this consists the defect of empiricism. Sense of perception as such is always individual, always transient, not indeed that the process of knowledge stops short at sensation. On the contrary, it proceeds to find out the universal and permanent element in the individual apprehended by sense. This is the process leading from simple perception to experience. In order to form experiences, empiricism makes a special use of the form of analysis. In the impression of sense we have a concrete of many elements, the several attributes of which we are expected to peel off one by one, like the coats of an onion. In thus dismembering the thing, it is understood that we disintegrate and take to pieces these attributes which have coalesced, and add nothing but our own act of disintegration. Yet analysis is the process from the immediacy of sensation to thought. Those attributes, which the object analyzed contains in union, acquire the form of universality by being separated. Empiricism therefore labors under a delusion, if it supposes that, while analyzing the objects, it leaves them as they were. It really transforms the concrete into an abstract, and as a consequence of this change the living thing is killed. Life can pg exist only in the concrete and one. Not that we can do without this division, if it be our intention to comprehend. Mind itself is an inherent division. The error lies in forgetting that this is only one half of the process, and that the main point is the reunion of what has been parted. And it is where analysis never gets beyond the stage of partition that the words of the poet are true. Encherasin naturi nens dichemi. Spetet ira selbst und weiss nicht why. Hat die Teil in ihrer Hand. Fehlt leider nur das Geistige Band. Analysis starts from the concrete, and the possession of this material gives it a considerable advantage over the abstract thinking of the old metaphysics. It establishes the differences in things, and this is very important, but these very differences are nothing after all but abstract attributes. 1. Thoughts. These thoughts, it is assumed, contain the real essence of the objects, and thus once more we see the axiom of bygone metaphysics reappear, that the truth of things lies in thought. Let us next compare the empirical theory with that of metaphysics in the matter of their respective contents. We find the latter, as already stated, taking for its theme the universal objects of the reason, viz., God, the soul, and the world, and these themes accepted from popular conception, it was the problem of philosophy to reduce into the form of thoughts. Another specimen of the same method was the scholastic philosophy, the theme presupposed by which was formed by the dogmas of the Christian Church, and it aimed at fixing their meaning and giving them a systematic arrangement through thought. The facts on which empiricism is based are of entirely different kind. They are the sensible facts of nature and the facts of the finite mind. In other words, empiricism deals with a finite material and the old metaphysicians had an infinite, though let us add, they made this infinite content finite by the finite form of the understanding. The same finitude of form reappears in empiricism, but here the facts are finite also. To this exigent, then, both modes of philosophizing have the same pg-1 method, both proceed from data or assumptions, which they accept as ultimate. Generally speaking, empiricism finds the truth in the outward world, and even if it allow a supersensible world, it holds knowledge of that world to be impossible, and would restrict us to the province of sense perception. This doctrine, when systematically carried out, produces what has been latterly termed materialism. Materialism of this stamp looks upon matter, qua matter, as the genuine objective world, but with matter we are at once introduced to an abstraction which as such cannot be perceived, and it may be maintained that there is no matter, because, as it exists, it is always something definite and concrete. Yet the abstraction we term matter is supposed to lie at the basis of the whole world of sense, and expresses the sensual in its simplest terms as outanded individualization, and hence a congeries of points in mutual exclusion. So long then as this sensible sphere is and continues to be for empiricism a mere datum, we have a doctrine of bondage, for we become free when we are confronted by no absolutely alien world, but depend upon a fact which we ourselves are. Consistently with the empirical point of view, besides, reason and unreason can only be subjective. In other words, we must take what is given just as it is, and we have no right to ask whether and to what extent it is rational in its own nature. Touching this principle, it has been justly observed that in what we call experience, as distinct from mere single perception of single facts, there are two elements. The one is the matter, infinite in its multiplicity, and as it stands a mere set of singulars. The other is the form, the characteristics of universality and necessity. Mere experience no doubt offers many, perhaps innumerable cases of similar perceptions, but after all no multitude, however great, can be the same thing as universality. Similarly, mere experience affords perceptions of changes succeeding each other and of objects in juxtaposition, but it presents no pg-82 necessary connection. If perception, therefore, is to maintain its claim to be the sole basis of what men hold for truth, universality and necessity appear something illegitimate. They become an accident of our minds, a mere custom, the content of which might be otherwise constituted than it is. It is an important corollary of this theory that on this empirical mode of treatment, legal and ethical principles and laws, as well as the truths of religion, are exhibited as the work of chance, and stripped of their objective character and inner truth. The skepticism of Hume, to which this conclusion was chiefly due, should be clearly marked off from Greek skepticism. Hume assumes the truth of the empirical element, feeling and sensation, and proceeds to challenge universal principles and laws, because they have no warranty from sense of perception. So far was ancient skepticism from making feeling and sensation the canon of truth, that it turned against the deliverances of sense first of all. On modern skepticism, as compared with ancient, see Schelling and Hegel's Critical Journal of Philosophy, 1802 vol. 112. The Critical Philosophy. In common with empiricism, the critical philosophy assumes that experience affords the one sole foundation for cognitions, which however it does not allow to rank as truths, but only as knowledge of phenomena. The critical theory starts originally from the distinction of elements presented in the analysis of experience, viz., the matter of sense and its universal relations, taking into account Hume's criticism on this distinction pg 83 as given in the preceding section, viz. that sensation does not explicitly apprehend more than an individual or more than a mere event. It insists at the same time on the fact that universality and necessity are seen to perform a function equally essential in constituting what is called experience. This element, not being derived from the empirical facts as such, must belong to the spontaneity of thought. In other words, it is a priori. The categories or notions of the understanding constitute the objectivity of experiential cognitions. In every case they involve a connective reference, and hence through their means are formed synthetic judgments a priori, that is, primary and underivative connections of opposites. Even Hume's skepticism does not deny that the characteristics of universality and necessity are found in cognition, and even in Kant this fact remains a presupposition after all. It may be said, to use the ordinary phraseology of the sciences, that Kant did no more than offer another explanation of the fact. The critical philosophy proceeds to test the value of the categories employed in metaphysic, as well as in other sciences and in ordinary conception. This scrutiny, however, is not directed to the content of these categories, nor does it inquire into the exact relation they bear to one another, but simply considers them as affected by the contrast between subjective and objective. The contrast, as we are to understand it here, bears upon the distinction see preceding of the two elements in experience. The name of objectivity is here given to the element of universality and necessity, 1. To the categories themselves, or what is called the priori constituent. The critical philosophy, however, widened the contrast in such a way that the subjectivity comes to embrace the ensemble of experience, including pg-80 for both of the aforesaid elements, and nothing remains on the other side but the thing in itself. the special forms of the a priori element, in other words, of thought, which in spite of its objectivity is looked upon as a purely subjective act, present themselves as follows in a systematic order which, it may be remarked, is solely based upon psychological and historical grounds. We may therefore state the first point in Kant's philosophy as follows: thought must itself investigate its own capacity of knowledge. People in the present day have got over Kant and his philosophy. Everybody wants to get further. But there are two ways of going further, a backward and a forward. The light of criticism soon shows that many of our modern essays in philosophy are mere repetitions of the old metaphysical method, an endless and uncritical thinking in a groove determined by the natural bent of each man's mind. But after all, objectivity of thought in Kant's sense is again to a certain extent subjective. Thoughts, according to Kant, although universal and necessary categories, are only our thoughts separated by an impassable gulf from the thing, as it exists apart from our knowledge. But the true objectivity of thinking means that the thoughts, far from being merely ours, must at the same time be the real essence of the things, and of whatever is an object to us. Objective and subjective are convenient expressions in current use, the employment of which may easily lead to confusion. Up to this point, the discussion has shown three meanings of objectivity. First, it means what has external existence, in distinction from which the subjective is what is only supposed, dreamed. 100. Secondly, it has the meaning, attached to it by Kant, of the universal and necessary, as distinguished from the particular, subjective and occasional element which belongs to our sensations. Thirdly, as has been just explained, it means the thought-apprehended essence of the existing thing, in contradistinction from what is merely our thought, and what consequently is still separated from the thing itself, as it exists in independent essence. The theoretical faculty, cognition qua cognition. The specific ground of the categories is declared by the critical system to lie in the primary pg 87 identity of the I in thought, what Kant calls the transcendental unity of self-consciousness. The impressions from feeling and perception are, if we look to their contents, a multiplicity or miscellany of elements, and the multiplicity is equally conspicuous in their form. For sense is marked by a mutual exclusion of members, and that under two aspects, namely space and time, which being the forms, that is to say, the universal type of perception, are themselves a priori. This congeries, afforded by sensation and perception, must however be reduced to an identity or primary synthesis. To accomplish this, the I brings it in relation to itself, and unites it there in one consciousness which Kant calls pure apperception. The specific modes in which the ego refers to itself, the multiplicity of sense, are the pure concepts of the understanding, the categories. Kant, it is well known, did not put himself to much trouble in discovering the categories. The unity of self-consciousness being quite abstract and completely indeterminate, the question arises, how are we to get at the specialized forms of the I, the categories? Fortunately, the common logic offers to our hand an empirical classification of the kinds of judgment. Now, to judge is the same as to think of a determinate object. Hence the various modes of judgment, as enumerated to our hand, provide us with the several categories of thought. To the philosophy of Fichte belongs the great merit of having called attention to the need of exhibiting the necessity of these categories, and giving a genuine deduction of them. Fichte ought to have produced at least one effect on the method of logic. One might have expected that the general laws of thought, the usual stock-in-trade of logicians, or the classification of notions, judgments, and syllogisms, would be no longer taken merely from observation, and so only empirically pg 88 treated, but be deduced from thought itself, if thought is to be capable of proving anything at all, if logic must insist upon the necessity of proofs, and if it proposes to teach the theory of demonstration, its first care should be to give a reason for its own subject matter, and to see that it is necessary. This view has at least the merit of giving a correct expression to the nature of all consciousness. The tendency of all man's endeavors is to understand the world, to appropriate and subdue it to himself, and to this end the positive reality of the world must be as it were crushed and pounded, in other words, idealized. At the same time we must note pg 89 that it is not the mere act of our personal self-consciousness which introduces an absolute unity into the variety of sense. Rather, this identity is itself the absolute. The absolute is, as it were, so kind as to leave individual things to their own enjoyment, and it again drives them back to the absolute unity. So far as regards the content of this subjective idealism, not a word need be wasted. It might perhaps at first sight be imagined that objects would lose their reality when their unity was transferred to the subject. But neither we nor the objects would have anything to gain by the mere fact that they possessed being. The main point is not that they are, but what they are, and whether or not their content is true. It does no good to the things to say merely that they have being. What is being will also cease to be when time creeps over it. It might also be alleged that subjective idealism tended to promote self-conceit. But surely if a man's world be the sum of his sensible perceptions, he has no reason to be vain of such a world. Laying aside therefore as unimportant this distinction between subjective and objective, we are chiefly interested in knowing what a thing is. 1. Its content, which is no more objective than it is subjective. If mere existence be enough to make objectivity, even a crime is objective, but it is an existence which is nullity at the core, as is definitely made apparent when the day of punishment comes. The categories may be viewed in two aspects. On the one hand, it is by their instrumentality that the mere perception of sense rises to objectivity and experience. On the other hand, these notions are unities in our consciousness merely. They are consequently conditioned by the material given to them, and having nothing of their own, they can be applied to use only within the range of experience. But the other PG91 constituent of experience, the impressions of feeling and perception, is not one whit less subjective than the categories. To assert that the categories taken by themselves are empty can scarcely be right, seeing that they have a content, at all events, in the special stamp and significance which they possess. Of course, the content of the categories is not perceptible to the senses, nor is it in time and space, but that is rather a merit than a defect. A glimpse of this meaning of content may be observed to affect our ordinary thinking. A book or a speech, for example, is said to have a great deal in it, to be full of content, in proportion to the greater number of thoughts and general results to be found in it, whilst, on the contrary, we should never say that any book, e.g. novel, had much in it, because it included a great number of single incidents, situations, and the like. Even the popular voice thus recognizes that something more than the facts of sense is needed to make a work pregnant with matter. And what is this additional desideratum but thoughts, or in the first instance the categories? And yet it is not altogether wrong, it should be added, to call the categories of themselves empty, if it be meant that they and the logical idea of which they are the members do not constitute the whole of philosophy, but necessarily lead onwards in due progress to the real departments of nature and mind. Only let the progress not be misunderstood. The logical ideal does not thereby come into possession of a content originally foreign to it, but by its own native action is specialized and developed to nature and mind. It follows that the categories are no fit terms to express the absolute, the absolute not being given in perception, and understanding, or knowledge by means of the categories, is consequently incapable of knowing the things in themselves. The thing in itself and under thing is embraced even mind and God, expresses the object when we leave out of sight all that consciousness makes of it, all PG92 its emotional aspects, and all specific thoughts of it. It is easy to see what is left, utter abstraction, total emptiness, only described still as an otherworldly negative of every image, feeling, and definite thought. Nor does it require much penetration to see that this caput mortuum is still only a product of thought, such as accrues when thought is carried on to abstraction unalloyed, that it is the work of the empty ego, which makes an object out of this empty self-identity of its own. The negative characteristic which this abstract identity receives as an object is also enumerated among the categories of Kant, and is no less familiar than the empty identity aforesaid. Hence one can only read with surprise the perpetual remark that we do not know the thing in itself. On the contrary, there is nothing we can know so easily. It is reason, the faculty of the unconditioned, which discovers the conditioned nature of the knowledge comprised in experience. What is thus called the object of reason, the infinite or unconditioned, is nothing but selfsameness, or the primary identity of the ego in thought mentioned in 42. Reason itself is the name given to the abstract ego or thought, which makes this pure identity its aim or object cf. Note to the preceding. Now this identity, having no definite attribute at all, can receive no illumination from the truths of experience, for the reason that these refer always to definite facts. Such is the sort of unconditioned that is supposed to be the absolute truth of reason, what is termed the idea, whilst the cognitions of experience are reduced to the level of untruth and declared to be appearances. Kant was the first definitely to signalize the distinction between reason and understanding. The object of the former, as he applied the term, was the infinite and unconditioned, of pg 93, the latter the finite and conditioned. Kant did valuable service when he enforced the finite character of the cognitions of the understanding founded merely upon experience, and stamped their contents with the name of appearance. But his mistake was to stop at the purely negative point of view, and to limit the unconditionality of reason to an abstract self-sameness without any shade of distinction. It degrades reason to a finite and conditioned thing, to identify it with a mere stepping beyond the finite and conditioned range of understanding. The real infinite, far from being a mere transcendence of the finite, always involves the absorption of the finite into its own fuller nature. In the same way, Kant restored the idea to its proper dignity, vindicating it for reason, as a thing distinct from abstract analytic determinations or from the merely sensible conceptions which usually appropriate to themselves the name of ideas. But as respects the idea also, he never got beyond its negative aspect, as what ought to be but is not. The view that the objects of immediate consciousness, which constitute the body of experience, are mere appearances phenomena, was another important result of the Kantian philosophy. Common sense, that mixture of sense and understanding, believes the objects of which it has knowledge to be severally independent and self-supporting, and when it becomes evident that they tend towards and limit one another, the interdependence of one upon another is reckoned something foreign to them and to their true nature. The very opposite is the truth. The things immediately known are mere appearances. In other words, the ground of their being is not in themselves, but in something else. But then comes the important step of defining what this something else is. According to Kant, the things that we know about are to us appearances only, and we can never know their essential nature, which belongs to another world we cannot approach. Plain minds have not unreasonably taken exception to this subjective idealism, with its reduction of the facts of consciousness to a purely personal world, created by ourselves alone. For the true statement of the case is rather as follows. The things of which we pg 94 have direct consciousness are mere phenomena, not for us only but in their own nature. And the true and proper case of these things, finite as they are, is to have their existence founded not in themselves, but in the universal divine idea. This view of things, it is true, is as idealist as Kant's, but in contradistinction to the subjective idealism of the critical philosophy should be termed absolute idealism. Absolute idealism, however, though it is far in advance of vulgar realism, is by no means merely restricted to philosophy. It lies at the root of all religion, for religion too believes the actual world we see, the sum total of existence, to be created and governed by God. But it is not enough simply to indicate the existence of the object of reason. Curiosity impels us to seek for knowledge of this identity, this empty thing in itself. Now knowledge means such an acquaintance with the object as apprehends its distinct and special subject matter. But such subject matter involves a complex interconnection in the object itself, and supplies a ground of connection with many other objects. In the present case, to express the nature of the features of the infinite or thing in itself, reason would have nothing except the categories, and in any endeavour so to employ them reason becomes oversoaring or transcendent. Here begins the second stage of the criticism of reason which, as an independent piece of work, is more valuable than the first. The first part, as has been explained above, teaches that the categories originate in the unity of self-consciousness, that any knowledge which is gained by their means has nothing objective in it, and that the very objectivity claimed for them is only subjective. So far as this goes, the Kantian criticism presents that common type of idealism known as subjective idealism. It asks no questions about the meaning or scope of the categories, but simply considers pg 95 the abstract form of subjectivity and objectivity, and that even in such a partial way, that the former aspect, that of subjectivity, is retained as a final and purely affirmative term of thought. In the second part, however, when Kant examines the application, as it is called, which reason makes of the categories in order to know its objects, the content of the categories, at least in some points of view, comes in for discussion, or at any rate an opportunity presented itself for a discussion of the question, It is worthwhile to see what decision Kant arrives at on the subject of metaphysic, as this application of the categories to the unconditioned is called. His method of procedure we shall here briefly state and criticize. The first of the unconditioned entities which Kant examines is the soul, see above 34. In my consciousness, he says, I always find that I am the determining subject, am singular or abstractly simple, am identical or one and the same in all the variety of what I am conscious of, distinguish myself as thinking from all the things outside me. Now the method of the old metaphysic, as Kant correctly states it, consisted in substituting for these statements of experience the corresponding categories or metaphysical terms. Thus arise these four new propositions: the soul is a substance, b it is a simple substance, c it is numerically identical at the various periods of existence, d it stands in relation to space. Kant discusses this translation and draws attention to the paralogism or mistake of confounding one kind of truth with another. He points out that empirical attributes have here been replaced by categories, and shows that we are not entitled to argue from the former to the latter, or to put the latter in place of the former. This criticism obviously but repeats the observation pg 96 of Hume, 39, that the categories as a whole, ideas of universality and necessity, are entirely absent from sensation, and that the empirical fact both in form and contents differs from its intellectual formulation. If the purely empirical fact were held to constitute the credentials of the thought, then no doubt it would be indispensable to be able precisely to identify the idea in the impression. And in order to make out, in his criticism of the metaphysical psychology, that the soul cannot be described as substantial, simple, self-same, and as maintaining its independence in intercourse with the material world, Kant argues from the single ground that the several attributes of the soul, which consciousness lets us feel in experience, are not exactly the same attributes as result from the action of thought thereon. But we have seen above that according to Kant all knowledge, even experience, consists in thinking our impressions, in other words, in transforming into intellectual categories the attributes primarily belonging to sensation. Unquestionably, one good result of the Kantian criticism was that it emancipated mental philosophy from the soul thing, from the categories, and consequently from questions about the simplicity, complexity, materiality 100 of the soul. But even for the common sense of ordinary men, the true point of view from which the inadmissibility of these forms best appears will be not that they are thoughts, but that thoughts of such a stamp neither can nor do contain truth. If thought and phenomenon do not perfectly correspond to one another, we are free at least to choose which of the two shall be held the defaulter. The Kantian idealism, where it touches on the world of reason, throws the blame on the thoughts, saying that the thoughts are defective as not being exactly fitted to pg 97 the sensations, and to a mode of mind wholly restricted within the range of sensation, in which as such there are no traces of the presence of these thoughts. But as to the actual content of the thought, no question is raised. Paralogisms are a species of unsound syllogism, the especial vice of which consists in employing one and the same word in the two premises with a different meaning. According to Kant, the method adopted by the rational psychology of the old metaphysicians, when they assumed that the qualities of the phenomenal soul, as given in experience, formed part of its own real essence, was based upon such a paralogism. Nor can it be denied that predicates like simplicity, permanence 100, are inapplicable to the soul. But their unfitness is not due to the ground assigned by Kant, that reason by applying them would exceed its appointed bounds. The true ground is that this style of abstract terms is not good enough for the soul, which is very much more than a mere simple or unchangeable sort of thing. And thus, for example, while the soul may be admitted to be simple self-sameness, it is at the same time active and institutes distinctions in its own nature. But whatever is merely or abstractly simple is as such also a mere dead thing. By his polemic against the metaphysic of the past, Kant discarded those predicates from the soul or mind. He did well, but when he came to state his reasons, his failure is apparent. The second unconditioned object is the world 35. In the attempt which reason makes to comprehend the unconditioned nature of the world, it falls into what are called antinomies. In other words, it maintains two opposite propositions about the same object, and in such a way that each of them has to be maintained with equal necessity. From this it follows that the body of cosmical fact, the specific statements descriptive of which run into contradiction, cannot be a self-subsistent reality, but only an appearance. The pg 98 explanation offered by Kant alleges that the contradiction does not affect the object in its own proper essence, but attaches only to the reason which seeks to comprehend it. In this way, the suggestion was broached that the contradiction is occasioned by the subject matter itself, or by the intrinsic quality of the categories. And to offer the idea that the contradiction introduced into the world of reason by the categories of understanding is inevitable and essential, was to make one of the most important steps in the progress of modern philosophy. But the more important the issue thus raised, the more trivial was the solution. Its only motive was an excess of tenderness for the things of the world. The blemish of contradiction, it seems, could not be allowed to mar the essence of the world, but there could be no objection to attach it to the thinking reason, to the essence of mind. Probably nobody will feel disposed to deny that the phenomenal world presents contradictions to the observing mind, meaning by phenomenal the world as it presents itself to the senses and understanding, to the subjective mind. But if a comparison is instituted between the essence of the world and the essence of the mind, it does seem strange to hear how calmly and confidently the modest dogma has been advanced by one, and repeated by others, that thought or reason, and not the world, is the seat of contradiction. It is no escape to turn round and explain that reason falls into contradiction only by applying the categories. For this application of the categories is maintained to be necessary, and reason is not supposed to be equipped with any other forms but the categories for the purpose of cognition. But cognition is determining and determinate thinking, so that if reason be mere empty indeterminate thinking, it thinks nothing. And if in the pg 99 end reason be reduced to mere identity without diversity, see next, it will in the end also win a happy release from contradiction at the slight sacrifice of all its facts and contents. It may also be noted that his failure to make a more thorough study of antinomy was one of the reasons why Kant enumerated only 4 antinomies. These 4 attracted his notice because, as may be seen in his discussion of the so-called paralogisms of reason, he assumed the list of the categories as a basis of his argument. Employing what has subsequently become a favorite fashion, he simply put the object under a rubric otherwise ready to hand, instead of deducing its characteristics from its notion. Further deficiencies in the treatment of the antinomies I have pointed out. As occasion offered, in my Science of Logic here it will be sufficient to say that the antinomies are not confined to the 4 special objects taken from cosmology. They appear in all objects of every kind, in all conceptions, notions, and ideas. To be aware of this and to know objects in this property of theirs makes a vital part in a philosophical theory, for the property thus indicated is what we shall afterwards describe as the dialectical influence in logic. The principles of the metaphysical philosophy gave rise to the belief that, when cognition lapsed into contradictions, it was a mere accidental aberration, due to some subjective mistake in argument and inference. According to Kant, however, thought has a natural tendency to issue in contradictions or antinomies whenever it seeks to apprehend the infinite. We have in the latter part of the above paragraph referred to the philosophical importance of the antinomies of reason, and shown how the recognition of their existence helped largely to get rid of the rigid dogmatism of the metaphysic of understanding, and to direct attention to the dialectical movement of thought. But here too Kant, as we pg 100 must add, never got beyond the negative result that the thing in itself is unknowable, and never penetrated to the discovery of what the antinomies really and positively mean. That true and positive meaning of the antinomies is this, that every actual thing involves a coexistence of opposed elements. Consequently, to know, or in other words, to comprehend an object is equivalent to being conscious of it as a concrete unity of opposed determinations. The old metaphysic, as we have already seen, when it studied the objects of which it sought a metaphysical knowledge, went to work by applying categories abstractly and to the exclusion of their opposites. Kant, on the other hand, tried to prove that the statements issuing through this method could be met by other statements of contrary import with equal warrant and equal necessity. In the enumeration of these antinomies, he narrowed his ground to the cosmology of the old metaphysical system, and in his discussion made out 4 antinomies, a number which rests upon the list of the categories. The first antinomy is on the question whether we are or are not to think the world limited in space and time. In the second antinomy, we have a discussion of the dilemma: matter must be conceived either as endlessly divisible or as consisting of atoms. The third antinomy bears upon the antithesis of freedom and necessity, to such extent as it is embraced in the question whether everything in the world must be supposed subject to the condition of causality, or if we can also assume free beings, in other words, absolute initial points of action in the world. Finally, the fourth antinomy is the dilemma: either the world as a whole has a cause or it is uncaused. The method which Kant follows in discussing these antinomies is as follows. He puts the two propositions implied in the dilemma over against each other as thesis and antithesis, and seeks to prove both. That is to say, he tries to exhibit them as inevitably issuing from reflection on the question. He particularly protests against the charge of being a special pleader, and of grounding his reasoning on illusions. Speaking honestly, however, the arguments which Kant offers for his thesis and antithesis are mere pg 101 shams of demonstration. The thing to be proved is invariably implied in the assumption he starts from, and the speciousness of his proofs is only due to his prolix and apagogic mode of procedure. Yet it was, and still is, a great achievement for the critical philosophy when it exhibited these antinomies, for in this way it gave some expression, at first certainly subjective and unexplained, to the actual unity of those categories which are kept persistently separate by the understanding. The first of the cosmological antinomies, for example, implies a recognition of the doctrine that space and time present a discrete as well as a continuous aspect, whereas the old metaphysic, laying exclusive emphasis on the continuity, had been led to treat the world as unlimited in space and time. It is quite correct to say that we can go beyond every definite space and beyond every definite time, but it is no less correct that space and time are real and actual only when they are defined or specialized into here and now, a specialization which is involved in the very notion of them. The same observations apply to the rest of the antinomies. Take, for example, the antinomy of freedom and necessity. The main gist of it is that freedom and necessity, as understood by abstract thinkers, are not independently real, as these thinkers suppose, but merely ideal factors, moments of the true freedom and the true necessity, and that to abstract and isolate either conception is to make it false. The third object of the reason is God 36. He also must be known and defined in terms of thought, but in comparison with an unalloyed identity, every defining term as such seems to the understanding to be only a limit and a negation. Every reality accordingly must be taken as limitless, undefined. Accordingly, God, when he is defined to be the sum of all realities, the most real of beings, turns into a mere abstract, and the only term under which that most real of real things can be defined is that of being itself the height of abstraction. These are the two elements, abstract pg 102 identity on one hand, which is spoken of in this place as the notion, and being on the other, which reason seeks to unify, and their union is the ideal of reason. To carry out this unification, two ways or two forms are admissible. Either we may begin with being and proceed to the abstraction of thought, or the movement may begin with the abstraction and end in being. We shall in the first place start from being, but being in its natural aspect presents itself to view as a being of infinite variety, a world in all its plenitude. And this world may be regarded in two ways: first, as a collection of innumerable unconnected facts, and second, as a collection of innumerable facts in mutual relation, giving evidence of design. The first aspect is emphasized in the cosmological proof, the latter in the proofs of natural theology. Suppose now that this fullness of being passes under the agency of thought, then it is stripped of its isolation and unconnectedness, and viewed as a universal and absolutely necessary being which determines itself and acts by general purposes or laws. And this necessary and self-determined being, different from the being at the commencement, is God. The main force of Kant's criticism on this process attacks it for being a syllogizing a transition. Perceptions, and that aggregate of perceptions we call the world, exhibit as they stand no traces of that universality which they afterwards receive from the purifying act of thought. The empirical conception of the world, therefore, gives no warrant for the idea of universality. And so any attempt on the part of thought to ascend from the empirical conception of the world to God is checked by the argument of Hume, as in the Paralogisms, 47, according to which we have no right to pg 103 think sensations, that is, to elicit universality and necessity from them. Man is essentially a thinker, and therefore sound common sense as well as philosophy will not yield up their right of rising to God from and out of the empirical view of the world. The only basis on which this rise is possible is the thinking study of the world, not the bare sensuous, animal intuition of it. Thought and thought alone has eyes for the essence, substance, universal power, and ultimate design of the world. And what men call the proofs of God's existence are, rightly understood, ways of describing and analyzing the native course of the mind, the course of thought thinking the data of the senses. The rise of thought beyond the world of sense, its passage from the finite to the infinite, the leap into the supersensible which it takes when it snaps asunder the chain of sense, all this transition is thought and nothing but thought. Say there is no such passage, and you say there is to be no thinking. And in sooth, animals make no such transition. They never get further than sensation and the perception of the senses, and in consequence they have no religion. Both on general grounds, and in the particular case, there are two remarks to be made upon the criticism of this exaltation in thought. The first remark deals with the question of form. When the exaltation is exhibited in a syllogistic process, in the shape of what we call proofs of the being of God, these reasonings cannot but start from some sort of theory of the world, which makes it an aggregate either of contingent facts or of final causes and relations involving design. The merely syllogistic thinker may deem this starting point a solid basis and suppose that it remains throughout in the same empirical light, left at last as it was at the first. In pg 104 this case, the bearing of the beginning upon the conclusion to which it leads has a purely affirmative aspect, as if we were only reasoning from one thing which is and continues to be, to another thing which in like manner is. But the great error is to restrict our notions of the nature of thought to its form in understanding alone. To think the phenomenal world rather, means to recast its form and transmute it into a universal. And thus the action of thought has also negative effect upon its basis, and the matter of sensation, when it receives the stamp of universality, at once loses its first and phenomenal shape. By the removal and negation of the shell, the kernel within the sense, v-percept is brought to the light 13 and 23. And it is because they do not, with sufficient prominence, express the negative features implied in the exaltation of the mind from the world to God, that the metaphysical proofs of the being of a God are defective interpretations and descriptions of the process. If the world is only a sum of incidents, it follows that it is also deciduous and phenomenal, in esse and posse null. That upward spring of the mind signifies that the being which the world has is only a semblance, no real being, no absolute truth. It signifies that beyond and above that appearance truth abides in God, so that true being is another name for God. The process of exaltation might thus appear to be transition and to involve a means, but it is not a whit less true that every trace of transition and means is absorbed, since the world, which might have seemed to be the means of reaching God, is explained to be a nullity. Unless the being of the world is nullified, the point d'appui for the exaltation is lost. In this way the apparent means vanishes, and the process of derivation is cancelled in the very act by which it proceeds. It is the affirmative aspect of this pg 105 relation, as supposed to subsist between two things, either of which is as much as the other, which Jacobi mainly has in his eye when he attacks the demonstrations of the understanding, justly censuring them for seeking conditions one. Either world for the unconditioned, he remarks that the infinite or God must on such a method be presented as dependent and derivative. But that elevation as it takes place in the mind serves to correct this semblance. In fact, it has no other meaning than to correct that semblance. Jacobi, however, failed to recognize the genuine nature of essential thought by which it cancels the mediation in the very act of mediating, and consequently, his objection, though it tells against the merely reflective understanding, is false when applied to thought as a whole, and in particular to reasonable thought. To explain what we mean by the neglect of the negative factor in thought, we may refer by way of illustration to the charges of pantheism and atheism brought against the doctrines of Spinoza. The absolute substance of Spinoza certainly falls short of absolute spirit, and it is a right and proper requirement that God should be defined as absolute spirit. But when the definition in Spinoza is said to identify the world with God, and to confound God with nature and the finite world, it is implied that the finite world possesses a genuine actuality and affirmative reality. If this assumption be admitted, of course a union of God with the world renders God completely finite, and degrades him to the bare finite and adventitious congeries of existence. But there are two objections to be noted. In the first place, Spinoza does not define God as the unity of God with the world, but as the union of thought with extension, that is, with the material world. And secondly, even if we accept this awkward popular statement pg 106 as to this unity, it would still be true that the system of Spinoza was not atheism but achismism, defining the world to be an appearance lacking in true reality. A philosophy, which affirms that God and God alone is, should not be stigmatized as atheistic, when even those nations which worship the ape, the cow, or images of stone and brass are credited with some religion. But as things stand, the imagination of ordinary men feels a vehement reluctance to surrender its dearest conviction that this aggregate of finitude, which it calls a world, has actual reality, and to hold that there is no world is a way of thinking they are fain to believe. Impossible, or at least much less possible than to entertain the idea that there is no God. Human nature, not much to its credit, is more ready to believe that a system denies God than that it denies the world. A denial of God seems so much more intelligible than a denial of the world. The second remark bears on the criticism of the material propositions to which that elevation in thought in the first instance leads. If these propositions have for their predicate such terms as substance of the world, its necessary essence, cause which regulates and directs it according to design, they are certainly inadequate to express what is or ought to be understood by God. Yet apart from the trick of adopting a preliminary popular conception of God, and criticizing a result by this assumed standard, it is certain that these characteristics have great value, and are necessary factors in the idea of God. But if we wish in this way to bring before thought the genuine idea of God, and give its true value and expression to the central truth, we must be careful not to start from a subordinate level of facts. To speak of the merely contingent things of the world is a very inadequate description of the premises. The pg 107 organic structures, and the evidence they afford of mutual adaptation, belong to a higher province, the province of animated nature. But even without taking into consideration the possible blemish which the study of animated nature, and of the other teleological aspects of existing things, may contract from the pettiness of the final causes, and from puerile instances of them and their bearings, merely animated nature is, at the best, incapable of supplying the material for a truthful expression to the idea of God. God is more than life, he is spirit, and therefore if the thought of the Absolute takes a starting point for its rise, and desires to take the nearest, the most true and adequate starting point will be found in the nature of spirit alone. The other way of unification by which to realize the ideal of reason is to set out from the abstractum of thought and seek to characterize it, for which purpose being is the only available term. This is the method of the ontological proof. The opposition, here presented from a merely subjective point of view, lies between thought and being, whereas in the first way of junction, being is common to the two sides of the antithesis, and the contrast lies only between its individualization and universality. Understanding meets this second way with what is implicitly the same objection as it made to the first. It denied that the empirical involves the universal, so it denies that the universal involves the specialization, which specialization in this instance is being. In other words, it says, being cannot be deduced from the notion by any analysis. The uniformly favorable reception and acceptance which attended Kant's criticism of the ontological proof was undoubtedly due to the illustration which he made use of. To explain the difference between thought and being, he took the instance of 100 pg 108 sovereigns, which, for anything it matters to the notion, are the same 100 whether they are real or only possible, though the difference of the two cases is very perceptible in their effect on a man's purse. Nothing can be more obvious than that anything we only think or conceive is not on that account actual. That mental representation, and even notional comprehension, always falls short of being. Still, it may not unfairly be styled a barbarism in language, when the name of notion is given to things like 100 sovereigns. And, putting that mistake aside, those who perpetually urge against the philosophically idea the difference between being and thought might have admitted that philosophers were not wholly ignorant of the fact. Can there be any proposition more trite than this? But after all, it is well to remember, when we speak of God, that we have an object of another kind than any 100 sovereigns, and unlike any one particular notion, representation, or however else it may be styled. It is in fact this and this alone which marks everything finite. Its being in time and space is discrepant from its notion. God, on the contrary, expressly has to be what can only be thought as existing. His notion involves being. It is this unity of the notion and being that constitutes the notion of God. If this were all, we should have only a formal expression of the divine nature, which would not really go beyond a statement of the nature of the notion itself, and that the notion, in its most abstract terms, involves being is plain. For the notion, whatever other determination it may receive, is at least reference back on itself, which results by abolishing the intermediation and thus is immediate. And what is that reference to self but being? Certainly it would be strange if the notion, the very inmost of mind, if even the ego, or PG 109 above all, the concrete totality we call God, were not rich enough to include so poor a category as being, the very poorest and most abstract of all. For if we look at the thought it holds, nothing can be more insignificant than being. And yet there may be something still more insignificant than being, that which at first sight is perhaps supposed to be an external and sensible existence, like that of the paper lying before me. However, in this matter, nobody proposes to speak of the sensible existence of a limited and perishable thing. Besides, the petty stricture of the critic that thought and being are different can at most molest the path of the human mind from the thought of God to the certainty that He is. It cannot take it away. It is this process of transition, depending on the absolute inseparability of the thought of God from His being, for which its proper authority has been revindicated in the theory of faith or immediate knowledge, whereof hereafter. In this way thought, at its highest pitch, has to go outside for any determinateness, and although it is continually termed reason, is out and out abstract thinking. And the result of all is that reason supplies nothing beyond the formal unity required to simplify and systematize experiences. It is a canon, not an organon of truth, and can furnish only a criticism of knowledge, not a doctrine of the infinite. In its final analysis, this criticism is summed up in the assertion that in strictness thought is only the indeterminate unity, and the action of this indeterminate unity. Kant undoubtedly held reason to be the faculty of the unconditioned, but if reason be reduced to abstract identity only, it by implication renounces its unconditionality, and is in reality no better than empty understanding. For reason is unconditioned, only in so far as its character and quality are not due to an extraneous and foreign content, only in so PG 110 far as it is self-characterizing, and thus, in point of content, is its own master. Kant, however, expressly explains that the action of reason consists solely in applying the categories to systematize the matter given by perception, to place it in an outside order, under the guidance of the principle of non-contradiction. The practical reason is understood by Kant to mean a thinking will, 1. A will that determines itself on universal principles. Its office is to give objective, imperative laws of freedom, laws, that is, which state what ought to happen. The warrant for thus assuming thought to be an activity which makes itself felt objectively, that is, to be really a reason, is the alleged possibility of proving practical freedom by experience, that is, of showing it in the phenomenon of self-consciousness. This experience in consciousness is at once met by all that the necessitarian produces from contrary experience, particularly by the skeptical induction employed amongst others by Hume from the endless diversity of what men regard as right and duty one, from the diversity apparent in those professedly objective laws of freedom. What then is to serve as the law which the practical reason embraces and obeys, and as the criterion in its act of self-determination? There is no rule at hand, but the same abstract identity of understanding as before. There must be no contradiction in the act of self-determination. Hence the practical reason never shakes off the formalism, which is represented as the climax of the theoretical reason. But this practical reason does not confine the universal principle of the good to its own inward regulation. It first becomes practical, in the true sense of the word, when it insists on the good being manifested in the world with an outward objectivity, and requires that PG 111 the thought shall be objective throughout, and not merely subjective. We shall speak of this postulate of the practical reason afterwards. The free self-determination which Kant denied to the speculative, he has expressly vindicated for the practical reason. To many minds this particular aspect of the Kantian philosophy made it welcome, and that for good reasons. To estimate rightly what we owe to Kant in the matter, we ought to set before our minds the form of practical philosophy, and in particular of moral philosophy, which prevailed in his time. It may be generally described as a system of eudaimonism, which, when asked what man's chief end ought to be, replied happiness. And by happiness eudaimonism understood the satisfaction of the private appetites, wishes and wants of the man, thus raising the contingent and particular into a principle for the will and its actualization. To this eudaimonism, which was destitute of stability and consistency, and which left the door and gate wide open for every whim and caprice, Kant opposed the practical reason, and thus emphasized the need for a principle of will which should be universal and lay the same obligation on all. The theoretical reason, as has been made evident in the preceding paragraphs, is identified by Kant with the negative faculty of the infinite, and as it has no positive content of its own, it is restricted to the function of detecting the finitude of experiential knowledge. To the practical reason, on the contrary, he has expressly allowed a positive infinity, by ascribing to the will the power of modifying itself in universal modes, 1. By thought. Such a power the will undoubtedly has, and it is well to remember that man is free only in so far as he possesses it, and avails himself of it in his conduct. But a recognition of the existence of this power is not enough, and does not avail to tell us what are the contents of the will or practical reason. Hence to say that a man must make the good the content of his will, raises the question, what that content is, and what are the means of ascertaining what good is. Nor does one get over the difficulty by the principle that the pg 112 will must be consistent with itself, or by the precept to do duty for the sake of duty. See, the reflective power of judgment is invested by Kant with the function of an intuitive understanding. That is to say, whereas the particulars had hitherto appeared, so far as the universal or abstract identity was concerned, adventitious and incapable of being deduced from it, the intuitive understanding apprehends the particulars as moulded and formed by the universal itself. Experience presents such universalized particulars in the products of art and of organic nature. The capital feature in Kant's criticism of the judgment is that in it he gave a representation and a name, if not even an intellectual expression, to the idea. Such a representation, as an intuitive understanding, or an inner adaptation, suggests a universal which is at the same time apprehended as essentially a concrete unity. It is in these apophthegms alone that the Kantian philosophy rises to the speculative height. Schiller and others have found in the idea of artistic beauty, where thought and sensuous conception have grown together into one, a way of escape from the abstract and separatist understanding. Others have found the same relief in the perception and consciousness of life and of living things, whether that life be natural or intellectual. The work of art, as well as the living individual, is, it must be owned, of limited content. But in the postulated harmony of nature or necessity and free purpose, in the final purpose of the world conceived as realized, Kant has put before us the idea, comprehensive even in its content. Yet what may be called the laziness of thought, when dealing with this supreme idea, finds a too easy mode of evasion in the ought to be. Instead of the actual realization of the ultimate end, it clings pg 113 hard to the disjunction of the notion from reality. Yet if thought will not think the ideal realized, the senses and the intuition can at any rate see it in the present reality of living organisms and of the beautiful in art. And consequently Kant's remarks on these objects were well adapted to lead the mind on to grasp and think the concrete idea. We are thus led to conceive a different relation between the universal of understanding and the particular of perception than that on which the theory of the theoretical and practical reason is founded. But while this is so, it is not supplemented by a recognition that the former is the genuine relation and the very truth. Instead of that, the unity of universal with particular is accepted only as it exists in finite phenomena, and is adduced only as a fact of experience. Such experience, at first only personal, may come from two sources. It may spring from genius, the faculty which produces aesthetic ideas, meaning by aesthetic ideas the picture thoughts of the free imagination which subserve an idea and suggest thoughts, although their content is not expressed in a notional form, and even admits of no such expression. It may also be due to taste, the feeling of congruity between the free play of intuition or imagination and the uniformity of understanding. the principle by which the reflective faculty of judgment regulates and arranges the products of animated nature is described as the end or final cause, the notion in action, the universal at once determining and determinate in itself. At the same time, Kant is careful to discard the conception of external or finite adaptation, in which the end is only an adventitious form for the means and material in which it is realized. In the living organism, on the contrary, the final cause is a moulding principle and an energy immanent in the matter, pg 114, and every member is in its turn a means as well as an end. Such an idea evidently radically transforms the relation which the understanding institutes between means and ends, between subjectivity and objectivity. And yet in the face of this unification, the end or design is subsequently explained to be a cause which exists and acts subjectively, 1. As our idea only, and teleology is accordingly explained to be only a principle of criticism, purely personal to our understanding. After the critical philosophy had settled that reason can know phenomena only, there would still have been an option for animated nature between two equally subjective modes of thought. Even according to Kant's own exposition, there would have been an obligation to admit, in the case of natural productions, a knowledge not confined to the categories of quality, cause and effect, composition, constituents, and so on. The principle of inward adaptation or design, had it been kept to and carried out in scientific application, would have led to a different and a higher method of observing nature. If we adopt this principle, the idea, when all limitations were removed from it, would appear as follows. The universality moulded by reason, and described as the absolute and final end or the good, would be realized in the world, and realized moreover by means of a third thing, the power which proposes this end as well as realizes it, that is, God. Thus in him, who is the absolute truth, those oppositions of universal and individual, subjective and objective, are solved and explained to be neither self-subsistent nor true. But good, which is thus put forward as the final cause of the world, has been already described as only our good, the moral law of our practical reason. This pg 115 being so, the unity in question goes no further than make the state of the world, and the course of its events harmonize with our moral standards. Besides, even with this limitation, the final cause or good is a vague abstraction, and the same vagueness attaches to what is to be duty. But further, this harmony is met by the revival and reassertion of the antithesis, which it by its own principle had nullified. The harmony is then described as merely subjective, something which merely ought to be, and which at the same time is not real, a mere article of faith, possessing a subjective certainty, but without truth, or that objectivity which is proper to the idea. This contradiction may seem to be disguised by adjourning the realization of the idea to a future, to a time when the idea will also be. But a sensuous condition like time is the reverse of a reconciliation of the discrepancy, and an infinite progression which is the corresponding image adopted by the understandingen, the very face of it only repeats and reenacts the contradiction. A general remark may still be offered on the result to which the critical philosophy led as to the nature of knowledge, a result which has grown one of the current idols or axiomatic beliefs of the day. In every dualistic system, and especially in that of Kant, the fundamental defect makes itself visible in the pg 116 inconsistency of unifying at one moment what a moment before had been explained to be independent and therefore incapable of unification. And then, at the very moment after unification has been alleged to be the truth, we suddenly come upon the doctrine that the two elements, which, in their true status of unification, had been refused all independent subsistence, are only true and actual in their state of separation. Philosophizing of this kind wants the little penetration needed to discover that this shuffling only evidences how unsatisfactory each one of the two terms is. And it fails simply because it is incapable of bringing two thoughts together, and in point of form there are never more than two. It argues an utter want of consistency to say, on the one hand, that the understanding only knows phenomena, and on the other assert the absolute character of this knowledge, by such statements as cognition can go no further. Here is the natural and absolute limit of human knowledge, but natural is the wrong word here. The things of nature are limited, and are natural things only to such extent as they are not aware of their universal limit, or to such extent as their mode or quality is a limit from our point of view, and not from their own. No one knows or even feels that anything is a limit or defect until he is at the same time above and beyond it. Living beings, for example, possess the privilege of pain which is denied to the inanimate. Even with living beings, a single mode or quality passes into the feeling of a negative. For living beings as such possess within them a universal vitality, which overpasses and includes the single mode, and thus, as they maintain themselves in the negative of themselves, they feel the contradiction to exist within them. But the contradiction is within them only in so far as one, and the same subject includes both the universality of their sense of pg 117 life and the individual mode which is in negation with it. This illustration will show how a limit or imperfection in knowledge comes to be termed a limit or imperfection only when it is compared with the actual present idea of the universal, of a total and perfect. A very little consideration might show that to call a thing finite or limited proves, by implication, the very presence of the infinite and unlimited, and that our knowledge of a limit can only be when the unlimited is on this side in consciousness. The result, however, of Kant's view of cognition suggests a second remark. The philosophy of Kant could have no influence on the method of the sciences. It leaves the categories and method of ordinary knowledge quite unmolested. Occasionally, it may be, in the first sections of a scientific work of that period, we find propositions borrowed from the Kantian philosophy, but the course of the treatise renders it apparent that these propositions were superfluous decoration, and that the few first pages might have been omitted without producing the least change in the empirical contents. We may next institute a comparison of Kant with the metaphysics of the empirical school. Natural plane empiricism, though it unquestionably insists most upon sensuous perception, still allows a supersensible world or spiritual reality, whatever may be its structure and constitution, and whether derived from intellect or from imagination. 100. So far as form goes, the facts of this supersensible world rest on the authority of mind, in pg 118 the same way as the other facts, embraced in empirical knowledge, rest on the authority of external perception. But when empiricism becomes reflective and logically consistent, it turns its arms against this dualism in the ultimate and highest species of fact. It denies the independence of the thinking principle and of a spiritual world which develops itself in thought. Materialism or naturalism, therefore, is the consistent and thoroughgoing system of empiricism. In direct opposition to such an empiricism, Kant asserts the principle of thought and freedom and attaches himself to the first-mentioned form of empirical doctrine, the general principles of which he never departed from. There is a dualism in his philosophy also. On one side stands the world of sensation and of the understanding which reflects upon it. This world, it is true, he alleges to be a world of appearances. But that is only a title or formal description, for the source, the facts, and the modes of observation continue quite the same as in empiricism. On the other side and independent stands a self-apprehending thought, the principle of freedom, which Kant has in common with ordinary and bygone metaphysic, but emptied of all that it held, and without his being able to infuse into it anything new. For in the critical doctrine, thought, or as it is there called, reason, is divested of every specific form, and thus bereft of all authority. The main effect of the Kantian philosophy has been to revive the consciousness of reason, or the absolute inwardness of thought. Its abstractness indeed prevented that inwardness from developing into anything, or from originating any special forms, whether cognitive principles or moral laws, but nevertheless it absolutely refused to accept or indulge anything possessing the character of an externality. Henceforth the principle of the independence of reason, pg 119, or of its absolute self-subsistence, is made a general principle of philosophy, as well as a foregone conclusion of the time. pg 121. Chapter 5, Third Attitude of Thought to Objectivity. Immediate or intuitive knowledge. If we are to believe the critical philosophy, thought is subjective, and its ultimate and invincible mode is abstract universality or formal identity. Thought is thus set in opposition to truth, which is no abstraction but concrete universality. In this highest mode of thought, which is entitled reason, the categories are left out of account. The extreme theory on the opposite side holds thought to be an act of the particular only, and on that ground declares it incapable of apprehending the truth. This is the intuitional theory. According to this theory, thinking, a private and particular operation, has its whole scope and product in the categories. But these categories, as arrested by the understanding, are limited vehicles of thought, forms of the conditioned, of the dependent and derivative. A thought limited to these modes has no sense of the infinite and the true, and cannot bridge over the gulf that separates it from them. This stricture refers to the proofs of God's existence. These inadequate modes or categories are also spoken of as notions, and to get a notion of an object therefore can only mean, in this language, to grasp it under the form of being conditioned and derivative. Consequently, if the object in question be the true, the infinite, the unconditioned, we change pg 122 it by our notions into a finite and conditioned, whereby instead of apprehending the truth by thought, we have perverted it into untruth. Such is the one simple line of argument advanced for the thesis that the knowledge of God and of truth must be immediate, or intuitive. At an earlier period, all sort of anthropomorphic conceptions, as they are termed, were banished from God, as being finite and therefore unworthy of the infinite, and in this way God had been reduced to a tolerably blank being. But in those days the thought forms were in general not supposed to come under the head of anthropomorphism. Thought was believed rather to strip finitude from the conceptions of the absolute, in agreement with the above-mentioned conviction of all ages, that reflection is the only road to truth. But now, at length, even the thought forms are pronounced anthropomorphic, and thought itself is described as a mere faculty of finitization. Jacobi has stated this charge most distinctly in the 7th supplement to his letters on Spinoza, borrowing his line of argument from the works of Spinoza himself, and applying it as a weapon against knowledge in general. In his attack, knowledge is taken to mean knowledge of the finite only, a process of thought from one condition in a series to another, each of which is at once conditioning and conditioned. According to such a view, to explain and to get the notion of anything is the same as to show it to be derived from something else. Whatever such knowledge embraces, consequently, is partial, dependent, and finite, while the infinite or true one, God, lies outside of the mechanical interconnection to which knowledge is said to be confined. It is important to observe that, while Kant makes the finite nature of the categories consist mainly in the formal circumstance that they are subjective, pg 123 Jacobi discusses the categories in their own proper character, and pronounces them to be in their very import finite. What Jacobi chiefly had before his eyes, when he thus described science, was the brilliant successes of the physical or exact sciences in ascertaining natural forces and laws. It is certainly not on the finite ground occupied by these sciences that we can expect to meet the indwelling presence of the infinite. Lalande was right when he said he had swept the whole heaven with his glass and seen no God. See note to 60. In the field of physical science, the universal, which is the final result of analysis, is only the indeterminate aggregate of the external finite, in one word, matter, and Jacobi well perceived that there was no other issue obtainable in the way of a mere advance from one explanatory clause or law to another. All the while the doctrine that truth exists for the mind was so strongly maintained by Jacobi that reason alone is declared to be that by which man lives. This reason is the knowledge of God, but seeing that derivative knowledge is restricted to the compass of finite facts, reason is knowledge underivative or faith. Knowledge, faith, thought, intuition are the categories that we meet with on this line of reflection. These terms, as presumably familiar to everyone, are only too frequently subjected to an arbitrary use, under no better guidance than the conceptions and distinctions of psychology, without any investigation into their nature and notion, which is the main question after all. Thus, we often find knowledge contrasted with faith, and faith at the same time explained to be an underivative or intuitive knowledge, so that it must be at least some sort of knowledge. And besides, it is unquestionably a fact of experience, firstly, that what we believe is pg 124 in our consciousness, which implies that we know about it, and secondly, that this belief is a certainty in our consciousness, which implies that we know it. Again, and especially, we find thought opposed to immediate knowledge and faith, and in particular to intuition. But if this intuition be qualified as intellectual, we must really mean intuition which thinks, unless, in a question about the nature of God, we are willing to interpret intellect to mean images and representations of imagination. The word faith or belief in the dialect of this system comes to be employed even with reference to common objects that are present to the senses. We believe, says Jacobi, that we have a body, we believe in the existence of the things of sense. But if we are speaking of faith in the true and eternal, and saying that God is given and revealed to us in immediate knowledge or intuition, we are concerned not with the things of sense, but with objects special to our thinking mind, with truths of inherently universal significance. And when the individual I, or in other words personality, is under discussion at the eye of experience, or a single private person above all, when the personality of God is before us, we are speaking of personality unalloyed, of a personality in its own nature universal. Such personality is a thought, and falls within the province of thought only. More than this, pure and simple intuition is completely the same as pure and simple thought. Intuition and belief, in the first instance, denote the definite conceptions we attach to these words in our ordinary employment of them, and to this extent they differ from thought in certain points, which nearly every one can understand. But here they are taken in a higher sense, and must be interpreted to mean a belief in God, or an intellectual intuition of God. In short, we must put aside all that especially distinguishes thought pg 125 on the one side from belief and intuition on the other. How belief and intuition, when transferred to these higher regions, differ from thought, it is impossible for anyone to say. And yet, such are the barren distinctions of words, with which men fancy that they assert an important truth, even while the formulae they maintain are identical with those which they impugn. The term faith brings with it the special advantage of suggesting the faith of the Christian religion. It seems to include Christian faith, or perhaps even to coincide with it, and thus the philosophy of faith has a thoroughly orthodox and Christian look, on the strength of which it takes the liberty of uttering its arbitrary dicta with greater pretension and authority. But we must not let ourselves be deceived by the semblance surreptitiously secured by a merely verbal similarity. The two things are radically distinct. Firstly, the Christian faith comprises in it an authority of the Church, but the faith of Jacobi's philosophy has no other authority than that of a personal revelation. And secondly, the Christian faith is a copious body of objective truth, a system of knowledge and doctrine, while the scope of the philosophically faith is so utterly indefinite that, while it has room for the faith of the Christian, it equally admits a belief in the divinity of the Dalai Lama, the ox, or the monkey, thus, so far as it goes, narrowing deity down to its simplest terms, a supreme being. Faith itself, taken in this professedly philosophical sense, is nothing but the sapless abstract of immediate knowledge, a purely formal category applicable to very different facts, and it ought never to be confused or identified with the spiritual fullness of Christian faith, whether we look at that faith in the heart of the believer and the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, or in the system of theological doctrine. pg 126. With what is here called faith or immediate knowledge must also be identified inspiration, the heart's revelations, the truths implanted in man by nature, and also in particular healthy reason or common sense as it is called. All these forms agree in adopting as their leading principle the immediacy, or self-evident way, in which a fact or body of truths is presented in consciousness. This immediate knowledge consists in knowing that the infinite, the eternal, the God which is in our idea, really is, or it asserts that in our consciousness there is immediately and inseparably bound up with this idea the certainty of its actual being. To seek to controvert these maxims of immediate knowledge is the last thing philosophers would think of. They may rather find occasion for self-gratulation when these ancient doctrines, expressing as they do the general tenor of philosophically teaching, have, even in this unphilosophical fashion, become to some extent universal convictions of the age. The true marvel rather is that anyone could suppose that these principles were opposed to philosophy, the maxims, viz., that whatever is held to be true is immanent in the mind, and that there is truth for the mind 63. From a formal point of view, there is a peculiar interest in the maxim that the being of God is immediately and inseparably bound up with the thought of God, that objectivity is bound up with the subjectivity which the thought originally presents. Not content with that, the philosophy of immediate knowledge goes so far in its one-sided view as to affirm that the attribute of existence, even in perception, is quite as inseparably connected with the conception we have of our own bodies and of external things as it is with the thought of God. Now it is the endeavour of philosophy to prove such a unity, to show that it lies in pg 127, the very nature of thought and subjectivity, to be inseparable from being and objectivity. In these circumstances, therefore, philosophy, whatever estimate may be formed of the character of these proofs, must in any case be glad to see it shown, and maintain that its maxims are facts of consciousness, and thus in harmony with experience. The difference between philosophy and the asseverations of immediate knowledge rather centers in the exclusive attitude which immediate knowledge adopts, when it sets itself up against philosophy. And yet it was as a self-evident or immediate truth that the cogito, ergo sum of Descartes, the maxim on which may be said to hinge the whole interest of modern philosophy, was first stated by its author. The man who calls this a syllogism must know little more about a syllogism than that the word ergo occurs in it. Where shall we look for the middle term? And a middle term is a much more essential point of a syllogism than the word ergo. If we try to justify the name, by calling the combination of ideas in Descartes an immediate syllogism, this superfluous variety of syllogism is a mere name for an utterly unmediated synthesis of distinct terms of thought. That being so, the synthesis of being with our ideas, as stated in the maxim of immediate knowledge, has no more and no less claim to the title of syllogism than the axiom of Descartes has. From Hotho's dissertation on the Cartesian philosophy published 1826, I borrow the quotation in which Descartes himself distinctly declares that the maxim cogito ergo sum is no syllogism. The passages are responds, ad Roman 2 object, de methodo Roman 4, ep. Roman 1. From the first passage I quote the words more immediately to the point. Descartes says, that we are thinking beings is prima quidem notio qui ex nullo syllogismo concluditur a certain primary pg 128 notion, which is deduced from no syllogism, and goes on, nec cum quis dicit, ego cogito, ergo sum sive existo, existentiam ex cogitation per syllogismum deducit. Nor when one says, I think, therefore I am or exist, does he deduce existence from thought by means of a syllogism. Descartes knew what it implied in a syllogism, and so he adds that, in order to make the maxim admit of a deduction by syllogism, we should have to add the major premise, illud omni quod cogitat est sive existit, everything which thinks is or exists. Of course, he remarks, this major premise itself has to be deduced from the original statement. The language of Descartes on the maxim that the I which thinks must also at the same time be, his saying that this connection is given and implied in the simple perception of consciousness, that this connection is the absolute first, the principal the most certain and evident of all things, so that no skepticism can be conceived so monstrous as not to admit it. All this language is so vivid and distinct that the modern statements of Jacobi and others on this immediate connection can only pass for needless repetitions. The theory of which we are speaking is not satisfied when it has shown that mediate knowledge taken separately is an adequate vehicle of truth. Its distinctive doctrine is that immediate knowledge alone, to the total exclusion of mediation, can possess a content which is true. This exclusiveness is enough to show that the theory is a relapse into the metaphysical understanding, with its passwords ethera, and thus it is really a relapse into the habit of external mediation, the gist of which consists in clinging to those narrow and one-sided categories of the finite, which it falsely imagined itself to have left forever behind. This point, however, we shall not at present discuss in pg 129 detail. An exclusively immediate knowledge is asserted as a fact only, and in the present introduction we can only study it from this external point of view. The real significance of such knowledge will be explained when we come to the logical question of the opposition between mediate and immediate, but it is characteristic of the view before us to decline to examine the nature of the fact, that is, the notion of it, for such an examination would itself be a step towards mediation and even towards knowledge. The genuine discussion on logical ground, therefore, must be deferred till we come to the proper province of logic itself. The whole of the second part of logic, the doctrine of essential being, is a discussion of the intrinsic and self-affirming unity of immediacy and mediation. Beyond this point, then, we need not go. Immediate knowledge is to be accepted as a fact. Under these circumstances, examination is directed to the field of experience, to a psychological phenomenon. If that be so, we need only note as the commonest of experiences that truths, which we well know to be results of complicated and highly mediated trains of thought, present themselves immediately and without effort to the mind of any man who is familiar with the subject. The mathematician, like everyone who has mastered a particular science, meets any problem with ready-made solutions which presuppose most complicated analyses, and every educated man has a number of general views and maxims which he can muster without trouble, but which can only have sprung from frequent reflection and long experience. The facility we attain in any sort of knowledge, art, or technical expertness consists in having the particular knowledge or kind of action present to our mind in any case that occurs, even we may say, immediate in our very limbs, in an outgoing PG 130 activity. In all these instances, immediacy of knowledge is so far from excluding mediation that the two things are linked together, immediate knowledge being actually the product and result of mediated knowledge. It is no less obvious that immediate existence is bound up with its mediation. The seed and the parents are immediate and initial existences in respect of the offspring which they generate, but the seed and the parents, though they exist and are therefore immediate, are yet in their turn generated, and the child, without prejudice to the mediation of its existence, is immediate, because it is. The fact that I am in Berlin, my immediate presence here, is mediated by my having made the journey hither. One thing may be observed with reference to the immediate knowledge of God, of legal and ethical principles including under the head of immediate knowledge, what is otherwise termed instinct, implanted or innate ideas, common sense, natural reason, or whatever form, in short, we give to the original spontaneity. It is a matter of general experience that education or development is required to bring out into consciousness what is therein contained. It was so even with the Platonic reminiscence, and the Christian rite of baptism, although a sacrament, involves the additional obligation of a Christian upbringing. In short, religion and morals, however much they may be faith or immediate knowledge, are still on every side conditioned by the mediating process which is termed development, education, training. The adherents, no less than the assailants, of the doctrine of innate ideas have been guilty throughout of the like exclusiveness and narrowness as is here noted. They have drawn a hard and fast line between PG 131, the essential and immediate union, as it may be described of certain universal principles with the soul, and another union which has to be brought about in an external fashion, and through the channel of given objects and conceptions, there is one objection borrowed from experience which was raised against the doctrine of innate ideas. All men, it was said, must have these ideas. They must have, for example, the maxim of contradiction present in the mind. They must be aware of it, for this maxim and others like it were included in the class of innate ideas. The objection may be set down to misconception, for the principles in question, though innate, need not on that account have the form of ideas or conceptions of something we are aware of. Still, the objection completely meets and overthrows the crude theory of immediate knowledge, which expressly maintains its formulae in so far as they are in consciousness. Another point calls for notice. We may suppose it admitted by the intuitive school that the special case of religious faith involves supplementing by a Christian or religious education and development. In that case it is acting capriciously when it seeks to ignore this admission when speaking about faith, or it betrays a want of reflection not to know that, if the necessity of education be once admitted, mediation is pronounced indispensable. The reminiscence of ideas spoken of by Plato is equivalent to saying that ideas implicitly exist in man, instead of being, as the sophists assert, a foreign importation into his mind. But to conceive knowledge as reminiscence does not interfere with, or set aside as useless, the development of what is implicitly in man, which development is another word for mediation. The same holds good of the innate ideas that we find in Descartes and the Scotch philosophers. These ideas are only potential in the first instance, and PG 132 should be looked at as being a sort of mere capacity in man. In the case of these experiences, the appeal turns upon something that shows itself bound up with immediate consciousness. Even if this combination be in the first instance taken as an external and empirical connection, still, even for empirical observation, the fact of its being constant shows it to be essential and inseparable. But again, if this immediate consciousness, as exhibited in experience, be taken separately, so far as it is a consciousness of God and the divine nature, the state of mind which it implies is generally described as an exaltation above the finite, above the senses, and above the instinctive desires and affections of the natural heart, which exaltation passes over into and terminates in faith in God and a divine order. It is apparent, therefore, that, though faith may be an immediate knowledge and certainty, it equally implies the interposition of this process as its antecedent and condition. It has been already observed that the so-called proofs of the being of God, which start from finite being, give an expression to this exaltation. In that light they are no inventions of an over-subtle reflection, but the necessary and native channel in which the movement of mind runs, though it may be that in their ordinary form these proofs have not their correct and adequate expression. It is the passage 64 from the subjective idea to being which forms the main concern of the doctrine of immediate knowledge. A primary and self-evident interconnection is declared to exist between our idea and being. Yet precisely this central point of transition, utterly irrespective of any connections which show in experience, clearly involves a mediation, and the PG 133 mediation is of no imperfect or unreal kind, where the mediation takes place with and through something external, but one comprehending both antecedent and conclusion. For what this theory asserts is that truth lies neither in the idea as a merely subjective thought, nor in mere being on its own account. That mere being per se, a being that is not of the idea, is the sensible finite being of the world. Now all this only affirms, without demonstration, that the idea has truth only by means of being, and being has truth only by means of the idea. The maxim of immediate knowledge rejects an indefinite empty immediacy, and such is abstract being, or pure unity taken by itself, and affirms in its stead the unity of the idea with being. And it acts rightly in so doing. But it is stupid not to see that the unity of distinct terms or modes is not merely a purely immediate unity, one unity empty and indeterminate, but that with equal emphasis, one term is shown to have truth only as mediated through the other, or, if the phrase be preferred, that either term is only mediated with truth through the other. That the quality of mediation is involved in the very immediacy of intuition is thus exhibited as a fact, against which understanding, conformably to the fundamental maxim of immediate knowledge that the evidence of consciousness is infallible, can have nothing to object. It is only ordinary abstract understanding which takes the terms of mediation and immediacy, each by itself absolutely, to represent an inflexible line of distinction, and thus draws upon its own head the hopeless task of reconciling them. The difficulty, as we have shown, has no existence in the fact, and it vanishes in the speculative notion. The one-sidedness of the intuitional school has PG 134 certain characteristics attending upon it, which we shall proceed to point out in their main features, now that we have discussed the fundamental principle. The first of these corollaries is as follows. Since the criterion of truth is found, not in the nature of the content, but in the mere fact of consciousness, every alleged truth has no other basis than subjective certitude, and the assertion that we discover a certain fact in our consciousness. What I discover in my consciousness is thus exaggerated into a fact of the consciousness of all, and even passed off for the very nature of consciousness. Among the so-called proofs of the existence of God, there used to stand the consensus gentium, to which appeal is made as early as Cicero. The consensus gentium is a weighty authority, and the transition is easy and natural, from the circumstance that a certain fact is found in the consciousness of everyone, to the conclusion that it is a necessary element in the very nature of consciousness. In this category of general agreement, there was latent the deep-rooted perception, which does not escape even the least cultivated mind, that the consciousness of the individual is at the same time particular and accidental. Yet unless we examine the nature of this consciousness itself, stripping it of its particular and accidental elements, and by the toilsome operation of reflection, disclosing the universal in its entirety and purity, it is only a unanimous agreement upon a given point that can authorize a decent presumption that that point is part of the very nature of consciousness. Of course, if thought insists on seeing the necessity of what is presented as a fact of general occurrence, the consensus gentium is certainly not sufficient. Yet even granting the universality of the fact to be a satisfactory proof, it has been found PG 135 impossible to establish the belief in God on such an argument, because experience shows that there are individuals and nations without any such faith. But there can be nothing shorter and more convenient than to have the bare assertion to make, that we discover a fact in our consciousness, and are certain that it is true, and to declare that this certainty, instead of proceeding from our particular mental constitution only, belongs to the very nature of the mind. PG 136. A second corollary which results from holding immediacy of consciousness to be the criterion of truth is that all superstition or idolatry is allowed to be truth, and that an apology is prepared for any contents of the will, however wrong and immoral. It is because he believes in them, and not from the reasoning and syllogism of what is termed mediate knowledge, that the Hindu finds God in the cow, the monkey, the Brahman, or the Lama. But the natural desires and affections spontaneously carry and deposit their interests in consciousness, where also immoral aims make themselves naturally at home. The good or bad character would thus express the definite being of the will, which would be known, and that most immediately in the interests and aims. Thirdly and lastly, the immediate consciousness of God goes no further than to tell us that he is. To tell us what he is would be an act of cognition, involving mediation, so that God as an object of religion is expressly narrowed down to the indeterminate supersensible, God in general, and the significance of religion is reduced to a minimum. If it were really needful to win back and secure the bare belief that there is a God, or even to create it, we might well wonder at the poverty of the age which can see a gain in the merest pittance of religious consciousness, and which in its church has sunk so low as to worship at the altar that stood in Athens long ago, dedicated to the unknown God. We have still briefly to indicate the general nature of the form of immediacy, for it is the essential one-sidedness of the category which makes whatever comes under it one-sided, and, for that reason, finite. And first, it makes the universal no better than an abstraction external to the particulars, and God a being pg 137 without determinate quality. But God can only be called a spirit when he is known to be at once the beginning and end, as well as the mean in the process of mediation. Without this unification of elements, he is neither concrete, nor living, nor a spirit. Thus the knowledge of God as a spirit necessarily implies mediation. The form of immediacy, secondly, invests the particular with the character of independent or self-centered being, but such predicates contradict the very essence of the particular, which is to be referred to something else outside. They thus invest the finite with the character of an absolute. But besides, the form of immediacy is altogether abstract. It has no preference for one set of contents more than another, but is equally susceptible of all. It may as well sanction what is idolatrous and immoral as the reverse. Only when we discern that the content, the particular, is not self-subsistent, but derivative from something else, are its finitude and untruth shown in their proper light. Such discernment, where the content we discern carries with it the ground of its dependent nature, is a knowledge which involves mediation. The only content which can be held to be the truth is one not mediated with something else, not limited by other things, or, otherwise expressed, it is one mediated by itself, where mediation and immediate referencitoself coincide. The understanding that fancies it has got clear of finite knowledge, the identity of the analytical metaphysicians and the old rationalists, abruptly takes again as principle and criterion of truth that immediacy which, as an abstract referencitoself, is the same as abstract identity. Abstract thought, the scientific form used by reflective metaphysic, and abstract intuition, the form used by immediate knowledge, are one and the same. pg 138. The stereotyped opposition between the form of immediacy and that of mediation gives to the former a halfness and inadequacy that affects every content which is brought under it. Immediacy means, upon the whole, an abstract referencitoself, that is, an abstract identity or abstract universality. Accordingly, the essential and real universal, when taken merely in its immediacy, is a mere abstract universal, and from this point of view God is conceived as a being altogether without determinate quality. To call God spirit is in that case only a phrase, for the consciousness and self-consciousness, which spirit implies, are impossible without a distinguishing of it from itself and from something else without mediation. It was impossible for us to criticize this, the third attitude, which thought has been made to take towards objective truth, in any other mode than what is naturally indicated and admitted in the doctrine itself. The theory asserts that immediate knowledge is a fact. It has been shown to be untrue, in fact, to say that there is an immediate knowledge, a knowledge without mediation either by means of something else or in itself. It has also been explained to be false, in fact, to say that thought advances through finite and conditioned categories only, which are always mediated by a something else, and to forget that in the very act of mediation the mediation itself vanishes, and to show that, in point of fact, there is a knowledge which advances neither by unmixed immediacy nor by unmixed mediation, we can point to the example of logic and the whole of philosophy. If we view the maxims of immediate knowledge in connection with the uncritical metaphysic of the past from which we started, we shall learn from the comparison the reactionary nature of the school of Jacobi. His doctrine is a return to the modern starting point of this metaphysic in the Cartesian philosophy. Both pg 139 Jacobi and Descartes maintain the following 3 points. pg 140. There is, however, a distinction between the 2 points of view. pg 141. We must then reject the opposition between an independent immediacy in the contents or facts of consciousness and an equally independent mediation, supposed incompatible with the former. The incompatibility is a mere assumption, an arbitrary assertion. All other assumptions and postulates must in like manner be left behind at the entrance to philosophy, whether they are derived from the intellect or the imagination. For philosophy is the science in which every such proposition must first be scrutinized, and its meaning and oppositions be ascertained. Skepticism, made a negative science and systematically applied to all forms of knowledge, might seem a suitable introduction, as pointing out the nullity of such assumptions. But a skeptical introduction would be not only an ungrateful but also a useless course, and that because dialectic, as we shall soon make appear, is itself an essential element of affirmative science. Skepticism, besides, could only get hold of the finite forms as they were suggested by experience, taking them as given instead of deducing them scientifically. pg 142. To require such a skepticism accomplished is the same as to insist on science being preceded by universal doubt, or a total absence of presupposition. Strictly speaking, in the resolve that wills pure thought, this requirement is accomplished by freedom, which, abstracting from everything, grasps its pure abstraction, the simplicity of thought. The danger in these questions lies in looking at what the mind may make out of an object, and not what that object actually and explicitly is. If we fail to note this distinction, the commonest perceptions of men's senses will be religion, for every such perception, and indeed every act of mind, implicitly contains the principle which, when it is purified and developed, rises to religion. But to be capable of religion is one thing, to have it another, and religion yet implicit is only a capacity or a possibility. Thus in modern times, travellers have found tribes as Captains Ross and Perry found the Esquimaux which, as they tell us, have not even that small modicum of religion possessed by African sorcerers, the goats of Herodotus. On the other hand, an Englishman who spent the first months of the last Jubilee at Rome says in his account of the modern Romans that the common people are bigots, whilst those who can read and write are atheists to a man. The charge of atheism is seldom heard in modern times, principally because the facts and the requirements of religion are reduced to a minimum. See 73. In Spinoza, we come upon the same statement that the essence or abstract conception of God implies existence. The first of Spinoza's definitions, that of the causa sui or self-cause, explains it to be cujus essentia involvit existentiam, sive id cujus natura non potest concipi nisi existens, that of which the essence involves existence, or that whose nature cannot be conceived except as existing. The inseparability of the notion from being is the main point and fundamental hypothesis in his system. But what notion is thus inseparable from being? Not the notion of finite things, for they are so constituted as to have a contingent and a created existence. Spinoza's 11th proposition, which follows with a proof that God exists necessarily, and his 20th showing that God's existence and his essence are one and the same, are really superfluous, and the proof is more in form than in reality. To say that God is substance, the only substance, and that, as substance is causa sui, God therefore exists necessarily, is merely stating that God is that of which the notion and the being are inseparable. pg 143. Chapter 6, Logic further defined and divided. In point of form, logical doctrine has 3 sides: the abstract side or that of understanding, the dialectical or that of negative reason, why the speculative or that of positive reason. These 3 sides do not make 3 parts of logic, but are stages or moments in every logical entity, that is, of every notion and truth whatever. They may all be put under the first stage, that of understanding, and so kept isolated from each other, But this would give an inadequate conception of them. The statement of the dividing lines and the characteristic aspects of logic is at this point no more than historical and anticipatory. Thought, as understanding, sticks to fixity of characters and their distinctness from one another. Every such limited abstract it treats as having a subsistence and being of its own. In our ordinary usage of the term thought and even notion, we often have before our eyes nothing more than the operation of understanding. And no doubt thought is primarily an exercise of understanding, only it goes further, and the notion is not a function of understanding merely. The action of understanding may be in general described as investing its subject matter with the form of universality. But this universal is an abstract universal. That is to say, its opposition to the particular is so rigorously pg 144 maintained that it is at the same time also reduced to the character of a particular again. In this separating and abstracting attitude towards its objects, understanding is the reverse of immediate perception and sensation, which as such keep completely to their native sphere of action in the concrete. It is by referring to this opposition of understanding to sensation or feeling that we must explain the frequent attacks made upon thought for being hard and narrow, and for leading, if consistently developed, to ruinous and pernicious results. The answer to these charges, insofar as they are warranted by their facts, is that they do not touch thinking in general, certainly not the thinking of reason, but only the exercise of understanding. It must be added, however, that the merit and rights of the mere understanding should unhesitatingly be admitted, and that merit lies in the fact that apart from understanding there is no fixity or accuracy in the region either of theory or of practice. Thus, in theory, knowledge begins by apprehending existing objects in their specific differences. In the study of nature, for example, we distinguish matters, forces, genera, and the like, and stereotype each in its isolation. Thought is here acting in its analytic capacity, where its canon is identity, a simple reference of each attribute to itself. It is under the guidance of the same identity that the process in knowledge is effected from one scientific truth to another. Thus, for example, in mathematics magnitude is the feature which, to the neglect of any other, determines our advance. Hence in geometry we compare one figure with another, so as to bring out their identity. Similarly in other fields of knowledge, such as jurisprudence, the advance is primarily regulated by identity. In it we argue from one specific law or precedent to another, and what is this but to proceed on the principle of identity? But understanding is as indispensable in practice as it is in theory. Character is an essential in conduct, and a man of character is an understanding man, who in that capacity has definite ends in view and undeviatingly pursues them. Pg 145 The man who will do something great must learn, as Goethe says, to limit himself. The man who, on the contrary, would do everything, really would do nothing and fails. There is a host of interesting things in the world. Spanish poetry, chemistry, politics, and music are all very interesting, and if anyone takes an interest in them, we need not find fault. But for a person in a given situation to accomplish anything, he must stick to one definite point, and not dissipate his forces in many directions. In every calling, too, the great thing is to pursue it with understanding. Thus the judge must stick to the law and give his verdict in accordance with it, undeterred by one motive or another, allowing no excuses, and looking neither left nor right. Understanding, too, is always an element in thorough training. The trained intellect is not satisfied with cloudy and indefinite impressions, but grasps the objects in their fixed character, whereas the uncultivated man wavers unsettled, and it often costs a deal of trouble to come to an understanding with him on the matter under discussion, and to bring him to fix his eye on the definite point in question. It has been already explained that the logical principle in general, far from being merely a subjective action in our minds, is rather the very universal, which as such is also objective. This doctrine is illustrated in the case of understanding, the first form of logical truths. Understanding in this larger sense corresponds to what we call the goodness of God, so far as that means that finite things are and subsist. In nature, for example, we recognize the goodness of God in the fact that the various classes or species of animals and plants are provided with whatever they need for their preservation and welfare. Nor is man excepted, who, both as an individual and as a nation, possesses partly in the given circumstances of climate, of quality and products of soil, and partly in his natural parts or talents, all that is required for his maintenance and development. Under this shape, understanding is visible in every department of the objective world, and no object in that world can ever be wholly perfect which does not give full satisfaction to the canons of understanding. A state, for example, is imperfect, pg 146, so long as it has not reached a clear differentiation of orders and callings, and so long as those functions of politics and government, which are different in principle, have not evolved for themselves special organs, in the same way as we see, for example, the developed animal organism provided with separate organs for the functions of sensation, motion, digestion. 100. The previous course of the discussion may serve to show that understanding is indispensable even in those spheres and regions of action which the popular fancy would deem furthest from it, and that in proportion as understanding is absent from them, imperfection is the result. This particularly holds good of art, religion, and philosophy. In art, for example, understanding is visible where the forms of beauty, which differ in principle, are kept distinct and exhibited in their purity. The same thing holds good also of single works of art. It is part of the beauty and perfection of a dramatic poem that the characters of the several persons should be closely and faithfully maintained, and that the different aims and interests involved should be plainly and decidedly exhibited. Or again, take the province of religion. The superiority of Greek over Northern mythology, apart from other differences of subject matter and conception, mainly consists in this, that in the former the individual gods are fashioned into forms of sculpture-like distinctness of outline, while in the latter the figures fade away vaguely and hazily into one another. Lastly comes philosophy. That philosophy never can get on without the understanding hardly calls for special remark after what has been said. Its foremost requirement is that every thought shall be grasped in its full precision, and nothing allowed to remain vague and indefinite. It is usually added that understanding must not go too far, which is so far correct that understanding is not an ultimate, but on the contrary finite, and so constituted that when carried to extremes it veers round to its opposite. It is the fashion of youth to dash about in abstractions, but the man who has learnt to know life steers clear of the abstract ethera and keeps to the concrete. Pg 147. In the dialectical stage, these finite characterizations or formulae supersede themselves and pass into their opposites. Nor again is dialectic to be confounded with mere sophistry. The essence of sophistry lies in giving authority to a partial and abstract principle, in its isolation, as may suit the interest and particular situation of the individual at the time. For example, a regard to my existence, and my having the means of existence, is a vital motive of conduct, but if I exclusively emphasize this consideration or motive of my welfare, and draw the conclusion that I may steal or betray my country, we have a case of sophistry. Similarly, it is a vital principle in conduct that I should be subjectively free, that is to say, that I should have an insight into what I am doing, and a conviction that it is right. But if my pleading insists on this principle alone, I fall into sophistry, such as would overthrow all the principles of morality. From this sort of party-pleading dialectic is Pg 149 wholly different. Its purpose is to study things in their own being and movement, and thus to demonstrate the finitude of the partial categories of understanding. Dialectic, it may be added, is no novelty in philosophy. Among the ancients Plato is termed the inventor of dialectic, and his right to the name rests on the fact that the Platonic philosophy first gave the free scientific, and thus at the same time the objective, form to dialectic. Socrates, as we should expect from the general character of his philosophizing, has the dialectical element in a predominantly subjective shape, that of irony. He used to turn his dialectic, first against ordinary consciousness, and then especially against the sophists. In his conversations, he used to simulate the wish for some clearer knowledge about the subject under discussion, and after putting all sorts of questions with that intent, he drew on those with whom he conversed to the opposite of what their first impressions had pronounced correct. If, for instance, the sophists claimed to be teachers, Socrates, by a series of questions, forced the sophist Protagoras to confess that all learning is only recollection. In his more strictly scientific dialogues, Plato employs the dialectical method to show the finitude of all hard and fast terms of understanding. Thus, in the Parmenides, he deduces the many from the one, and shows nevertheless that the many cannot but define itself as the one. In this grand style did Plato treat dialectic, In modern times it was, more than any other, Kant who resuscitated the name of dialectic and restored it to its post of honor. He did it, as we have seen 48, by working out the antinomies of the reason. The problem of these antinomies is no mere subjective piece of work, oscillating between one set of grounds and another. It really serves to show that every abstract proposition of understanding, taken precisely as it is given, naturally veers round into its opposite. However reluctant understanding may be to admit the action of dialectic, we must not suppose that the recognition of its existence is peculiarly confined to the philosopher. It would be truer to say that dialectic gives expression to a pg 150 law which is felt in all other grades of consciousness, and in general experience. Everything that surrounds us may be viewed as an instance of dialectic. We are aware that everything finite, instead of being stable and ultimate, is rather changeable and transient. And this is exactly what we mean by that dialectic of the finite, by which the finite, as implicitly other than what it is forced beyond its own immediate or natural being to turn suddenly into its opposite. We have before this 80 identified understanding with what is implied in the popular idea of the goodness of God. We may now remark of dialectic, in the same objective signification, that its principle answers to the idea of his power. All things we say, that is, the finite world as such, are doomed, and in saying so we have a vision of dialectic as the universal and irresistible power before which nothing can stay, however secure and stable it may deem itself. The category of power does not, it is true, exhaust the depth of the divine nature or the notion of God, but it certainly forms a vital element in all religious consciousness. Apart from this general objectivity of dialectic, we find traces of its presence in each of the particular provinces and phases of the natural and the spiritual world. Take as an illustration the motion of the heavenly bodies. At this moment the planet stands in this spot, but implicitly it is the possibility of being in another spot, and that possibility of being otherwise the planet brings into existence by moving. Similarly, the physical elements prove to be dialectical. The process of meteorological action is the exhibition of their dialectic. It is the same dynamic that lies at the root of every other natural process, and, as it were, forces nature out of itself. To illustrate the presence of dialectic in the spiritual world, especially in the provinces of law and morality, we have only to recollect how general experience shows us the extreme of one state or action suddenly shifting into its opposite, a dialectic which is recognized in many ways in common proverbs. Thus summum jus summa injuria, which means that to drive an abstract right to its extremity is to do a wrong. In political life, as everyone knows, extreme anarchy and extreme despotism, pg 151, naturally lead to one another. The perception of dialectic in the province of individual ethics is seen in the well-known adages, pride comes before a fall, too much wit outwits itself. Even feeling, bodily as well as mental, has its dialectic. Everyone knows how the extremes of pain and pleasure pass into each other. The heart overflowing with joy seeks relief in tears, and the deepest melancholy will at times betray its presence by a smile. Even to this day skepticism is often spoken of as the irresistible enemy of all positive knowledge, and hence of philosophy, in so far as philosophy is concerned with positive knowledge. But in these statements there is a misconception. It is only the finite thought of abstract understanding which has to fear skepticism, because unable to withstand it. Philosophy includes the skeptical principle as a subordinate function of its own, in the shape of dialectic. In contradistinction to mere skepticism, however, philosophy does not remain content with the purely negative result of pg 152 dialectic. The skeptic mistakes the true value of his result when he supposes it to be no more than a negation pure and simple. For the negative, which emerges as the result of dialectic, is because a result at the same time the positive. It contains what it results from, absorbed into itself, and made part of its own nature. Thus conceived, however, the dialectical stage has the features characterizing the third grade of logical truth, the speculative form or form of positive reason. Why the speculative stage or stage of positive reason apprehends the unity of terms propositions in their opposition, the affirmative which is involved in their disintegration and in their transition. If we consider only what it contains, and not how it contains it, the true reason world, so far from being the exclusive property of philosophy, is the right of every human being on whatever grade of culture or mental growth he pg 153 may stand, which would justify man's ancient title of rational being. The general mode by which experience first makes us aware of the reasonable order of things is by accepted and unreasoned belief, and the character of the rational, as already noted 45, is to be unconditioned, and thus to be self-contained, self-determining. In this sense, man above all things becomes aware of the reasonable order when he knows of God, and knows him to be the completely self-determined. Similarly, the consciousness a citizen has of his country and its laws is a perception of the reason world, so long as he looks up to them as unconditioned and likewise universal powers, to which he must subject his individual will. And in the same sense, the knowledge and will of the child is rational, when he knows his parents' will and wills it. Now, to turn these rational, of course positive-irrational realities into speculative principles, the only thing needed is that they be thought. The expression speculation in common life is often used with a very vague and at the same time secondary sense, as when we speak of a matrimonial or a commercial speculation. By this we only mean two things: first, that what is immediately at hand has to be passed and left behind, and secondly, that the subject matter of such speculations, though in the first place only subjective, must not remain so, but be realized or translated into objectivity. What was some time ago remarked respecting the idea may be applied to this common usage of the term speculation, and we may add that people who rank themselves amongst the educated expressly speak of speculation even as if it were something purely subjective. A certain theory of some conditions and circumstances of nature or mind may be, say these people, very fine and correct as a matter of speculation, but it contradicts experience, and nothing of the sort is admissible in reality. To this the answer is that the speculative is in its true signification, neither preliminarily nor even definitively, something merely subjective, that, on the contrary, it expressly rises above such oppositions as that between subjective and objective, which the understanding pg 154 cannot get over, and absorbing them in itself, evinces its own concrete and all-embracing nature. A one-sided proposition, therefore, can never even give expression to a speculative truth. If we say, for example, that the absolute is the unity of subjective and objective, we are undoubtedly in the right, but so far one-sided, as we enunciate the unity only and lay the accent upon it, forgetting that in reality the subjective and objective are not merely identical, but also distinct. Speculative truth, it may also be noted, means very much the same as what, in special connection with religious experience and doctrines, used to be called mysticism. The term mysticism is at present used, as a rule, to designate what is mysterious and incomprehensible, and in proportion as their general culture and way of thinking vary, the epithet is applied by one class to denote the real and the true, by another to name everything connected with superstition and deception. On which we first of all remark that there is mystery in the mystical, only however for the understanding which is ruled by the principle of abstract identity, whereas the mystical, as synonymous with the speculative, is the concrete unity of those propositions, which understanding only accepts in their separation and opposition. And if those who recognize mysticism as the highest truth are content to leave it in its original utter mystery, their conduct only proves that for them too, as well as for their antagonists, thinking means abstract identification, and that in their opinion, therefore, truth can only be won by renouncing thought, or as it is frequently expressed, by leading the reason captive. But as we have seen, the abstract thinking of understanding is so far from being either ultimate or stable, that it shows a perpetual tendency to work its own dissolution and swing round into its opposite. Reasonableness, on the contrary, consists in embracing within itself these opposites as unsubstantial elements. Thus the reason world may be equally styled mystical, not however because thought cannot both reach and comprehend it, but merely because it lies beyond the compass of understanding. pg 155's logic is subdivided into three parts. 1. The doctrine of being. 2. The doctrine of essence. 3. The doctrine of notion and idea. That is, into the theory of thought. 1. In its immediacy, the notion implicit and in germ. 2. In its reflection and mediation, the being for self and show of the notion. 3. In its return into itself and its developed abiding by itself, the notion in and for itself. The division of logic now given, as well as the whole of the previous discussion on the nature of thought, is anticipatory, and the justification or proof of it can only result from the detailed treatment of thought itself. For in philosophy, to prove means to show how the subject by and from itself makes itself what it is. The relation in which these three leading grades of thought, or of the logical idea, stand to each other must be conceived as follows. Truth comes only with the notion, or more precisely the notion is the truth of being and essence, both of which, when separately maintained in their isolation, cannot but be untrue, the former because it is exclusively immediate, and the latter because it is exclusively mediate. Why then, it may be asked, begin with the false and not at once with the true? To which we answer that truth, to deserve the name, must authenticate its own truth, which authentication, here within the sphere of logic, is given when the notion demonstrates itself to be what is mediated by and with itself, and thus at the same time to be truly immediate. This relation between the three stages of the logical idea appears in a real and concrete shape thus. God, who is the truth, is known by us in his truth, that is, as absolute spirit, only in so far as we at the same time recognize that the world which he created, nature and the finite spirit, are in their difference from God untrue. Pg 156. Chapter 7, First Subdivision of Logic. The Doctrine of Being. Being is the notion implicit only. Its special forms have the predicate is. When they are distinguished they are each of them an other, and the shape which dialectic takes in them one. Either further specialization is a passing over into another. This further determination or specialization is at once a forth-putting, and in that way a disengaging of the notion implicit in being, and at the same time the withdrawing of being inwards, its sinking deeper into itself. Thus the explication of the notion in the sphere of being does two things. It brings out the totality of being, and it abolishes the immediacy of being, or the form of being as such. Being itself and the special subcategories of it which follow, as well as those of logic in general, may be looked upon as definitions of the absolute, or metaphysical definitions of God. At least the first and third category in every triad may, the first, where the thought form of the triad is formulated in its simplicity, and the third, being the return from differentiation to a simple self-reference. For a metaphysical definition of God is the expression of his nature in thoughts as such, and logic embraces all thoughts so long as they continue in the thought form. The second subcategory in each Pg 157 triad, where the grade of thought is in its differentiation, gives, on the other hand, a definition of the finite. The objection to the form of definition is that it implies a something in the mind's eye on which these predicates may fasten. Thus even the absolute, though it purports to express God in the style and character of thought, in comparison with its predicate, which really and distinctly expresses in thought what the subject does not, is as yet only an inchoate pretended thought. Indeterminate subject of predicates yet to come, the thought, which is here the matter of sole importance, is contained only in the predicate, and hence the propositional form like the said subject, viz., the absolute is a mere superfluity cf. 31 and below on the judgment. Each of the three spheres of the logical idea proves to be a systematic whole of thought terms and a phase of the absolute. This is the case with being, containing the three grades of quality, quantity, and measure. Quality is in the first place the character identical with being, so identical that a thing ceases to be what it is if it loses its quality. Quantity, on the contrary, is the character external to being, and does not affect the being at all. Thus, e.g., a house remains what it is whether it be greater or smaller, and red remains red whether it be brighter or darker. Measure, the third grade of being, which is the unity of the first two, is a qualitative quantity. All things have their measure. 1. The quantitative terms of their existence, their being so or so great, does not matter within certain limits, but when these limits are exceeded by an additional more or less, the things cease to be what they were. From measure follows the advance to the second subdivision of the idea, essence. The three forms of being here mentioned, just because they are the first, are also the poorest one, the most abstract. Immediate sensible consciousness, in so far as it simultaneously includes an intellectual element, is especially restricted to the abstract categories of quality and quantity. Pg 158. the sensuous consciousness is in ordinary estimation the most concrete and thus also the richest. But that is only true as regards materials, whereas, in reference to the thought it contains, it is really the poorest and most abstract. A quality. A being. Pure being makes the beginning, because it is on one hand pure thought, and on the other immediacy itself, simple and indeterminate, and the first beginning cannot be mediated by anything or be further determined. All doubts and admonitions which might be brought against beginning the science with abstract empty being will disappear if we only perceive what a beginning naturally implies. It is possible to define being as I, as absolute indifference or identity and so on, where it is felt necessary to begin either with what is absolutely certain one, the certainty of oneself, or with a definition or intuition of the absolute truth. These and other forms of the kind may be looked on as if they must be the first. But each of these forms contains a mediation, and hence cannot be the real first, for all mediation implies advance made from a first on to a second, and proceeding from something different. If I, or even the intellectual intuition, are really taken to mean no more than the first, they are in this mere immediacy identical with being, while conversely, pure being, if abstract no longer but including in it mediation, is pure thought or intuition. If we enunciate being as a predicate of the absolute, we get the first definition of the latter. The absolute is being. This is in thought the absolutely initial definition, the most abstract and stinted. It is the definition given by the Eleatics, but at the same time is also pg 159, the well-known definition of God as the sum of all realities. It means, in short, that we are to set aside that limitation which is in every reality, so that God shall be only the real in all reality, the superlatively real. Or, if we reject reality, as implying a reflection, we get a more immediate or unreflected statement of the same thing, when Jacobi says that the God of Spinoza is the principium of being in all existence. Men indeed thought from the beginning, for thus only were they distinguished from the animals, but thousands of years had to elapse before they came to apprehend thought in its purity, and to see in it the truly objective. The Eleatics are celebrated as daring thinkers, but this nominal admiration is often accompanied by the remark that they went too far when they made being alone true, and denied the truth of every other object of consciousness. We must go further than mere being, it is true, and yet it is absurd to speak of the other contents of our consciousness as somewhat as it were outside and beside being, or to say that pg 161 there are other things, as well as being. The true state of the case is rather as follows. Being as being is nothing fixed or ultimate. It yields to dialectic and sinks into its opposite, which also taken immediately is nothing. After all, the point is that being is the first pure thought. Whatever else you may begin with the I, the absolute indifference, or God himself, you begin with a figure of materialized conception, not a product of thought. And that, so far as its thought content is concerned, such beginning is merely being. But this mere being, as it is mere abstraction, is therefore the absolutely negative, which in a similarly immediate aspect is just nothing. All that is wanted is to realize that these beginnings are nothing but these empty abstractions, one as empty as the other. The instinct that induces us to attach a settled import to being, or to both, is the very necessity which leads to the onward movement of being and nothing, and gives them a true or concrete significance. This advance is the logical deduction, and the movement of thought exhibited in the sequel. The reflection which finds a profounder connotation for being, and nothing is nothing but logical thought, through which such connotation is evolved, not, however, in an accidental, but a necessary way. Every signification, therefore, in which they afterwards appear, is only a more precise specification and truer definition of the absolute. And when that is done, the mere abstract being and nothing are replaced by a concrete in which both these elements form an organic part. The supreme form of naught as a separate principle would be freedom. But freedom is negativity in that stage, when it sinks self-absorbed to supreme intensity, and is itself an affirmation, and even absolute affirmation. The distinction between being and naught is, in the first place, only implicit, and not yet actually made. They only ought to be distinguished. A distinction, of course, implies two things, and that one of them possesses an attribute which is not found in the other. Being, however, is an absolute absence of attributes, and so is naught. Hence the distinction between the two is only meant to be. It is a quite nominal distinction, which is at the same time no distinction. In all other cases of difference there is some common point which comprehends both things. Suppose e.g. we speak of two different species, the genus forms a common ground for both, but in the case of mere being and nothing, distinction is without a bottom to stand upon. Hence there can be pg 163 no distinction, both determinations being the same bottomlessness. If it be replied that being and nothing are both of them thoughts, so that thought may be reckoned common ground, the objector forgets that being is not a particular or definite thought, and hence being quite indeterminate is a thought not to be distinguished from nothing. It is natural too for us to represent being as absolute riches, and nothing as absolute poverty. But if when we view the whole world we can only say that everything is, and nothing more, we are neglecting all speciality, and instead of absolute plenitude, we have absolute emptiness. The same stricture is applicable to those who define God to be mere being, a definition not a whit better than that of the Buddhists, who make God to be naught, and who from that principle draw the further conclusion that self-annihilation is the means by which man becomes God. Nothing, if it be thus immediate and equal to itself, is also conversely the same as being is. The truth of being and of nothing is accordingly the unity of the two, and this unity is becoming. If being and naught are identical, say these objectors, it follows that it makes no difference whether my home, my property, the air I breathe, this city, the sun, the law, mind, God, are or are not. Now in some of these cases the objectors foist in private aims the utility a thing has for me, and then ask whether it be all the same to me if the thing exist and if it do not. For that matter indeed, the teaching of philosophy is precisely what frees man from the endless crowd of finite aims and intentions, by making him so insensible to them that their existence or non-existence is to him a matter of indifference. But it is never to be forgotten that, once mention something substantial, and you thereby create a connection with other existences and other purposes which are ex hypothesi worth having, and on such hypothesis it comes to depend whether the being and not being of a determinate subject are the same or not. A substantial distinction is in these cases secretly substituted for the empty distinction of being and not. In others of the cases referred to, it is virtually absolute existences and vital ideas and aims which are placed under the mere category of being or not being. But there is more to be said of these concrete objects than that they merely are or are not. Barren abstractions, like being and nothing, the initial categories, which, pg 165 for that reason, are the scantiest anywhere to be found, are utterly inadequate to the nature of these objects. Substantial truth is something far above these abstractions and their oppositions. And always when a concrete existence is disguised under the name of being and not being, empty-headedness makes its usual mistake of speaking about, and having in the mind an image of, something else than what is in question. And in this place the question is about abstract being and nothing. Becoming is the first concrete thought, and therefore the first notion, whereas being and not are empty abstractions. The notion of being, therefore, of which we sometimes speak, must mean becoming, not the mere point of being which is empty nothing, any more than nothing, which is empty being. In being then we have nothing, and in nothing being, but this being which does not lose itself in nothing is becoming, nor must we omit the distinction, while we emphasize the unity of becoming. Without that distinction we should once more return to abstract being. Becoming is only the explicit statement of what being is in its truth. pg 168. We often hear it maintained that thought is opposed to being. Now in the face of such a statement, our first question ought to be, what is meant by being? If we understand being as it is defined by reflection, all that we can say of it is that it is what is wholly identical and affirmative, and if we then look at thought, it cannot escape us that thought also is at least what is absolutely identical with itself. Both therefore, being as well as thought, have the same attribute. This identity of being and thought is not, however, to be taken in a concrete sense, as if we could say that a stone, so far as it has being, is the same as a thinking man. A concrete thing is always very different from the abstract category as such, and in the case of being, we are speaking of nothing concrete, for being is the utterly abstract. So far then the question regarding the being of Goda being which is in itself concrete above all measure is of slight importance. As the first concrete thought term, becoming is the first adequate vehicle of truth. In the history of philosophy, this stage of the logical idea finds its analogue in the system of Heraclitus. When Heraclitus says all is flowing, he enunciates becoming as the fundamental feature of all existence, whereas the Eleatics, as already remarked, saw the only truth in being rigid processless being. Glancing at the principle of the Eleatics, Heraclitus then goes on to say, being no more is than not being on us, a statement expressing the negativity of abstract being, and its identity with not being, as made explicit in becoming, both abstractions being alike untenable. This may be looked at as an instance of the real refutation of one system by another. To refute a philosophy is to exhibit the dialectical movement in its principle, and thus reduce it to a constituent member of a higher concrete form of the idea. Even becoming, however, taken at its best on its own ground, is an extremely poor term. It needs to grow in depth and weight of meaning. Such deepened force we find e.g. in life. Life is a becoming, but that is not enough to exhaust the notion of life. A still higher form is found in mind. Here too is becoming, but richer and more intensive than mere logical becoming. The elements, whose pg 169 unity constitutes mind, are not the bare abstracts of being and of naught, but the system of the logical idea and of nature. Being determinate. In becoming, the being which is one with nothing, and the nothing which is one with being, are only vanishing factors. They are and they are not. Thus, by its inherent contradiction, becoming collapses into the unity in which the two elements are absorbed. This result is accordingly being determinate being there and so. In this first example we must call to mind, once for all, what was stated in 82 and in the note there. The only way to secure any growth and progress in knowledge is to hold results fast in their truth. There is absolutely nothing whatever in which we cannot, and must not point to contradictions or opposite attributes, and the abstraction made by understanding therefore means a forcible insistence on a single aspect, and a real effort to obscure and remove all consciousness of the other attribute which is involved. Whenever such contradiction, then, is discovered in any object or notion, the usual inference is, hence this object is nothing. Thus Zeno, who first showed the contradiction native to motion, concluded that there is no motion, and the ancients, who recognized origin and decease, the two species of becoming, as untrue categories, made use of the expression that the one or absolute neither arises nor perishes. Such a style of dialectic looks only at the negative aspect of its result, and fails to notice what is at the same time really present, the definite result, in the present case a pure nothing, but a nothing which includes being, and in like manner, a being which includes nothing. Hence being determinate is the unity of being and nothing, in which we get rid pg 170 of the immediacy in these determinations, and their contradiction vanishes in their mutual connection, the unity in which they are only constituent elements. And since the result is the abolition of the contradiction, it comes in the shape of a simple unity with itself. That is to say, it also is being, but being with negation or determinateness. It is becoming expressly put in the form of one of its elements, viz., being. Even our ordinary conception of becoming implies that somewhat comes out of it, and that becoming therefore has a result. But this conception gives rise to the question, how becoming does not remain mere becoming, but has a result. The answer to this question follows from what becoming has already shown itself to be. Becoming always contains being and nothing in such a way that these two are always changing into each other, and reciprocally cancelling each other. Thus becoming stands before us in utter restlessness, unable, however, to maintain itself in this abstract restlessness. For since being and nothing vanish in becoming, and that is the very notion of becoming, the latter must vanish also. Becoming is as it were a fire, which dies out in itself when it consumes its material. The result of this process, however, is not an empty nothing, but being identical with the negation, what we call being determinate being then and there, the primary import of which evidently is that it has become. Determinate being is being with a character or mode which simply is, and such unmediated character is quality. And as reflected into itself in this its character or mode, determinate being is a somewhat an existent. The categories, which issue by a closer analysis of determinate being, need only be mentioned briefly. Quality may be described as the determinate mode immediate and identical with being as distinguished from quantity to come afterwards, which, although a mode of being, pg 171, is no longer immediately identical with being, but a mode indifferent and external to it. A something is what it is in virtue of its quality, and losing its quality it ceases to be what it is. Quality, moreover, is completely a category only of the finite, and for that reason too it has its proper place in nature, not in the world of mind. Thus, for example, in nature what are styled the elementary bodies, oxygen, nitrogen, 100, should be regarded as existing qualities. But in the sphere of mind, quality appears in a subordinate way only, and not as if its qualitativeness could exhaust any specific aspect of mind. If, for example, we consider the subjective mind, which forms the object of psychology, we may describe what is called moral and mental character, as in logical language, identical with quality. This, however, does not mean that character is a mode of being which pervades the soul and is immediately identical with it, as is the case in the natural world with the elementary bodies before mentioned. Yet a more distinct manifestation of quality as such in mind even is found in the case of besotted or morbid conditions, especially in states of passion and when the passion rises to derangement. The state of mind of a deranged person, being one mass of jealousy, fear 100, may suitably be described as quality. Quality as determinateness, which is, as contrasted with the negation which is involved in it but distinguished from it, is reality. Negation is no longer an abstract nothing, but, as a determinate being and somewhat, is only a form on such being it is as otherness. Since this otherness, though a determination of quality itself, is in the first instance distinct from it, quality is being for another an expansion of the mere point of determinate being, or of somewhat. The being as such of quality, contrasted with this reference to somewhat else, is being by self. The foundation of all determinateness is negation, as Spinoza says, omnis determinatio est negatio. The unreflecting observer supposes that determinate things are merely pg 172 positive, and pins them down under the form of being. Mere being, however, is not the end of the matter. It is, as we have already seen, utter emptiness and instability besides. Still, when abstract being is contused in this way with being modified and determinate, it implies some perception of the fact that, though in determinate being there is involved an element of negation, this element is at first wrapped up, as it were, and only comes to the front and receives its due in being for self. If we go on to consider determinate being as a determinateness which is, we get in this way what is called reality. We speak, for example, of the reality of a plan or a purpose, meaning thereby that they are no longer inner and subjective, but have passed into being then. In the same sense the body may be called the reality of the soul, and the law the reality of freedom, and the world altogether the reality of the divine idea. The word reality is, however, used in another acceptation to mean that something behaves conformably to its essential characteristic or notion. For example, we use the expression, "This is a real occupation, this is a real man." Here the term does not merely mean outward and immediate existence, but rather that some existence agrees with its notion. In which sense, be it added, reality is not distinct from the ideality which we shall in the first instance become acquainted with in the shape of being for self. Being, if kept distinct and apart from its determinate mode, as it is in being by self being implicit, would be only the vacant abstraction of being. In being determinate there and then the determinateness is one with being, yet at the same time when explicitly made a negation, it is a limit, a barrier. Hence the otherness is not something indifferent and outside it, but a function proper to it. Somewhat is by its quality firstly finite, secondly alterable, so that finitude and variability appertain to its being. In being then, the negation is still directly one with the being, and this negation is what we call a limit pg 173 boundary. A thing is what it is, only in and by reason of its limit. We cannot therefore regard the limit as only paternal to being which is then and there. It rather goes through and through the whole of such existence. The view of limit, as merely an external characteristic of being then, arises from a confusion of quantitative with qualitative limit. Here we are speaking primarily of the qualitative limit. If, for example, we observe a piece of ground, 3 acres large, that circumstance is its quantitative limit. But in addition, the ground is, it may be, a meadow, not a wood or a pond. This is its qualitative limit. Man, if he wishes to be actual, must then, and to this end he must set a limit to himself. People who are too fastidious towards the finite never reach actuality, but linger lost in abstraction, and their light dies away. If we take a closer look at what a limit implies, we see it involving a contradiction in itself, and thus evincing its dialectical nature. On the one side the limit makes the reality of a thing, on the other it is its negation. But again, the limit as the negation of something is not an abstract nothing but a nothing which is what we call another. Given something and up starts another to us, we know that there is not something only but an other as well. Nor again is the other of such a nature that we can think something apart from it. A something is implicitly the other of itself, and the somewhat sees its limit become objective to it in the other. If we now ask for the difference between something and another, it turns out that they are the same, which sameness is expressed in Latin by calling the pair aliudaliad. The other, as opposed to the something, is itself a something, and hence we say some other or something else, and so on the other hand, the first something when opposed to the other, also defined as something, is itself another. When we say something else, our first impression is that something taken separately is only something, and that the quality of being another attaches to it only from outside considerations. Thus we suppose that the moon, being something else than the sun, might very well exist without the sun. But really the moon as a something has its other implicit in it. Plato pg 174 says, God made the world out of the nature of the one and the other. Having brought these together, he formed from them a third, which is of the nature of the one and the other. In these words we have in general terms a statement of the nature of the finite, which as something does not meet the nature of the other as if it had no affinity to it, but being implicitly the other of itself, thus undergoes alteration. Alteration thus exhibits the inherent contradiction which originally attaches to determinate being, and which forces it out of its own bounds. To materialized conception, existence stands in the character of something solely positive, and quietly abiding within its own limits, though we also know it is true that everything finite such as existence is subject to change. Such changeableness in existence is to the superficial eye a mere possibility, the realization of which is not a consequence of its own nature. But the fact is, mutability lies in the notion of existence, and change is only the manifestation of what it implicitly is. The living die, simply because as living they bear in themselves the germ of death. Something becomes another, this other is itself somewhat, therefore it likewise becomes another, and so on ad infinitum. This infinity is the wrong or negative infinity. It is only a negation of a finite, but the finite rises again the same as ever, and is never got rid of and absorbed. In other words, this infinite only expresses the auto-elimination of the finite. The progression to infinity never gets further than a statement of the contradiction involved in the finite, viz., that it is somewhat as well as somewhat else. It sets up with endless iteration the alternation between these two terms, each of which calls up the other. If we let somewhat and another, the elements of determinate being, fall asunder, the result is that some becomes other, and this other is itself a somewhat, which then as such changes likewise, and so on ad infinitum. This result pg 175 seems to superficial reflection something very grand, the grandest possible. But such a progression to infinity is not the real infinite. That consists in being at home with itself in its other, or, if enunciated as a process, in coming to itself in its other. Much depends on rightly apprehending the notion of infinity, and not stopping short at the wrong infinity of endless progression. When time and space, for example, are spoken of as infinite, it is in the first place the infinite progression on which our thoughts fasten. We say now this time, and then we keep continually going forwards and backwards beyond this limit. The case is the same with space, the infinity of which has formed the theme of barren declamation to astronomers with a talent for edification. In the attempt to contemplate such an infinite, our thought, we are commonly informed, must sink exhausted. It is true indeed that we must abandon the unending contemplation, not however because the occupation is too sublime, but because it is too tedious. It is tedious to expatiate in the contemplation of this infinite progression, because the same thing is constantly recurring. We lay down a limit, then we pass it, next we have a limit once more, and so on forever. All this is but superficial alternation, which never leaves the region of the finite behind. To suppose that by stepping out and away into that infinity we release ourselves from the finite, is in truth but to seek the release which comes by flight. But the man who flees is not yet free. In fleeing he is still conditioned by that from which he flees. If it be also said that the infinite is unattainable, the statement is true, but only because to the idea of infinity has been attached the circumstance of being simply and solely negative. With such empty and other-world stuff philosophy has nothing to do. What philosophy has to do with is always something concrete and in the highest sense present. No doubt philosophy has also sometimes been set the task of finding an answer to the question, how the infinite comes to the resolution of issuing out of itself. This question, founded, as it is, upon the assumption of a rigid opposition between finite and infinite, may be answered by saying that pg 176 the opposition is false, and that in point of fact the infinite eternally proceeds out of itself, and yet does not proceed out of itself. If we further say that the infinite is the not-finite, we have in point of fact virtually expressed the truth, for as the finite itself is the first negative, the not-finite is the negative of that negation, the negation which is identical with itself, and thus at the same time a true affirmation. The infinity of reflection here discussed is only an attempt to reach the true infinity, a wretched neither thing nor another. Generally speaking, it is the point of view which has in recent times been emphasized in Germany. The finite, this theory tells us, ought to be absorbed. The infinite ought not to be a negative merely, but also a positive. That ought to be betrays the incapacity of actually making good a claim, which is at the same time recognized to be right. This stage was never passed by the systems of Kant and Fichte, so far as ethics are concerned. The utmost to which this way brings us is only the postulate of a never-ending approximation to the law of reason, which postulate has been made an argument for the immortality of the soul. What we now in point of fact have before us is that somewhat comes to be another, and that the other generally comes to be another. Thus essentially relative to another, somewhat is virtually an other against it, and since what is passed into is quite the same as what passes over, since both have one and the same attribute, viz. to be another, it follows that something in its passage into other only joins with itself. To be thus self-related in the passage and in the other is the genuine infinity, or, under a negative aspect, what is altered is the other, it becomes the other of the other. Thus being, but as negation of the negation, is restored again, it is now being for self. Dualism, in putting an insuperable opposition between finite and infinite, fails to note the simple circumstance that the infinite is thereby only one of two, and is reduced to a particular, to which the finite forms the pg 177 other particular. Such an infinite, which is only a particular, is coterminous with the finite, which makes for it a limit and a barrier. It is not what it ought to be, that is, the infinite, but is only finite. In such circumstances where the finite is on this side, and the infinite on that, this world as the finite and the other world as the infinite, an equal dignity of permanence and independence is ascribed to finite and to infinite. The being of the finite is made an absolute being, and by this dualism gets independence and stability. Touched, so to speak, by the infinite, it would be annihilated, but it must not be touched by the infinite. There must be an abyss, an impassable gulf between the two, with the infinite abiding on yonder side and the finite steadfast on this. Those who attribute to the finite this inflexible persistence in comparison with the infinite are not, as they imagine, far above metaphysic. They are still on the level of the most ordinary metaphysic of understanding. For the same thing occurs here as in the infinite progression. At one time it is admitted that the finite has no independent actuality, no absolute being, no root and development of its own, but is only a transient. But next moment this is straightway forgotten. The finite, made a mere counterpart to the infinite, wholly separated from it and rescued from annihilation, is conceived to be persistent in its independence. While thought thus imagines itself elevated to the infinite, it meets with the opposite fate. It comes to an infinite which is only a finite, and the finite which it had left behind has always to be retained and made into an absolute. After this examination, with which it were well to compare Plato's Philebus, tending to show the nullity of the distinction made by understanding between the finite and the infinite, we are liable to glide into the statement that the infinite and the finite are therefore pg 178-1, and that the genuine infinity, the truth, must be defined and enunciated as the unity of the finite and infinite. Such a statement would be to some extent correct, but is just as open to perversion and falsehood as the unity of being and nothing already noticed. Besides, it may very fairly be charged with reducing the infinite to finitude and making a finite infinite. For so far as the expression goes, the finite seems left in its place, it is not expressly stated to be absorbed. Or if we reflect that the finite, when identified with the infinite, certainly cannot remain what it was out of such unity, and will at least suffer some change in its characteristics as an alkali, when combined with an acid loses some of its properties. We must see that the same fate awaits the infinite, which as the negative will on its part likewise have its edge, as it were, taken off on the other, and this does really happen with the abstract one-sided infinite of understanding. The genuine infinite, however, is not merely in the position of the one-sided acid, and so does not lose itself. The negation of negation is not a neutralization. The infinite is the affirmative, and it is only the finite which is absorbed. In being for self enters the category of ideality. Being therein, then, as in the first instance apprehended in its being or affirmation, has reality 91, and thus even finitude in the first instance is in the category of reality, but the truth of the finite is rather its ideality. Similarly, the infinite of understanding, which is coordinated with the finite, is itself only one of two finites, no whole truth, but a non-substantial element. This ideality of the finite is the chief maxim of philosophy, and for that reason every genuine philosophy is idealism, but everything depends upon not taking for the infinite what, in the very terms of its characterization, is, at the same time made a particular pg 179 and finite. For this reason we have bestowed a greater amount of attention on this distinction. The fundamental notion of philosophy, the genuine infinite, depends upon it. The distinction is cleared up by the simple, and for that reason seemingly insignificant but incontrovertible reflections contained in the first paragraph of this section. See being for self. Being for self as reference to itself is immediacy, and as reference of the negative to itself is a self-subsistent, the one. This unit, being without distinction in itself, thus excludes the other from itself. To be for self to be one is completed quality, and as such contains abstract being and being modified as non-substantial elements. As simple being, the one is simple self-reference. As being modified, it is determinate, but the determinateness is not in this case a finite determinateness, somewhat in distinction from an other but infinite, because it contains distinction absorbed and annulled in itself. The readiest instance of being for self is found in the one. We know ourselves as existence, distinguished in the first place from other existence, and with certain relations thereto. But we also come to know this expansion of existence in these relations reduced, as it were, to a point in the simple form of being for self. When we say I, we express the referencito self which is infinite, and at the same time negative. Man, it may be said, is distinguished from the animal world, and in that way from nature altogether, by knowing himself as I, which amounts to saying that natural things never attain a free being for self, but as limited to being therein then, are always and only being for another. Again, being for self may be described as ideality, just as being therein then was described as reality. It is said that besides reality there is also an ideality. Thus the two categories are made equal and parallel. Properly speaking, ideality is not somewhat pg 180 outside of and beside reality. The notion of ideality just lies in its being the truth of reality. That is to say, when reality is explicitly put as what it implicitly is, it is at once seen to be ideality. Hence ideality has not received its proper estimation, when you allow that reality is not all in all, but that an ideality must be recognized outside of it. Such an ideality, external to, or it may be even beyond reality, would be no better than an empty name. Ideality only has a meaning when it is the ideality of something, but this something is not a mere indefinite this or that, but existence characterized as reality, which, if retained in isolation, possesses no truth. The distinction between nature and mind is not improperly conceived, when the former is traced back to reality, and the latter to ideality as a fundamental category. Nature, however, is far from being so fixed and complete as to subsist even without mind. In mind it first, as it were, attains its goal and its truth. And similarly, mind on its part is not merely a world beyond nature and nothing more. It is really, and with full proof, seen to be mind, only when it involves nature as absorbed in itself. Apropos of this, we should note the double meaning of the German word aufheben, to put by, or set aside. We mean by it to clear away or annul. Thus we say a law or a regulation is set aside, to keep or preserve, in which sense we use it when we say, something is well put by. This double usage of language, which gives to the same word a positive and negative meaning, is not an accident, and gives no ground for reproaching language as a cause of confusion. We should rather recognize in it the speculative spirit of our language rising above the mere ether of understanding. The relation of the negative to itself is a negative relation, and so a distinguishing of the one from itself, the repulsion of the one, that is, it makes many ones. So far as regards the immediacy of the self-existence, these many are, and the repulsion of every one of them becomes to that extent their repulsion against each other as existing units, in other words, their reciprocal exclusion. Pg 181. Whenever we speak of the one, the many usually come into our mind at the same time. Whence, then, we are forced to ask, do the many come? This question is unanswerable by the consciousness which pictures the many as a primary datum, and treats the one as only one among the many. But the philosophically notion teaches, contrariwise, that the one forms the presupposition of the many, and in the thought of the one is implied that it explicitly make itself many. The self-existing unit is not like being, void of all connective reference. It is a reference as well as being therein than was, not however a reference connecting somewhat with another, but, as unity of the some and the other, it is a connection with itself, and this connection, be it noted, is a negative connection. Hereby the one manifests an utter incompatibility with itself, a self-repulsion, and what it makes itself explicitly be is the many. We may denote this side in the process of being for self by the figurative term repulsion. Repulsion is a term originally employed in the study of matter, to mean that matter, as a many in each of these many ones, behaves as exclusive to all the others. It would be wrong, however, to view the process of repulsion as if the one were the repellent and the many the repelled. The one, as already remarked, just is self-exclusion and explicit putting itself as the many. Each of the many, however, is itself a one, and in virtue of its so behaving, this all-round repulsion is by one stroke converted into its opposite, attraction. But the many are one the same as another. Each is one, or even one of the many. They are consequently one and the same. Or when we study all that repulsion involves, we see that as a negative attitude of many ones to one another, it is just as essentially a connective reference of them to each other. And as those to which the one is related in its act of repulsion are ones, it is in them thrown into relation with itself. The repulsion therefore has an equal right to be called attraction, and the exclusive one or being for self suppresses itself. The qualitative Pg 182 character, which in the one or unit has reached the extreme point of its characterization, has thus passed over into determinateness quality suppressed, 1, into being as quantity. The philosophy of the atomists is the doctrine in which the absolute is formulated as being for self, as one and many ones. And it is the repulsion, which shows itself in the notion of the one, which is assumed as the fundamental force in these atoms. But instead of attraction, it is accident, that is, mere unintelligence, which is expected to bring them together. So long as the one is fixed as one, it is certainly impossible to regard its congruity with others as anything but external and mechanical. The void, which is assumed as the complementary principle to the atoms, is repulsion and nothing else, presented under the image of the nothing existing between the atoms. Modern atomisman physics is still in principle atomistiches, surrendered the atoms so far as to pin its faith on molecules or particles. In so doing, science has come closer to sensuous conception, at the cost of losing the precision of thought. To put an attractive by the side of a repulsive force, as the moderns have done, certainly gives completeness to the contrast, and the discovery of this natural force, as it is called, has been a source of much pride. But the mutual implication of the two, which makes what is true and concrete in them, would have to be wrested from the obscurity and confusion in which they were left even in Kant's metaphysical rudiments of natural science. In modern times, the importance of the atomic theory is even more evident in political than in physical science. According to it, the will of individuals as such is the creative principle of the state. The attracting force is the special wants and inclinations of individuals, and Pg 183 the universal, or the state itself, is the external nexus of a compact. The atomic philosophy forms a vital stage in the historical evolution of the idea. The principle of that system may be described as being for self in the shape of the many. At present, students of nature who are anxious to avoid metaphysics turn a favorable ear to atomism. But it is not possible to escape metaphysics and cease to trace nature back to terms of thought by throwing ourselves into the arms of atomism. The atom, in fact, is itself a thought, and hence the theory which holds matter to consist of atoms is a metaphysical theory. Newton gave physics an express warning to beware of metaphysics, it is true, but to his honor be it said, he did not by any means obey his own warning. The only mere physicists are the animals, they alone do not think, while man is a thinking being and a born metaphysician. The real question is not whether we shall apply metaphysics, but whether our metaphysics are of the right kind. In other words, whether we are not, instead of the concrete logical idea, adopting one-sided forms of thought, rigidly fixed by understanding, and making these the basis of our theoretical as well as our practical work. It is on this ground that one objects to the atomic philosophy. The old atomists viewed the world as a many, as their successors often do to this day. On chance, they laid the task of collecting the atoms which float about in the void. But after all, the nexus binding the many with one another is by no means a mere accident. As we have already remarked, the nexus is founded on their very nature. To Kant we owe the completed theory of matter as the unity of repulsion and attraction. The theory is correct, so far as it recognizes attraction to be the other of the two elements involved in the notion of being for self, and to be an element no less essential than repulsion to constitute matter. Still, this dynamical construction of matter, as it is termed, has the fault of taking for granted, instead of deducing, attraction and repulsion. Had they been deduced, we should then have seen the how and the why of a unity which is merely asserted. Kant indeed was careful to inculcate that matter pg 184 must not be taken to be an existence per se, and then as it were incidentally to be provided with the two forces mentioned, but must be regarded as consisting solely in their unity. German physicists for some time accepted this pure dynamic. But in spite of this, the majority of these physicists in modern times have found it more convenient to return to the atomic point of view, and in spite of the warnings of Kastner, one of their number, have begun to regard matter as consisting of infinitesimally small particles, termed atoms, which atoms have then to be brought into relation with one another by the play of forces attaching to them, attractive, repulsive, or whatever they may be. This too is metaphysics, and metaphysics which for its utter unintelligence there would be sufficient reason to guard against. Be quantity. Pure quantity. Quantity is pure being, where the mode or character is no longer taken as one with the being itself, but explicitly put as superseded or indifferent. The mathematical definition of magnitude as what may be increased or diminished appears at first sight to be more pg 186 plausible and perspicuous than the exposition of the notion in the present section. When closely examined, however, it involves, under cover of presuppositions and images, the same elements as appear in the notion of quantity reached by the method of logical development. In other words, when we say that the notion of magnitude lies in the possibility of being increased or diminished, we state that magnitude, or more correctly, quantity, as distinguished from quality, is a characteristic of such kind that the characterized thing is not in the least affected by any change in it. What then, it may be asked, is the fault which we have to find with this definition? It is that to increase and to diminish is the same thing as to characterize magnitude otherwise. If this aspect then were an adequate account of it, quantity would be described merely as whatever can be altered. But quality is no less than quantity open to alteration, and the distinction here given between quantity and quality is expressed by saying increase or diminution, the meaning being that, towards whatever side the determination of magnitude be altered, the thing still remains what it is. One remark more: throughout philosophy we do not seek merely for correct, still less for plausible definitions, whose correctness appeals directly to the popular imagination. We seek approved or verified definitions, the content of which is not assumed merely as given, but is seen and known to warrant itself, because warranted by the free self-evolution of thought. To apply this to the present case. However correct and self-evident the definition of quantity usual in mathematics may be, it will still fail to satisfy the wish to see how far this particular thought is founded in universal thought, and in that way necessary. This difficulty, however, is not the only one. If quantity is not reached through the action of thought, but taken uncritically from our generalized image of it, we are liable to exaggerate the range of its validity, or even to raise it to the height of an absolute category. And that such a danger is real, we see when the title of exact science is restricted to those sciences, the objects of which can be submitted to mathematical calculation. Here we have another trace of the bad metaphysics mentioned in pg 187-98, note which replaced the concrete idea by partial and inadequate categories of understanding. Our knowledge would be in a very awkward predicament if such objects as freedom, law, morality, or even God himself, because they cannot be measured and calculated or expressed in a mathematical formula, were to be reckoned beyond the reach of exact knowledge, and we had to put up with a vague, generalized image of them, leaving their details or particulars to the pleasure of each individual to make out of them what he will. The pernicious consequences to which such a theory gives rise in practice are at once evident, and this mere mathematical view, which identifies with the idea one of its special stages, viz., quantity, is no other than the principle of materialism. Witness the history of the scientific modes of thought, especially in France since the middle of last century. Matter in the abstract is just what, though of course there is form in it, has that form only as an indifferent and external attribute. The present explanation would be utterly misconceived if it were supposed to disparage mathematics. By calling the quantitative characteristic merely external and indifferent, we provide no excuse for indolence and superficiality, nor do we assert that quantitative characteristics may be left to mind themselves, or at least require no very careful handling. Quantity, of course, is a stage of the idea, and as such it must have its due, first as a logical category, and then in the world of objects, natural as well as spiritual. Still, even so, there soon emerges the different importance attaching to the category of quantity according as its objects belong to the natural or to the spiritual world. For in nature, where the form of the idea is to be other than, and at the same time outside itself, greater importance is for that very reason attached to quantity than in the spiritual world, the world of free inwardness. No doubt we regard even spiritual facts under a quantitative point of view, but it is at once apparent that in speaking of God as a trinity, the number 3 has by no means the same prominence as when we consider the 3 dimensions of space or the 3 sides of a triangle, the fundamental feature of which last is just to be a surface pg 188 bounded by 3 lines. Even inside the realm of nature we find the same distinction of greater or less importance of quantitative features. In the inorganic world, quantity plays, so to say, a more prominent part than in the organic. Even in organic nature, when we distinguish mechanical functions from what are called chemical, and in the narrower sense physical, there is the same difference. Mechanics is of all branches of science, confessedly, that in which the aid of mathematics can be least dispensed with, where indeed we cannot take one step without them. On that account, mechanics is regarded next to mathematics as the science par excellence, which leads us to repeat the remark about the coincidence of the materialist with the exclusively mathematical point of view. After all that has been said, we cannot but hold it, in the interest of exact and thorough knowledge, one of the most hurtful prejudices, to seek all distinction and determinateness of objects merely in quantitative considerations. Mind, to be sure, is more than nature, and the animal is more than the plant, but we know very little of these objects and the distinction between them, if a more and less is enough for us, and if we do not proceed to comprehend them in their peculiar, that is, their qualitative character. Quantity, as we saw, has 2 sources, the exclusive unit and the identification or equalization of these units. When we look therefore at its immediate relation to self, or at the characteristic of self-sameness made explicit by attraction, quantity is continuous magnitude. But when we look at the other characteristic, the one implied in it, it is discrete magnitude. Still, continuous quantity has also a certain discreteness, being but a continuity of the many, and discrete quantity is no less continuous, its continuity being the one or unit, that is, the self-same point of the many ones. Quantity, as the proximate result of being for self, involves the 2 sides in the process of the latter, attraction and repulsion, as constitutive elements of its own idea. It is consequently continuous as well as discrete. Each of these 2 elements involves the other also, and hence there is no such thing as a merely continuous or a merely discrete quantity. We may speak of the 2 as 2 particular and opposite species of magnitude, but that is merely the result of our abstracting reflection, which in viewing definite magnitudes waives now the one, now the other, of the elements contained in inseparable unity in the notion of quantity. Thus it may be said, the space occupied by this room is a continuous magnitude, and the 100 men assembled in it form a discrete magnitude, and yet the space is continuous and discrete at the same time, Hence we speak of points of space, or we divide space, a certain length, into so many feet, inches, 100. Which can be done only on the hypothesis that space is also potentially discrete. Similarly, on the other hand, the discrete magnitude made up of 100 men is also continuous, and the circumstance on which this continuity depends is the common element, the PG 190 species man, which pervades all the individuals and unites them with each other. B. Quantum how much? Quantity essentially invested with the exclusionist character which it involves, is quantum or how much. 1. Limited quantity. Quantum is, as it were, the determinate being of quantity, whereas mere quantity corresponds to abstract being, and the degree which is next to be considered corresponds to being for self. As for the details of the advance from mere quantity to quantum, it is founded on this, that whilst in mere quantity the distinction, as a distinction of continuity and discreteness, is at first only implicit, in a quantum the distinction is actually made, so that quantity in general now appears as distinguished or limited, but in this way the quantum breaks up at the same time into an indefinite multitude of quanta or definite magnitudes. Each of these definite magnitudes, as distinguished from the others, forms a unity, while on the other hand, viewed per se, it is a many, and when that is done, the quantum is described as number. In number the quantum reaches its development and perfect mode. Like the medium in which it exists, number involves two qualitative factors or functions, enumeration or sum, which depends on the factor discreteness, and unity, which depends on continuity. In arithmetic, the several kinds of operation are usually presented as accidental modes of dealing with numbers. If necessity and meaning is to be found in these operations, it must be by a principle, and that must come from the characteristic elements in the notion of number itself. This principle must here be briefly exhibited. These characteristic elements are enumeration on the one hand, and unity on the PG 191 other, which together constitute number. But unity, when applied to empirical numbers, is only the equality of these numbers. Hence the principle of arithmetical operations must be to put numbers in the ratio of unity and sum or amount, and to elicit the equality of these two modes. The ones or the numbers themselves are indifferent towards each other, and hence the unity into which they are translated by the arithmetical operation takes the aspect of an external colligation. All reckoning is therefore making up the tale, and the difference between the species of it lies only in the qualitative constitution of the numbers of which we make up the tale. The principle for this constitution is given by the way we fix unity and enumeration. Numeration comes first, what we may call making number, a colligation of as many units as we please, but to get a species of calculation, it is necessary that what we count up should be numbers already, and no longer a mere unit. First, and as they naturally come to hand, numbers are quite vaguely numbers in general, and so, on the whole, unequal. The colligation or telling the tale of these is addition. The second point of view under which we regard numbers is as equal, so that they make one unity, and of such there is an enumeration or sum before us. To tell the tale of these is multiplication. It makes no matter in the process how the functions of sum and unity are distributed between the two numbers or factors of the product, either may be sum and either may be unity. The third and final point of view is the equality of some amount and unity. To number together numbers when so characterized is involution, and in the PG 192, first instance raising them to the square power. To raise the number to a higher power means in point of form to go on multiplying a number with itself an indefinite amount of times. Since this third type of calculation exhibits the complete equality of the sole existing distinction in number, viz., the distinction between sum or amount and unity, there can be no more than these three modes of calculation. Corresponding to the integration we have the dissolution of numbers according to the same features. Hence, besides the three species mentioned, which may to that extent be called positive, there are three negative species of arithmetical operation. Number in general is the quantum in its complete specialization. Hence we may employ it not only to determine what we call discrete, but what are called continuous magnitudes as well. For that reason even geometry must call in the aid of number, when it is required to specify definite figurations of space and their ratios. See degree. The limit in a quantum is identical with the whole of the quantum itself. As in itself multiple, the limit is extensive magnitude. As in itself simple determinateness qualitative simplicity, it is intensive magnitude or degree. The distinction between continuous and discrete magnitude differs from that between extensive and intensive in the circumstance that the former apply to quantity in general, while the latter apply to the limit or determinateness of it as such. Intensive and extensive magnitude are not, any more than the other, two species, of which the one involves a character not possessed by the other. What is extensive magnitude is just as much intensive, and vice versa. pg 193. Intensive magnitude or degree is in its notion distinct from extensive magnitude or the quantum. It is therefore inadmissible to refuse, as many do, to recognize this distinction, and without scruple to identify the two forms of magnitude. They are so identified in physics, when difference of specific gravity is explained by saying that a body with a specific gravity twice that of another contains within the same space twice as many material parts or atoms as the other. So with heat and light, if the various degrees of temperature and brilliancy were to be explained by the greater or less number of particles or molecules of heat and light. No doubt the physicists who employ such a mode of explanation usually excuse themselves, when they are remonstrated with on its untenableness, by saying that the expression is without prejudice to the confessedly unknowable essence of such phenomena, and employed merely for greater convenience. This greater convenience is meant to point to the easier application of the calculus, but it is hard to see why intensive magnitudes, having, as they do, a definite numerical expression of their own, should not be as convenient for calculation as extensive magnitudes. If convenience be all that is desired, surely it would be more convenient to banish calculation and thought altogether. A further point against the apology offered by the physicists is that, to engage in explanations of this kind, is to overstep the sphere of perception and experience, and resort to the realm of metaphysics, and of what at other times would be called idle or even pernicious speculation. It is certainly a fact of experience that, if one of two purses filled with shillings is twice as heavy as the other, the reason must be that the one contains, say, 200, and the other only 100 shillings. These pieces of money we can see and feel with our senses. Atoms, molecules, and the like are on the contrary beyond the range of sensuous perception, and thought alone can decide whether they are admissible and have a meaning. But as already noticed in 98, note it is abstract understanding which stereotypes the factor of multity involved in the notion of being for self in the shape of atoms, and adopts it as an ultimate principle. It is the same pg 194 abstract understanding which in the present instance, at equal variance with unprejudiced perception, and with real concrete thought, regards extensive magnitude as the sole form of quantity, and where intensive magnitudes occur, does not recognize them in their own character, but makes a violent attempt by a wholly untenable hypothesis to reduce them to extensive magnitudes. Among the charges made against modern philosophy, one is heard more than another. Modern philosophy, it is said, reduces everything to identity, hence its nickname, the philosophy of identity. But the present discussion may teach that it is philosophy, and philosophy alone, which insists on distinguishing what is logically as well as in experience different, while the professed devotees of experience are the people who erect abstract identity into the chief principle of knowledge. It is their philosophy which might more appropriately be termed one of identity. Besides, it is quite correct that there are no merely extensive and merely intensive magnitudes, just as little as there are merely continuous and merely discrete magnitudes. The two characteristics of quantity are not opposed as independent kinds. Every intensive magnitude is also extensive, and vice versa. Thus a certain degree of temperature is an intensive magnitude, which has a perfectly simple sensation corresponding to it as such. If we look at a thermometer, we find this degree of temperature has a certain expansion of the column of mercury corresponding to it, which extensive magnitude changes simultaneously with the temperature or intensive magnitude. The case is similar in the world of mind. A more intensive character has a wider range with its effects than a less intensive. In degree, the notion of quantum is explicitly put. It is magnitude as indifferent on its own account and simple, but in such a way that the character or modal being which makes it a quantum lies quite outside it in other magnitudes. In this contradiction, where the independent indifferent limit is absolute externality, The infinite quantitative progression is made pg 195 explicit an immediacy, which immediately veers round into its counterpart, into mediation the passing beyond, and over the quantum just laid down, and vice versa. Number is a thought, but thought in its complete self-externalization. Because it is a thought, it does not belong to perception, but it is a thought which is characterized by the externality of perception. Not only therefore may the quantum be increased or diminished without end, the very notion of quantum is thus to push out and out beyond itself. The infinite quantitative progression is only the meaningless repetition of one and the same contradiction, which attaches to the quantum, both generally and, when explicitly invested with its special character, as degree. Touching the futility of enunciating this contradiction in the form of infinite progression, Zeno, as quoted by Aristotle, rightly says, "It is the same to say a thing once, and to say it forever." pg 196. Ich hoff an Jehura Zahlen. Geberg Millionen off. Ich ses Zeit auf Zeit. And Welt auf Welt zu hoff. Und wenn ich van der grossen Ho. Mit Schwindel wieder nach dir sei. Ist alle Macht der Zahl. Vermeet zu Tossendmal. Noch nicht ein Thale von dir. I heap up monstrous numbers, mountains of millions. I pile time upon time and world on the top of world. And when from the awful height I cast a dizzy look towards thee, all the power of number, multiplied 1,000 times, is not yet one part of thee. Here then we meet in the first place that continual extrusion of quantity, and especially of number, beyond itself, which Kant describes as eerie. The only really eerie thing about it is the wearisomeness of ever fixing, and anon unfixing a limit, without advancing a single step. The same poet, however, well adds to that description of false infinity the closing line. Ich zie sei ab, und du liegst ganz vor mir. These I remove, and thou liest all before me. pg 197. Which means that the true infinite is more than a mere world beyond the finite, and that we, in order to become conscious of it, must renounce that progressus in infinitum. We may gather from this what is to be said of those who suppose that Pythagoras undoubtedly went too far when he conceived the essence of things as mere number. It is true they admit that we can number things, but they contend things are far more than mere numbers. But in what respect are they more? The ordinary sensuous consciousness, from its own point of view, would not hesitate to answer the question by handing us over to sensuous perception, and remarking that things are not merely numerable, but also visible, odorous, palpable 100. In the phrase of modern times, the fault of Pythagoras would be described as an excess of idealism. As may be gathered from what has been said on the historical position of the Pythagorean school, the real state of the case is quite the reverse. Let it be conceded that things are more than numbers, but the meaning of that admission must be that the bare pg 198 thought of number is still insufficient to enunciate the definite notion or essence of things. Instead, then, of saying that Pythagoras went too far with his philosophy of number, it would be nearer the truth to say that he did not go far enough, and in fact the Eleatics were the first to take the further step to pure thought. Besides, even if there are not things, there are states of things, and phenomena of nature altogether, the character of which mainly rests on definite numbers and proportions. This is especially the case with the difference of tones and their harmonic concord, which, according to a well-known tradition, first suggested to Pythagoras to conceive the essence of things as number. Though it is unquestionably important to science to trace back these phenomena to the definite numbers on which they are based, it is wholly inadmissible to view the characterization by thought as a whole as merely numerical. We may certainly feel ourselves prompted to associate the most general characteristics of thought with the first numbers, saying 1 is the simple and immediate, 2 is difference and mediation, and 3 the unity of both of these. Such associations, however, are purely external. There is nothing in the mere numbers to make them express these definite thoughts. With every step in this method, the more arbitrary grows the association of definite numbers with definite thoughts. Thus we may view 4 as the unity of 1 and 3, and of the thoughts associated with them, but 4 is just as much the double of 2. Similarly, 9 is not merely the square of 3, but also the sum of 8 and I of 7 and 2, and so on. To attach, as do some secret societies of modern times, importance to all sorts of numbers and figures is to some extent an innocent amusement, but it is also a sign of deficiency of intellectual resource. These numbers, it is said, conceal a profound meaning and suggest a deal to think about. But the point in philosophy is not what you may think, but what you do think, and the genuine air of thought is to be sought in thought itself, and not in arbitrarily selected symbols. That the quantum in its independent character is external to itself is what constitutes its quality. In pg 199, that externality it is itself and referred connectively to itself. There is a union in it of externality, 1, the quantitative, and of independency being for self, the qualitative. The quantum, when explicitly put thus in its own self, is the quantitative ratio, a mode of being which, while in its exponent it is an immediate quantum, is also mediation, viz., the reference of some one quantum to another, forming the two sides of the ratio. But the two quanta are not reckoned at their immediate value, their value is only in this relation. The quantitative infinite progression appears at first as a continual extrusion of number beyond itself. On looking closer, it is, however, apparent that in this progression quantity returns to itself, for the meaning of this progression, so far as thought goes, is the fact that number is determined by number. And this gives the quantitative ratio. Take, for example, the ratio 2:4. Here we have two magnitudes not counted in their several immediate values, in which we are only concerned with their mutual relations. This relation of the two terms, the exponent of the ratio, is itself a magnitude, distinguished from the related magnitudes by this, that a change in it is followed by a change of the ratio, whereas the ratio is unaffected by the change of both its sides, and remains the same so long as the exponent is not changed. Consequently, in place of 2:4, we can put 3:6 without changing the ratio, as the exponent 2 remains the same in both cases. The two sides of the ratio are still immediate quanta, and the qualitative and quantitative characteristics still external to one another. But in their truth, seeing that the quantitative itself in its externality is relation to self, or seeing that the independence and the indifference of the character are combined, it is measure. Thus quantity, by means of the dialectical movement so far studied through its several stages, turns out to be a return to pg 200 quality. The first notion of quantity presented to us was that of quality abrogated and absorbed. That is to say, quantity seemed an external character not identical with being, to which it is quite immaterial. This notion, as we have seen, underlies the mathematical definition of magnitude as what can be increased or diminished. At first sight, this definition may create the impression that quantity is merely whatever can be altered. Increase and diminution, alike implying determination of magnitude otherwise, and may tend to confuse it with determinate being, the second stage of quality, which in its notion is similarly conceived as alterable. We can, however, complete the definition by adding that in quantity we have an alterable, which in spite of alterations still remains the same. The notion of quantity, it thus turns out, implies an inherent contradiction. This contradiction is what forms the dialectic of quantity. The result of the dialectic, however, is not a mere return to quality, as if that were the true and quantity the false notion, but an advance to the unity and truth of both, to qualitative quantity or measure. It may be well, therefore, at this point to observe that whenever in our study of the objective world we are engaged in quantitative determinations, it is in all cases measure which we have in view, as the goal of our operations. This is hinted at even in language, when the ascertainment of quantitative features and relations is called measuring. We measure, e.g., the length of different chords that have been put into a state of vibration, with an eye to the qualitative difference of the tones caused by their vibration, corresponding to this difference of length. Similarly, in chemistry, we try to ascertain the quantity of the matters brought into combination, in order to find out the measures or proportions conditioning such combinations, that is to say, those quantities which give rise to definite qualities. In statistics, too, the numbers with which the study is engaged are important only from the qualitative results conditioned by them. Mere collection of numerical facts, prosecuted without regard to the ends here noted, is justly called an exercise of idle curiosity, of neither theoretical nor practical interest. pg 201. Measure is the qualitative quantum, in the first place as immediate, a quantum to which a determinate being or a quality is attached. Measure, where quality and quantity are in one, is thus the completion of being. Being, as we first apprehend it, is something utterly abstract and characterless, but it is the very essence of being to characterize itself, and its complete characterization is reached in measure. Measure, like the other stages of being, may serve as a definition of the absolute. God, it has been said, is the measure of all things. It is this idea which forms the ground note of many of the ancient Hebrew hymns, in which the glorification of God tends in the main to show that He has appointed to everything its bound, to the sea and the solid land, to the rivers and mountains, and also to the various kinds of plants and animals. To the religious sense of the Greeks, the divinity of measure, especially in respect of social ethics, was represented by nemesis. That conception implies a general theory that all human things, riches, honor, and power, as well as joy and pain, have their definite measure, the transgression of which brings ruin and destruction. In the world of objects, too, we have measure. We see in the first place existences in nature, of which measure forms the essential structure. This is the case, for example, with the solar system, which may be described as the realm of free measures. As we next proceed to the study of inorganic nature, measure retires, as it were, into the background. At least we often find the quantitative and qualitative characteristics showing indifference to each other. Thus the quality of a rock or a river is not tied to a definite magnitude. But even these objects, when closely inspected, are found not to be quite measureless. The water of a river and the single constituents of a rock, when chemically analyzed, are seen to be qualities conditioned by quantitative ratios between the matters they contain. In organic nature, however, measure again rises full into immediate perception. Pg 202, the various kinds of plants and animals, in the whole as well as in their parts, have a certain measure, though it is worth noticing that the more imperfect forms, those which are least removed from inorganic nature, are partly distinguished from the higher forms by the greater indefiniteness of their measure. Thus among fossils, we find some ammonites discernible only by the microscope, and others as large as a cartwheel. The same vagueness of measure appears in several plants, which stand on a low level of organic development, for instance, ferns. In so far as in measure quality and quantity are only in immediate unity, to that extent their difference presents itself in a manner equally immediate. Two cases are then possible. Either the specific quantum or measure is a bare quantum, and the definite being therein then is capable of an increase or a diminution, without measure, which to that extent is a rule being thereby set completely aside. Or the alteration of the quantum is also an alteration of the quality. The identity between quantity and quality, which is found in measure, is at first only implicit and not yet explicitly realized. In other words, these two categories which unite in measure each claim an independent authority. On the one hand, the quantitative features of existence may be altered without affecting its quality. On the other hand, this increase and diminution, immaterial though it be, has its limit, by exceeding which the quality suffers change. Thus the temperature of water is, in the first place, a point of no consequence in respect of its liquidity. Still, with the increase or diminution of the temperature of the liquid water, there comes a point where this state of cohesion suffers a qualitative change, and the water is converted into steam or ice. A quantitative change takes place, apparently without any further significance, but there is something lurking behind, and a seemingly innocent change of quantity acts as a kind of snare to catch hold of the quality. The antinomy Pg 203 of measure, which this implies, was exemplified under more than one garb among the Greeks. It was asked, for example, whether a single grain makes a heap of wheat, or whether it makes a bald tail to tear out a single hair from the horse's tail. At first, no doubt, looking at the nature of quantity as an indifferent and external character of being, we are disposed to answer these questions in the negative. And yet, as we must admit, this indifferent increase and diminution has its limit. A point is finally reached where a single additional grain makes a heap of wheat, and the bald tail is produced if we continue plucking out single hairs. These examples find a parallel in the story of the peasant who, as his ass trudged cheerfully along, went on adding ounce after ounce to its load, till at length it sunk under the unendurable burden. It would be a mistake to treat these examples as pedantic futility. They really turn on thoughts, an acquaintance with which is of great importance in practical life, especially in ethics. Thus, in the matter of expenditure, there is a certain latitude within which a more or less does not matter. But when the measure, imposed by the individual circumstances of the special case, is exceeded on the one side or the other, the The qualitative nature of measure, as in the above examples of the different temperature of water, makes itself felt, and a course, which a moment before was held good economy, turns into avarice or prodigality. The same principle may be applied in politics, when the constitution of a state has to be looked at as independent of, no less than as dependent on, the extent of its territory, the number of its inhabitants, and other quantitative points of the same kind. If we look, e.g., at a state with a territory of 10,000 square miles and a population of 4 millions, we should, without hesitation, admit that a few square miles of land, or a few thousand inhabitants more or less, could exercise no essential influence on the character of its constitution. But on the other hand, we must not forget that by the continual increase or diminishing of a state, we finally get to a point where, apart from all other circumstances, this quantitative alteration alone necessarily draws with it an alteration in the quality of the constitution. The constitution of a little Swiss PG 204 canton does not suit a great kingdom, and similarly, the constitution of the Roman Republic was unsuitable when transferred to the small imperial towns of Germany. In this second case, when a measure through its quantitative nature has gone in excess of its qualitative character, we meet what is at first an absence of measure, the measureless. But seeing that the second quantitative ratio, which in comparison with the first is measureless, is none the less qualitative, the measureless is also a measure. These two transitions from quality to quantum, and from the latter back again to quality, may be represented under the image of an infinite progression as the self-abrogation and restoration of measure in the measureless. Quantity, as we have seen, is not only capable of alteration, of increase or diminution, it is naturally and necessarily a tendency to exceed itself. This tendency is maintained even in measure, but if the quantity present in measure exceeds a certain limit, the quality corresponding to it is also put in abeyance. This, however, is not a negation of quality altogether, but only of this definite quality, the place of which is at once occupied by another. This process of measure, which appears alternately as a mere change in quantity, and then as a sudden revulsion of quantity into quality, may be envisaged under the figure of a nodal knotted line. Such lines we find in nature under a variety of forms. We have already referred to the qualitatively different states of aggregation water exhibits under increase or diminution of temperature. The same phenomenon is presented by the different degrees in the oxidation of metals. Even the difference of musical notes may be regarded as an example of what takes place in the process of measure, the revulsion from what is at first merely quantitative into qualitative alteration. What really takes place here is that the immediacy, which still attaches to measure as such, is set aside. In measure, at first, quality and quantity itself PG 205 are immediate, and measure is only their relative identity. But measure shows itself absorbed and superseded in the measureless, yet the measureless, although it be the negation of measure, is itself a unity of quantity and quality. Thus in the measureless the measure is still seen to meet only with itself. Instead of the more abstract factors, being and nothing, some and other 100, the infinite, which is affirmation as a negation of negation, now finds its factors in quality and quantity. These have in the first place passed over, quality into quantity 98 and quantity into quality 105, and thus are both shown up as negations, but in their unity, that is, in measure, they are originally distinct, and the one is only through the instrumentality of the other. And after the immediacy of this unity has turned out to be self-annulling, the unity is explicitly put as what it implicitly is, simple relation, self, which contains in it being and all its forms absorbed, being or immediacy, which by the negation of itself is a mediation with self and a reference to self, which consequently is also a mediation which cancels itself into referencito self, or immediacy, is essence. The process of measure, instead of being only the wrong infinite of an endless progression, in the shape of an ever-recurrent recall from quality to quantity, and from quantity to quality, is also the true infinity of coincidence with self in another. In measure, quality and quantity originally confront each other, like some and other, but quality is implicitly quantity, and conversely quantity is implicitly quality. In the process of measure, therefore, these two pass into each other, each of them becomes what it already was implicitly, and thus we get being thrown into abeyance and absorbed with its several characteristics negatived. Such being is essence, measure is implicitly essence, and its process consists in realizing what it is implicitly. The ordinary consciousness PG 206 conceives things as being, and studies them in quality, quantity, and measure. These immediate characteristics, however, soon show themselves to be not fixed but transient, and essence is the result of their dialectic. In the sphere of essence, one category does not pass into another, but refers to another merely. In being, the form of reference is purely due to our reflection on what takes place, but it is the special and proper characteristic of essence. In the sphere of being, when somewhat becomes another, the somewhat has vanished. Not so in essence. Here there is no real other but only diversity, reference of the one to its other. The transition of essence is therefore at the same time no transition, for in the passage of different into different, the different does not vanish, the different terms remain in their relation. When we speak of being and not, being is independent, so is not. The case is otherwise with the positive and the negative. No doubt these possess the characteristic of being and not, but the positive by itself has no sense, it is wholly in reference to the negative. And it is the same with the negative. In the sphere of being, the reference of one term to another is only implicit. In essence, on the contrary, it is explicit, and this in general is the distinction between the forms of being and essence. In being, everything is immediate, in essence, everything is relative. PG 207. Chapter 8, Second Subdivision of Logic. The doctrine of essence. The terms in essence are always mere pairs of correlatives, and not yet absolutely reflected in themselves. Hence in essence the actual unity of the notion is not realized, but only postulated by reflection. Essence, which is being, coming into mediation with itself, through the negativity of itself's self-relatedness, only in so far as it is relation to an other, this other however coming to view at first not as something which is, but as postulated and hypothetized. Being has not vanished, but firstly essence as simple self-relation is being, and secondly as regards its one-sided characteristic of immediacy, being is deposed to a mere negative, to a seeming or reflected light essence accordingly, is being thus reflecting light into itself. The absolute is the essence. This is the same definition as the previous one, that the absolute is being, insofar as being likewise is simple self-relation. But it is at the same time higher, because essence is being that has gone into itself. That is to say, the simple self-relation in being is expressly put as negation of the negative, as immanent self-mediation. Unfortunately, when the absolute is defined to be the essence, the negativity which this implies is often taken only to mean the withdrawal of all determinate predicates. This PG 208 negative action of withdrawal or abstraction thus falls outside of the essence UH, is thus left as a mere result apart from its premises, the caput mortuum of abstraction. But as this negativity, instead of being external to being, is its own dialectic, the truth of the latter viz. Essence will be being as retired within itself immanent being. That reflection, or light thrown into itself, constitutes the distinction between essence and immediate being, and is the peculiar characteristic of essence itself. Any mention of essence implies that we distinguish it from being. The latter is immediate, and compared with the essence, we look upon it as mere seeming. But this seeming is not an utter nonentity and nothing at all, but being superseded and put by. The point of view given by the essence is in general the standpoint of reflection. This word reflection is originally applied when a ray of light in a straight line impinging upon the surface of a mirror is thrown back from it. In this phenomenon we have two things, first an immediate fact which is, and secondly the deputed, derivated or transmitted phase of the same. Something of this sort takes place when we reflect, or think upon an object. For here we want to know the object not in its immediacy, but as derivative or mediated. The problem or aim of philosophy is often represented as the ascertainment of the essence of things, a phrase which only means that things, instead of being left in their immediacy, must be shown to be mediated by, or based upon, something else. The immediate being of things is thus conceived under the image of a rind or curtain behind which the essence lies hidden. Everything, it is said, has an essence, that is, things really are not what they immediately show themselves. There is therefore something more to be done than merely rove from one quality to another, and merely to advance from qualitative to quantitative, and vice versa. There is a permanent in things, and that permanent is in the first PG 209 instance their essence. With respect to other meanings and uses of the category of essence, We may note that in the German auxiliary verb sein, the past tense is expressed by the term for essence Wesen. We designate past being as Gewesen. This anomaly of language implies to some extent a correct perception of the relation between being and essence. Essence we may certainly regard as past being, remembering however meanwhile that the past is not utterly denied, but only laid aside and thus at the same time preserved. Thus to say, Caesar was in Gaul, only denies the immediacy of the event, but not his sojourn in Gaul altogether. That sojourn is just what forms the import of the proposition, in which however it is represented as over and gone. Wesen in ordinary life frequently means only a collection or aggregate. Zeitungswesen the press, Postwesen the post office, Stuurwesen the revenue. All that these terms mean is that the things in question are not to be taken single in their immediacy, but as a complex, and then, perhaps in addition, in their various bearings. This usage of the term is not very different in its implication from our own. People also speak of finite essences, such as man, but the very term essence implies that we have made a step beyond finitude, and the title as applied to man is so far inexact. It is often added that there is a supreme essence being, by which is meant God. On this two remarks may be made. In the first place, the phrase there is suggests a finite only, as when we say there are so many planets, or there are plants of such a constitution and plants of such another. In these cases we are speaking of something which has other things beyond and beside it. But God, the absolutely infinite, is not something outside and beside whom there are other essences. All else outside God, if separated from him, possesses no essentiality. In its isolation it becomes a mere show or seeming, without stay or essence of its own. But secondly, it is a poor way of talking to call God the highest or supreme essence. The category of quantity which the phrase employs has its proper place within the compass of the finite. When we call one mountain the highest on the earth, we have a vision of other high PG 210 mountains beside it. So too when we call anyone the richest or most learned in his country. But God, far from being a being, even the highest, is the being. This definition, however, though such a representation of God is an important and necessary stage in the growth of the religious consciousness, does not by any means exhaust the depth of the ordinary Christian idea of God. If we consider God as the essence only, and nothing more, we know him only as the universal and irresistible power, in other words as the Lord. Now the fear of the Lord is doubtless the beginning, but only the beginning of wisdom. To look at God in this light as the Lord and the Lord alone is especially characteristic of Judaism and also of Mohammedanism. The defect of these religions lies in their scant recognition of the finite, which, be it as natural things or as finite phases of mind, it is characteristic of the heathen, and as they also for that reason are polytheistic religions to maintain intact. Another not uncommon assertion is that God, as the supreme being, cannot be known. Such is the view taken by modern enlightenment and abstract understanding, which is content to say, il wire unitre supreme, and there lets the matter rest. To speak thus, and treat God merely as the supreme otherworld being, implies that we look upon the world before us in its immediacy as something permanent and positive, and forget that true being is just the superseding of all that is immediate. If God be the abstract supersensible being, outside whom therefore lies all difference and all specific character, he is only a bare name, a mere caput mortuum of abstracting understanding. The true knowledge of God begins when we know that things, as they immediately are, have no truth. In reference also to other subjects besides God, the category of essence is often liable to an abstract use, by which in the study of anything, its essence is held to be something unaffected by, and subsisting in independence of, its definite phenomenal embodiment. Thus we say, for example, of people, that the great thing is not what they do or how they behave, but what they are. This is correct, if it means that a man's conduct should be looked at, not in its immediacy, but only PG 211 as it is explained by his inner self, and as a revelation of that inner self. Still it should be remembered that the only means by which the essence and the inner self can be verified is their appearance in outward reality, whereas the appeal which men make to the essential life, as distinct from the material facts of conduct, is generally prompted by a desire to assert their own subjectivity, and to elude an absolute and objective judgment. Self-relation in essence is the form of identity or of reflection into self, which has here taken the place of the immediacy of being. They are both the same abstraction, self-relation. The unintelligence of sense, to take everything limited and finite for being, passes into the obstinacy of understanding, which views the finite as self-identical, not inherently self-contradictory. This identity, as it has descended from being, appears in the first place only charged with the characteristics of being, and referred to being as to something external. This external being, if taken in separation from the true being of essence, is called the unessential, but that turns out a mistake. Because essence is being in self, it is essential only to the extent that it has in itself its negative, reference to another or mediation. Consequently, it has the unessential as its own proper seeming reflection in itself. But in seeming or mediation there is distinction involved, and since what is distinguished as distinguished from the identity out of which it arises, and in which it is not, or lies as seeming, receives itself the form of identity, the semblance is still in the mode of being, or of self-related immediacy. The sphere of essence thus turns out to be a still imperfect combination of immediacy and mediation. In it every term is expressly invested with the character of self-relatedness, while yet at the same time one is forced pg 212 beyond it. It has being, reflected being, a being in which another shows and which shows in another. And so it is also the sphere in which the contradiction, still implicit in the sphere of being, is made explicit. As the one notion is the common principle underlying all logic, there appear in the development of essence the same attributes or terms as in the development of being, but in a reflex form. Instead of being and not we have now the forms of positive and negative, the former at first as identity corresponding to pure and uncontrasted being, the latter developed showing in itself as difference. So also, we have becoming represented by the ground of determinate being, which itself, when reflected upon the ground, is existence. The theory of essence is the most difficult branch of logic. It includes the categories of metaphysic and of the sciences in general. These are products of reflective understanding, which, while it assumes the differences to possess a footing of their own, and at the same time also expressly affirms their relativity, still combines the two statements, side by side, or one after the other, by an also, without bringing these thoughts into one, or unifying them into the notion. Essence as ground of existence are the pure principles or categories of reflection. Identity. The essence lights up in itself or is mere reflection, and therefore is only self-relation, not as immediate but as reflected, and that reflex relation is self-identity. This identity becomes an identity in form only, or of pg 213 the understanding, if it be held hard and fast, quite aloof from difference. Or rather, abstraction is the imposition of this identity of form, the transformation of something inherently concrete into this form of elementary simplicity. And this may be done in two ways. Either we may neglect a part of the multiple features which are found in the concrete thing by what is called analysis, and select only one of them, or, neglecting their variety, we may concentrate the multiple characters into one. If we associate identity with the absolute, making the absolute the subject of a proposition, we get, the absolute is what is identical with itself. However true this proposition may be, it is doubtful whether it be meant in its truth, and therefore it is at least imperfect in the expression. For it is left undecided, whether it means the abstract identity of understanding, abstract, that is, because contrasted with the other characteristics of essence, or the identity which is inherently concrete. In the latter case, as will be seen, true identity is first discoverable in the ground, and with a higher truth in the notion. Even the word absolute is often used to mean no more than abstract. Absolute space and absolute time, for example, is another way of saying abstract space and abstract time. When the principles of essence are taken as essential principles of thought, they become predicates of a presupposed subject, which, because they are essential, is everything. The propositions thus arising have been stated as universal laws of thought. Thus the first of them, the maxim of identity, reads, everything is identical with itself, and negatively, a cannot at the same time be and not a. This maxim, instead of being a true law of thought, is nothing but the law of abstract understanding. The propositional form itself contradicts it, for a proposition always pg 214 promises a distinction between subject and predicate, while the present one does not fulfill what its form requires. But the law is particularly set aside by the following so-called laws of thought, which make laws out of its opposite. It is asserted that the maxim of identity, though it cannot be proved, regulates the procedure of every consciousness, and that experience shows it to be accepted as soon as its terms are apprehended. To this alleged experience of the logic books may be opposed the universal experience that no mind thinks or forms conceptions or speaks in accordance with this law, and that no existence of any kind whatever conforms to it. Utterances after the fashion of this pretended law, a planet is a planet, magnetism is magnetism, mind is mind, are, as they deserve to be, reputed silly. That is certainly matter of general experience. The logic which seriously propounds such laws and the scholastic world in which alone they are valid have long been discredited with practical common sense, as well as with the philosophy of reason. Identity is, in the first place, the repetition of what we had earlier as being, but has become, through supersession of its character of immediateness. It is therefore being as ideality. It is important to come to a proper understanding on the true meaning of identity, and for that purpose we must especially guard against taking it as abstract identity to the exclusion of all difference. That is the touchstone for distinguishing all bad philosophy from what alone deserves the name of philosophy. Identity in its truth, as an ideality of what immediately is a high category for our religious modes of mind, as well as all other forms of thought and mental activity. The true knowledge of God, it may be said, begins when we know him as identity, as absolute identity. To know so much is to see that all the power and glory of the world sinks into nothing in God's presence, and subsists only as the reflection of his power and his pg 215 glory. In the same way, identity as self-consciousness is what distinguishes man from nature, particularly from the brutes which never reach the point of comprehending themselves as I, that is, pure self-contained unity. So again, in connection with thought, the main thing is not to confuse the true identity, which contains being and its characteristics ideally transfigured in it, with an abstract identity of bare form. All the charges of narrowness, hardness, meaninglessness, which are so often directed against thought from the quarter of feeling and immediate perception, rest on the perverse assumption that thought acts only as a faculty of abstract identification. The formal logic itself confirms this assumption by laying down the supreme law of thought so-called which has been discussed above. If thinking were no more than an abstract identity, we could not but own it to be a most futile and tedious business. No doubt the notion, and the idea too, are identical with themselves, but identical only in so far as they at the same time involve distinction. Difference. Essence is mere identity and reflection in itself, only as it is self-relating negativity, and in that way self-repulsion. It contains therefore essentially the characteristic of difference. Other being is here no longer qualitative, taking the shape of the character or limit. It is now in essence, in self-relating essence, and therefore the negation is at the same time a relation, is, in short, distinction, relativity, mediation. To ask how identity comes to difference assumes that identity as mere abstract identity is something of itself, and difference also something else equally independent. This supposition renders an answer to the question impossible. If identity is viewed as diverse from difference, all that we have in this way is but difference, and hence we cannot demonstrate the advance to difference, because the person who asks for the how of the progress pg 216 thereby implies that for him the starting point is non-existent. The question then, when put to the test, has obviously no meaning, and its proposer may be met with the question what he means by identity, whereupon we should soon see that he attaches no idea to it at all, and that identity is for him an empty name. As we have seen, besides, identity is undoubtedly a negative, not however an abstract empty naught, but the negation of being and its characteristics. Being so, identity is at the same time self-relation, and, what is more, negative self-relation. In other words, it draws a distinction between it and itself. Difference is, first of all, immediate difference, 1, diversity or variety. In diversity, the different things are each individually what they are, and unaffected by the relation in which they stand to each other. This relation is therefore external to them. In consequence of the various things being thus indifferent to the difference between them, it falls outside them into a third thing, the agent of comparison. This external difference, as an identity of the objects related, is likeness, as a non-identity of them is unlikeness. The gap which understanding allows to divide these characteristics is so great that although comparison has one and the same substratum for likeness and unlikeness, which are explained to be different aspects and points of view in it, still likeness by itself is the first of the elements alone, viz. Identity, and unlikeness by itself is difference. Diversity has, like identity, been transformed into a maxim: everything is various or different, or there are no two things completely like each other. Here everything is put under a predicate, which is the reverse of the identity attributed to it in the first maxim, and therefore under a law contradicting the first. However, there is an explanation. As the diversity is supposed due only to external comparison, anything taken pg 217 per se is expected and understood always to be identical with itself, so that the second law need not interfere with the first. But in that case, variety does not belong to the something or everything in question. It constitutes no intrinsic characteristic of the subject, and the second maxim on this showing does not admit of being stated at all. If, on the other hand, the something itself is, as the maxim says, diverse, it must be in virtue of its own proper character, but in this case the specific difference, and not variety as such, is what is intended, and this is the meaning of the maxim of Leibniz. When understanding sets itself to study identity, it has already passed beyond it, and is looking at difference in the shape of bare variety. If we follow the so-called law of identity, and say, the sea is the sea, the air is the air, the moon is the moon, these objects pass for having no bearing on one another. What we have before us, therefore, is not identity, but difference. We do not stop at this point, however, or regard things merely as different. We compare them one with another, and thus discover the features of likeness and unlikeness. The work of the finite sciences lies to a great extent in the application of these categories, and the phrase scientific treatment generally means no more than the method which has for its aim comparison of the objects under examination. This method has undoubtedly led to some important results. We may particularly mention the great advance of modern times in the provinces of comparative anatomy and comparative linguistic. But it is going too far to suppose that the comparative method can be employed with equal success in all branches of knowledge. Nor, and this must be emphasized, can mere comparison ever ultimately satisfy the requirements of science. Its results are indeed indispensable, but they are still labors only preliminary to truly intelligent cognition. If it be the office of comparison to reduce existing differences to identity, the science, which most perfectly fulfills that end, is mathematics. The reason of that is that pg 218 quantitative difference is only the difference which is quite external. Thus, in geometry, a triangle and a quadrangle, figures qualitatively different, have this qualitative difference discounted by abstraction, and are equalized to one another in magnitude. It follows from what has been formerly said about the mere identity of understanding that, as has also been pointed out 99, note, neither philosophy nor the empirical sciences need envy this superiority of mathematics. The story is told that, when Leibniz propounded the maxim of variety, the cavaliers and ladies of the court, as they walked round the garden, made efforts to discover two leaves indistinguishable from each other, in order to confute the law stated by the philosopher. Their device was unquestionably a convenient method of dealing with metaphysics, one which has not ceased to be fashionable. All the same, as regards the principle of Leibniz, difference must be understood to mean not an external and indifferent diversity merely, but difference essential. Hence, the very nature of things implies that they must be different. Likeness is an identity only of those things which are not the same, not identical with each other, and unlikeness is a relation of things unlike. The two therefore do not fall on different aspects or points of view in the thing without any mutual affinity, but one throws light into the other. Variety thus comes to be reflexive difference, or difference distinction implicit and essential, determinate or specific difference. While things merely various show themselves unaffected by each other, likeness and unlikeness, on the contrary, are a pair of characteristics which are in completely reciprocal relation. The one of them cannot be thought without the other. This advance from simple variety to opposition appears in our common acts of thought, when we allow that comparison has a meaning only upon the hypothesis of an existing difference, and that on the other hand we can distinguish only on the hypothesis of existing similarity. Pg 219. Hence, if the problem be the discovery of a difference, we attribute no great cleverness to the man who only distinguishes those objects, of which the difference is palpable, e.g. a pen and a camel. And similarly, it implies no very advanced faculty of comparison when the objects compared, e.g. a beech and an oak, a temple and a church, are near akin. In the case of difference, in short, we like to seek identity, and in the case of identity, we like to see difference. Within the range of the empirical sciences, however, the one of these two categories is often allowed to put the other out of sight and mind. Thus, the scientific problem at one time is to reduce existing differences to identity, on another occasion, with equal one-sidedness, to discover new differences. We see this especially in physical science. There the problem consists in the first place in the continual search for new elements, new forces, new genera and species. Or in another direction, it seeks to show that all bodies hitherto believed to be simple are compound, and modern physicists and chemists smile at the ancients, who were satisfied with 4 elements, and these not simple. Secondly, and on the other hand, mere identity is made the chief question. Thus electricity and chemical affinity are regarded as the same, and even the organic processes of digestion and assimilation are looked upon as a mere chemical operation. Modern philosophy has often been nicknamed the philosophy of identity. But as was already remarked 103, note, it is precisely philosophy, and in particular speculative logic, which lays bare the nothingness of the abstract, undifferentiated identity, known to understanding, though it also undoubtedly urges its disciples not to rest at mere diversity, but to ascertain the inner unity of all existence. Difference implicit is essential difference, the positive and the negative, and that is this way. The positive is the identical self-relation in such a way as not to be the negative, and the negative is the different by itself so as not to be the positive. Thus either has an existence of its own in proportion as it is not the pg 220 other. The one is made visible in the other, and is only in so far as that other is. Essential difference is therefore opposition, according to which the different is not confronted by any other but by its other. That is, either of these two, positive and negative, is stamped with a characteristic of its own only in its relation to the other. The one is only reflected into itself as it is reflected into the other. And so with the other. Either in this way is the other's own other. Difference implicit or essential gives the maxim, everything is essentially distinct, or, as it has also been expressed, of two opposite predicates the one only can be assigned to anything, and there is no third possible. This maxim of contrast or opposition most expressly controverts the maxim of identity. The one says a thing should be only self-relation, the other says that it must be an opposite, a relation to its other. The native unintelligence of abstraction betrays itself by setting in juxtaposition two contrary maxims like these as laws, without even so much as comparing them. The maxim of excluded middle is the maxim of the definite understanding, which would fain avoid contradiction, but in so doing falls into it. A must be either or A, it says. It virtually declares in these words a third A which is neither nor, and which at the same time is yet invested with and characters. If W means 6 miles to the west, and W means 6 miles to the east, and if the and cancel each other, the 6 miles of way or space remain what they were with and without the contrast. Even the mere plus and minus of number or abstract direction have, if we like, 0 for their third, but it need not be denied that the empty contrast, which understanding institutes between plus and minus, is not without its value in such abstractions as number, direction 100, pg 221. In the doctrine of contradictory concepts, the one notion is, say, blue, for in this doctrine even the sensuous generalized image of a color is called a notion, and the other not blue. This other then would not be an affirmative, say, yellow, but would merely be kept at the abstract negative. That the negative in its own nature is quite as much positive, see next, is implied in saying that what is opposite to another is its other. The inanity of the opposition between what are called contradictory notions is fully exhibited in what we may call the grandiose formula of a general law, that everything has the one and not the other of all predicates which are in such opposition. In this way, mind is either white or not white, yellow or not yellow, 100, ad infinitum. It was forgotten that identity and opposition are themselves opposed, and the maxim of opposition was taken even for that of identity, in the shape of the principle of contradiction. A notion, which possesses neither or both of two mutually contradictory marks, e.g. a quadrangular circle, is held to be logically false. Now though a multangular circle and a rectilineal arc no less contradict this maxim, geometers never hesitate to treat the circle as a polygon with rectilineal sides. But anything like a circle, that is to say its mere character or nominal definition, is still no notion. In the notion of a circle, center and circumference are equally essential. Both marks belong to it, and yet center and circumference are opposite and contradictory to each other. The conception of polarity, which is so dominant in physics, contains by implication the more correct definition of opposition. But physics, for its theory of the laws of thought, adheres to the ordinary logic. It might therefore well be horrified in case it should ever work pg 222 out the conception of polarity, and get at the thoughts which are implied in it. Positive and negative are supposed to express an absolute difference. The two, however, are at bottom the same. The name of either might be transferred to the other. Thus, for example, debts and assets are not two particular, self-subsisting species of property. What is negative to the debtor is positive to the creditor. A way to the east is also a way to the west. Positive and negative are therefore intrinsically conditioned by one another, and are only in relation to each other. The north pole of the magnet cannot be without the south pole, and vice versa. If we cut a magnet in two, we have not a north pole in one piece, and a south pole in the other. Similarly, in electricity, the positive and the negative are not two diverse and independent fluids. In opposition, the different is not confronted by any other, but by its other. Usually we regard different things as unaffected by each other. Thus we say, I am a human being, and around me are air, water, animals, and all sorts of things. Everything is thus put outside of every other. But the aim of philosophy is to banish indifference, and to ascertain the necessity of things. By that means the other is seen to stand over against its other. Thus, for example, inorganic nature is not to be considered merely something else than organic nature, but the necessary antithesis of it. Both are in essential relation to one another, and the one of the two is, only in so far as it excludes the other from it, and thus relates itself thereto. Nature in like manner is not without mind, nor mind without nature. An important step has been taken when we cease in thinking to use phrases like, pg 223 of course something else is also possible. While we so speak, we are still tainted with contingency, and all true thinking, we have already said, is a thinking of necessity. In modern physical science, the opposition, first observed to exist in magnetism as polarity, has come to be regarded as a universal law pervading the whole of nature. This would be a real scientific advance, if care were at the same time taken not to let mere variety revert without explanation, as a valid category, side by side with opposition. Thus at one time the colors are regarded as in polar opposition to one another, and called complementary colors. At another time they are looked at in their indifferent and merely quantitative difference of red, yellow, green, 100. Instead of speaking by the maxim of excluded middle, which is the maxim of abstract understanding, we should rather say, everything is opposite. Neither in heaven nor in earth, neither in the world of mind nor of nature, is there anywhere such an abstract aethera as the understanding maintains. Whatever exists is concrete, with difference and opposition in itself. The finitude of things will then lie in the want of correspondence between their immediate being and what they essentially are. Thus, in inorganic nature, the acid is implicitly at the same time the base. In other words, its only being consists in its relation to its other. Hence also the acid is not something that persists quietly in the contrast. It is always in effort to realize what it potentially is. Contradiction is the very moving principle of the world, and it is ridiculous to say that contradiction is unthinkable. The only thing correct in that statement is that contradiction is not the end of the matter, but cancels itself. But contradiction, when cancelled, does not leave abstract identity, for that is itself only one side of the contrariety. The proximate result of opposition when realized as contradiction is the ground, which contains identity as well as difference superseded and deposed to elements in the completer notion. Contrariety then has two forms. The positive is the aforesaid various different which is understood to be independent, and yet at the same not to be pg 224, unaffected by its relation to its other. The negative is to be, no less independently, negative self-relating, self-subsistent, and yet at the same time as negative must on every point have this its self-relation one, its positive only in the other. Both positive and negative are therefore explicit contradiction, both are potentially the same. both are so actually also, since either is the abrogation of the other and of itself, thus they fall to the ground. Or as is plain, the essential difference as a difference is only the difference of it from itself, and thus contains the identical, so that to essential and actual difference there belongs itself as well as identity. As self-relating difference, it is likewise virtually enunciated as the self-identical, and the opposite is in general that which includes the one and its other, itself and its opposite. The immanence of essence thus defined is the ground. The ground is the unity of identity and difference, the truth of what difference and identity have turned out to be, the reflection into self, which is equally a reflection into another, and vice versa. It is essence put explicitly as a totality. The maxim of the ground runs thus: everything has its sufficient ground. That is, the true essentiality of anything is not the predication of it as identical with itself, or as different various, or merely positive, or merely negative, but as having its being in another, which, being itself same, is its essence, and to this extent the essence is not abstract reflection into self, but into another. The ground is the essence in its own inwardness, the essence is intrinsically a ground, and it is a ground only when it is a ground of somewhat, of another. pg 225. We must be careful, when we say that the ground is the unity of identity and difference, not to understand by this unity an abstract identity. Otherwise we only change the name, while we still think the identity of understanding already seen to be false. To avoid this misconception, we may say that the ground, besides being the unity, is also the difference of identity and difference. In that case, in the ground, which promised at first to supersede contradiction, a new contradiction seems to arise. It is, however, a contradiction which, so far from persisting quietly in itself, is rather the expulsion of it from itself. The ground is a ground only to the extent that it affords ground, but the result which thus issued from the ground is only itself. In this lies its formalism. The ground and what is grounded are one and the same content. The difference between the two is the mere difference of form which separates simple self-relation, on the one hand, from mediation or derivativeness on the other. Inquiry into the grounds of things goes with the point of view which, as already noted, note to 112, is adopted by reflection. We wish, as it were, to see the matter double, first in its immediacy, and secondly in its ground, where it is no longer immediate. This is the plain meaning of the law of sufficient ground, as it is called. It asserts that things should essentially be viewed as mediated. The manner in which formal logic establishes this law of thought sets a bad example to other sciences. Formal logic asks these sciences not to accept their subject matter as it is immediately given, and yet herself lays down a law of thought without deducing it, in other words, without exhibiting its mediation. With the same justice as the logician maintains our faculty of thought to be so constituted that we must ask for the ground of everything, might the physicist, when asked why a man who falls into water is drowned, reply that man happens to be so organized that he cannot live under water. Or the jurist, when asked why a criminal is punished, reply that civil society happens to be so constituted that crimes cannot be left unpunished. Yet even if logic be excused the duty of giving a ground for the law of the sufficient ground, it might at least explain pg 226 what is to be understood by a ground. The common explanation, which describes the ground as what has a consequence, seems at the first glance more lucid and intelligible than the preceding definition in logical terms. If you ask, however, what the consequence is, you are told that it is what has a ground, and it becomes obvious that the explanation is intelligible only because it assumes what in our case has been reached as the termination of an antecedent movement of thought. And this is the true business of logic, to show that those thoughts, which as usually employed merely float before consciousness, neither understood nor demonstrated, are really grades in the self-determination of thought. It is by this means that they are understood and demonstrated. In common life, and it is the same in the finite sciences, this reflective form is often employed as a key to the secret of the real condition of the objects under investigation. So long as we deal with what may be termed the household needs of knowledge, nothing can be urged against this method of study. But it can never afford definitive satisfaction, either in theory or practice. And the reason why it fails is that the ground is yet without a definite content of its own. So that to regard anything as resting upon a ground merely gives the formal difference of mediation in place of immediacy. We see an electrical phenomenon, for example, and we ask for its ground or reason. We are told that electricity is the ground of this phenomenon. What is this but the same content as we had immediately before us, only translated into the form of inwardness? The ground, however, is not merely simple self-identity, but also different. Hence various grounds may be alleged for the same sum of fact. This variety of grounds, again, following the logic of difference, culminates in opposition of grounds pro and contra. In any action, such as a theft, there is a sum of fact in which several aspects may be distinguished. The theft has violated the rights of property. It has given the means of satisfying his wants to the needy thief. Possibly, too, the man, from whom the theft was made, misused his property. The violation of property is pg 227 unquestionably the decisive point of view before which the others must give way, but the bare law of the ground cannot settle that question. Usually, indeed, the law is interpreted to speak of a sufficient ground, not of any ground whatever, and it might be supposed, therefore, in the action referred to, that, although other points of view besides the violation of property might be held as grounds, yet they would not be sufficient grounds. But here comes a dilemma. If we use the phrase sufficient ground, the epithet is either odiose, or of such a kind as to carry us past the mere category of ground. The predicate is odiose and tautological if it only states the capability of giving a ground or reason, for the ground is a ground only in so far as it has this capability. If a soldier runs away from battle to save his life, his conduct is certainly a violation of duty, but it cannot be held that the ground which led him so to act was insufficient, otherwise he would have remained at his post. Besides, there is this also to be said. On one hand, any ground suffices. On the other, no ground suffices as mere ground, because, as already said, it is yet void of a content objectively and intrinsically determined, and is therefore not self-acting and productive. A content thus objectively and intrinsically determined, and hence self-acting, will hereafter come before us as the notion, and it is the notion which Leibniz had in his eye when he spoke of sufficient ground, and urged the study of things under its point of view. His remarks were originally directed against that merely mechanical method of conceiving things so much in vogue even now, a method which he justly pronounces insufficient. We may see an instance of this mechanical theory of investigation when the organic process of the circulation of the blood is traced back merely to the contraction of the heart, or when certain theories of criminal law explain the purpose of punishment to lie in deterring people from crime, in rendering the criminal harmless, or in other extraneous grounds of the same kind. It is unfair to Leibniz to suppose that he was content with anything so poor as this formal law of the ground. The method of investigation which he inaugurated is the very reverse of a formalism pg 228, which acquiesces in mere grounds, where a full and concrete knowledge is sought. Considerations to this effect led Leibniz to contrast causi-efficients and causi-finales, and to insist in the place of final causes as the conception to which the efficient were to lead up. If we adopt this distinction, light, heat, and moisture would be the causi-efficients, not the causa finales of the growth of plants. The causa finales is the notion of the plant itself. To get no further than mere grounds, especially on questions of law and morality, is the position and principle of the sophists. Sophistry, as we ordinarily conceive it, is a method of investigation which aims at distorting what is just and true, and exhibiting things in a false light. Such, however, is not the proper or primary tendency of sophistry, the standpoint of which is no other than that of raisonnement. The sophists came on the scene at a time when the Greeks had begun to grow dissatisfied with mere authority and tradition, and felt the need of intellectual justification for what they were to accept as obligatory. That desideratum the sophists supplied by teaching their countrymen to seek for the various points of view under which things may be considered, which points of view are the same as grounds. But the ground, as we have seen, has no essential and objective principles of its own, and it is as easy to discover grounds for what is wrong and immoral as for what is moral and right. Upon the observer, therefore, it depends to decide what points are to have most weight. The decision in such circumstances is prompted by his individual views and sentiments. Thus, the objective foundation of what ought to have been of absolute and essential obligation, accepted by all, was undermined, and sophistry by this destructive action deservedly brought upon itself the bad name previously mentioned. Socrates, as we all know, met the sophists at every point, not by a bare reassertion of authority and tradition against their argumentations, but by showing dialectically how untenable the mere grounds were, and by vindicating the obligation of justice and goodness, by reinstating the universal or notion of the will. In the present day, such a method of argumentation is not quite out of fashion, pg 229, nor is that the case only in the discussion of secular matters. It occurs even in sermons, such as those where every possible ground of gratitude to God is propounded. To such pleading Socrates and Plato would not have scrupled to apply the name of sophistry, for sophistry has nothing to do with what is taught. That may very possibly be true. Sophistry lies in the formal circumstance of teaching it by grounds which are as available for attack as for defense. In a time so rich in reflection and so devoted to raisonnement as our own, he must be a poor creature who cannot advance a good ground for everything, even for what is worst and most depraved. Everything in the world that has become corrupt has had good ground for its corruption. An appeal to grounds at first makes the hearer think of beating a retreat, but when experience has taught him the real state of these matters, he closes his ears against them, and refuses to be imposed upon any more. As it first comes, the chief feature of essence is show in itself and intermediation in itself, but when it has completed the circle of intermediation, its unity with itself is explicitly put as the self-annulling of difference, and therefore of intermediation. Once more then we come back to immediacy or being, but being in so far as it is intermediated by annulling the intermediation, and that being is existence. The ground is not yet determined by objective principles of its own, nor is it an end or final cause, hence it is not active nor productive, and existence only proceeds from the ground. The determinate ground is therefore a formal matter, that is to say, any point will do, so long as it is expressly put as self-relation, as affirmation in correlation with the immediate existence depending on it. If it be a ground at all, it is a good ground, for the term good is employed abstractly as equivalent to affirmative, and any point or feature is good which can in any way be enunciated as confessedly pg 230 affirmative. So it happens that a ground can be found and adduced for everything, and a good ground, for example, a good motive for action may affect something or may not, it may have a consequence or it may not. It becomes a motive strictly so called and affects something, e.g. through its reception into a will. There and there only it becomes active and is made a cause. Be existence. Existence is the immediate unity of reflection into self and reflection into another. It follows from this that existence is the indefinite multitude of existence as reflected into themselves, which at the same time equally throw light upon one another, which, in short, are correlative, and form a world of reciprocal dependence and of infinite interconnection between grounds and consequence. The grounds are themselves existences, and the existents in like manner are in many directions grounds as well as consequence. The phrase existence derived from exister suggests the fact of having proceeded from something. Existence is being which has proceeded from the ground and been reinstated by annulling its intermediation. The essence, as being set aside and absorbed, originally came before us as shining or showing in self, and the categories of this reflection are identity, difference, and ground. The last is the unity of identity and difference, and because it unifies them, it has at the same time to distinguish itself from itself, but that which is in this way distinguished from the ground is as little mere difference, as the ground itself is abstract sameness. The ground works its own suspension, and when suspended, the result of its negation is existence. Having issued from the ground, existence contains the ground in it. The ground does not remain, as it were, behind existence, but by its very nature supersedes itself and translates itself into existence. This is exemplified even in our ordinary pg 231 mode of thinking, when we look upon the ground of a thing, not as something abstractly inward, but as itself also an existent. For example, the lightning flash which has set a house on fire would be considered the ground of the conflagration, or the manners of a nation and the condition of its life would be regarded as the ground of its constitution. Such indeed is the ordinary aspect in which the existent world originally appears to reflection, an indefinite crowd of things existent, which being simultaneously reflected on themselves, and on one another are related reciprocally as ground and consequence. In this motley play of the world, if we may so call the sum of existence, there is nowhere a firm footing to be found. Everything bears an aspect of relativity, conditioned by and conditioning something else. The reflective understanding makes it its business to elicit and trace these connections running out in every direction. But the question touching an ultimate design is so far left unanswered, and therefore the craving of the reason after knowledge passes with the further development of the logical idea beyond this position of mere relativity. The reflection on an author of the existent is however inseparable from the reflection on self. The ground is their unity, from which existence has issued. The existent therefore includes relativity, and has on its own part its multiple interconnections with other existence. It is reflected on itself as its ground. The existent is, when so described, a thing. The thing be itself or thing in the abstract, so famous in the philosophy of Kant, shows itself here in its genesis. It is seen to be the abstract reflection in self, which is clung to the exclusion of reflection on other things and of all predication of difference. The thing be itself, therefore, is the empty substratum for these predicates of relation. If to know means to comprehend an object in its concrete character, then the thing be itself, which is nothing but the quite abstract and indeterminate thing in general, must pg 232 certainly be as unknowable as it is alleged to be. With as much reason, however, as we speak of the thing be itself, we might speak of quality be itself or quantity be itself, and of any other category. The expression would then serve to signify that these categories are taken in their abstract immediacy, apart from their development and inward character. It is no better than a whim of the understanding, therefore, if we attach the qualificatory in or by itself to the thing only. But this in or by itself is also applied to the facts of the mental as well as the natural world. As we speak of electricity or of a plant in itself, so we speak of man or the state in itself. By this in itself in these objects, we are meant to understand what they strictly and properly are. This usage is liable to the same criticism as the phrase thing in itself. For if we stick to the mere in itself of an object, we apprehend it not in its truth, but in the inadequate form of mere abstraction. Thus the man by or in himself is the child, and what the child has to do is to rise out of this abstract and undeveloped in himself, and become for himself what he is at first only in himself, a free and reasonable being. Similarly, the state in itself is the yet immature and patriarchal state, where the various political functions, latent in the notion of the state, have not received the full logical constitution which the logic of political principles demands. In the same sense, the germ may be called the plant in itself. These examples may show the mistake of supposing that the thing in itself or the in itself of things is something inaccessible to our cognition. All things are originally in themselves, but that is not the end of the matter. As the germ, being the plant in itself, means self-development, so the thing in general passes beyond its in itself, the abstract reflection on self, to manifest itself further as a reflection on other things. It is in this sense that it has properties. See the thing. The thing is the totalitized development in explicit unity of the categories of the ground and of existence, on the side of one of its factors, viz. pg 233 reflection on other things. It has in it the differences, in virtue of which it is a characterized and concrete thing. These characteristics are different from one another. They have their reflection into self not on their own part, but on the part of the thing. They are properties of the thing, and their relation to the thing is expressed by the word have. As a term of relation, to have takes the place of to be. True, somewhat has qualities on its part too, but this transference of having into the sphere of being is inexact, because the character as quality is directly one with the somewhat, and the somewhat ceases to be when it loses its quality. But the thing is reflection into self, for it is an identity which is also distinct from the difference one, from its attributes in many languages is employed to denote past time, and with reason, for the past is absorbed or suspended being, and the mind is its reflection into self. In the mind only it continues to subsist, the mind however distinguishing from itself this being in it, which has been absorbed or suspended. In the thing all the characteristics of reflection recur as existent, thus the thing, in its initial aspect as the thing be itself, is the self-same or identical. But identity, it was proved, is not found without difference, so the properties which the thing has are the existent difference in the form of diversity. In the case of diversity or variety, each diverse member exhibited an indifference to every other, and they had no other relation to each other, save what was given by a comparison external to them. But now in the thing we have a bond which keeps the various properties in union. Property, besides, should not be confused with quality. No doubt we also say, a thing has qualities. But the phraseology is a misplaced one, having hints at an independence, foreign to the somewhat, which is still directly identical with its quality. Somewhat is what it is pg 234 only by its quality, whereas though the thing indeed exists only as it has its properties, it is not confined to this or that definite property, and can therefore lose it without ceasing to be what it is. Even in the ground, however, the reflection in something else is directly convertible with reflection in self. And hence the properties are not merely different from each other, they are also self-identical, independent, and relieved from their attachment to the thing. Still, as they are the characters of the thing distinguished from one another as reflected into self, they are not themselves things if things be concrete, but only existences reflected into themselves as abstract characters. They are what are called matters. Nor is the name things given to matters, such as magnetic and electric matters. They are qualities proper, a reflected being one with their being, they are the character that has reached immediacy, existence, they are entities. To elevate the properties, which the thing has to the independent position of matters or materials of which it consists, is a proceeding based upon the notion of a thing, and for that reason is also found in experience. Thought and experience, however, alike protest against concluding from the fact that certain properties of a thing, such as color or smell, may be represented as particular coloring or odorific matters, that we are then at the end of the inquiry, and that nothing more is needed to penetrate to the true secret of things than a disintegration of them into their component materials. This disintegration into independent matters is properly restricted to inorganic nature only. The chemist is in the right therefore when, for example, he analyzes common salt or gypsum into its elements, and finds that the former consists of muriatic acid and soda, the latter of sulfuric acid and calcium. So too the geologist does well to regard granite as a compound of quartz, feldspar and mica. These matters again of which the thing consists are pg 235 themselves partly things, which in that way may be once more reduced to more abstract matters. Sulfuric acid, for example, is a compound of sulfur and oxygen. Such matters or bodies can as a matter of fact be exhibited as subsisting by themselves, but frequently we find other properties of things, entirely wanting this self-subsistence, also regarded as particular matters. Thus we hear caloric and electrical or magnetic matters spoken of. Such matters are at the best figments of understanding. And we see here the usual procedure of the abstract reflection of understanding. Capriciously adopting single categories, whose value entirely depends on their place in the gradual evolution of the logical idea, it employs them in the pretended interests of explanation, but in the face of plain, unprejudiced perception and experience, so as to trace back to them every object investigated. Nor is this all. The theory, which makes things consist of independent matters, is frequently applied in a region where it has neither meaning nor force, for within the limits of nature even, wherever there is organic life, this category is obviously inadequate. An animal may be said to consist of bones, muscles, nerves, 100. But evidently we are here using the term consist in a very different sense from its use when we spoke of the piece of granite as consisting of the above-mentioned elements. The elements of granite are utterly indifferent to their combination. They could subsist as well without it. The different parts and members of an organic body, on the contrary, subsist only in their union. They cease to exist as such when they are separated from each other. Thus matter is the mere abstract or indeterminate reflection into something else, or reflection into self at the same time as determinate. It is consequently thinghood which then and there is the subsistence of the thing. By this means the thing has on the part of the matters its reflection into self the reverse of 125. It subsists not on its own part, but consists of the matters, and is only a superficial association between them, an external combination of them. pg 236. Matter, being the immediate unity of existence with itself, is also indifferent towards specific character. Hence the numerous diverse matters coalesce into the one matter, or into existence under the reflective characteristic of identity. In contrast to this one matter, these distinct properties and their external relation which they have to one another in the thing, constitute the form, the reflective category of difference, but a difference which exists and is a totality. This one featureless matter is also the same as the thing be itself was, only the latter is intrinsically quite abstract, while the former essentially implies relation to something else, and in the first place to the form. The various matters of which the thing consists are potentially the same as one another. Thus we get one matter in general to which the difference is expressly attached externally, and as a bare form. This theory, which holds things all round to have one and the same matter at bottom, and merely to differ externally in respect of form, is much in vogue with the reflective understanding. Matter in that case counts for naturally indeterminate, but susceptible of any determination, while at the same time it is perfectly permanent and continues the same amid all change and alteration. And in finite things at least this disregard of matter for any determinate form is certainly exhibited. For example, it matters not to a block of marble whether it receive the form of this or that statue or even the form of a pillar. Be it noted, however, that a block of marble can disregard form only relatively, that is, in reference to the sculptor. It is by no means purely formless. And so the mineralogist considers the relatively formless marble as a special formation of rock, differing from other equally special formations, such as sandstone or porphyry. Therefore we say it is an abstraction of the understanding which isolates matter into a certain natural formlessness. For properly speaking, the thought of matter includes the principle of form throughout, and no formless matter therefore appears anywhere pg 237 even in experience as existing. Still, the conception of matter as original and pre-existent, and as naturally formless, is a very ancient one. It meets us even among the Greeks, at first in the mythical shape of chaos, which is supposed to represent the unformed substratum of the existing world. Such a conception must of necessity tend to make God not the creator of the world, but a mere world-molder or demiurge. A deeper insight into nature reveals God as creating the world out of nothing, and that teaches two things. On the one hand, it enunciates that matter as such has no independent subsistence, and on the other that the form does not supervene upon matter from without, but as a totality involves the principle of matter in itself. This free and infinite form will hereafter come before us as the notion. Thus the thing suffers a disruption into matter and form. Each of these is the totality of thinghood and subsists for itself, but matter, which is meant to be the positive and indeterminate existence, contains, as an existence, reflection on an author, every whit as much as it contains self-enclosed being. Accordingly, as uniting these characteristics, it is itself the totality of form. But form, being a complete whole of characteristics, ipso facto involves reflection into self. In other words, as self-relating form it has the very function attributed to matter. Both are at bottom the same. Invest them with this unity, and you have the relation of matter and form, which are also no less distinct. The thing, being this totality, is a contradiction. On the side of its negative unity it is form in which matter is determined, and deposed to the rank of properties 125. At the same time it consists of matters, which in the reflection of the thing into itself are as much independent as they are at the same time negatived. Thus the thing is the essential existence, in such a way pg 238 as to be an existence that suspends or absorbs itself in itself. In other words, the thing is an appearance or phenomenon. The negation of the several matters, which is insisted on in the thing no less than their independent existence, occurs in physics as porosity. Each of the several matters colouring matter, odorific matter, and if we believe some people, even sound matter, not excluding caloric electric matter 100, is also negated, and in this negation of theirs, or as interpenetrating their pores, we find the numerous other independent matters, which, being similarly porous, make room in turn for the existence of the rest. Pores are not empirical facts, they are figments of the understanding, which uses them to represent the element of negation in independent matters. The further working out of the contradictions is concealed by the nebulous imbroglio in which all matters are independent, and all no less negated in each other. If the faculties or activities are similarly hypostatized in the mind, their living unity similarly turns to the imbroglio of an action of the one on the others. These pores meaning thereby not the pores in an organic body, such as the pores of wood or of the skin, but those in the so-called matters, such as colouring matter, caloric or metals, crystals 100, cannot be verified by observation. In the same way matter itself, furthermore form which is separated from matter, whether that be the thing as consisting of matters, or the view that the thing itself subsists and only has proper ties, is all a product of the reflective understanding which, while it observes and professes to record only what it observes, is rather creating a metaphysic, bristling with contradictions of which it is unconscious. Pg 239. B. Appearance. The essence must appear or shine forth. Its shining or reflection in it is the suspension and translation of it to immediacy, which, whilst as reflection and self it is matter or subsistence, is also form, reflection and something else, a subsistence which sets itself aside. To show or shine is the characteristic by which essence is distinguished from being, by which it is essence, and it is this show which, when it is developed, shows itself and is appearance. Essence accordingly is not something beyond or behind appearance, but just because it is the essence which exists, existence is appearance forthhaining. Existence stated explicitly in its contradiction is appearance, but appearance forthhaining is not to be confused with a mere show shining. Show is the proximate truth of being or immediacy. The immediate, instead of being, as we suppose, something independent, resting on its own self, is a mere show, and as such it is packed or summed up under the simplicity of the immanent essence. The essence is, in the first place, the sum total of the showing itself, shining in itself inwardly, but far from abiding in this inwardness it comes as a ground forward into existence, and this existence being grounded not in itself, but on something else, is just appearance. In our imagination, we ordinarily combine with the term appearance or phenomenon the conception of an indefinite congeries of things existing, the being of which is purely relative, and which consequently do not rest on a foundation of their own, but are esteemed only as passing stages. But in this conception, it is no less implied that essence does not linger behind or beyond appearance. Rather it is, we may say, the infinite kindness which lets its own show freely issue into immediacy, and graciously allows it the joy of existence. The appearance which is thus created does not stand on its own feet, and has its being not in itself but in something else. God Pg 240, who is the essence, when he lends existence to the passing stages of his own show in himself, may be described as the goodness that creates a world, but he is also the power above it, and the righteousness, which manifests the merely phenomenal character of the content of this existing world, whenever it tries to exist in independence. Appearance is in every way a very important grade of the logical idea. It may be said to be the distinction of philosophy from ordinary consciousness, that it sees the merely phenomenal character of what the latter supposes to have a self-subsistent being. The significance of appearance, however, must be properly grasped, or mistakes will arise. To say that anything is a mere appearance may be misinterpreted to mean that, as compared with what is merely phenomenal, there is greater truth in the immediate, in that which is. Now, in strict fact, the case is precisely the reverse. Appearance is higher than mere being, a richer category because it holds in combination the two elements of reflection into self and reflection into another, whereas being or immediacy still mere relationlessness and apparently rests upon itself alone. Still, to say that anything is only an appearance suggests a real flaw which consists in this, that appearance is still divided against itself and without intrinsic stability. Beyond and above mere appearance comes in the first place actuality, the third grade of essence, of which we shall afterwards speak. In the history of modern philosophy, Kant has the merit of first rehabilitating this distinction between the common and the philosophically modes of thought. He stopped halfway, however, when he attached to appearance a subjective meaning only, and put the abstract essence immovable outside it as the thing in itself, beyond the reach of our cognition. For it is the very nature of the world of immediate objects to be appearance only. Knowing it to be so, we know at the same time the essence, which, far from staying behind or beyond the appearance, rather manifests its own essentiality by deposing the world to a mere appearance. One can hardly quarrel with the plain man who, in his desire for totality, cannot acquiesce in the doctrine of Pg 241's subjective idealism, that we are solely concerned with phenomena. The plain man, however, in his desire to save the objectivity of knowledge, may very naturally return to abstract immediacy, and maintain that immediacy to be true and actual. In a little work published under the title, A Report, Clear as Day, to the larger public touching the proper nature of the latest philosophy, an attempt to force the reader to understand, Fichte examined the opposition between subjective idealism and immediate consciousness in a popular form, under the shape of a dialogue between the author and the reader, and tried hard to prove that the subjective idealist's point of view was right. In this dialogue, the reader complains to the author that he has completely failed to place himself in the idealist's position, and is inconsolable at the thought that things around him are no real things but mere appearances. The affliction of the reader can scarcely be blamed when he is expected to consider himself hemmed in by an impervious circle of purely subjective conceptions. Apart from this subjective view of appearance, however, we have all reason to rejoice that the things which environ us are appearances, and not steadfast and independent existences, since in that case we should soon perish of hunger, both bodily and mental. The world of appearance. The apparent or phenomenal exists in such a way that its subsistence is ipso facto thrown into abeyance or suspended, and is only one stage in the form itself. The form embraces in it the matter or subsistence as one of its characteristics. In this way the phenomenal has its ground in this form as its essence, its reflection into self in contrast with its immediacy, but in so doing has it only in another aspect of the form. This ground of its is no less phenomenal than itself, and the phenomenon accordingly goes on to an endless mediation of subsistence by means of form, and thus equally by non-subsistence. This endless intermediation is at pg 242 the same time a unity of self-relation, and existence is developed into a totality, into a world of phenomena of reflected finitude. Be content and form. Outside one another as the phenomena in this phenomenal world are, they form a totality, and are wholly contained in their self-relatedness. In this way the self-relation of the phenomenon is completely specified, it has the form in itself, and because it is in this identity, has it as essential subsistence. So it comes about that the form is content, and in its mature phase is the law of the phenomenon. When the form, on the contrary, is not reflected into self, it is equivalent to the negative of the phenomenon, to the non-independent and changeable, and that sort of form is the indifferent or external form. The essential point to keep in mind about the opposition of form and content is that the content is not formless, but has the form in its own self, quite as much as the form is external to it. There is thus a doubling of form. At one time it is reflected into itself, and then is identical with the content. At another time it is not reflected into itself, and then is the external existence, which does not at all affect the content. We are here in presence implicitly of the absolute correlation of content and form, viz. their reciprocal revulsion, so that content is nothing but the revulsion of form into content, and form nothing but the revulsion of content into form. This mutual revulsion is one of the most important laws of thought, but it is not explicitly brought out before the relations of substance and causality. Form and content are a pair of terms frequently employed by the reflective understanding, especially with a habit of looking on the content as the essential and independent. The pg 243 form, on the contrary, as the unessential and dependent. Against this it is to be noted that both are in fact equally essential, and that, while a formless content can be as little found as a formless matter, the two content and matter are distinguished by this circumstance, that matter, though implicitly not without form, still in its existence manifests a disregard of form, whereas the content as such is what it is. Only because the matured form is included in it. Still the form comes before us sometimes as an existence indifferent and external to content, and does so for the reason that the whole range of appearance still suffers from externality. In a book, for instance, it certainly has no bearing upon the content, whether it be written or printed, bound in paper or in leather. That, however, does not in the least imply that apart from such an indifferent and external form, the content of the book is itself formless. There are undoubtedly books enough which even in reference to their content may well be styled formless, but want of form in this case is the same as bad form, and means the defect of the right form, not the absence of all form whatever. So far is this right form from being unaffected by the content that it is rather the content itself. A work of art that wants the right form is for that very reason no right or true work of art, and it is a bad way of excusing an artist to say that the content of his works is good and even excellent, though they want the right form. Real works of art are those where content and form exhibit a thorough identity. The content of the Iliad, it may be said, is the Trojan War, and especially the wrath of Achilles. In that we have everything, and yet very little after all, for the Iliad is made an Iliad by the poetic form, in which that content is moulded. The content of Romeo and Juliet may similarly be said to be the ruin of two lovers through the discord between their families, but something more is needed to make Shakespeare's immortal tragedy. In reference to the relation of form and content in the field of science, we should recollect the difference between philosophy and the rest of the sciences. The latter are finite, because their mode of thought, as a merely formal act, derives its content from without. Their content therefore is pg 244, not known as moulded from within through the thoughts which lie at the ground of it, and form and content do not thoroughly interpenetrate each other. This partition disappears in philosophy, and thus justifies its title of infinite knowledge. Yet even philosophically thought is often held to be a merely formal act, and that logic, which confessedly deals only with thoughts qua thoughts, is merely formal, is especially a foregone conclusion. And if content means no more than what is palpable and obvious to the senses, all philosophy and logic in particular must be at once acknowledged to be void of content, that is to say, of content perceptible to the senses. Even ordinary forms of thought, however, and the common usage of language, do not in the least restrict the appellation of content to what is perceived by the senses, or to what has a being in place and time. A book without content is, as every one knows, not a book with empty leaves, but one of which the content is as good as none. We shall find as the last result on closer analysis, that by what is called content, an educated mind means nothing but the presence and power of thought. But this is to admit that thoughts are not empty forms without affinity to their content, and that in other spheres as well as in art, the truth and the sterling value of the content essentially depend on the content showing itself identical with the form. But immediate existence is a character of the subsistence itself as well as of the form. It is consequently external to the character of the content, but in an equal degree this externality, which the content has through the factor of its subsistence, is essential to it. When thus explicitly stated, the phenomenon is relativity or correlation, where one and the same thing, viz., the content or the developed form, is seen as the externality and antithesis of independent existences, and as their reduction to a relation of identity, in which identification alone the two things distinguished are what they are. Pg 245. See relation or correlation. The immediate relation is that of the whole and the parts. The content is the whole, and consists of the parts the form its counterpart. The parts are diverse one from another. It is they that possess independent being, but they are parts only when they are identified by being related to one another, or in so far as they make up the whole when taken together. But this together is the counterpart and negation of the part. Essential correlation is the specific and completely universal phase in which things appear. Everything that exists stands in correlation, and this correlation is the veritable nature of every existence. The existent thing in this way has no being of its own, but only in something else. In this other, however, it is self-relation, and correlation is the unity of the self-relation and relation to those. The relation of the whole and the parts is untrue to this extent, that the notion and the reality of the relation are not in harmony. The notion of the whole is to contain parts, but if the whole is taken and made what its notion implies, if it is divided, it at once ceases to be a whole. Things there are, no doubt, which correspond to this relation, but for that very reason they are low and untrue existences. We must remember, however, what untrue signifies. When it occurs in a philosophical discussion, the term untrue does not signify that the thing to which it is applied is non-existent. A bad state or a sickly body may exist all the same, but these things are untrue because their notion and their reality are out of harmony. The relation of whole and parts, being the immediate relation, comes easy to reflective understanding, and for that reason it often satisfies when the question really turns on profounder ties. The limbs and organs, for instance, of an organic body are not merely parts of it. It is only in their unity that they are what they are, and they are pg 246 unquestionably affected by that unity, as they also in turn affect it. These limbs and organs become mere parts only when they pass under the hands of the anatomist, whose occupation, be it remembered, is not with the living body but with the corpse. Not that such analysis is illegitimate. We only mean that the external and mechanical relation of whole and parts is not sufficient for us, if we want to study organic life in its truth. And if this be so in organic life, it is the case to a much greater extent when we apply this relation to the mind and the formations of the spiritual world. Psychologists may not expressly speak of parts of the soul or mind, but the mode in which this subject is treated by the analytic understanding is largely founded on the analogy of this finite relation. At least that is so, when the different forms of mental activity are enumerated and described merely in their isolation, one after another, as so-called special powers and faculties. The one and same of this correlation, the self-relation found in it, is thus immediately a negative self-relation. The correlation is in short the mediating process whereby one and the same is first unaffected towards difference, and secondly is the negative self-relation, which repels itself as reflection into self to difference, and invests itself as reflection into something else with existence, whilst it conversely leads back this reflection into to self-relation and indifference. This gives the correlation of force and its expression. The relationship of whole and part is the immediate and therefore unintelligent mechanical relation, a revulsion of self-identity into mere variety. Thus we pass from the whole to the parts, and from the parts to the whole. In the one we forget its opposition to the other, while each on its own account, at one time the whole, at another the parts, is taken to be an independent existence. In other words, when the parts are declared to subsist in the whole, and the whole to consist of the parts, we have either member of the relation pg 247 at different times taken to be permanently subsistent, while the other is non-essential. In its superficial form, the mechanical nexus consists in the parts being independent of each other and of the whole. This relation may be adopted for the progression ad infinitum in the case of the divisibility of matter, and then it becomes an unintelligent alternation with the two sides. A thing at one time is taken as a whole, then we go on to specify the parts. This specifying is forgotten, and what was a part is regarded as a whole. Then the specifying of the part comes up again, and so on forever. But if this infinity be taken as the negative which it is the negative self-relating element in the correlation, force, the self-identical whole or immanency, which yet supersedes this immanency and gives itself expression, and conversely the expression which vanishes and returns into force. Force, notwithstanding this infinity, is also finite, for the content, or the one and the same of the force and its outputting, is this identity at first only for the observer. The two sides of the relation are not yet, each on its own account, the concrete identity of that one and same, not yet the totality. For one another they are therefore different, and the relationship is a finite one. Force consequently requires solicitation from without, it works blindly, and on account of this defectiveness of form, the content is also limited and accidental. It is not yet genuinely identical with the form, not yet is it as a notion and an end, that is to say, it is not intrinsically and actually determinate. This difference is most vital but not easy to apprehend. It will assume a clearer formulation when we reach design. If it be overlooked, it leads to the confusion of conceiving God as force, a confusion from which Herder's God especially suffers. pg 248. It is often said that the nature of force itself is unknown, and only its manifestation apprehended. But in the first place it may be replied, every article in the import of force is the same as what is specified in the exertion, and the explanation of a phenomenon by a force is to that extent a mere tautology. What is supposed to remain unknown, therefore, is really nothing but the empty form of reflection into self, by which alone the force is distinguished from the exertion, and that form too is something familiar. It is a form that does not make the slightest addition to the content and to the law which have to be discovered from the phenomenon alone. Another assurance always given is that to speak of forces implies no theory as to their nature, and that being so, it is impossible to see why the form of force has been introduced into the sciences at all. In the second place, the nature of force is undoubtedly unknown. We are still without any necessity binding and connecting its content together in itself, as we are without necessity in the content, in so far as it is expressly limited, and hence has its character by means of another thing outside it. Such being the case with the nature of force, though we may consent to let the world be called a manifestation of divine forces, we should object to have God himself viewed as a mere force, for force is after all a subordinate and finite category. At the so-called Renaissance of the sciences, when steps were taken to trace the single phenomena of nature back to underlying forces, the Church branded the enterprise as impious. The argument of the Church was as follows: if it be the forces of gravitation, of vegetation, 100, which occasion the movements of the heavenly bodies, the growth of plants, 100. There is nothing left for divine providence, and God sinks to the level of a leisurely onlooker, surveying this play of forces. The students of nature, it is true, and Newton more than others, when they employed the reflective category of force to explain natural phenomena, have expressly pleaded that the honor of God, as the creator and governor of the world, would not thereby be impaired. Still, the logical issue of this explanation by means of forces is that the inferential understanding proceeds to fix each of these forces, and to maintain them in their finitude as ultimate. And contrasted with this definitized world of independent forces and matters, the only terms in which it is possible still to describe God will present him in the abstract infinity of an unknowable supreme being in some other world far away. This is precisely the position of materialism and of modern free-thinking, whose theology ignores what God is and restricts itself to the mere fact that he is. In this dispute, therefore, the Church and the religious mind have to a certain extent the right on their side. The finite forms of understanding certainly fail to fulfill the conditions for a knowledge, either pg 251 of nature, or of the formations in the world of mind as they truly are. Yet on the other side, it is impossible to overlook the formal right, which, in the first place, entitles the empirical sciences to vindicate the right of thought, to know the existent world in all the speciality of its content, and to seek something further than the bare statement of mere abstract faith that God creates and governs the world. When our religious consciousness, resting upon the authority of the Church, teaches us that God created the world by his almighty will, that he guides the stars in their courses, and vouchsafes to all his creatures their existence and their well-being, the question why is still left to answer. Now it is the answer to this question which forms the common task of empirical science and of philosophy. When religion refuses to recognize this problem, or the right to put it, and appeals to the unsearchableness of the decrees of God, it is taking up the same agnostic ground as is taken by the mere enlightenment of understanding. Such an appeal is no better than an arbitrary dogmatism, which contravenes the express command of Christianity, to know God in spirit and in truth, and is prompted by a humility which is not Christian, but born of ostentatious bigotry. Force is a whole, which is in its own self negative self-relation, and as such a whole it continually pushes itself off from itself and puts itself forth. But since this reflection into another, corresponding to the distinction between the parts of the whole, is equally a reflection into self, this outputting is the way and means by which force that returns back into itself is as a force. The very act of outputting accordingly sets in abeyance the diversity of the two sides which is found in this correlation, and expressly states the identity which virtually constitutes their content. The truth of force and utterance, therefore, is that relation in which the two sides are distinguished only as outward and inward. Pg 252. The inward interior is the ground, when it stands as the mere form of the one side of the appearance and the correlation, the empty form of reflection into self. As a counterpart to it stands the outward exterior, existence, also as the form of the other side of the correlation, with the empty characteristic of reflection into something else. But inward and outward are identified, and their identity is identity brought to fullness in the content, that unity of reflection into self and reflection into the, which was forced to appear in the movement of force. Both are the same one totality, and this unity makes them the content. In the first place, then, exterior is the same content as interior. What is inwardly is also found outwardly, and vice versa. The appearance shows nothing that is not in the essence, and in the essence there is nothing but what is manifested. In the second place, inward and outward, as formal terms, are also reciprocally opposed, and that thoroughly. The one is the abstraction of identity with self, the other of mere multiplicity or reality. But as stages of the one form, they are essentially identical, so that whatever is at first explicitly put only in the one abstraction is also as plainly and at one step only in the other. Therefore what is only internal is also only external, and what is only external is so far only at first internal. It is the customary mistake of reflection to take the essence to be merely the interior. If it be so taken, Even this way of looking at it is purely external, and that sort of essence is the empty external abstraction. Ins inner der Natur. pg 253, drinkt sein erschaffener Geist. Zu glücklich wenn nur die Auer schall weist. It ought rather to have been said that, if the essence of nature is ever described as the inner part, the person who so describes it only knows its outer shell. In being as a whole, or even in mere sense of perception, the notion is at first only an inward, and for that very reason is something external to being, a subjective thinking and being devoid of truth. In nature as well as in mind, so long as the notion, design, or law are at first the inner capacity, mere possibilities, they are first only an external, inorganic nature, the knowledge of a third person, alien force, and the like. As a man is outwardly, that is to say in his actions, not of course in his merely bodily outwardness, so is he inwardly, and if his virtue, morality, 100, are only inwardly his, that is if they exist only in his intentions and sentiments, and his outward acts are not identical with them, the one half of him is as hollow and empty as the other. The relation of outward and inward unites the two relations that precede, and at the same time sets in abeyance mere relativity and phenomenality in general. Yet so long as understanding keeps the inward and outward fixed in their separation, they are empty forms, the one as null as the other. Not only in the study of nature, but also of the spiritual world, much depends on a just appreciation of the relation of inward and outward, and especially on avoiding the misconception that the former only is the essential point on which everything turns, while the latter is unessential and trivial. We find this mistake made when, as is often done, the difference between nature and mind is traced back pg 254 to the abstract difference between inner and outer. As for nature, it certainly is in the gross external, not merely to the mind, but even on its own part. But to call it external in the gross is not to imply an abstract externality, for there is no such thing. It means rather that the idea which forms the common content of nature and mind is found in nature as outward only, and for that very reason only inward. The abstract understanding with its ethera may struggle against this conception of nature. It is none the less obviously found in our other modes of consciousness, particularly in religion. It is the lesson of religion that nature, no less than the spiritual world, is a revelation of God, but with this distinction, that while nature never gets so far as to be conscious of its divine essence, that consciousness is the express problem of the mind, which in the matter of that problem is as yet finite. Those who look upon the essence of nature as mere inwardness, and therefore inaccessible to us, take up the same line as that ancient creed which regarded God as envious and jealous, a creed which both Plato and Aristotle pronounced against long ago. All that God is he imparts and reveals, and he does so at first in and through nature. Any object indeed is faulty and imperfect when it is only inward, and thus at the same time only outward, or, which is the same thing, when it is only an outward, and thus only an inward. For instance, a child taken in the gross as human being is no doubt a rational creature, but the reason of the child as child is at first a mere inward, in the shape of his natural ability or vocation, 100. This mere inward, at the same time, has for the child the form of a more outward, in the shape of the will of his parents, the attainments of his teachers, and the whole world of reason that environs him. The education and instruction of a child aim at making him actually, and for himself, what he is at first potentially, and therefore for others, viz., for his grown-up friends. The reason, which at first exists in the child only as an inner possibility, is actualized through education, and conversely, the child by these means becomes conscious that the goodness, religion, and science which he had at first looked upon pg 255 as an outward authority, are his own and inward nature. As with the child, so it is in this matter with the adult, when in opposition to his true destiny, his intellect and will remain in the bondage of the natural man. Thus, the criminal sees the punishment to which he has to submit as an act of violence from without, whereas in fact the penalty is only the manifestation of his own criminal will. From what has now been said, we may learn what to think of a man who, when blamed for his shortcomings, it may be, his discreditable acts, appeals to the professedly excellent intentions and sentiments of the inner self he distinguishes therefrom. There certainly may be individual cases where the malice of outward circumstances frustrates well-meant designs, and disturbs the execution of the beslaid plans. But in general, even here the essential unity between inward and outward is maintained. We are thus justified in saying that a man is what he does, and the lying vanity which consoles itself with the feeling of inward excellence may be confronted with the words of the gospel, "By their fruits ye shall know them." That grand saying applies primarily in a moral and religious aspect, but it also holds good in reference to performances in art and science. The keen eye of a teacher who perceives in his pupil decided evidences of talent may lead him to state his opinion that a Raphael or a Mozart lies hidden in the boy, and the result will show how far such an opinion was well-founded. But if a daub of a painter or a poetaster soothe themselves by the conceit that their head is full of high ideals, their consolation is a poor one, and if they insist on being judged not by their actual works but by their projects, we may safely reject their pretensions as unfounded and unmeaning. The converse case, however, also occurs. In passing judgment on men who have accomplished something great and good, we often make use of the false distinction between inward and outward. All that they have accomplished, we say, is outward merely. Inwardly they were acting from some very different motive, such as a desire to gratify their vanity or other unworthy passion. This is the spirit of envy. Incapable of any great action of its own, envy tries pg 256 hard to depreciate greatness and to bring it down to its own level. Let us rather recall the fine expression of Goethe, that there is no remedy but love against great superiorities of others. We may seek to rob men's great actions of their grandeur by the insinuation of hypocrisy, but though it is possible that men in an instance now and then may dissemble and disguise a good deal, they cannot conceal the whole of their inner self, which infallibly betrays itself in the decursus vitae. Even here it is true that a man is nothing but the series of his actions. What is called the pragmatic writing of history has in modern times frequently sinned in its treatment of great historical characters, and defaced and tarnished the true conception of them by this fallacious separation of the outward from the inward. Not content with telling the unvarnished tale of the great acts which have been wrought by the heroes of the world's history, and with acknowledging that their inward being corresponds with the import of their acts, the pragmatic historian fancies himself justified and even obliged to trace the supposed secret motives that lie behind the open facts of the record. The historian, in that case, is supposed to write with more depth in proportion as he succeeds in tearing away the aureole from all that has been heretofore held grand and glorious, and in depressing it, so far as its origin and proper significance are concerned, to the level of vulgar mediocrity. To make these pragmatical researches in history easier, it is usual to recommend the study of psychology, which is supposed to make us acquainted with the real motives of human actions. The psychology in question, however, is only that petty knowledge of men, which looks away from the essential and permanent in human nature to fasten its glance on the casual and private features shown in isolated instincts and passions. A pragmatical psychology ought at least to leave the historian, who investigates the motives at the ground of great actions, a choice between the substantial interests of patriotism, justice, religious truth, and the like, on the one hand, and the subjective and formal interests of vanity, ambition, avarice, and the like, on the other. The latter pg 257, however, are the motives which must be viewed by the pragmatist as really efficient, otherwise the assumption of a contrast between the inward, the disposition of the agent, and the outward, the import of the action, would fall to the ground. But inward and outward have in truth the same content, and the right doctrine is the very reverse of this pedantic judicially. If the heroes of history had been actuated by subjective and formal interests alone, they would never have accomplished what they have. And if we have due regard to the unity between the inner and the outer, we must own that great men willed what they did, and did what they willed. The empty abstractions, by means of which the one identical content perforce continues in the two correlatives, suspend themselves in the immediate transition, the one in the other. The content is itself nothing but their identity 138, and these abstractions are the seeming of essence, put as seeming. By the manifestation of force the inward is put into existence, but this putting is the mediation by empty abstractions. In its own self the intermediating process vanishes to the immediacy, in which the inward and the outward are absolutely identical, and their difference is distinctly no more than assumed and imposed. This identity is actuality. 100. Actuality. Actuality is the unity, become immediate, of essence with existence, or of inward with outward. The utterance of the actual is the actual itself, so that in this utterance it remains just as essential, and only is essential in so far as it is in immediate external existence. We have ere this met being and existence as forms of the immediate. Being is, in general, unreflected immediacy and transition into another. Existence is immediate unity of being and reflection. Hence appearance, pg 258, it comes from the ground and falls to the ground. In actuality this unity is explicitly put, and the two sides of the relation identified. Hence the actual is exempted from transition, and its externality is its energizing. In that energizing it is reflected into itself. Its existence is only the manifestation of itself, not of another. Actuality and thought or idea are often absurdly opposed. How commonly we hear people saying that, though no objection can be urged against the truth and correctness of a certain thought, there is nothing of the kind to be seen in actuality, or it cannot be actually carried out. People who use such language only prove that they have not properly apprehended the nature either of thought or of actuality. Thought in such a case is, on one hand, the synonym for a subjective conception, plan, intention, or the like, just as actuality, on the other, is made synonymous with external and sensible existence. This is all very well in common life, where great laxity is allowed in the categories and the names given to them, and it may of course happen that e.g. the plan or so-called idea, say of a certain method of taxation, is good and advisable in the abstract, but that nothing of the sort is found in so-called actuality, or could possibly be carried out under the given conditions. But when the abstract understanding gets hold of these categories, and exaggerates the distinction they imply into a hard and fast line of contrast, when it tells us that in this actual world we must knock ideas out of our heads, it is necessary energetically to protest against these doctrines, alike in the name of science and of sound reason. For on the one hand ideas are not confined to our heads merely, nor is the idea, upon the whole, so feeble as to leave the question of its actualization or non-actualization dependent in our will. The idea is rather the absolutely active as well as actual. And on the other hand actuality is not so bad and irrational as purblind or wrong-headed and muddle-brained would reformers imagine. So far is actuality, as distinguished from mere appearance, and primarily presenting a unity of inward and outward, from being in contrariety pg 259 with reason, that it is rather thoroughly reasonable, and everything which is not reasonable must, on that very ground, cease to be held actual. The same view may be traced in the usages of educated speech, which declines to give the name of real poet or real statesman to a poet or a statesman who can do nothing really meritorious or reasonable. In that vulgar conception of actuality, which mistakes for it what is palpable and directly obvious to the senses, we must seek the ground of a widespread prejudice about the relation of the philosophy of Aristotle to that of Plato. Popular opinion makes the difference to be as follows. While Plato recognizes the idea, and only the idea as the truth, Aristotle, rejecting the idea, keeps to what is actual, and is on that account to be considered the founder and chief of empiricism. On this it may be remarked that although actuality certainly is the principle of the Aristotelian philosophy, it is not the vulgar actuality of what is immediately at hand, but the idea as actuality. Where then lies the controversy of Aristotle against Plato? It lies in this. Aristotle calls the Platonic idea a mere, and establishes in opposition to Plato that the idea, which both equally recognize to be the only truth, is essentially to be viewed as in other words, as the inward which is quite to the fore, or as the unity of inner and outer, or as actuality, in the emphatic sense here given to the word. Such a concrete category as actuality includes the characteristics aforesaid and their difference, and is therefore also the development of them, in such a way that, as it has them, they are at the same time plainly understood to be a show, to be assumed or imposed 141. Viewed as an identity in general, actuality is first of all possibility the reflection into self, which, as in contrast with the concrete unity of the actual, is taken and made an abstract and unessential essentiality. Possibility is what is essential to reality, but in such a way that it is at the same time only a possibility. pg 260. It was probably the import of possibility which induced Kant to regard it along with necessity and actuality as modalities, since these categories do not in the least increase the notion as object, but only express its relation to the faculty of knowledge. For possibility is really the bare abstraction of reflection into self, what was formerly called the inward, only that it is now taken to mean the external inward, lifted out of reality and with the being of a mere supposition, and is thus, sure enough, supposed only as a bare modality, an abstraction which comes, short and in more concrete terms, belongs only to subjective thought. It is otherwise with actuality and necessity. They are anything but a mere sort and mode for something else, in fact the very reverse of that. If they are supposed, it is as the concrete, not merely supposititious, but intrinsically complete. As possibility is, in the first instance, the mere form of identity with self, as compared with the concrete which is actual, the rule for it merely is that a thing must not be self-contradictory. Thus everything is possible, for an act of abstraction can give any content this form of identity. Everything, however, is as impossible as it is possible. In every content, which is and must be concrete, the speciality of its nature may be viewed as a specialized contrariety, and in that way as a contradiction. Nothing, therefore, can be more meaningless than to speak of such possibility and impossibility. In philosophy, in particular, there should never be a word said of showing that it is possible, or there is still another possibility, or, to adopt another phraseology, it is conceivable. The same consideration should warn the writer of history against employing a category which has now been explained to be on its own merits untrue. But the subtlety of the empty pg 261, understanding, finds its chief pleasure in the fantastic ingenuity of suggesting possibilities and lots of possibilities. Our picture thought is at first disposed to see in possibility the richer and more comprehensive, in actuality the poorer and narrower category. Everything, it is said, is possible, but everything which is possible is not on that account actual. In real truth, however, if we deal with them as thoughts, actuality is the more comprehensive, because it is the concrete thought which includes possibility as an abstract element. And that superiority is to some extent expressed in our ordinary mode of thought when we speak of the possible, in distinction from the actual, as only possible. Possibility is often said to consist in a thing's being thinkable. Think, however, in this use of the word, only means to conceive any content under the form of an abstract identity. Now every content can be brought under this form, since nothing is required except to separate it from the relations in which it stands. Hence any content, however absurd and nonsensical, can be viewed as possible. It is possible that the moon might fall upon the earth tonight, for the moon is a body separate from the earth, and may as well fall down upon it as a stone thrown into the air does. It is possible that the Sultan may become Pope, for being a man he may be converted to the Christian faith, may become a Catholic priest, and so on. In language like this about possibilities, it is chiefly the law of the sufficient ground, or reason which is manipulated in the style already explained. Everything, it is said, is possible, for which you can state some ground. The less education a man has, or, in other words, the less he knows of the specific connections of the objects to which he directs his observations, the greater is his tendency to launch out into all sorts of empty possibilities. An instance of this habit in the political sphere is seen in the pothouse politician. In practical life, too, it is no uncommon thing to see ill will and indolence slink behind the category of possibility in order to escape definite obligations. To such conduct the same remarks apply as were made in connection with the law pg 262 of sufficient ground. Reasonable and practical men refuse to be imposed upon by the possible, for the simple ground that it is possible only. They stick to the actual, not meaning by that word merely whatever immediately is now and here. Many of the proverbs of common life express the same contempt for what is abstractly possible. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. After all, there is as good reason for taking everything to be impossible as to be possible, for every content a content is always concrete includes not only diverse but even opposite characteristics. Nothing is so impossible, for instance, as this that I am, for I is at the same time simple self-relation, and as undoubtedly relation to something else. The same may be seen in every other fact in the natural or spiritual world. Matter, it may be said, is impossible, for it is the unity of attraction and repulsion. The same is true of life, law, freedom, and above all, of God himself as the true one. The triune God, a notion of God which the abstract enlightenment of understanding, in conformity with its canons, rejected on the allegation that it was contradictory in thought. Generally speaking, it is the empty understanding which haunts these empty forms, and the business of philosophy in the matter is to show how null and meaningless they are. Whether a thing is possible or impossible depends altogether on the subject matter, that is, on the sum total of the elements in actuality, which, as it opens itself out, discloses itself to be necessity. But the actual in its distinction from possibility, which is reflection into self, is itself only the outward concrete, the unessential immediate. In other words, to such extent as the actual is primarily 142, the simple merely immediate unity of inward and outward, it is obviously made an unessential outward, and thus at the same time 140 it is merely inward, the abstraction of reflection into self, hence it is itself characterized as a merely possible. When thus valued at the rate of a mere possibility, the actual is a pg 263 contingent or accidental, and conversely, possibility is mere accident itself or chance. Possibility and contingency are the two factors of actuality, inward and outward, put as mere forms which constitute the externality of the actual. They have their reflection into self on the body of actual fact, or content, with its intrinsic definiteness which gives the essential ground of their characterization. The finitude of the contingent and the possible lies, therefore, as we now see, in the distinction of the form determination from the content, and therefore it depends on the content alone whether anything is contingent and possible. As possibility is the mere inside of actuality, it is for that reason a mere outside actuality, in other words, contingency. The contingent, roughly speaking, is what has the ground of its being not in itself but in somewhat else. Such is the aspect under which actuality first comes before consciousness, and which is often mistaken for actuality itself. But the contingent is only one side of the actual, the side, namely, of reflection on somewhat else. It is the actual, in the signification of something merely possible. Accordingly, we consider the contingent to be what may or may not be, what may be in one way or in another, whose being or not being, and whose being on this wise or otherwise, depends not upon itself but on something else. To overcome this contingency is, roughly speaking, the problem of science on the one hand. As in the range of practice on the other, the end of action is to rise above the contingency of the will, or above caprice. It has however often happened, most of all in modern times, that contingency has been unwarrantably elevated, and had a value attached to it, both in nature and the world of mind, to which it has no just claim. Frequently Naturito, take it first, has been chiefly admired for the richness and variety of its structures. Apart, however, from what disclosure it contains of the idea, this richness gratifies none of the higher interests of reason, and in pg 264 its vast variety of structures, organic and inorganic, affords us only the spectacle of a contingency losing itself in vagueness. At any rate, the checkered scene presented by the several varieties of animals and plants, conditioned as it is by outward circumstances, the complex changes in the figuration and grouping of clouds, and the like, ought not to be ranked higher than the equally casual fancies of the mind, which surrenders itself to its own caprices. The wonderment with which such phenomena are welcomed is a most abstract frame of mind, from which one should advance to a closer insight into the inner harmony and uniformity of nature. Of contingency in respect of the will, it is especially important to form a proper estimate. The freedom of the will is an expression that often means mere freechace, or the will in the form of contingency. Freedom of choice, or the capacity of determining ourselves towards one thing or another, is undoubtedly a vital element in the will which in its very notion is free. But instead of being freedom itself, it is only in the first instance a freedom in form. The genuinely free will, which includes free choice as suspended, is conscious to itself that its content is intrinsically firm and fast, and knows it at the same time to be thoroughly its own. A will, on the contrary, which remains standing on the grade of option, even supposing it does decide in favor of what is in import right and true, is always haunted by the conceit that it might, if it had so pleased, have decided in favor of the reverse course. When more narrowly examined, free choice is seen to be a contradiction, to this extent that its form and content stand in antithesis. The matter of choice is given, and known as a content dependent not on the will itself, but on outward circumstances. In reference to such a given content, freedom lies only in the form of choosing, which, as it is only a freedom in form, may consequently be regarded as freedom only in supposition. On an ultimate analysis, it will be seen that the same outwardness of circumstances, on which is founded the content that the will finds to its hand, can alone account for the will giving its decision for the one and not the other of the two alternatives. Pg 265. Although contingency, as it has thus been shown, is only one aspect in the whole of actuality, and therefore not to be mistaken for actuality itself, it has no less than the rest of the forms of the idea its due office in the world of objects. This is, in the first place, seen in nature. On the surface of nature, so to speak, chance ranges unchecked, and that contingency must simply be recognized, without the pretension sometimes erroneously ascribed to philosophy, of seeking to find in it a couldn't Leibson not otherwise. Nor is contingency less visible in the world of mind. The will, as we have already remarked, includes contingency under the shape of option or freechace, but only as a vanishing and abrogated element. In respect of mind and its works, just as in the case of nature, we must guard against being so far misled by a well-meant endeavour after rational knowledge, as to try to exhibit the necessity of phenomena which are marked by a decided contingency, or, as the phrase is, to construe them a priori. Thus in language, although it be, as it were, the body of thought, chance still unquestionably plays a decided part, and the same is true of the creations of law, of art. 100. The problem of science, and especially of philosophy, undoubtedly consists in eliciting the necessity concealed under the semblance of contingency. That, however, is far from meaning that the contingent belongs to our subjective conception alone, and must therefore be simply set aside, if we wish to get at the truth. All scientific researches which pursue this tendency exclusively lay themselves fairly open to the charge of mere jugglery and an overstrained precisionism. When more closely examined, what the aforesaid outward side of actuality implies is this. Contingency, which is actuality in its immediacy, is the self-identical, essentially only as a supposition which is no sooner made than it is revoked and leaves an existent externality. In this way, the external contingency is something presupposed, the immediate existence of which is at the same time a possibility, and has the vocation to be suspended, to be the Pg 266 possibility of something else. Now this possibility is the condition. The contingent, as the immediate actuality, is at the same time the possibility of somewhat else, no longer, however, that abstract possibility which we had at first, but the possibility which is. And a possibility existent is a condition. By the condition of a thing we mean first, an existence, in short and immediate, and secondly the vocation of this immediate to be suspended and subserve the actualizing of something else. Immediate actuality is in general as such never what it ought to be. It is a finite actuality with an inherent flaw, and its vocation is to be consumed. But the other aspect of actuality is its essentiality. This is primarily the inside, which as a mere possibility is no less destined to be suspended. Possibility thus suspended is the issuing of a new actuality, of which the first immediate actuality was the presupposition. Here we see the alternation which is involved in the notion of a condition. The conditions of a thing seem at first sight to involve no bias anyway. Really, however, an immediate actuality of this kind includes in it the germ of something else altogether. At first this something else is only a possibility, but the form of possibility is soon suspended and translated into actuality. This new actuality thus issuing is the very inside of the immediate actuality which it uses up. Thus there comes into being quite another shape of things, and yet itis not another, for the first actuality is only put as what it in essence was. The conditions which are sacrificed, which fall to the ground and are spent, only unite with themselves in the other actuality. Such in general is the nature of the process of actuality. The actual is no mere case of immediate being, but, as essential being, a suspension of its own immediacy, and thereby mediating itself with itself. When this externality of actuality is thus developed into a circle of the two categories of possibility and immediate actuality, showing the intermediation of the one by the other, it is what is called real Pg 267 possibility. Being such a circle further, it is the totality, and thus the content, the actual fact or affair in its all-round definiteness. Whilst in like manner, if we look at the distinction between the two characteristics in this unity, it realizes the concrete totality of the form, the immediate self-translation of inner into outer, and of outer into inner. This self-movement of the form is activity, carrying into effect the fact or affair as a real ground which is self-suspended to actuality, and carrying into effect the contingent actuality, the conditions. 1. It is their reflection in self, and their self-suspension to another actuality, the actuality of the actual fact. If all the conditions are at hand, the fact event must be actual, and the fact itself is one of the conditions, for being in the first place only inner, it is at first itself only presupposed. Developed actuality, as the coincident alternation of inner and outer, the alternation of their opposite motions combined into a single motion, is necessity. Necessity has been defined, and rightly so, as the union of possibility and actuality. This mode of expression, however, gives a superficial and therefore unintelligible description of the very difficult notion of necessity. It is difficult because it is the notion itself, only that its stages or factors are still as actualities, which are yet at the same time to be viewed as forms only, collapsing and transient. In the two following paragraphs, therefore, an exposition of the factors which constitute necessity must be given at greater length. When anything is said to be necessary, the first question we ask is why. Anything necessary accordingly comes before us as something due to a supposition, the result of certain antecedents. If we go no further than mere derivation from antecedents, however, we have not gained a complete notion of what necessity means. What is merely pg 268 derivative is what it is not through itself but through something else, and in this way it too is merely contingent. What is necessary, on the other hand, we would have be what it is through itself, and thus, although derivative, it must still contain the antecedent whence it is derived as a vanishing element in itself. Hence we say of what is necessary, it is. We thus hold it to be simple self-relation, in which all dependence on something else is removed. Necessity is often said to be blind. If that means that in the process of necessity the end or final cause is not explicitly and overtly present, the statement is correct. The process of necessity begins with the existence of scattered circumstances, which appear to have no interconnection and no concern one with another. These circumstances are an immediate actuality which collapses, and out of this negation a new actuality proceeds. Here we have a content which in point of form is doubled, once as content of the final realized fact, and once as content of the scattered circumstances which appear as if they were positive, and make themselves at first felt in that character. The latter content is in itself naught, and is accordingly inverted into its negative, thus becoming content of the realized fact. The immediate circumstances fall to the ground as conditions, but are at the same time retained as content of the ultimate reality. From such circumstances and conditions there has, as we say, proceeded quite another thing, and it is for that reason that we call this process of necessity blind. If on the contrary we consider teleological action, we have in the end of action a content which is already foreknown. This activity therefore is not blind but seeing. To say that the world is ruled by providence implies that design, as what has been absolutely predetermined, is the active principle, so that the issue corresponds to what has been foreknown and forewilled. The theory, however, which regards the world as determined through necessity and the belief in a divine providence are by no means mutually excluding points of view. The intellectual principle underlying the idea of divine providence will hereafter be shown to be the notion. But the notion is the truth of necessity, which it contains in pg 269 suspension in itself, just as, conversely, necessity is the notion implicit. Necessity is blind only so long as it is not understood. There is nothing therefore more mistaken than the charge of blind fatalism made against the philosophy of history, when it takes for its problem to understand the necessity of every event. The philosophy of history rightly understood takes the rank of a theodicy, and those who fancy they honor divine providence by excluding necessity from it are really degrading it by this exclusiveness to a blind and irrational caprice. In the simple language of the religious mind, which speaks of God's eternal and immutable decrees, there is implied an express recognition that necessity forms part of the essence of God. In his difference from God, man, with his own private opinion and will, follows the call of caprice and arbitrary humor, and thus often finds his acts turn out something quite different from what he had meant and willed. But God knows what he wills, is determined in his eternal will neither by accident from within nor from without, and what he wills he also accomplishes, irresistibly. Necessity gives a point of view which has important bearings upon our sentiments and behavior. When we look upon events as necessary, our situation seems at first sight to lack freedom completely. In the creed of the ancients, as we know, necessity figured as destiny. The modern point of view, on the contrary, is that of consolation, and consolation means that, if we renounce our aims and interests, we do so only in prospect of receiving compensation. Destiny, on the contrary, leaves no room for consolation, but a close examination of the ancient feeling about destiny will not by any means reveal a sense of bondage to its power, rather the reverse. This will clearly appear if we remember that the sense of bondage springs from inability to surmount the antithesis, and from looking at what is and what happens as contradictory to what ought to be and happen. In the ancient mind the feeling was more of the following kind: because such a thing is, it is, and as it is, so ought it to be. Here there is no contrast to be seen, and therefore no sense of bondage, no pain, and no sorrow. True, indeed, as already remarked, this attitude towards destiny is void of consolation. But then, on page 270 the other hand, it is a frame of mind which does not need consolation, so long as personal subjectivity has not acquired its infinite significance. It is this point on which special stress should be laid in comparing the ancient sentiment with that of the modern and Christian world. By subjectivity, however, we may understand in the first place only the natural and finite subjectivity, with its contingent and arbitrary content of private interests and inclinations, all, in short, that we call person as distinguished from thing, taking thing in the emphatic sense of the word, in which we use the correct expression that it is a question of things, and not of persons. In this sense of subjectivity, we cannot help admiring the tranquil resignation of the ancients to destiny, and feeling that it is a much higher and worthier mood than that of the moderns, who obstinately pursue their subjective aims, and when they find themselves constrained to resign the hope of reaching them, console themselves with the prospect of a reward in some other shape. But the term subjectivity is not to be confined merely to the bad and finite kind of it which is contrasted with the thing fact. In its truth, subjectivity is immanent in the fact, and as a subjectivity thus infinite is the very truth of the fact. Thus regarded, the doctrine of consolation receives a newer and a higher significance. It is in this sense that the Christian religion is to be regarded as the religion of consolation, and even of absolute consolation. Christianity, we know, teaches that God wishes all men to be saved. That teaching declares that subjectivity has an infinite value, and that consoling power of Christianity just lies in the fact that God himself is in it known as the absolute subjectivity, so that, inasmuch as subjectivity involves the element of particularity, our particular personality too is recognized not merely as something to be solely and simply nullified, but as at the same time something to be preserved. The gods of the ancient world were also, it is true, looked upon as personal, but the personality of a Zeus and an Apollo is not a real personality. It is only a figure in the mind. In other words, these gods are mere personifications, which being such do not know themselves and are only known. Pg 271, an evidence of this defect and this powerlessness of the old gods is found even in the religious beliefs of antiquity. In the ancient creeds, not only men but even gods were represented as subject to destiny, or a destiny which we must conceive as necessity not unveiled, and thus as something wholly impersonal, selfless, and blind. On the other hand, the Christian God is God not known merely, but also self-knowing. He is a personality not merely figured in our minds, but rather absolutely actual. We must refer to the philosophy of religion for a further discussion of the points here touched. But we may note in passing how important it is for any man to meet everything that befalls him with the spirit of the old proverb, which describes each man as the architect of his own fortune. That means that it is only himself, after all of which a man has the usufruct. The other way would be to lay the blame of whatever we experience upon other men, upon unfavorable circumstances, and the like. And this is a fresh example of the language of unfreedom, and at the same time the spring of discontent. If man saw, on the contrary, that whatever happens to him is only the outcome of himself, and that he only bears his own guilt, he would stand free, and in everything that came upon him would have the consciousness that he suffered no wrong. A man who lives in dispeace with himself and his lot commits much that is perverse and amiss, for no other reason than because of the false opinion that he is wronged by others. No doubt too there is a great deal of chance in what befalls us, but the chance has its root in the natural man. So long, however, as a man is otherwise conscious that he is free, his harmony of soul and peace of mind will not be destroyed by the disagreeables that befall him. It is their view of necessity, therefore, which is at the root of the content and discontent of men, and which in that way determines their destiny itself. Among the three elements in the process of necessitized condition, the fact and the activity. A. The condition is what is presupposed or antestated, 1. E. It is not only supposed or stated, and so only pg 272 a correlative to the fact, but also prior and so independent, a contingent and external circumstance which exists without respect to the fact. While thus contingent, however, this presupposed or antestated term, in respect with all of the fact, which is the totality, is a complete circle of conditions. The conditions are passive, are used as materials for the fact, into the content of which they thus enter. They are likewise intrinsically conformable to this content, and already contain its whole characteristic. B. The fact is also something presupposed or antestated, 1. E. It is at first and as supposed only inner and possible, and also being prior and independent content by itself. By using up the conditions, it receives its external existence, the realization of the articles of its content, which reciprocally correspond to the conditions, so that whilst it presents itself out of these as the fact, it also proceeds from them. 100. The activity similarly has an independent existence of its own as a man, a character, and at the same time it is possible only where the conditions are and the fact. It is the movement which translates the conditions into fact, and the latter into the former as the side of existence, or rather the movement which educes the fact from the conditions in which it is potentially present, and which gives existence to the fact by abolishing the existence possessed by the conditions. In so far as these three elements stand to each other in the shape of independent existences, this process has the aspect of an outward necessity. Outward necessity has a limited content for its fact, for the fact is this whole in phase of singleness, but since in its form this whole is external to itself, it is self-externalized even in its own self and in its content, and this externality attaching to the fact is a limit of its content. Pg 273. Necessity, then, is potentially the one essence, self-same, but now full of content, in the reflected light of which its distinctions take the form of independent realities. This self-sameness is at the same time, as absolute form, the activity which reduces into dependency and mediates into immediacy. Whatever is necessary is through another, which is broken up into the mediating ground, the fact, and the activity, and an immediate actuality or accidental circumstance, which is at the same time a condition. The necessary, being through another, is not in and for itself hypothetical, it is a mere result of assumption, but this intermediation is just as immediately, however, the abrogation of itself. The ground and contingent condition is translated into immediacy, by which that dependency is now lifted up into actuality, and the fact has closed with itself. In this return to itself, the necessary simply and positively is as unconditioned actuality. The necessary is so, mediated through a circle of circumstances. It is so because the circumstances are so, and at the same time it is so unmediated. It is so because it is. A relationship of substantiality. The necessary is in itself an absolute correlation of elements. 1. E. The process developed in the preceding paragraphs, in which the correlation also suspends itself to absolute identity. In its immediate form, it is the relationship of substance and accident. The absolute self-identity of this relationship is substance as such, which as necessity gives the negative to this form of inwardness, and thus invests itself with actuality, but which also gives the negative to this outward thing. In this negativity, the actual as immediate is only an accidental which through this bare possibility passes over into another actuality. Pg 274. This transition is the identity of substance, regarded as formactivity 148, 149. Substance is accordingly the totality of the accidents, revealing itself in them as their absolute negativity, that is to say, as absolute power, and at the same time as the wealth of all content. This content, however, is nothing but that very revelation, since the character being reflected in itself to make content is only a passing stage of the form which passes away in the power of substance. Substantiality is the absolute formictivity and the power of necessity. All content is but a vanishing element which merely belongs to this process, where there is an absolute revulsion of form and content into one another. In the history of philosophy, we meet with substance as the principle of Spinoza's system. On the import and value of that much praised, and no less decried philosophy, there has been great misunderstanding and a deal of talking since the days of Spinoza. The atheism and, as a further charge, the pantheism of the system has formed the commonest ground of accusation. These cries arise because of Spinoza's conception of God as substance, and substance only. What we are to think of this charge follows, in the first instance, from the place which substance takes in the system of the logical idea. Though an essential stage in the evolution of the idea, substance is not the same with absolute idea, but the idea under the still limited form of necessity. It is true that God is necessity, or, as we may also put it, that he is the absolute thing. He is, however, no less the absolute person. That he is the absolute person, however, is a point which the philosophy of Spinoza never reached, and on that side it falls short of the true notion of God, which forms the content of religious consciousness in Christianity. Spinoza was by descent a Jew, and it is upon the whole the Oriental way of seeing things, according to which the nature of the finite world seems frail and transient, that has found its intellectual expression in his system. This pg 275 Oriental view of the unity of substance certainly gives the basis for all real further development. Still, it is not the final idea. It is marked by the absence of the principle of the Western world, the principle of individuality, which first appeared under a philosophically shape, contemporaneously with Spinoza, in the monadology of Leibniz. From this point we glance back to the alleged atheism of Spinoza. The charge will be seen to be unfounded if we remember that his system, instead of denying God, rather recognizes that he alone really is. Nor can it be maintained that the God of Spinoza, although he is described as alone true, is not the true God, and therefore as good as no God. If that were a just charge, it would only prove that all other systems, where speculation has not gone beyond a subordinate stage of the idea, that the Jews and Mohammedans who know God only as the Lord, and that even the many Christians for whom God is merely the most high, unknowable and transcendent being, are as much atheists as Spinoza. The so-called atheism of Spinoza is merely an exaggeration of the fact that he defrauds the principle of difference or finitude of its due. Hence his system, as it holds that there is properly speaking no world, at any rate that the world has no positive being, should rather be styled achismism. These considerations will also show what is to be said of the charge of pantheism. If pantheism means, as it often does, the doctrine which takes finite things in their finitude, and in the complex of them to be God, we must acquit the system of Spinoza of the crime of pantheism. For in that system, finite things and the world as a whole are denied all truth. On the other hand, the philosophy which is achismism is for that reason certainly pantheistic. The shortcoming thus acknowledged to attach to the content turns out at the same time to be a shortcoming in respect of form. Spinoza puts substance at the head of his system and defines it to be the unity of thought and extension, without demonstrating how he gets to this distinction, or how he traces it back to the unity of substance. The further treatment of the subject proceeds in what is called pg 276, the mathematical method. Definitions and axioms are first laid down. After them comes a series of theorems, which are proved by an analytical reduction of them to these unproved postulates. Although the system of Spinoza, and that even by those who altogether reject its contents and results, is praised for the strict sequence of its method, such unqualified praise of the form is as little justified as an unqualified rejection of the content. The defect of the content is that the form is not known as immanent in it, and therefore only approaches it as an outer and subjective form. As intuitively accepted by Spinoza without a previous mediation by dialectic, substance, as the universal negative power, is as it were a dark shapeless abyss which engulfs all definite content as radically null, and produces from itself nothing that has a positive subsistence of its own. At the stage where substance as absolute power is the self-relating power itself, a merely inner possibility which thus determines itself to accidentality, from which power the externality it thereby creates is distinguished necessity, is a correlation strictly so called, just as in the first form of necessity, it is substance. This is the correlation of causality. B. Relationship of causality. Substance is cause, insofar as substance reflects into self as against its passage into accidentality, and so stands as the primary fact. But again no less suspends this reflection into self its bare possibility, lays itself down as the negative of itself, and thus produces an effect, an actuality, which, though so far only assumed as a sequence, is through the process that effectuates it at the same time necessary. As primary fact, the cause is qualified as having absolute independence and a subsistence maintained in face of the effect. But in the necessity, whose identity pg 277 constitutes that primariness itself, it is wholly passed into the effect. So far again as we can speak of a definite content, there is no content in the effect that is not in the cause. That identity in fact is the absolute content itself, but it is no less also the form characteristic. The primariness of the cause is suspended in the effect in which the cause makes itself a dependent being. The cause, however, does not for that reason vanish and leave the effect to be alone actual. For this dependency is in like manner directly suspended, and is rather the reflection of the cause in itself, its primariness. In short, it is in the effect that the cause first becomes actual and a cause. The cause consequently is in its full truth causa sui. Jacobi, sticking to the partial conception of mediation in his letters on Spinoza, second edit, has treated the causa sui and the effectus sui is the same, which is the absolute truth of the cause, as a mere formalism. He has also made the remark that God ought to be defined not as the ground of things, but essentially as cause. A more thorough consideration of the nature of cause would have shown that Jacobi did not by this means gain what he intended. Even in the finite cause and its conception, we can see this identity between cause and effect in point of content. The rain the cause and the wet the effect are the self-same existing water. In point of form, the cause rain is dissipated or lost in the effect wet, but in that case the result can no longer be described as effect, for without the cause it is nothing, and we should have only the unrelated wet left. In the common acceptation of the causal relation, the cause is finite, to such extent as its content is so as is also the case with finite substance, and so far as cause and effect are conceived as two several independent existences, which they are, however, only when we leave the pg 278 causal relation out of sight. In the finite sphere we never get over the difference of the form characteristics in their relation, and hence we turn the matter round and define the cause also as something dependent or as an effect. This again has another cause, and thus there grows up a progress from effects to causes ad infinitum. There is a descending progress too. The effect, looked at in its identity with the cause, is itself defined as a cause, and at the same time as another cause, which again has other effects, and so on forever. The way understanding bristles up against the idea of substance is equalled by its readiness to use the relation of cause and effect. Whenever it is proposed to view any sum of fact as necessary, it is especially the relation of causality to which the reflective understanding makes a point of tracing it back. Now, although this relation does undoubtedly belong to necessity, it forms only one aspect in the process of that category. That process equally requires the suspension of the mediation involved in causality and the exhibition of it as simple self-relation. If we stick to causality as such, we have it not in its truth. Such a causality is merely finite, and its finitude lies in retaining the distinction between cause and effect unassimilated. But these two terms, if they are distinct, are also identical. Even in ordinary consciousness that identity may be found. We say that a cause is a cause only when it has an effect, and vice versa. Both cause and effect are thus one and the same content, and the distinction between them is primarily only that the one lays down, and the other is laid down. This formal difference, however, again suspends itself, because the cause is not only a cause of something else, but also a cause of itself, while the effect is not only an effect of something else, but also an effect of itself. The finitude of things consists accordingly in this. While cause and effect are in their notion identical, the two forms present themselves severed, so that, though the cause is also an effect, and the effect also a cause, the cause is not an effect in the same connection as it is a cause, nor the pg 279 effect a cause in the same connection as it is an effect. This again gives the infinite progress, in the shape of an endless series of causes, which shows itself at the same time as an endless series of effects. the effect is different from the cause. The former as such has a being dependent on the latter, but such a dependence is likewise reflection into self and immediacy, and the action of the cause as it constitutes the effect is at the same time the preconstitution of the effect, so long as effect is kept separate from cause. There is thus already in existence another substance on which the effect takes place. As immediate, this substance is not a self-related negativity and active, but passive. Yet it is a substance, and it is therefore active also. It therefore suspends the immediacy it was originally put forward with, and the effect which was put into it. It reacts, 1. Suspends the activity of the first substance. But this first substance also in the same way sets aside its own immediacy, or the effect which is put into it. It thus suspends the activity of the other substance and reacts. In this manner causality passes into the relation of action and reaction, or reciprocity. In reciprocity, although causality is not yet invested with its true characteristic, the rectilinear movement out from causes to effects, and from effects to causes, is bent round and back into itself, and thus the progress ad infinitum of causes and effects is, as a progress, really and truly suspended. This bend which transforms the infinite progression into a self-contained relationship is here as always the plain reflection that in the above meaningless repetition there is only one and the same thing, viz., one cause and another, and their connection with one another. Reciprocity, which is the development of this relation itself, however, only distinguishes pg 280 turn and turn about not causes, but factors of causation, in each of which just because they are inseparable on the principle of the identity that the cause is cause in the effect, and vice versa her other factor is also equally supposed. See reciprocity or action and reaction. The characteristics which in reciprocal action are retained as distinct are potentially the same. The one side is a cause, is primary, active, passive 100, just as the other is. Similarly, the presupposition of another side and the action upon it, the immediate primariness and the dependence produced by the alternation, are one and the same on both sides. The cause assumed to be first is on account of its immediacy passive, a dependent being, and an effect. The distinction of the causes spoken of as two is accordingly void, and properly speaking there is only one cause, which, while it suspends itself as substance in its effect, also rises in this operation only to independent existence as a cause. But this unity of the double cause is also actual. All this alternation is properly the cause in act of constituting itself, and in such constitution lies its being. The nullity of the distinctions is not only potential, or a reflection of ours 155. Reciprocal action just means that each characteristic we impose is also to be suspended and inverted into its opposite, and that in this way the essential nullity of the moments is explicitly stated. An effect is introduced into the primariness. In other words, the primariness is abolished, the action of a cause becomes reaction, and so on. Reciprocal action realizes the causal relation in its complete development. It is this relation, therefore, in which reflection usually takes shelter when the conviction grows that pg 281 things can no longer be studied satisfactorily from a causal point of view, on account of the infinite progress already spoken of. Thus, in historical research, the question may be raised in a first form, whether the character and manners of a nation are the cause of its constitution and its laws, or if they are not rather the effect. Then, as the second step, the character and manners on one side and the constitution and laws on the other are conceived on the principle of reciprocity, and in that case the cause in the same connection as it is a cause will at the same time be an effect, and vice versa. The same thing is done in the study of nature, and especially of living organisms. There the several organs and functions are similarly seen to stand to each other in the relation of reciprocity. Reciprocity is undoubtedly the proximate truth of the relation of cause and effect, and stands, so to say, on the threshold of the notion. But on that very ground, supposing that our aim is a thoroughly comprehensive idea, we should not rest content with applying this relation. If we get no further than studying a given content under the point of view of reciprocity, we are taking up an attitude which leaves matters utterly incomprehensible. We are left with a mere dry fact, and the call for mediation, which is the chief motive in applying the relation of causality, is still unanswered. And if we look more narrowly into the dissatisfaction felt in applying the relation of reciprocity, we shall see that it consists in the circumstance that this relation, instead of being treated as an equivalent for the notion, ought, first of all, to be known and understood in its own nature. And to understand the relation of action and reaction, we must not let the two sides rest in their state of mere given facts, but recognize them, as has been shown in the 2 paragraphs preceding, for factors of a third and higher, which is the notion and nothing else. To make, for example, the manners of the Spartans the cause of their constitution, and their constitution, conversely the cause of their manners, may no doubt be in a way correct. But as we have comprehended neither the manners nor the constitution of the nation, the result of such reflections can never be final or satisfactory. The satisfactory pg 282 point will be reached only when these two, as well as all other special aspects of Spartan life and Spartan history, are seen to be founded in this notion. This pure self-reciprocation is therefore necessity unveiled or realized. The link of necessity qua necessity is identity, as still inward and concealed, because it is the identity of what are esteemed actual things, although their very self-subsistence is bound to be necessity. The circulation of substance through causality and reciprocity therefore only expressly makes out or states that self-subsistence is the infinite negative self-relation, a relation negative, in general, for in it the act of distinguishing and intermediating becomes a primariness of actual things independent one against the other, and infinite self-relation, because their independence only lies in their identity. This truth of necessity, therefore, is freedom, and the truth of substance is the notion, an independence which, though self-repulsive into distinct independent elements, yet in that repulsion is self-identical, and in the movement of reciprocity still at home and conversant only with itself. Necessity is often called hard, and rightly so, if we keep only to necessity as such one, to its immediate shape. Here we have, first of all, some state, or generally speaking, fact, possessing an independent subsistence, and necessity primarily implies that there falls upon such a fact something else by which it is brought low. This is what is hard and sad in necessity, immediate or abstract. The identity of the two things, which necessity presents as bound to each other, and thus bereft of their independence, is at first only inward, and therefore has no existence for those under the yoke of necessity. Freedom, too, from this point of view is only abstract, and is preserved only by renouncing all that we immediately are and have. But as we have seen already, pg 283, the process of necessity is so directed that it overcomes the rigid externality which it first had and reveals its inward nature. It then appears that the members, linked to one another, are not really foreign to each other, but only elements of one whole, each of them, in its connection with the other, being as it were at home and combining with itself. In this way necessity is transfigured into freedom, not the freedom that consists in abstract negation, but freedom concrete and positive, from which we may learn what a mistake it is to regard freedom and necessity as mutually exclusive. Necessity indeed qua necessity is far from being freedom, yet freedom presupposes necessity, and contains it as an unsubstantial element in itself. A good man is aware that the tenor of his conduct is essentially obligatory and necessary. But this consciousness is so far from making any abatement from his freedom, that without it real and reasonable freedom could not be distinguished from arbitrary choice, a freedom which has no reality and is merely potential. A criminal, when punished, may look upon his punishment as a restriction of his freedom. Really the punishment is not foreign constraint to which he is subjected, but the manifestation of his own act, and if he recognizes this, he comports himself as a free man. In short, man is most independent when he knows himself to be determined by the absolute idea throughout. It was this phase of mind and conduct which Spinoza called amor intellectualis Dei. Thus the notion is the truth of being and essence, inasmuch as the shining or show of self-reflection is itself at the same time independent immediacy, and this being of a different actuality is immediately only a shining or show on itself. The notion has exhibited itself as the truth of being and essence, as the ground to which the regress of both leads. Conversely, it has been developed out of being as its ground. The former aspect of the advance may be regarded as a concentration of being into its pg 284 depth, thereby disclosing its inner nature, the latter aspect as an issuing of the more perfect from the less perfect. When such development is viewed on the latter side only, it does prejudice to the method of philosophy. The special meaning which these superficial thoughts of more imperfect and more perfect have in this place is to indicate the distinction of being as an immediate unity with itself, from the notion as free mediation with itself. Since being has shown that it is an element in the notion, the latter has thus exhibited itself as the truth of being. As this its reflection in itself, and as an absorption of the mediation, the notion is the presupposition of the immediate presupposition, which is identical with the return to self, and in this identity lie freedom and the notion. If the partial element therefore be called the imperfect, then the notion or the perfect is certainly a development from the imperfect, since its very nature is thus to suspend its presupposition. At the same time it is the notion alone which, in the act of supposing itself, makes its presupposition, as has been made apparent in causality in general, and especially in reciprocal action. Thus in reference to being and essence the notion is defined as essence reverted to the simple immediacy of being, the shining or show of essence thereby having actuality, and its actuality being at the same time a free shining or show in itself. In this manner the notion has being as its simple self-relation, or as the immediacy of its immanent unity. Being is so poor a category that it is the least thing which can be shown to be found in the notion. The passage from necessity to freedom, or from actuality into the notion, is the very hardest, because it proposes that independent actuality shall be thought as pg 285, having all its substantiality in the passing over an identity with the other independent actuality. The notion, too, is extremely hard, because it is itself just this very identity, but the actual substance as such, the cause, which in its exclusiveness resists all invasion, is ipso facto subjected to necessity or the destiny of passing into dependency, and it is this subjection rather where the chief hardness lies. To think necessity, on the contrary, rather tends to melt that hardness. For thinking means that in the other one meets with oneself. It means a liberation, which is not the flight of abstraction, but consists in that which is actual having itself not as something else, but as its own being and creation, in the other actuality with which it is bound up by the force of necessity. As existing in an individual form, this liberation is called I. As developed to its totality, it is free spirit. As feeling, it is love. And as enjoyment, it is blessedness. The great vision of substance in Spinoza is only a potential liberation from finite exclusiveness and egoism. But the notion itself realizes for its own both the power of necessity and actual freedom. When, as now, the notion is called the truth of being and essence, we must expect to be asked why we do not begin with the notion. The answer is that, where knowledge by thought is our aim, we cannot begin with the truth, because the truth, when it forms the beginning, must rest on mere assertion. The truth, when it is thought, must as such verify itself to thought. If the notion were put at the head of logic, and defined, quite correctly in point of content, as the unity of being and essence, the following question would come up. What are we to think under the terms being and essence, and how do they come to be embraced in the unity of the notion? But if we answered these questions, then our beginning with the notion would be merely nominal. The real start would be made with being, as we pg 286 have here done, with this difference that the characteristics of being as well as those of essence would have to be accepted uncritically from figure-8 conception, whereas we have observed being and essence in their own dialectical development, and learnt how they lose themselves in the unity of the notion. Dus hoor ik zich jar wiederholen, und flutsch drauf über verstolen, nater hat weder kern noch schall, alles ist sei mit einem Mail. pg 287. Chapter 9, Third Subdivision of Logic. The Doctrine of the Notion. The notion is the principle of freedom, the power of substance self-realized. It is a systematic whole, in which each of its constituent functions is the very total which the notion is, and is put as indissolubly one with it. Thus, in its self-identity, it has original and complete determinateness. The position taken up by the notion is that of absolute idealism. Philosophy is a knowledge through notions, because it sees that what on other grades of consciousness is taken to have being, and to be naturally or immediately independent, is but a constituent stage in the idea. In the logic of understanding, the notion is generally reckoned a mere form of thought, and treated as a general conception. It is to this inferior view of the notion that the assertion refers, so often urged on behalf of the heart and sentiment, that notions as such are something dead, empty, and abstract. The case is really quite the reverse. The notion is, on the contrary, the principle of all life, and thus possesses at the same time a character of thorough concreteness. That it is so follows from the whole logical movement up to this point, and need not be here proved. The contrast between form and content, which is thus used to criticize the notion when it is alleged to be merely formal, has, like all the other contrasts upheld by reflection, been already left behind and overcome dialectically or through itself. The notion, in short, is what contains all the earlier categories of thought merged in it. It certainly is a form, but an infinite and pg 288 creative form, which includes, but at the same time releases from itself, the fullness of all content. And so too the notion may, if it be wished, be styled abstract, if the name concrete is restricted to the concrete facts of sense or of immediate perception. For the notion is not palpable to the touch, and when we are engaged with it, hearing and seeing must quite fail us. And yet, as it was before remarked, the notion is a true concrete, for the reason that it involves being and essence, and the total wealth of these two spheres with them, merged in the unity of thought. If, as was said at an earlier point, the different stages of the logical idea are to be treated as a series of definitions of the absolute, the definition which now results for us is that the absolute is the notion. That necessitates a higher estimate of the notion, however, than is found in formal conceptualist logic, where the notion is a mere form of our subjective thought, with no original content of its own. But if speculative logic thus attaches a meaning to the term notion so very different from that usually given, it may be asked why the same word should be employed in two contrary acceptations, and an occasion thus given for confusion and misconception. The answer is that, great as the interval is between the speculative notion and the notion of formal logic, a closer examination shows that the deeper meaning is not so foreign to the general usages of language as it seems at first sight. We speak of the deduction of a content from the notion, e.g., of the specific provisions of the law of property from the notion of property, and so again we speak of tracing back these material details to the notion. We thus recognize that the notion is no mere form without a content of its own, for if it were, there would be in the one case nothing to deduce from such a form, and in the other case to trace a given body of fact back to the empty form of the notion would only rob the fact of its specific character, without making it understood. The onward movement of the notion is no longer either a transition into, or a reflection on something else, but development. For in the notion, the pg 289 elements distinguished are without more ado at the same time declared to be identical with one another and with the whole, and the specific character of each is a free being of the whole notion. Transition into something else is the dialectical process within the range of being, reflection bringing something else into light, in the range of essence. The movement of the notion is development, by which that only is explicit which is already implicitly present. In the world of nature it is organic life that corresponds to the grade of the notion. Thus e.g. the plant is developed from its germ. The germ virtually involves the whole plant, but does so only ideally or in thought, and it would therefore be a mistake to regard the development of the root, stem, leaves, and other different parts of the plant as meaning that they were realiter present, but in a very minute form in the germ. That is the so-called box-within-box hypothesis, a theory which commits the mistake of supposing an actual existence of what is at first found only as a postulate of the completed thought. The truth of the hypothesis, on the other hand, lies in its perceiving that in the process of development the notion keeps to itself and only gives rise to alteration of form, without making any addition in point of content. It is this nature of the notion's manifestation of itself in its process as a development of its own self, which is chiefly in view with those who speak of innate ideas, or who, like Plato, describe all learning merely as reminiscence. Of course that again does not mean that everything which is embodied in a mind, after that mind has been formed by instruction, had been present in that mind beforehand, in its definitely expanded shape. The movement of the notion is as it were to be looked upon merely as play, the other which it sets up is in reality not another. Or, as it is expressed in the teaching of Christianity, not merely has God created a world which confronts him as another, he has also from all eternity begotten a Son in whom he, a spirit, is at home with himself. pg 290. The doctrine of the notion is divided into three parts. The first is the doctrine of the subjective or formal notion. The second is the doctrine of the notion invested with the character of immediacy or of objectivity. The third is the doctrine of the idea, the subject-object, the unity of notion and objectivity, the absolute truth. The common logic covers only the matters which come before us here as a portion of the third part of the whole system, together with the so-called laws of thought, which we have already met, and in the applied logic it adds a little about cognition. This is combined with psychological, metaphysical, and all sorts of empirical materials, which were introduced because, when all was done, those forms of thought could not be made to do all that was required of them. But with these additions the science lost its unity of aim. Then there was a further circumstance against the common logic. Those forms, which at least do belong to the proper domain of logic, are supposed to be categories of conscious thought only, of thought too in the character of understanding, not of reason. The preceding logical categories, those viz. Of being and essence, are, it is true, no mere logical modes or entities. They are proved to be notions in their transition or their dialectical element, and in their return into themselves and totality. But they are only in a modified form notions cp. 84 and 112, notions rudimentary, or, what is the same thing, notions for us. The antithetical term into which each category passes, or in which it shines, so producing correlation, is not characterized as a particular. The third, in which they return to unity, is not characterized as a subject or an individual, nor is there any explicit statement that the category is identical in its antithesis. In other words, its pg 291 freedom is not expressly stated, and all this because the category is not universality. What generally passes current under the name of a notion is a mode of understanding, or even a mere general representation, and therefore, in short, a finite mode of thought cp. 62. The logic of the notion is usually treated as a science of form only, and understood to deal with the form of notion, judgment, and syllogism as form, without in the least touching the question whether anything is true. The answer to that question is supposed to depend on the content only. If the logical forms of the notion were really dead and inert receptacles of conceptions and thoughts, careless of what they contained, knowledge about them would be an idle curiosity which the truth might dispense with. On the contrary, they really are, as forms of the notion, the vital spirit of the actual world. That only is true of the actual which is true in virtue of these forms, through them, and in them. As yet, however, the truth of these forms has never been considered or examined on their own account, any more than their necessary interconnection. Other subjective notion. Other notion as notion. The notion as notion contains the three following moments or functional parts. The first is universality, meaning that it is in free equality with itself in its specific character. The second is particularity, that is, the specific character, in which the universal continues serenely equal to itself. The third is individuality, meaning the reflection into self of the specific characters of universality and particularity, which negative self-unity has complete and original determinateness, without any loss to its self-identity or universality. pg 292. Individual and actual are the same thing, only the former has issued from the notion, and is thus, as a universal, stated expressly as a negative identity with itself. The actual, because it is at first no more than a potential or immediate unity of essence and existence, may possibly have effect, but the individuality of the notion is the very source of effectiveness, effective moreover no longer as the cause is, with a show of effecting something else, but effective of itself. Individuality, however, is not to be understood to mean the immediate or natural individual, as when we speak of individual things or individual men, for that special phase of individuality does not appear till we come to the judgment. Every function and moment of the notion is itself the whole notion 160, but the individual or subject is the notion expressly put as a totality. The universal in its true and comprehensive meaning is a thought which, as we know, cost thousands of years to make it enter into the consciousness of men. The thought did not gain its full recognition till the days of Christianity. The Greeks, in other respects so advanced, knew neither God nor even man in their true universality. The gods of the Greeks were only particular powers of the mind, and the universal God, the God of all nations, was to the Athenians still a God concealed. They believed in the same way that an absolute gulf separated themselves from the barbarians. Man as man was not then recognized to be of infinite worth and to have infinite rights. The question has been asked why slavery has vanished from modern Europe. One special circumstance after another has been adduced in explanation of this phenomenon. But the real ground why there are no more slaves in Christian Europe is only to be found in the very principle of Christianity itself, the religion of absolute freedom. Only in Christendom is man respected as man, in his infinitude and universality. What the slave is without is the recognition that he is a person, and the principle of personality is universality. The master looks upon his slave not as a person, but as a selfless thing. The slave is not himself reckoned an I, his I is his master. The distinction referred to above between what is merely in common and what is truly universal is strikingly expressed by Rousseau in his famous Contrat Social, when he says that the laws of a state must spring from the universal will valant generale, but need not on that account be the will of all valant de tous. Rousseau would have made a sounder contribution towards a theory of the state if he had always kept this distinction in sight. The general will is the notion of the will, and the laws are the special clauses of this will and based upon the notion of it. The notion is concrete out and out, because the negative unity with itself, as characterization pure and entire, which is individuality, is just what constitutes its self-relation, its universality. The functions or moments of the notion are to this extent indissoluble. The categories of reflection are expected to be severally apprehended and separately accepted as current, apart from their opposites. But in the notion, where their identity is expressly assumed, each of its functions can be immediately apprehended only from and with the rest. Universality, particularity, and individuality are, taken in the abstract, the same as identity, difference, and ground. But the universal is the self-identical, with the express qualification that it simultaneously contains the particular and the individual. Again, the particular is the different or the specific character, but with the qualification that it is in itself universal, and is as an pg 295 individual. Similarly, the individual must be understood to be a subject or substratum, which involves the genus and species in itself, and possesses a substantial existence. Such is the explicit or realized inseparability of the functions of the notion in their difference 160, what may be called the clearness of the notion, in which each distinction causes no dimness or interruption, but is quite as much transparent. No complaint is oftener made against the notion than that it is abstract. Of course it is abstract, if abstract means that the medium in which the notion exists is thought in general, and not the sensible thing in its empirical concreteness. It is abstract also, because the notion falls short of the idea. To this extent the subjective notion is still formal. This, however, does not mean that it ought to have or receive another content than its own. It is itself the absolute form, and so is all specific character, but as that character is in its truth. Although it be abstract, therefore, it is the concrete altogether, the subject as such. The absolutely concrete is the mind see end of 159, the notion when it exists as notion, distinguishing itself from its objectivity, which notwithstanding the distinction still continues to be its own. Everything else which is concrete, however rich it be, is not so intensely identical with itself, and therefore not so concrete on its own part, least of all what is commonly supposed to be concrete, but is only a congeries held together by external influence. What are called notions, and in fact specific notions such as man, house, animal, 100, are simply denotations and abstract representations. These abstractions retain out of all the functions of the notion only that of universality. They leave particularity and individuality out of account, and have no development in these directions. By so doing they just miss the notion. pg 296. It is the element of individuality which first explicitly differentiates the elements of the notion. Individuality is the negative reflection of the notion into itself, and it is in that way at first the free differentiating of it as the first negation, by which the specific character of the notion is realized, but under the form of particularity. That is to say, the different elements are in the first place only qualified as the several elements of the notion, and secondly, their identity is no less explicitly stated, the one being said to be the other. This realized particularity of the notion is the judgment. The ordinary classification of notions as clear, distinct, and adequate is no part of the notion, it belongs to psychology. Notions, in fact, are here synonymous with mental representations. A clear notion is an abstract, simple representation. A distinct notion is one where, in addition to the simplicity, there is one mark or character emphasized as a sign for subjective cognition. There is no more striking mark of the formalism and decay of logic than the favorite category of the mark. The adequate notion comes nearer the notion proper, or even the idea, but after all it expresses only the formal circumstance that a notion or representation agrees with its object, that is, with an external thing. The division into what are called subordinate and coordinate notions implies a mechanical distinction of universal from particular which allows only a mere correlation of them in external comparison. Again, an enumeration of such kinds as contrary and contradictory, affirmative and negative notions, 100, is only a chance-directed gleaning of logical forms which properly belong to the sphere of being or essence, where they have been already examined, and which have nothing to do with the specific notional character as such. The true distinctions in the notion, universal, particular, and pg 297 individual, may be said also to constitute species of it, but only when they are kept severed from each other by external reflection. The immanent differentiating and specifying of the notion come to sight in the judgment, for to judge is to specify the notion. B. The judgment. The judgment is the notion in its particularity, as a connection which is also a distinguishing of its functions, which are put as independent and yet as identical with themselves, not with one another. One's first impression about the judgment is the independence of the two extremes, the subject and the predicate. The former we take to be a thing or term per se, and the predicate a general term outside the said subject and somewhere in our heads. The next point is for us to bring the latter into combination with the former, and in this way frame a judgment. The copula is, however, enunciates the predicate of the subject, and so that external subjective subsumption is again put in abeyance, and the judgment taken as a determination of the object itself. The etymological meaning of the judgment, Urteil in German, goes deeper, as it were declaring the unity of the notion to be primary, and its distinction to be the original partition. And that is what the judgment really is. In its abstract terms, a judgment is expressible in the proposition, the individual is the universal. These are the terms under which the subject and the predicate first confront each other, when the functions of the notion are taken in their immediate character or first abstraction. Propositions such as the particular is the universal and the individual is the particular belong to the further specialization of the judgment. It pg 298 shows a strange want of observation in the logic books, that in none of them is the fact stated, that in every judgment there is such a statement made, as the individual is the universal, or still more definitely, the subject is. The predicate, e.g. God is absolute spirit. No doubt there is also a distinction between terms like individual and universal, subject and predicate, but it is none the less the universal fact that every judgment states them to be identical. The copula springs from the nature of the notion, to be self-identical even in parting with its own. The individual and universal are its constituents, and therefore characters which cannot be isolated. The earlier categories of reflection in their correlations also refer to one another, but their interconnection is only having and not being one. It is not the identity which is realized as identity or universality. In the judgment, therefore, for the first time there is seen the genuine particularity of the notion, for it is the speciality or distinguishing of the latter, without thereby losing universality. Judgments are generally looked upon as combinations of notions, and be it added of heterogeneous notions. This theory of judgment is correct, so far as it implies that it is the notion which forms the presupposition of the judgment, and which in the judgment comes up under the form of difference. But on the other hand, it is false to speak of notions differing in kind. The notion, although concrete, is still as a notion essentially one, and the functions which it contains are not different kinds of it. It is equally false to speak of a combination of the two sides in the judgment, if we understand the term combination to imply the independent existence of the combining members apart from the combination. The same external view of their nature is more forcibly apparent when judgments are described as produced by the ascription of a predicate to the subject. pg 299 language like this looks upon the subject as self-subsistent outside, and the predicate as found somewhere in our head. Such a conception of the relation between subject and predicate, however, is at once contradicted by the copula is. By saying this rose is red, or this picture is beautiful, we declare that it is not we who from outside attach beauty to the picture or redness to the rose, but that these are the characteristics proper to these objects. An additional fault in the way in which formal logic conceives the judgment is that it makes the judgment look as if it were something merely contingent, and does not offer any proof for the advance from notion on to judgment. For the notion does not, as understanding supposes, stand still in its own immobility. It is rather an infinite form of boundless activity, as it were the punctum saliens of all vitality, and thereby self-differentiating. This disruption of the notion into the difference of its constituent functions, a disruption imposed by the native act of the notion, is the judgment. A judgment therefore means the particularizing of the notion. No doubt the notion is implicitly the particular, but in the notion as notion the particular is not yet explicit, and still remains in transparent unity with the universal. Thus, for example, as we remarked before 160, note, the germ of a plant contains its particular, such as root, branches, leaves 100, but these details are at first present only potentially, and are not realized till the germ uncloses. This unclosing is, as it were, the judgment of the plant. The illustration may also serve to show how neither the notion nor the judgment are merely found in our head, or merely framed by us. The notion is the very heart of things, and makes them what they are. To form a notion of an object means therefore to become aware of its notion, and when we proceed to a criticism or judgment of the object, we are not performing a subjective act, and merely ascribing this or that predicate to the object. We are, on the contrary, observing the object in the specific character imposed by its notion. The judgment is usually taken in a subjective sense as an operation and a form, occurring merely in self-conscious thought. This distinction, however, has no pg 300 existence on purely logical principles, by which the judgment is taken in the quite universal signification that all things are a judgment. That is to say, they are individuals, which are a universality or inner nature in themselves, a universal which is individualized. Their universality and individuality are distinguished, but the one is at the same time identical with the other. The interpretation of the judgment, according to which it is assumed to be merely subjective, as if we ascribed a predicate to a subject, is contradicted by the decidedly objective expression of the judgment. The rose is red, gold is a metal. It is not by us that something is first ascribed to them. A judgment is, however, distinguished from a proposition. The latter contains a statement about the subject, which does not stand to it in any universal relationship, but expresses some single action, or some state, or the like. Thus, Caesar was born at Rome in such and such a year, waged war in Gaul for 10 years, crossed the Rubicon 100, are propositions but not judgments. Again, it is absurd to say that such statements as, I slept well last night, or present arms, may be turned into the form of a judgment. A carriage is passing by would be a judgment, and a subjective one at best, only if it were doubtful whether the passing object was a carriage, or whether it and not rather the point of observation was in motion, in short, only if it were desired to specify a conception which was still short of appropriate specification. The judgment is an expression of finitude. Things from its point of view are said to be finite, because they are a judgment, because their definite being and their universal nature, their body and their soul, though united indeed otherwise the things would be nothing, are still elements in the constitution which are already different and also in any case separable. pg 301. The abstract terms of the judgment, the individual is the universal, present the subject as negatively self-relating as what is immediately concrete, while the predicate is what is abstract, indeterminate, in short, the universal. But the two elements are connected together by an is, and thus the predicate in its universality must also contain the speciality of the subject, must in short have particularity, and so is realized the identity between subject and predicate, which, being thus unaffected by this difference in form, is the content. It is the predicate which first gives the subject, which till then was on its own account a bare mental representation or an empty name, its specific character and content. In judgments like God is the most real of all things, or the absolute is the self-identical, God and the absolute are mere names, What they are we only learn in the predicate. What the subject may be in other respects as a concrete thing is no concern of this judgment. CP 31. To define the subject as that of which something is said, and the predicate as what is said about it, is mere trifling. It gives no information about the distinction between the two. In point of thought, the subject is primarily the individual, and the predicate the universal. As the judgment receives further development, the subject ceases to be merely the immediate individual, and the predicate merely the abstract universal. The former acquires the additional significations of particular and universal, the latter the additional significations of particular and individual. Thus, while the same names are given to the two terms of the judgment, their meaning passes through a series of changes. We now go closer into the speciality of subject and predicate. The subject as negative self-relation 163, 166 is the stable substratum in which the predicate has its subsistence, and where it is ideally pg 302 present. The predicate, as the phrase is, inheres in the subject. Further, as the subject is in general and immediately concrete, the specific connotation of the predicate is only one of the numerous characters of the subject. Thus the subject is ampler and wider than the predicate. Conversely, the predicate as universal is self-subsistent, and indifferent whether this subject is or not. The predicate outflanks the subject, subsuming it under itself, and hence on its side is wider than the subject. The specific content of the predicate 169 alone constitutes the identity of the two. At first, subject, predicate, and the specific content or the identity are, even in their relation, still put in the judgment as different and divergent. By implication, however, that is, in their notion they are identical. For the subject is a concrete totality, which means not any indefinite multiplicity, but individuality alone, the particular and the universal in an identity. And the predicate too is the very same unity 170, the copula again, even while stating the identity of subject and predicate, does so at first only by an abstract is. Conformably to such an identity, the subject has to be put also in the characteristic of the predicate. By this means, the latter also receives the characteristic of the former, so that the copula receives its full complement and full force. Such is the continuous specification by which the judgment, through a copula charged with content, comes to be a syllogism. As it is primarily exhibited in the judgment, this gradual specification consists in giving to an originally abstract, sensuous universality the specific character of allness, of species, of genus, and finally of the developed universality of the notion. After we are made aware of this continuous specification pg 303 of the judgment, we can see a meaning and an interconnection in what are usually stated as the kinds of judgment. Not only does the ordinary enumeration seem purely casual, but it is also superficial, and even bewildering in its statement of their distinctions. The distinction between positive, categorical, and assertory judgments is either a pure invention of fancy, or is left undetermined. On the right theory, the different judgments follow necessarily from one another, and present the continuous specification of the notion, for the judgment itself is nothing but the notion specified. When we look at the two preceding spheres of being and essence, we see that the specified notions as judgments are reproductions of these spheres, but put in the simplicity of relation peculiar to the notion. The various kinds of judgment are no empirical aggregate. They are a systematic whole based on a principle, and it was one of Kant's great merits to have first emphasized the necessity of showing this. His proposed division, according to the headings in his table of categories, into judgments of quality, quantity, relation, and modality, cannot be called satisfactory, partly from the merely formal application of this categorical rubric, partly on account of their content. Still, it rests upon a true perception of the fact that the different species of judgment derive their features from the universal forms of the logical idea itself. If we follow this clue, it will supply us with three chief kinds of judgment parallel to the stages of being, essence, and notion. The second of these kinds, as required by the character of essence, which is the stage of differentiation, must be doubled. We find the inner ground for this systematization of judgments in the circumstance that when the notion, which is the unity of being and essence in a comprehensive thought, unfolds, as it does in the judgment, it must reproduce these two stages in a transformation proper to the notion. The notion itself, meanwhile, is seen to mold and form the genuine grade of judgment. pg 304. Far from occupying the same level, and being of equal value, the different species of judgment form a series of steps, the difference of which rests upon the logical significance of the predicate. That judgments differ in value is evident even in our ordinary ways of thinking. We should not hesitate to ascribe a very slight faculty of judgment to a person who habitually framed only such judgments as "this wall is green, this stove is hot." On the other hand, we should credit with a genuine capacity of judgment the person whose criticisms dealt with such questions as whether a certain work of art was beautiful, whether a certain action was good, and so on. In judgments of the first-mentioned kind, the content forms only an abstract quality, the presence of which can be sufficiently detected by immediate perception. To pronounce a work of art to be beautiful, or an action to be good, requires on the contrary a comparison of the objects with what they ought to be with their notion. Qualitative judgment. The immediate judgment is the judgment of definite being. The subject is invested with a universality as its predicate, which is an immediate, and therefore a sensible quality. It may be a positive judgment, the individual is a particular, but the individual is not a particular, or in more precise language, such a single quality is not congruous with the concrete nature of the subject. This is a negative judgment. It is one of the fundamental assumptions of dogmatic logic that qualitative judgments such as "the rose is red" or "is not red" can contain truth. Correct they may be in the limited circle of perception, of finite conception and thought, that depends on the content, which likewise is finite, and on its own merits untrue. Truth, however, as opposed to correctness, depends solely on the form, viz., on the notion as it is put, and pg 305, the reality corresponding to it. But truth of that stamp is not found in the qualitative judgment. In common life, the terms truth and correctness are often treated as synonymous. We speak of the truth of a content when we are only thinking of its correctness. Correctness, generally speaking, concerns only the formal coincidence between our conception and its content, whatever the constitution of this content may be. Truth, on the contrary, lies in the coincidence of the object with itself, that is, with its notion. That a person is sick, or that someone has committed a theft, may certainly be correct, but the content is untrue. A sick body is not in harmony with the notion of body, and there is a want of congruity between theft and the notion of human conduct. These instances may show that an immediate judgment, in which an abstract quality is predicated of an immediately individual thing, however correct it may be, cannot contain truth. The subject and predicate of it do not stand to each other in the relation of reality and notion. We may add that the untruth of the immediate judgment lies in the incongruity between its form and content. To say "this rose is red" involves, in virtue of the copula, is the coincidence of subject and predicate. The rose, however, is a concrete thing, and so is not red only. It has also an odor, a specific form, and many other features not implied in the predicate red. The predicate on its part is an abstract universal, and does not apply to the rose alone. There are other flowers and other objects which are red too. The subject and predicate in the immediate judgment touch, as it were, only in a single point, but do not cover each other. The case is different with the notional judgment. In pronouncing an action to be good, we frame a notional judgment. Here, as we at once perceive, there is a closer and a more intimate relation than in the immediate judgment. The predicate in the latter is some abstract quality which may or may not be applied to the subject. In the judgment of the notion, the predicate is, as it were, the soul of the subject, by which the subject, as the body of this soul, is characterized through and through. Pg 306. This negation of a particular quality, which is the first negation, still leaves the connection of the subject with the predicate subsisting. The predicate is in that manner a sort of relative universal, of which a special phase only has been negatived. To say that the rose is not red implies that it is still color red in the first place with another color, which however would be only one more positive judgment. The individual, however, is not a universal. Hence the judgment suffers disruption into one of two forms. It is either the identical judgment, an empty identical relation stating that the individual is the individual, or it is what is called the infinite judgment, in which we are presented with the total incompatibility of subject and predicate. Examples of the latter are, the mind is no elephant, a lion is no table, propositions which are correct but absurd exactly like the identical propositions, a lion is a lion, mind is mind. Propositions like these are undoubtedly the truth of the immediate, or, as it is called, qualitative judgment. But they are not judgments at all, and can only occur in a subjective thought where even an untrue abstraction may hold its ground. In their objective aspect, these latter judgments express the nature of what is, or of sensible things, which, as they declare, suffer disruption into an empty identity on the one hand, and on the other are fully charged relationally that this relation is the qualitative antagonism of the things related, their total incongruity. The negatively infinite judgment, in which the subject has no relation whatever to the predicate, gets its place in the formal logic solely as a nonsensical curiosity. But the infinite judgment is not really a mere casual form adopted by subjective thought. It exhibits the proximate result of the dialectical process in the immediate judgments preceding pg 307, the positive and simplangative, and distinctly displays their finitude and untruth. Crime may be quoted as an objective instance of the negatively infinite judgment. The person committing a crime, such as a theft, does not, as in a suit about civil rights, merely deny the particular right of another person to some one definite thing. He denies the right of that person in general, and therefore he is not merely forced to restore what he has stolen, but is punished in addition because he has violated law as law 1. Law in general. The civil law suit, on the contrary, is an instance of the negative judgment, pure and simple, where merely the particular law is violated, whilst law in general is so far acknowledged. Such a dispute is precisely paralleled by a negative judgment, like "this flower is not red," by which we merely deny the particular colour of the flower, but not its colour in general, which may be blue, yellow, or any other. Similarly, death, as a negatively infinite judgment, is distinguished from disease as simplangative. In disease, merely this or that function of life is checked or negatived. In death, as we ordinarily say, body and soul part 1, subject and predicate utterly diverge. Judgment of reflection. The individual put as individual 1, as reflected into self into the judgment, has a predicate, in comparison with which the subject, as self-relating, continues to be still another thing. In existence the subject ceases to be immediately qualitative, it is in correlation and interconnection with an other thing, with an external world. In this way the universality of the predicate comes to signify this relativity, g. Useful or dangerous, weight or acidity, or again, instinct, are examples of such relative predicates. The judgment of reflection is distinguished from the qualitative judgment by the circumstance that its predicate is not an immediate or abstract quality, but of such a kind as to exhibit the subject as in relation to something else. When we say, e.g., this rose is red, we regard the subject in its pg 308 immediate individuality, and without reference to anything else. If, on the other hand, we frame the judgment, this plant is medicinal, we regard the subject plant as standing in connection with something else, the sickness which it cures, by means of its predicate, its medicinality. The case is the same with judgments like, this body is elastic, this instrument is useful, this punishment has a deterrent influence. In every one of these instances the predicate is some category of reflection. They all exhibit an advance beyond the immediate individuality of the subject, but none of them goes so far as to indicate the adequate notion of it. It is in this mode of judgment that ordinary raisonnement luxuriates. The greater the concreteness of the object in question, the more points of view does it offer to reflection, by which however its proper nature or notion is not exhausted. Firstly then the subject, the individual as individual in the singular judgment, is a universal, but secondly, in this relation it is elevated above its singularity. This enlargement is external, due to subjective reflection, and at first is an indefinite number of particulars. This is seen in the particular judgment, which is obviously negative as well as positive. The individual is divided in itself, partly it is self-related, partly related to something else. Thirdly, some are the universal. Particularity is thus enlarged to universality, or universality is modified through the individuality of the subject, and appears as allness community, the ordinary universality of reflection. The subject receiving, as in the singular judgment, a universal predicate, is carried out beyond its mere individual self. To say, this plant is wholesome, implies not only that this single plant is wholesome, but that some or several are so. We have thus the particular judgment, some plants are wholesome, some men are inventive 100. By means of particularity, the immediate individual comes to lose its independence and enters into an interconnection with something pg 309 else. Man, as this man, is not this single man alone. He stands beside other men and becomes one in the crowd, just by this means however he belongs to his universal, and is consequently raised. The particular judgment is as much negative as positive. If only some bodies are elastic, it is evident that the rest are not elastic. On this fact again depends the advance to the third form of the reflective judgment, viz., the judgment of allness. All men are mortal, all metals conduct electricity. It is as all that the universal is in the first instance generally encountered by reflection. The individuals form for reflection the foundation, and it is only our subjective action which collects and describes them as all. So far the universal has the aspect of an external fastening that holds together a number of independent individuals which have not the least affinity towards it. This semblance of indifference is however unreal, for the universal is the ground and foundation, the root and substance of the individual. If e.g. we take Caius, Titus, Sempronius and the other inhabitants of a town or country, the fact that all of them are men is not merely something which they have in common, but their universal or kind, without which these individuals would not be at all. The case is very different with that superficial generality falsely so called, which really means only what attaches, or is common, to all the individuals. It has been remarked, for example, that men, in contradistinction from the lower animals, possess in common the appendage of earlobes. It is evident, however, that the absence of these earlobes in one man or another would not affect the rest of his being, character, or capacities, whereas it would be nonsense to suppose that Caius, without being a man, would still be brave, learned 100. The individual man is what he is in particular, only in so far as he is before all things a man as man, and in general. And that generality is not something external to, or something in addition to other abstract qualities, or to mere features discovered by reflection. It is what permeates and includes in it everything particular. The subject being thus likewise characterized pg 310 as a universal, there is an express identification of subject and predicate, by which at the same time the speciality of the judgment form is deprived of all importance. This unity of the content being the universality which is identical with the negative reflection in self of the subject, makes the connection in judgment a necessary one. The advance from the reflective judgment of allness to the judgment of necessity is found in our usual modes of thought, when we say that whatever appertains to all appertains to the species, and is therefore necessary. To say all plants or all men is the same thing as to say the plant or the man. Judgment of necessity. The judgment of necessity 1, e of the identity of the content in its difference, contains in the predicate partly the substance or nature of the subject, the concrete universal, the genus, partly, seeing that this universal also contains the specific character as negative, the predicate represents the exclusive essential character, the species. This is the categorical judgment. The categorical judgment such as gold is a metal, the rose is a plant is the unmediated judgment of necessity, and finds within the sphere of essence its parallel in the relation of substance. All things are a categorical judgment. In other words, they have their substantial nature, forming their fixed and unchangeable substratum. It is only when things are studied from the point of view of their kind, and as with necessity determined by the kind, that the judgment first begins to be real. It betrays a defective logical training to place upon the same level judgments like gold is dear, and judgments like gold is a metal. That gold is dear is a matter of external connection between it and our wants or inclinations, the costs of obtaining it, and other circumstances. Gold remains the same as it was, though that external reference is altered or removed. Metallady, on the contrary, constitutes the substantial nature of gold, apart from which it, and all else that is in it or can be predicated of it, would be unable to subsist. The same is the case if we say, Caius is a man. We express by that whatever else he may be has worth and meaning only when it corresponds to his substantial nature or manhood. But even the categorical judgment is to a certain extent defective. It fails to give due place to the function or element of particularity. Thus gold is a metal, it is true, but so are silver, copper, iron, and metallady as such has no leanings to any of its particular species. In these circumstances we must advance from the categorical to the hypothetical judgment, which may be expressed in the formula, If A is, B is. The present case exhibits the same advance as formerly took place from the relation of substance to the relation of cause. In the hypothetical judgment, the specific character of the content shows itself mediated and dependent on something else, and this is exactly the relation of cause and effect. And if we were to give a general interpretation to the hypothetical judgment, we should say that it expressly pg 312 realizes the universal in its particularizing. This brings us to the third form of the judgment of necessity, the disjunctive judgment. A is either B or C or 500. A work of poetic art is either epic or lyric or dramatic. Color is either yellow or blue or red. The two terms in the disjunctive judgment are identical. The genus is the sum total of the species, and the sum total of the species is the genus. This unity of the universal and the particular is the notion, and it is the notion which, as we now see, forms the content of the judgment. Judgment of the notion. The judgment of the notion has for its content the notion, the totality in simple form, the universal with its complete speciality. The subject is in the first place an individual, which has for its predicate the reflection of the particular existence on its universal, or the judgment states the agreement or disagreement of these two aspects. That is, the predicate is such a term as good, true, correct. This is the assertory judgment. Judgments such as whether an object action 100 is good, bad, true, beautiful 100 are those to which even ordinary language first applies the name of judgment. We should never ascribe judgment to a person who framed positive or negative judgments like, this rose is red, this picture is red, green, dusty 100. The assertory judgment, although rejected by society as out of place when it claims authority on its own showing, has however been made the single and essential form of doctrine, even in philosophy, through the influence of the principle of immediate knowledge and faith. In the so-called philosophically works which maintain this principle, we may read hundreds and hundreds of assertions about reason, knowledge, thought, 100. pg 313 which, now that external authority counts for little, seek to accredit themselves by an endless restatement of the same thesis. On the part of its at first unmediated subject, the assertory judgment does not contain the relation of particular with universal, which is expressed in the predicate. This judgment is consequently a mere subjective particularity, and is confronted by a contrary assertion with equal right, or rather want of right. It is therefore at once turned into a problematical judgment. But when we explicitly attach the objective particularity to the subject, and make its speciality the constitutive feature of its existence, the subject then expresses the connection of that objective particularity with its constitution, 1, E with its genus, and thus expresses what forms the content of the predicate C 178. This the immediate individuality house the genus, being so and so constituted particularity, is good or bad. This is the apodictic judgment. All things are a genus one, have a meaning and purpose in an individual actuality of a particular constitution, and they are finite, because the particular in them may and also may not conform to the universal. In this manner subject and predicate are each the whole judgment. The immediate constitution of the subject is at first exhibited as the intermediating ground, where the individuality of the actual thing meets with its universality, and in this way as the ground of the judgment. What has been really made explicit is the oneness of subject and predicate, as the notion itself, filling up the empty, is of the copula. While its constituent elements are at the same time distinguished as subject and predicate, the notion is put as their unity, as the connection which serves to intermediate them, in short as the syllogism. pg 314. See the syllogism. The syllogism brings the notion and the judgment into one. It is notion, being the simple identity into which the distinctions of form in the judgment have retired. It is judgment, because it is at the same time set in reality, that is, put in the distinction of its terms. The syllogism is the reasonable, and everything reasonable. Even the ordinary theories represent the syllogism to be the form of reasonableness, but only a subjective form, and no interconnection whatever is shown to exist between it and any other reasonable content, such as a reasonable principle, a reasonable action, idea, 100. The name of reason is much and often heard and appealed to, but no one thinks of explaining its specific character, or saying what it is, least of all that it has any connection with syllogism. But formal syllogism really presents what is reasonable in such a reasonless way that it has nothing to do with any reasonable matter. But as the matter in question can only be rational in virtue of the same quality by which thought is reason, it can be made so by the form only, and that form is syllogism. And what is a syllogism but an explicit putting one? Realizing of the notion at first in form only, as stated above. Accordingly, the syllogism is the essential ground of whatever is true. And at the present stage, the definition of the absolute is that it is the syllogism, or stating the principle in a proposition. Everything is a syllogism. Everything is a notion, the existence of which is the differentiation of its members or functions, so that the universal nature of the notion gives itself external reality by means of particularity, and thereby, and as a negative reflection into self, makes itself an individual. Or, conversely, the actual thing is pg 315 an individual, which by means of particularity rises to universality and makes itself identical with itself. The actual is one, but it is also the divergence from each other of the constituent elements of the notion, and the syllogism represents the orbit of intermediation of its elements, by which it realizes its unity. The syllogism, like the notion and the judgment, is usually described as a form merely of our subjective thinking. The syllogism, it is said, is the process of proving the judgment, and certainly the judgment does in every case refer us to the syllogism. The step from the one to the other, however, is not brought about by our subjective action, but by the judgment itself, which puts itself as syllogism, and in the conclusion returns to the unity of the notion. The precise point by which we pass to the syllogism is found in the apodictic judgment. In it we have an individual which, by means of its qualities, connects itself with its universal or notion. Here we see the particular becoming the mediating mean between the individual and the universal. This gives the fundamental form of the syllogism, the gradual specification of which, formally considered, consists in the fact that universal and individual also occupy this place of mean. This again paves the way for the passage from subjectivity to objectivity. In the immediate syllogism, the several aspects of the notion confront one another abstractly and stand in an external relation only. We have first the two extremes, which are individuality and universality, and then the notion, as the mean for locking the two together, is in like manner only abstract particularity. In this way the extremes are put as independent and without affinity either towards one another or towards their mean. Such a syllogism contains reason, but in utter notionlessness, the formal syllogism of understanding. In it the subject is coupled with an other character, or the universal by this mediation subsumes pg 316 a subject external to it. In the rational syllogism, on the contrary, the subject is by means of the mediation coupled with itself. In this manner it first comes to be a subject, or in the subject we have the first germ of the rational syllogism. In the following examination, the syllogism of understanding, according to the interpretation usually put upon it, is expressed in its subjective shape, the shape which it has when we are said to make such syllogisms, and it really is only a subjective syllogizing. Such syllogism, however, has also an objective meaning. It expresses only the finitude of things, but does so in the specific mode which the form has here reached. In the case of finite things, their subjectivity, being only thinghood, is separable from their properties or their particularity, but also separable from their universality. Not only when the universality is the bare quality of the thing and its external interconnection with other things, but also when it is its genus and notion. On the above-mentioned theory of syllogism, as the rational form par excellence, reason has been defined as the faculty of syllogizing, whilst understanding is defined as the faculty of forming notions. We might object to the conception on which this depends, and according to which the mind is merely a sum of forces or faculties existing side by side. But apart from that objection, we may observe in regard to the parallelism of understanding with the notion, as well as of reason with syllogism, that the notion is as little a mere category of the understanding as the syllogism is without qualification definable as rational. For in the first place, what the formal logic usually examines in its theory of syllogism is really nothing but the mere syllogism of understanding, which has no claim to the honor of being made a form of rationality, still less to be held as the embodiment of all reason. The notion, in the second place, so far from being a form of understanding, owes its degradation pg 317 to such a place entirely to the influence of that abstract mode of thought. and it is not unusual to draw such a distinction between a notion of understanding and a notion of reason. The distinction, however, does not mean that notions are of two kinds. It means that our own action often stops short at the mere negative and abstract form of the notion, when we might also have proceeded to apprehend the notion in its true nature, as at once positive and concrete. It is e.g. the mere understanding, which thinks liberty to be the abstract contrary of necessity, whereas the adequate rational notion of liberty requires the element of necessity to be merged in it. Similarly, the definition of God, given by what is called deism, is merely the mode in which the understanding thinks God, whereas Christianity, to which he is known as the Trinity, contains the rational notion of God. Qualitative syllogism. The first syllogism is a syllogism of definite being, a qualitative syllogism, as stated in the last paragraph. Its form is IPU, 1. A subject as individual is coupled concluded with a universal character by means of a particular quality. Of course, the subject terminus minor has other characteristics besides individuality, just as the other extreme, the predicate of the conclusion, or terminus major, has other characteristics than mere universality. But here the interest turns only on the characteristics through which these terms make a syllogism. The syllogism of existence is a syllogism of understanding merely, at least in so far as it leaves the individual, the particular, and the universal to confront each other quite abstractly. In this syllogism, the notion is at the very height of self-estrangement. We have in it an immediately individual thing as subject. Next, some one particular aspect or property attaching to this subject is selected, and by means of this property, the individual turns out to be a universal. Thus we may say, this rose is red. Red is a PG 318 color, therefore this rose is a colored object. It is this aspect of the syllogism which the common logics mainly treat of. There was a time when the syllogism was regarded as an absolute rule for all cognition, and when a scientific statement was not held to be valid until it had been shown to follow from a process of syllogism. At present, on the contrary, the different forms of the syllogism are met nowhere save in the manuals of logic, and an acquaintance with them is considered a piece of mere pedantry, of no further use either in practical life or in science. It would indeed be both useless and pedantic to parade the whole machinery of the formal syllogism on every occasion, and yet the several forms of syllogism make themselves constantly felt in our cognition. If anyone, when awaking on a winter morning, hears the creaking of the carriages on the street, and is thus led to conclude that it has frozen hard in the night, he has gone through a syllogistic operation, an operation which is every day repeated under the greatest variety of conditions. The interest, therefore, ought at least not to be less in becoming expressly conscious of this daily action of our thinking selves, than confessedly belongs to the study of the functions of organic life, such as the processes of digestion, assimilation, respiration, or even the processes and structures of the nature around us. We do not, however, for a moment deny that a study of logic is no more necessary to teach us how to draw correct conclusions than a previous study of anatomy and physiology is required in order to digest or breathe. Aristotle was the first to observe and describe the different forms, or as they are called, figures of syllogism, in their subjective meaning, and he performed his work so exactly and surely that no essential addition has ever been required. But while sensible of the value of what he has thus done, we must not forget that the forms of the syllogism of understanding and of finite thought altogether are not what Aristotle has made use of in his properly philosophical investigations. See 189. This syllogism is completely contingent in the matter of its terms. The middle term, being an abstract PG 319 particularity, is nothing but any quality whatever of the subject. But the subject, being immediate and thus empirically concrete, has several others, and could therefore be coupled with exactly as many other universalities as it possesses single qualities. Similarly, a single particularity may have various characters in itself, so that the same medius terminus would serve to connect the subject with several different universals. It is more a caprice of fashion than a sense of its incorrectness which has led to the disuse of ceremonious syllogizing. This and the following section indicate the uselessness of such syllogizing for the ends of truth. The point of view indicated in the paragraph shows how this style of syllogism can demonstrate, as the phrase goes, the most diverse conclusions. All that is requisite is to find a medius terminus from which the transition can be made to the proposition sought. Another medius terminus would enable us to demonstrate something else, and even the contrary of the last. And the more concrete an object is, the more aspects it has, which may become such middle terms. To determine which of these aspects is more essential than another, again, requires a further syllogism of this kind, which, fixing on the single quality, can with equal ease discover in it some aspect or consideration by which it can make good its claims to be considered necessary and important. Little as we usually think on the syllogism of understanding in the daily business of life, it never ceases to play its part there. In a civil suit, for instance, it is the duty of the advocate to give due force to the legal titles which make in favor of his client. In logical language, such a legal title is nothing but a middle term. Diplomatic transactions afford another illustration of the same, when, for instance, different powers lay claim to one and the same territory. In such a case, the laws of inheritance, the geographical position of the PG 320 country, the descent and the language of its inhabitants, or any other ground, may be emphasized as a medius terminus. This syllogism, if it is contingent in point of its terms, is no less contingent in virtue of the form of relation which is found in it. In the syllogism, according to its notion, truth lies in connecting two distinct things by a middle term in which they are one. But connections of the extremes with the middle term, the so-called premises, the major and the minor premise, are in the case of this syllogism much more decidedly immediate connections. In other words, they have not a proper middle term. This contradiction in the syllogism exhibits a new case of the infinite progression. Each of the premises evidently calls for a fresh syllogism to demonstrate it, and as the new syllogism has two immediate premises like its predecessor, the demand for proof is doubled at every step and repeated without end. On account of its importance for experience, there has been here noted a defect in the syllogism, to which in this form absolute correctness had been ascribed. This defect, however, must lose itself in the further specification of the syllogism. For we are now within the sphere of the notion, and here therefore, as well as in the judgment, the opposite character is not merely present potentially, but is explicit. To work out the gradual specification of the syllogism, therefore, there need only be admitted and accepted what is at each step realized by the syllogism itself. Through the immediate syllogism IPU, the individual is mediated through a particular with the universal, and in this conclusion put as a universal. It follows that the individual subject, becoming itself a universal, serves to unite the two extremes, and to form their ground of intermediation. This gives the second PG 321 figure of the syllogism, UIP. It expresses the truth of the first. It shows, in other words, that the intermediation has taken place in the individual, and is thus something contingent. The universal, which in the first conclusion was specified through individuality, passes over into the second figure, and there now occupies the place that belonged to the immediate subject. In the second figure, it is concluded with the particular. By this conclusion, therefore, the universal is explicitly put as particular and is now made to mediate between the two extremes, the places of which are occupied by the two others, the particular and the individual. This is the third figure of the syllogism, Pu Roman 1. What are called the figures of the syllogism being 3 in number, for the fourth is a superfluous and even absurd addition of the moderns to the 3 known to Aristotle, are in the usual mode of treatment put side by side, without the slightest thought of showing their necessity, and still less of pointing out their import and value. No wonder then that the figures have been in later times treated as an empty piece of formalism. They have, however, a very real significance, derived from the necessity for every function or characteristic element of the notion to become the whole itself, and to stand as mediating ground. But to find out what moods of the propositions, such as whether they may be universals or negatives, are needed to enable us to draw a correct conclusion in the different figures, is a mechanical inquiry, which its purely mechanical nature and its intrinsic meaninglessness have very properly consigned to oblivion. And Aristotle would have been the last person to give any countenance to those who wish to attach importance to such inquiries, or to the syllogism of understanding in general. It is true that PG 322 he described these, as well as numerous other forms of mind and nature, and that he examined and expounded their specialities. But in his metaphysical theories, as well as his theories of nature and mind, he was very far from taking as basis or criterion the syllogistic forms of the understanding. Indeed, it might be maintained that not one of these theories would ever have come into existence, or been allowed to exist, if it had been compelled to submit to the laws of understanding. With all the descriptiveness and analytic faculty which Aristotle, after his fashion, is substantially strong in, his ruling principle is always the speculative notion, and that syllogistic of understanding to which he first gave such a definite expression is never allowed to intrude in the higher domain of philosophy. In their objective sense, the three figures of the syllogism declare that everything rational is manifested as a triple syllogism, that is to say, each one of the members takes in turn the place of the extremes, as well as of the mean which reconciles them. Such, for example, is the case with the three branches of philosophy, the logical idea, nature, and mind. As we first see them, nature is the middle term which links the others together. Nature, the totality immediately before us, unfolds itself into the two extremes of the logical idea and mind, but mind is mind only when it is mediated through nature. Then in the second place, mind, which we know as the principle of individuality, or as the actualizing principle, is the mean, and nature and the logical idea are the extremes. It is mind which cognizes the logical idea in nature, and which thus raises nature to its essence. In the third place again, the logical idea itself becomes the mean. It is the absolute substance both of mind and of nature, the universal and all-pervading principle. These are the members of the absolute syllogism. In the round by which each constituent function assumes successively the place of mean, and of the two pg 323 extremes, their specific difference from each other has been superseded. In this form, where there is no distinction between its constituent elements, the syllogism at first has for its connective link equality, or the external identity of understanding. This is the quantitative or mathematical syllogism. If two things are equal to a third, they are equal to one another. Everybody knows that this quantitative syllogism appears as a mathematical axiom, which, like other axioms, is said to be a principle that does not admit of proof, and which, indeed being self-evident, does not require such proof. These mathematical axioms, however, are really nothing but logical propositions, which, so far as they enunciate definite and particular thoughts, are deducible from the universal and self-characterizing thought. To deduce them is to give their proof. That is true of the quantitative syllogism, to which mathematics gives the rank of an axiom. It is really the proximate result of the qualitative or immediate syllogism. Finally, the quantitative syllogism is the syllogism in utter formlessness. The difference between the terms which is required by the notion is suspended. Extraneous circumstances alone can decide what propositions are to be premises here, and therefore in applying this syllogism, we make a presupposition of what has been elsewhere proved and established. Two results follow as to the form. In the first place, each constituent element has taken the place and performed the function of the mean and therefore of the whole, thus implicitly losing its partial and abstract character 182 and 184. Secondly, the mediation has been completed 185, though the completion too is only implicit, that is, only as a circle of mediations which in turn presuppose each other. In the first figure IPU, the two premises I is P and P is U are yet without a mediation. The former premise is mediated in the third, the latter in the second figure. But each PG 324 of these two figures, again, for the mediation of its premises presupposes the two others. In consequence of this, the mediating unity of the notion must be put no longer as an abstract particularity, but as a developed unity of the individual and universal and, in the first place, a reflected unity of these elements. That is to say, the individuality gets at the same time the character of universality. A mean of this kind gives the syllogism of reflection. Syllogism of reflection. If the mean, in the first place, be not only an abstract particular character of the subject, but at the same time all the individual concrete subjects which possess that character, but possess it only along with others, we have the syllogism of allness. The major premise, however, which has for its subject the particular character, the terminus medius as allness, presupposes the very conclusion which ought rather to have presupposed it. It rests therefore on an induction, in which the mean is given by the complete list of individuals as such, a B, C, D, 100. On account of the disparity, however, between universality and an immediate and empirical individuality, the list can never be complete. Induction therefore rests upon analogy. The middle term of analogy is an individual, which however is understood as equivalent to its essential universality, its genus or essential character. The first syllogism for its intermediation turns us over to the second, and the second turns us over to the third. But the third no less demands an intrinsically determinate universality, or an individuality as type of the genus, after the round of the forms of external connection between individuality and universality has been run through in the figures of the reflective syllogism. Pg 325's. By the syllogism of allness, the defect in the first form of the syllogism of understanding, noted in 184, is remedied, but only to give rise to a new defect. This defect is that the major premise itself presupposes what really ought to be the conclusion, and presupposes it as what is thus an immediate proposition. All men are mortal, therefore chaos is mortal. All metals conduct electricity, therefore e.g. copper does so. In order to enunciate these major premises, which when they say all mean the immediate individuals and are properly intended to be empirical propositions, it is requisite that the propositions about the individual man chaos or the individual metal copper should previously have been ascertained to be correct. Everybody feels not merely the pedantry, but the unmeaning formalism of such syllogisms as, all men are mortal, chaos is a man, therefore chaos is mortal. The syllogism of allness hands us over to the syllogism of induction, in which the individuals form the coupling mean. All metals conduct electricity is an empirical proposition derived from experiments made with each of the individual metals. We thus get the syllogism of induction in the following shape. I. Pew. I. Gold is a metal, silver is a metal, so is copper. Lead 100. This is the major premise. Then comes the minor premise. All these bodies conduct electricity, and hence results the conclusion that all metals conduct electricity. The point which brings about a combination here is individuality in the shape of allness. But this syllogism once more hands us over to another syllogism. Its mean is constituted by the complete list of the individuals. That presupposes that over a certain region observation and experience are completed, but the things in question here are individuals, and Pg 326. So again, we are landed in the progression ad infinitum I 100. In other words, in no induction can we ever exhaust the individuals. The all metals, all plants of our statements mean only all the metals, all the plants, which we have hitherto become acquainted with. Every induction is consequently imperfect. One and the other observation, many it may be, have been made, but all the cases, all the individuals, have not been observed. By this defect of induction we are led on to analogy. In the syllogism of analogy, we conclude from the fact that some things of a certain kind possess a certain quality, that the same quality is possessed by other things of the same kind. It would be a syllogism of analogy, for example, if we said, in all planets hitherto discovered this has been found to be the law of motion, consequently a newly discovered planet will probably move according to the same law. In the experiential sciences, analogy deservedly occupies a high place, and has led to results of the highest importance. Analogy is the instinct of reason, creating an anticipation that this or that characteristic, which experience has discovered, has its root in the inner nature or kind of an object, and arguing on the faith of that anticipation. Analogy, it should be added, may be superficial, or it may be thorough. It would certainly be a very bad analogy to argue that since the man Caius is a scholar, and Titus also is a man, Titus will probably be a scholar too, and it would be bad because a man's learning is not an unconditional consequence of his manhood. Superficial analogies of this kind, however, are very frequently met with. It is often argued, for example, the earth is a celestial body, so is the moon, and it is therefore in all probability inhabited as well as the earth. The analogy is not one whit better than that previously mentioned. That the earth is inhabited does not depend on its being a celestial body, but in other conditions, such as the presence of an atmosphere, and of water in connection with the atmosphere, 100. And these are precisely the conditions which the moon, so far as we know, does not possess. What has in modern times been called the philosophy of nature consists principally in a frivolous play with empty and external analogies, which Pg 327, however, claim to be considered profound results. The natural consequence has been to discredit the philosophical study of nature. Syllogism of necessity. The syllogism of necessity, if we look to its purely abstract characteristics or terms, has for its mean the universal in the same way as the syllogism of reflection has the individual, the latter being in the second, and the former in the third, figure 187. The universal is expressly put as in its very nature intrinsically determinate. In the first place, the particular, meaning by the particular the specific genus or species, is the term for mediating the extremesses is done in the categorical syllogism. The same office is performed by the individual, taking the individual as immediate being, so that it is as much mediating as mediated, as happens in the hypothetical syllogism. We have also the mediating universal explicitly put as a totality of its particular members, and as a single particular or exclusive individuality, which happens in the disjunctive syllogism. It is one and the same universal which is in these terms of the disjunctive syllogism. They are only different forms for expressing it. The syllogism has been taken conformably to the distinctions which it contains, and the general result of the course of their evolution has been to show that these differences work out their own abolition and destroy the notion's outwardness to its own self. And as we see in the first place, each of the dynamic elements has proved itself the systematic whole of these elements, in short, a whole syllogism. They are consequently implicitly identical. In the second place, the negation of their distinctions and of the mediation of pg 328, one through another constitutes independency, so that it is one and the same universal which is in these forms, and which is in this way also explicitly put as their identity. In this ideality of its dynamic elements, the syllogistic process may be described as essentially involving the negation of the characters through which its course runs, as being a mediative process through the suspension of mediation, as coupling the subject not with another, but with a suspended other in one word with itself. In the common logic, the doctrine of syllogism is supposed to conclude the first part, or what is called the elementary theory. It is followed by the second part, the doctrine of method, which proposes to show how a body of scientific knowledge is created by applying to existing objects the forms of thought discussed in the elementary part. Whence these objects originate, and what the thought of objectivity generally speaking implies, are questions to which the logic of understanding vouchsafes no further answer. It believes thought to be a mere subjective and formal activity, and the objective fact which confronts thought to have a separate and permanent being. But this dualism is a half-truth, and there is a want of intelligence in the procedure which at once accepts, without inquiring into their origin, the categories of subjectivity and objectivity. Both of them, subjectivity as well as objectivity, are certainly thought-seven specific thoughts, which must show themselves founded on the universal and self-determining thought. This has here been done at least for subjectivity. We have recognized it, or the notion subjective, which includes the notion proper, the judgment, and the syllogism as the dialectical result of the first two main stages of the logical idea, being and essence. To say that the notion is subjective and subjective only is so far quite correct, for the notion certainly is subjectivity itself. Not less subjective than the notion are also the judgment and syllogism, and these forms, together with the so-called laws of thought, the laws of identity, difference, and pg 329 sufficient ground, make up the contents of what is called the elements in the common logic. But we may go a step further. This subjectivity, with its functions of notion, judgment, and syllogism, is not like a set of empty compartments which has to get filled from without by separately existing objects. It would be truer to say that it is subjectivity itself which, as dialectical, breaks through its own barriers and opens out into objectivity by means of the syllogism. This realization of the notion, a realization in which the universal is this one totality withdrawn back into itself, of which the different members are no less the whole, and which has given itself a character of immediate unity by merging the mediation, this realization of the notion is the object. His transition from the subject, the notion in general and especially the syllogism, to the object may at the first glance appear strange, particularly if we look only at the syllogism of understanding, and suppose syllogizing to be only an act of consciousness. But that strangeness imposes on us no obligation to seek to make the transition plausible to the image-loving conception. The only question which can be considered is whether our usual conception of what is called an object approximately corresponds to the object as here described. By object is commonly understood not an abstract being, or an existing thing merely, or any sort of actuality, but something independent, concrete, and self-complete, this completeness being the totality of the notion. That the object is also an object to us Gegenstand and is external to something else, will be more precisely seen when it puts itself in contrast with the subjective. At present, as that into which the notion has passed from its mediation, it is only immediate object and nothing more, just as the pg 330 notion is not describable as subjective, previous to the subsequent contrast with objectivity. Further, the object in general is the one total, in itself still unspecified, the objective world as a whole, God, the absolute object. The object, however, has also difference attaching to it. It falls into pieces, indefinite in their multiplicity, making an objective world, and each of these individualized parts is also an object, an intrinsically concrete, complete, and independent existence. Objectivity has been compared with being, existence, and actuality, and so too the transition to existence and actuality, not to being, for it is the primary and quite abstract immediate may be compared with the transition to objectivity. The ground from which existence proceeds, and the reflective correlation which is merged in actuality, are nothing but the as yet imperfectly realized notion. They are only abstract aspects of it, the ground being its merely essence-hybrid unity, and the correlation only the connection of real sides which are supposed to have only self-reflected being. The notion is the unity of the two, and the object is not a merely essence-like but inherently universal unity, not only containing real distinctions, but containing them as totalities in itself. It is evident that in all these transitions there is a further purpose than merely to show the indissoluble connection between the notion or thought and being. It has been more than once remarked that being is nothing more than simple self-relation, and this meager category is certainly implied in the notion, or even in thought. But the meaning of these transitions is not to accept characteristics or categories as only implied, a fault which mars even the ontological argument for God's existence, when it is stated that being is 1 pg 331 among realities. What such a transition does is to take the notion, as it ought to be primarily characterized per se as a notion, with which this remote abstraction of being, or eve of objectivity, has as yet nothing to do, and looking at its specific character as a notional character alone, to see when and whether it passes over into a form which is different from the character, as it belongs to the notion and appears in it. If the object, the product of this transition, be brought into relation with the notion which, so far as its special form is concerned, has vanished in it, we may give a correct expression to the result, by saying that notion, or, if it be preferred, subjectivity and object are implicitly the same, but it is equally correct to say that they are different. In short, the two modes of expression are equally correct and incorrect. The true state of the case can be presented in no expressions of this kind. The implicit is an abstraction, still more partial and inadequate than the notion itself, of which the inadequacy is upon the whole suspended, by suspending itself to the object with its opposite inadequacy. Hence that implicitness also must, by its negation, give itself the character of explicitness. As in every case, speculative identity is not the above-mentioned triviality of an implicit identity of subject and object. This has been said often enough, yet it could not be too often repeated, if the intention were really to put an end to the stale and purely malicious misconception in regard to this identity, of which, however, there can be no reasonable expectation. Looking at that unity in a quite general way, and raising no objection to the one-sided form of its implicitness, we find it as the well-known presupposition of the ontological proof for the existence of God. There, it appears as supreme perfection. Anselm, in whom the pg 332 notable suggestion of this proof first occurs, no doubt originally restricted himself to the question whether a certain content was in our thinking only. His words are briefly these: cert id quo magis cogitari nequit, non potest esse in intellectu solo. Si enim vel in solo intellectu est, potest cogitari esse et in re, quod magis est. Si ergo id quo magis cogitari non potest est in solo intellectu, id ipsum quo magis cogitari non potest est quo magis cogitari potest, sed cert hoc esse non potest. Certainly that than which nothing greater can be thought cannot be in the intellect alone, for even if it is in the intellect alone, it can also be thought to exist in fact, and that is greater. If then that than which nothing greater can be thought is in the intellect alone, then the very thing which is greater than anything which can be thought can be exceeded in thought. But certainly this is impossible. The same unity received a more objective expression in Descartes, Spinoza and others, while the theory of immediate certitude or faith presents it, on the contrary, in somewhat the same subjective aspect as Anselm. These intuitionalists hold that in our consciousness, the attribute of being is indissolubly associated with the conception of God. The theory of faith brings even the conception of external finite things under the same inseparable nexus between the consciousness and the being of them, on the ground that perception presents them conjoined with the attribute of existence, and in so saying, it is no doubt correct. It would be utterly absurd, however, to suppose that the association in consciousness between existence and our conception of finite things is of the same description as the association between existence and the conception of God. To do so would be to forget that finite things are changeable and transient. 1. That existence is associated with them for a season, pg 333, but that the association is neither eternal nor inseparable. Speaking in the phraseology of the categories before us, we may say that to call a thing finite means that its objective existence is not in harmony with the thought of it, with its universal calling, its kind and its end. Anselm, consequently, neglecting any such conjunction as occurs in finite things, has with good reason pronounced that only to be the perfect which exists not merely in a subjective, but also in an objective mode. It does no good to put on airs against the ontological proof, as it is called, and against Anselm thus denning the perfect. The argument is one latent in every unsophisticated mind, and it recurs in every philosophy, even against its wish, and without its knowledges may be seen in the theory of immediate belief. The real fault in the argumentation of Anselm is one which is chargeable on Descartes and Spinoza, as well as on the theory of immediate knowledge. It is this unity which is enunciated as the supreme perfection, or, it may be subjectively as the true knowledge is presupposed one, it is assumed only as potential. This identity, abstract as it thus appears, between the two categories may be at once met and opposed by their diversity, and this was the very answer given to Anselm long ago. In short, the conception and existence of the finite is set in antagonism to the infinite, for, as previously remarked, the finite possesses objectivity of such a kind as is at once incongruous with and different from the end or aim, its essence and notion. Or the finite is such a conception, and in such a way subjective, that it does not involve existence. This objection and this antithesis are got over only by showing the finite to be untrue and these categories in their separation to be inadequate and null. Their identity is thus seen to pg 334b1, into which they spontaneously pass over, and in which they are reconciled. B. The object. The object is immediate being, because insensible to difference, which in it has suspended itself. It is, further, a totality in itself, whilst at the same time as this identity is only the implicit identity of its dynamic elements, it is equally indifferent to its immediate unity. It thus breaks up into distinct parts, each of which is itself the totality. Hence the object is the absolute contradiction between a complete independence of the multiplicity and the equally complete non-independence of the different pieces. The definition, which states that the absolute is the object, is most definitely implied in the Leibnizian monad. The monads are each an object, but an object implicitly representative, indeed the total representation of the world. In the simple unity of the monad, all difference is merely ideal, not independent or real. Nothing from without comes into the monad. It is the whole notion in itself, only distinguished by its own greater or less development. None the less, this simple totality parts into the absolute multity of differences, each becoming an independent monad. In the monad of monads, and the pre-established harmony of their inward developments, these substances are in like manner again reduced to ideality and unsubstantiality. The philosophy of Leibniz, therefore, represents contradiction in its complete development. As Fichte in modern times has especially and with justice insisted, the theory which regards the absolute or God as the object and there stops, expresses the point of view taken by superstition and slavish fear. No doubt God is the object, and indeed the object out and out, confronted with pg 335, which are particular or subjective opinions and desires, have no truth and no validity. As absolute object, however, God does not therefore take up the position of a dark and hostile power over against subjectivity. He rather involves it as a vital element in himself. Such also is the meaning of the Christian doctrine, according to which God has willed that all men should be saved and all attain blessedness. The salvation and the blessedness of men are attained when they come to feel themselves at one with God, so that God, on the other hand, ceases to be for them mere object, and in that way an object of fear and terror, as was especially the case with the religious consciousness of the Romans. But God in the Christian religion is also known as love, because in his Son, who is one with him, he has revealed himself to men as a man amongst men, and thereby redeemed them. All which is only another way of saying that the antithesis of subjective and objective is implicitly overcome, and that it is our affair to participate in this redemption by laying aside our immediate subjectivity, putting off the old Adam, and learning to know God as our true and essential self. Just as religion and religious worship consist in overcoming the antithesis of subjectivity and objectivity, so science too and philosophy have no other task than to overcome this antithesis by the medium of thought. The aim of knowledge is to divest the objective world that stands opposed to us of its strangeness, and, as the phrase is, to find ourselves at home in it, which means no more than to trace the objective world back to the notion, to our innermost self. We may learn from the present discussion the mistake of regarding the antithesis of subjectivity and objectivity as an abstract and permanent one. The two are wholly dialectical. The notion is at first only subjective, but without the assistance of any foreign material or stuff it proceeds, in obedience to its own action, to objectify itself. So, too, the object is not rigid and processless. Its process is to show itself as what is at the same time subjective, and thus form the step onwards to the idea. Anyone who, from want of familiarity with the categories of subjectivity and objectivity, seeks to retain them in their abstraction, will find that the isolated categories slip pg 336 through his fingers before he is aware, and that he says the exact contrary of what he wanted to say. A mechanism. The object in its immediacy is the notion only potentially. The notion as subjective is primarily outside it, and all its specific character is imposed from without. As a unity of difference, therefore, it is a composite, an aggregate, and its capacity of acting on anything else continues to be an external relation. This is formal mechanism, notwithstanding, and in this connection and non-independence the objects remain independent and offer resistance, external to each other. Pressure and impact are examples of mechanical relations. Our knowledge is said to be mechanical or by rote, when the words have no meaning for us, but continue external to sense, conception, thought, and when, being similarly external to each other, they form a meaningless sequence. Conduct piety 100 are in the same way mechanical when a man's behavior is settled for him by ceremonial laws, by a spiritual advisor 100. pg 337 in short, when his own mind and will are not in his actions, which in this way are extraneous to himself. Mechanism, the first form of objectivity, is also the category which primarily offers itself to reflection, as it examines the objective world. It is also the category beyond which reflection seldom goes. It is, however, a shallow and superficial mode of observation, one that cannot carry us through in connection with nature, and still less in connection with the world of mind. In nature it is only the veriest abstract relations of matter in its inert masses which obey the law of mechanism. On the contrary, the phenomena and operations of the province to which the term physical in its narrower sense is applied, such as the phenomena of light, heat, magnetism, and electricity, cannot be explained by any mere mechanical processes, such as pressure, impact, displacement of parts, and the like. Still less satisfactory is it to transfer these categories and apply them in the field of organic nature, at least if it be our aim to understand the specific features of that field, such as the growth and nourishment of plants, or, it may be, even animal sensation. It is at any rate a very deep-seated, and perhaps the main, defect of modern researches into nature, that, even where other and higher categories than those of mere mechanism are in operation, they still stick obstinately to the mechanical laws, although they thus conflict with the testimony of unbiased perception and foreclose the gate to inadequate knowledge of nature. But even in considering the formations in the world of mind, the mechanical theory has been repeatedly invested with an authority which it has no right to. Take as an instance the remark that man consists of soul and body. In this language, the two things stand each self-subsistent and associated only from without. Similarly, we find the soul regarded as a mere group of forces and faculties, subsisting independently side by side. Thus decidedly must we reject the mechanical mode of inquiry when it comes forward and arrogates to itself the place of rational cognition in general, and seeks to get mechanism accepted as an absolute category. But we must not on that account forget expressly to vindicate for mechanism the pg 338 right and import of a general logical category. It would be, therefore, a mistake to restrict it to the special physical department from which it derives its name. There is no harm done, for example, in directing attention to mechanical actions, such as that of gravity, the lever 100, even in departments, notably in physics and in physiology, beyond the range of mechanics proper. It must, however, be remembered that within these spheres the laws of mechanism cease to be final or decisive, and sink, as it were, to a subservient position, to which may be added that, in nature, when the higher or organic functions are in any way checked or disturbed in their normal efficiency, the otherwise subordinate category of mechanism is immediately seen to take the upper hand. Thus a sufferer from indigestion feels pressure on the stomach, after partaking of certain food in slight quantity, whereas those whose digestive organs are sound remain free from the sensation, although they have eaten as much. The same phenomenon occurs in the general feeling of heaviness in the limbs, experienced in bodily indisposition. Even in the world of mind, mechanism has its place, though there, too, it is a subordinate one. We are right in speaking of mechanical memory, and all sorts of mechanical operations, such as reading, writing, playing on musical instruments, 100. In memory, indeed, the mechanical quality of the action is essential, a circumstance, the neglect of which has not unfrequently caused great harm in the training of the young, from the misapplied zeal of modern educationalists for the freedom of intelligence. It would betray bad psychology, however, to have recourse to mechanism for an explanation of the nature of memory, and to apply mechanical laws straight off to the soul. The mechanical feature in memory lies merely in the fact that certain signs, tones 100, are apprehended in their purely external association, and then reproduced in this association, without attention being expressly directed to their meaning and inward association. To become acquainted with these conditions of mechanical memory requires no further study of mechanics, nor would that study tend at all to advance the special inquiry of psychology. pg 339. The want of stability in itself, which allows the object to suffer violence, is possessed by its proceeding only in so far as it has a certain stability. Now, as the object is implicitly invested with the character of notion, the one of these characteristics is not merged into its other, but the object, through the negation of itself, its lack of independence, closes with itself, and not till it so closes is it independent. Thus, at the same time in distinction from the outwardness, and negativing that outwardness in its independence, does this independence form a negative unity with self, centrality, subjectivity. So conceived, the object itself has direction and reference towards the external, but this external object is similarly central in itself, and being so, is no less only referred towards the other center, so that it no less has its centrality in the other. This is mechanism with affinity with bias or difference, and may be illustrated by gravitation, appetite, social instinct. Roman 100. This relationship, when fully carried out, forms a syllogism. In that syllogism, the immanent negativity, as the central individuality of an object, abstract center, relates itself to non-independent objects, as the other extreme, by a mean which unites the centrality with the non-independence of the objects, relative center. This is absolute mechanism. The syllogism thus indicated IPU is a triad of syllogisms. The wrong individuality of non-independent objects in which formal mechanism is at home is, by reason of that non-independence, no less universality, though it be only external. Hence these objects also form the mean between the absolute and the relative center, the form of syllogism being UIP. For it is by this want of independence that those two are kept asunder and made extremes, as well as related to pg 341 another. Similarly, absolute centrality, as the permanently underlying universal substance illustrated by the gravity which continues identical, which as pure negativity equally includes individuality in it, is what mediates between the relative center and the non-independent objects, the form of syllogism being PUI. It does so no less essentially as a disintegrating force, in its character of immanent individuality, than in virtue of universality, acting as an identical bond of union and tranquil self-containedness. Like the solar system, so for example in the practical sphere, the state is a system of three syllogisms. The individual or person, through his particularity or physical or mental needs, which when carried out to their full development give civil society, is coupled with the universal one, with society, law, right, government. The will or action of the individuals is the intermediating force which procures for these needs satisfaction in society, in Law 100, and which gives to society, Law 100, their fulfillment and actualization. But the universal, that is to say the state, government and law, is the permanent underlying mean in which the individuals and their satisfaction have and receive their fulfilled reality, intermediation and persistence. Each of the functions of the notion, as it is brought by intermediation to coalesce with the other extreme, is brought into union with itself and produces itself, which production is self-preservation. It is only by the nature of this triple coupling, by this triad of syllogisms with the name termini, that a whole is thoroughly understood in its organization. The immediacy of existence, which the objects have in absolute mechanism, is implicitly negatived by the fact that their independence is derived from, and due to, their connections with each other, and therefore to pg 341 their own want of stability. Thus the object must be explicitly stated as in its existence having an affinity or a bias towards its other, as note-indifferent. B. Chemism. The note-indifferent biased object has an immanent mode which constitutes its nature, and in which it has existence, but as it is invested with the character of total notion, it is the contradiction between this totality and the special mode of its existence. Consequently, it is the constant endeavor to cancel this contradiction, and to make its definite being equal to the notion. Chemism is a category of objectivity which, as a rule, is not particularly emphasized, and is generally put under the head of mechanism. The common name of mechanical relationship is applied to both, in contradistinction to the teleological. There is a reason for this in the common feature which belongs to mechanism and chemism. In them the notion exists, but only implicit and latent, and they are thus both marked off from teleology where the notion has real independent existence. This is true, and yet chemism and mechanism are very decidedly distinct. The object in the form of mechanism is primarily only an indifferent reference to self, while the chemical object is seen to be completely in reference to something else. No doubt even in mechanism, as it develops itself, there spring up references to something else, but the nexus of mechanical objects with one another is at first only an external nexus, so that the objects in connection with one another still retain the semblance of independence. In nature, for example, the several celestial bodies which form our solar system compose a kinetic system, and thereby show that they are related to one another. Motion, however, as the unity of time and space, is a connection which is purely abstract and external, and it seems therefore as if these celestial bodies, which are thus externally connected with each other, would pg 342 continue to be what they are, even apart from this reciprocal relation. The case is quite different with chemism. Objects chemically biased are what they are expressly by that bias alone, hence they are the absolute impulse towards integration by and in one another.